Hello everyone, I hope you like this video and give me super chat. Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next parts. Chapter 101. Chakra and the smoke continued to converge. In terms of chakra alone, the scale of tailed beast bomb this time is at least 10 times that of just now. This is not the kind of half-tailed beast bomb released by Killer Bee's half-tailed beastization. It was a full blow from being an 8-tailed beast. He wants to blow up the entire Konoha frontline directly and remotely. Realizing this, Kushina's eyes narrowed slightly. Don't try to succeed. Kushina nodded her hands and wanted to release her chakra. And at this moment, the voice of Nine Tails actually came to Kushina's mind. Kushina, leave it to me. The seal of Nine Tails in Kushina's body is perfect. Even if it has been sealed for decades, there is still no trace of loosening. This is due to the fact that Kushina itself is a powerful seal ninja, and it is also due to the inheritance of first-generation Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito. Although the seal in Kushina's body is perfect, Kushina can't completely manipulate Nine Tails. However, when Kushina wants to use Nine Tails chakra, he can unlock part of the seal and force the Nine Tails chakra to be used. However, the partial release of the seal means that Nine Tails has the possibility of activity. Just like now. Leave it to you. Just don't mess with me, Nine Tails. Huh, don't say that. If you as Nine Tails Jinchuriki are defeated by 8 Tails Jinchuriki, it is the old man who loses face. The moment the voice fell, a large amount of blood-red chakra emerged from the seal of Nine Tails. This chakra, in an instant, entered Kushina's body. The next moment, the blood-red tail behind Kushina instantly grew bigger and began to dance wildly. This tail beast chakra is several times, even dozens of times more than just now. Kushina knew that Nine Tails could not be so kind. In just a moment, she realized the problem. The appearance of the tailed beast chakra instantly disrupted her own chakra. The golden chains that were originally condensed were shattered in an instant. Nine Tails. Kushina's face changed, and Nine Tails wasted her precious few seconds of preventing 8 Tails from releasing the tailed beast bomb. She instantly closed the seal, completely sealing off the seal in her body. Nine Tails was instantly suppressed, but his laughter echoed in Kushina's mind. Kushina, why, you don't want to use the old man's chakra? The old man will give it to you. Isn't the old man's chakra not easy to use? Ha 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 ha. Damn Nine Tails. Kushina cursed secretly, sealed again, and the King Kong blockade appeared again. However, at this moment, the smoke dissipated. Before the 8 Tails rising into the sky, a huge tailed beast bomb had already taken shape. Seeing this, Kushina's face changed. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. That's too late. Her hands changed the seal, and a stronger chakra burst out instantly. Seal technique Ming-Shen Gate. Myojin Gate. This is the seal of Kushina inherited from first generation Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito. This is the seal technique passed down from generation to generation by the Uzumaki family. However, after Uzumaki Mito married the Senju clan, he was learned by Senju Hashirama and adapted it. Senju Hashirama is blessed by sage art, and the formed door is made by wood style. While it can be sealed, wood style has the effect of suppressing and absorbing chakra. With the powerful strength of Senju Hashirama and the blessing of wood style blood succession, Myojin Gate is powerful enough to suppress any head and tail beast, even Nine Tails. Therefore, although it is said that the sacred gate is inherited from the Uzumaki clan, it is famous in the ninja world because of Senju Hashirama. Kushina is not as perverted as Senju Hashirama, but this is after all the Uzumaki family chakra condensed. For the tail beast, it is an absolute natural enemy. It was almost the moment Kushina's seal was formed. Above the sky, a shining door appeared. The door was golden, with an invincible impact, and instantly moved towards the 8 Tails on the battlefield to suppress it. At this moment, 8 Tails felt his hairs stand upside down, and hurriedly reminded them. Be faster, release the tailed beast bomb. Don't worry, Xiaobie, it hasn't reached the maximum power yet. It's too late, a terrible seal is coming. At this moment, Killer Bee reacted instantly. The gathered tailed beast bomb was aimed at Konoha's front line and released directly. Tailed beast bomb. It is at this moment of release. The golden door was directed towards 8 Tails' head to suppress it. With a thud. Seeking flowers. The Myoko crushed 8 Tails' neck and, together with his entire head, crushed it to the ground fiercely. 8 Tails wanted to struggle, but chakra in the Myojin Gate suppressed him heavily like a mountain. The seal of the Uzumaki clan is not so easy to break free. What a powerful seal technique! As expected of the Uzumaki clan. However, the tailed beast bomb has been released, Konoha front line no more. The huge tailed beast bomb flew towards the Konoha front line at a very fast speed with a terrifying aura. No one dares to underestimate this tailed beast bomb. The perception ninja on the front line just felt the tailed beast bomb and his legs were weak in fright. It is terrible. Those who perceive ninjas don't know what tail beast this is. However, the amount of chakra contained in it is real. The entire Konoha front line will be blown up, no kidding. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Hayashi hurriedly ordered. The Earth-style ninja stepped forward, ready to resist the attack. At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi's face showed despair. Can the wall of the Earth-style ninja be blocked? Impossible. I am afraid that it is impossible to change the trajectory. However, knowing that this was a waste of effort, he still gave the order. This may be the last struggle. At this moment, Kushina's pupils also shrank suddenly. She knew exactly how terrible the tailed beast bomb was. Once hit, more than half of the ninjas on the Konoha front will be instantly killed. Block, you must block. What block? She didn't think much about it, but she sprinted towards the tailed beast bomb at an extremely fast speed. However, as she approached the tailed beast bomb, her face suddenly changed. Because, on the trajectory of the tailed beast bomb, there is a small figure standing in front of the front line. He covered his eyes with a black cloth, leaned on crutches in both hands, and stood there calmly. That body is obviously too small to be smaller. However, facing the terrible tailed beast bomb, he did not hesitate. Kushina looked at all this in horror, and for a moment, she was actually stunned. Uchiha. Chiba. Kushina was shocked inwardly. What is he going to do? Why does he appear in that place? Long. Chapter 102. It was not just Kushina who was stunned, but also Hyuga Hayashi in the front line. His Byakugan saw the desperate approach with his own eyes. At the same time, I saw with my own eyes that Chiba actually came to the trajectory of the tailed beast bomb flight in advance. That little body just stood outside the front line, and he was facing the impact of tailed beast bomb with a cane. In that posture, the tailed beast bomb was not in his eyes at all. Guard the land under your feet. Chiba's words still echoed in Hyuga Hayashi's ears. He didn't worry about why Chiba seemed to have known the arrival of tailed beast bomb in advance. Now, he can only pray that miracles can happen. So, did Chiba-san see that? Suddenly, Itake's words rang in Hyuga Hayashi's ear. Hyuga Hayashi was surprised. See it? Of course he knows that the so-called seeing is not to see with the naked eye. Chiba is invisible. Itake meant that Chiba knew the danger was coming in advance. Yes, Mr. Chiba, he always knows everything. Especially dangerous, as long as he speaks, there is no exception. At this moment, Itake suddenly looked at Chiba's back and smiled. Hyuga Hayashi was stunned for a moment. Can you still laugh now? That's why he will go there early. What can I do if I pass it early? Do you think Chiba can block that kind of thing? Impossible. That was a full blow from the Eight Tails. Even Master Kushina, it might not be able to stop it. Of course, if Namikaze Minato is here, he can easily transfer it with his space ninjutsu. Unfortunately, Namikaze Minato cannot be here at this moment. Yeah. Yes. Itake nodded. He never doubted Chiba. Hyuga Hayashi was stunned. He was shocked by Itake's overwhelming trust in Chiba. Whether it was just now or now, it was terrible. Why do you believe him so much? Chiba-san gave me the back, and I also gave him the back, nothing more. Deadly friendship. There is no need to doubt. That is blasphemy against one's best friend. Then, the huge-tailed beast bomb comes with wind pressure. The rolling wind pressure blows away everything before the track. Chiba gathered chakra on the soles of his feet so that he would not be blown away, and then slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. He carried the knife and walked slowly towards the galloping tailed beast bomb. Every step is terribly stable. The tip of Zanpakuto's knife struck the ground. A frequent scratch was left on the ground. And with this knife mark, the surrounding earth seemed to have lost its gravity, unexpectedly vacated one after another, floating around Chiba. This is a very strange scene. Every time Chiba took a step, a piece of earth floated around him. The power of gravity has been poured into Zanpakuto by Chiba, and it has reached its limit. Ding. Randomly trigger special tasks. As a ninja, you should be bathed in blood, and as the inheritor of Fujitora Smile, you should make his swordsmanship famous in the ninja world. Special tasks, reputation, prevent the invasion of Cloud Shinobi, win the war, rewards, thunder attributes, chakra nature changes, Fujitora Smile template progress, 2%, Aizen Sosuke template progress, 0.5%, limited time for 3 days. The voice of the system came in my mind. However, Chiba at this moment has no intention of caring about the content of the special mission. At this moment, all his attention was on this huge-tailed beast bomb that was flying towards him. If he were to face the 8 Tails Killer Bee directly, Chiba would not be an opponent, maybe he would be killed instantly. However, if it is an attack like Tailed Beast Bomb, Chiba will be fearless. At the moment the Tailed Beast Bomb came over, Chiba held the knife in his back and cut out a knife instantly. This knife was not intended to cut the Tailed Beast Bomb open. Chiba does not have such strength yet. With this knife, he wields gravity. Right in the sky. Gravity rebounds. For a moment, Chiba released the purple circle of gravity with the power of the fruit of gravity. The circle of gravity spread out one after another, and instantly soared towards the bottom of the Tailed Beast Bomb. This is not a substantial attack, but a rebound from gravity. The moment when the gravity circle touches the bottom of the Tailed Beast Bomb, there was a boom. The huge gravitational recoil instantly sank the earth. An invisible shock was instantly released from the bottom of the Tailed Beast Bomb. Then, just when all the ninjas on the Konoha front line were stunned, the huge Tailed Beast Bomb was suddenly lifted under a strange force. At this moment, the flight trajectory of the Tailed Beast Bomb was changed. Although Chiba's gravitational rebound only acts on the Tailed Beast Bomb for an instant. However, this momentary rebound made the Tailed Beast Bomb raise the height of tens of meters. Boom! The huge Tailed Beast Bomb instantly galloped past Konoha's front line, carrying enough wind pressure to blow people away, and flew to the back of Konoha's front line at an extremely fast speed. About a few seconds later. Boom! It was a shocking noise. All the ninjas on the Konoha front line turned their heads and saw the mushroom cloud rising at the end of the horizon. This moment, all ninjas understand the significance of Jinchuriki Ki as a strategic weapon. At the same time, this is also the real reason to limit Jinchuriki Ki's full liberation on the battlefield. It took a few more seconds for the mushroom cloud to rise. The huge wind pressure brought smoke and dust billowing in, sweeping the entire Konoha front line. Although this made all Konoha shinobi eaten ashes. However, in the face of this devastating blow, Konoha front line, no injuries. At this moment, all the ninjas in Konoha were stunned, and Hyuga Hayashi was stunned. He stared blankly at the small figure behind the front line. Chiba, what did he do? Then, the front line was instantly engulfed by the deafening roar of Konoha shinobi. And in this piece of deafening cheers, Killer Bee, who was suppressed by Kushina's Myojin Gate, stared wide-eyed at the person who easily changed his Tailed Beast Bomb trajectory. That is a child. Looks almost 6 or 7 years old. His eyes were covered with black cloth and he was leaning on crutches. At this moment, the description of the 3 emissaries of Cloud Shinobi came to Killer Bee's mind. This guy is just grabbing 2 people from Wooden Golem. Moreover, he actually blocked this uncle's Tailed Beast Bomb. And just between Killer Bee's horror, the voice of 8 Tails rang instantly. Bye, don't be in a daze. That woman, she's here. Chapter 103. Kushina's speed has been increased to the extreme at this moment. At this moment, her heart felt like riding a roller coaster. It just fell to the bottom due to the release of Tailed Beast Bomb. However, when she saw her disciple actually bounced Killer Bee's Tailed Beast Bomb, Kushina couldn't describe her feelings. Chiba, I did not choose the wrong person for accepting you as an apprentice. There is no doubt that you are the hero of this war. Uchiha's hero. Kushina has no time for shock or surprise. As soon as she saw Chiba fly the Tailed Beast Bomb, she immediately began to move, turning around and rushing in the direction of Killer Bee. The Mingshen Gate is just temporarily suppressing the Tail Beast. Her Myojin Gate does not have the overwhelming pressure of first Hokage. Therefore, if the Tailed Beast Bomb has the first shot, it is very likely that there will be a second shot. Therefore, only the Tail Beast and Killer Bee can be regarded as 8 Tails Jinchuriki Ki that has repelled Cloud Shinobi. Kushina will not allow herself to make a second mistake. 9 tails, after I go back this time, I will find you to settle the account. At this moment, only a flash of blood could be seen on the battlefield, and it flew towards 8 tails with extreme speed. Killer Bee was reminded by 8 tails 12, recovered from the shock of Chiba, and immediately launched a counter-attack against Kushina. Ho 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 ho. Roaring 8 tails wanted to break free from Myojin. However, the suppression of Myojin Gate is no joke. The head of 8 tails was firmly suppressed, and the earth collapsed because of the power of the tail beast, but the golden door did not move at all. The next moment, the 8 tails waved at Kushina at the same time. It's useless, I won't give you another chance. Kushina's hands are printed. In an instant, dense golden chains flew out of Kushina's body. The golden chain instantly tied the 8 tails of 8 tails, and then pulled it suddenly, directly binding and fixing it on the ground. Killer Bee's face changed. At this moment, the head and tail are both restrained, and they have to face Kushina, who is coming galloping. This is the worst situation. 8 tails, maybe it will really be suppressed. Drop into the endless darkness. At this moment, Kushina landed on 8 tails' head. She nodded her hands and patted 8 tails fiercely on the head with one hand. Seal technique, seal of the 4 elephants. With a thud, Kushina slapped the palm on 8 tails' head fiercely. The next moment, centered on Kushina's palm, an inky black sealing technique that resembled a spider web instantly unfolded on 8 tails' head. This technique was smashed into 8 tails' body severely. At this moment, Killer Bee's body solidified. The voice of 8 tails Jayaki rang in Killer Bee's mind. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Bye. It's troublesome this time, my chakra, and I'm conscious of being. Before 8 tails had finished speaking, the voice stopped abruptly. Killer Bee trembled inwardly. At this moment, he could not feel the existence of the tail beast in his body. 8 tails was sealed in the 4 elephants by Kushina. Immediately afterwards, Killer Bee's body changed drastically at this moment. His body, which was completely tailed, began to shrink, and in just a few seconds, he was transformed into a human form. Killer Bee was horrified. Little 8 is missing. However, the tailed beast chakra is still there. Killer Bee made a judgment instantly, that is to say, 8 tails was not completely sealed. There is a turnaround. As if seeing through Killer Bee's mind, Kushina grinned and appeared in front of Killer Bee instantly. No, there is no chance. 8 trigrams composed of 4 elephants will completely seal your tail beast. Without the key, you can't even feel the tail beast chakra. Then, here comes the second seal. The same as the seal of the 4 elephants. Once this seal is completed, the 4 elephant seal and the 4 elephant seal will construct the 8 sign seal, which in turn will completely seal the 8 tails in the dark. Although 8 tails is still in Killer Bee's body, Killer Bee will no longer be able to manipulate the tail beast. It was the moment when Kushina was about to seal. Her pupils shrank suddenly. Something is coming, and the speed is ridiculously fast, even on top of myself using 9 tails chakra. Kushina's powerful perception captured this powerful chakra almost instantly. There can be nothing wrong. It's Raikage. Only he has such a speed. Kushina frowned. It's too late to finish printing. But, at least, seal your tail beast chakra. The knot of Kushina's hands changed instantly, and 5 groups of chakra flames instantly appeared on the 5 fingers of the raised right hand. Without hesitation, Kushina blasted directly at Killer Bee's body. The seal of the 5 elements. And this moment, with the thunder, almost instantaneously, Raikage appeared. That overwhelming speed almost formed an afterimage in the air. Then, oncoming, there was only a simple punch. There is no bells and whistles. That was a punch that Raikage used to activate latent chakra mode. Its power is incredible, even above the power of Killer Bee's tail coat. Go away, Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki. At this moment, the blood-red chakra in Kushina's body broke out instantly, and several blood-red tails swept across, trying to block Raikage's fist. Then, boom. The air burst instantly at this moment. There are 2 voices. The first blow was Kushina knocking the Killer Bee into the air with the 5 elements seal. In the second blow, Raikage's fist knocked Kushina and her blood-red tail into the air. Above the earth, it exploded instantly. With a blood-red tail swept twice, Kushina stood up from the ground, and subconsciously spat out blood. She is not without injuries. However, the vitality of her powerful Uzumaki clan combined with the tail beast chakra made the wound heal almost instantly. And the other side. Killer Bee wobbly stood up from the ground. The seal of 4 elephants and the seal of 5 elements completely confused Killer Bee's chakra. The seal of the 4 elephants made 8 tails not respond, and the seal of the 5 elements directly blocked the transmission of the tail beast chakra, and even made his own chakra confused. At this moment, Raikage stood above the golden Myojin gate, looked at Kushina condescendingly, and roared. All the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi, follow me to the Konoha front line. At the same time, almost instantaneously, Hyuga Hayashi also roared instantly. All Konoha Shinobi people, follow me and give full support to Lord Kushina. The game between Jinchuriki and Jinchuriki has come to an end. At this moment, there is only blood left on the battlefield, and death. The ninjas on both sides launched the final charge on the battlefield. P.S. There are so few flowers, brothers, don't forget to vote for free flowers evaluation after reading the book. Thank you guys in advance. Chapter 104. The roar of the battlefield resounded under this sky. After Konoha and the 2 Jinchuriki battles were divided, the ninjas between each other launched a final death charge towards each other. There is no doubt that Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki won. If it were not for the last Raikage's sneak attack, 8 tails would be completely sealed in darkness. It is a pity that the last 8 sign seal was not completed after all. The only way to temporarily seal the tail beast chakra and Killer Bee with the 5 element seal made it impossible for him to act as Jinchuriki. At this moment, Kushina was shrouded in a blood-red chakra, and behind it, there were 9 blood-red tails constructed by chakra. Threw up. Kushina spat out blood. At that moment, she was sturdily punched by Raikage. Even with the tailed beast suit as a defense, Kushina was still beaten up. That was a full blow in Raikage latent chakra mode. There are only a handful of ninjas in the ninja realm who can withstand this blow without dying. Click. Click. Accompanied by the flashes of thunder. Raikage jumped off the golden Myojin gate. At this moment, the muscles on his whole body were greatly activated because of the thunder shield chakra, and even his hair stood upside down. His expression was full of anger. It looks like I underestimated Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unexpectedly, he had let 9 tails Jinchuriki come to the front line long ago. It's really amazing to be able to repel the beastly tail, you are indeed. Raikage looked at Kushina calmly. Sorry, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't have the guts to let me go to the battlefield in advance. If it wasn't for my 2 lovely apprentices, maybe the front line would have been defeated by you. Kushina spoke calmly. Just now, it was really dangerous. If it weren't for Chiba's just bounced off the tailed beast bomb, Konoha's front line would be destroyed in an instant. He was almost wiped out on the battlefield. And if he did not come to the front battlefield, the consequences would be disastrous. Sarutobi Hiruzen, is this your responsibility as Naruto? On the front line of Konoha and Cloud Shinobi, I was always nervous. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually suppressed the Uchiha clan in the village. At the same time, Orochimaru's such a good combat power has no meaning at all. The Uchiha clan was also forced to paddle frantically in front of the fog. As Jinchuriki, Kushina is really disappointed. This Hokage is too incompetent. At this moment, Raikage stepped out to face Kushina. 9 tails Jinchuriki, you should be the strongest combat force on the Konoha front line now? That means, as long as you kill you, the Konoha front line will break without attack. Upon hearing this, Kushina's eyes narrowed slightly. I think I heard it wrong. With you, you want to kill me too. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Do you really understand the true power of 9 tails Jinchuriki? I care about your true power, I just need to know that if you kill you, Konoha frontline will collapse. In an instant, the ground exploded directly under Raikage's feet. He made no secret of his overwhelming power, and the speed that burst out at that moment directly caused Raikage's body to disappear from Kushina's sight. So fast. Really fast. At this moment, even Kushina had to sigh. Her eyes couldn't keep up with Raikage's movements at all. This guy Minato actually repelled Raikage and Killer Bee at the same time a year ago? While horrified, Raikage's attack had already come. Lariat. Raikage, brat, never play any fancy moves with you. His attacks have always been simple and rude. Destroy the enemy directly from the front with super high speed, even disdain to attack from behind. Because he has overwhelming confidence in his speed. However, it was this extremely fast blow, but Kushina avoided it, and instantly released the diamond blockade and flew towards Raikage, trying to restrain it. At the next moment, Raikage disappeared suddenly, and the golden chain couldn't keep up with Raikage's speed at all. Raikage couldn't help but praise Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki. After Namikaze Minato, you are the second person to avoid my blow. Should I say, is it a husband and wife? Between the words, there was a thud. The thunder on Raikage's body burst again, the bulging muscles became bigger, and he activated his cells again. It is rumored that the Uzumaki clan has the #1 perception ability in the world of ninja. It seems that this is not a joke. Today, I'm going to give it a try. Is it your perceptive ability or mine is faster? The moment the voice fell, Raikage disappeared in an instant. This time, his speed was even more terrifying, and there was even a sonic boom in the air. Go to hell, Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Raikage never thought of catching Nine Tails Jinchuriki like Konoha catching 2U wooden golem. That's not realistic. The strength of Nine Tails Jinchuriki is still higher than Killer Bee. Only with the consciousness of killing each other can we win. Therefore, Raikage's fist will never show mercy. But this time, Kushina didn't mean to dodge at all. Faced with Raikage's head-on punch, Kushina snorted coldly, and punched in an instant. Raikage's pupils shrank and couldn't help but shocked. You guy, dare to fight me? Boom. The collision of the fist and the fist caused the whole earth to burst. The huge impact spread out instantly centered on Kushina and Raikage. Next moment, Raikage and Kushina flew upside down at the same time. Raikage was shocked by this power. In the smoke, Kushina stepped out. Her right hand was broken, but there was no expression on her face. Nyolihao. Those eyes were terribly sharp. Raikage, you seem to have made a mistake. I am Nine Tails Jinchuriki. I think you should know what the 3 words Jinchuriki stand for. Want to defeat me with physical skills? It's harder than climbing to the sky. While talking, the broken right hand instantly recovered under the tail beast chakra, and the speed was even faster than the 8 tails Killer Bee. Raikage's eyes narrowed slightly. Is this the power of Nine Tails? All injuries will recover in an instant. This means that if Raikage wants to defeat Kushina with ninjutsu, it must exhaust all Kushina's tail beast chakra. But it's sealed inside Kushina, but Nine Tails. Compete with Nine Tails for chakra volume. Silly. Chapter 105. Cough cough cough. Kushina was knocked into the air with the 5 elements seal. For the first time Killer Bee felt that the chakra in her body was flowing so slowly. The seal of the 4 elephants temporarily cut him off from 8 tails Jayaki, and the seal of the 5 elements completely sealed the tail beast chakra he could use. Not only that, but the seal of the 5 elements also interfered with his own chakra. Is this Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki? I didn't expect it to be so terrible. I was almost sealed off, so let's leave that woman to the eldest brother to deal with it. Next, I will kill you. You stupid BD, you BD. It actually blew me and Xiaoba's tailed beast bomb. For a moment, Killer Bee, who was talking bad rap, turned his gaze on the tiny figure in the original book. With his eyes covered with black cloth and leaning on crutches, the man who just bounced the tailed beast bomb to fly. Killer Bee stepped out. Although his chakra was messed up by the seal of the 5 elements, he might not even be able to release ninjutsu now. However, in his opinion, the other party is just a 6 or 7-year-old child. Even relying on swordsmanship, he can still destroy the opponent. Killer Bee looked into the distance. Konoha's ninja is still charging and coming to the front line. There is at least 1 minute left. The same goes for the Cloud Shinobi ninja behind him. What can be done in 1 minute? There are so many things that can be done. Within a minute. Kill you. Yeah. Killer Bee raised Rock's hand and issued a victory declaration. Then, he came to Chiba calmly. I heard that you guy caught wooden golem. Yes. Chiba leaned on a cane and nodded calmly. Killer Bee set his eyes on Chiba's clothes. That is indeed the emblem of the Uchiha clan. As a Uchiha clan, he is blind. Interesting. Killer Bee looked at Chiba. At this time, Chiba slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto. You are 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Do you know how I caught you Cloud Shinobi Jinchuriki? I follow Uzumaki Kushina. Just like my master treated you just now, A seal of the 4 elephants and an 8-sign seal made Jinchuriki plunge into the darkness of the seal. The 5 elements seal uses the 5 chakra attributes as a medium to directly seal chakras sealing technique. This time is not enough for you to recover, understand? Zanpakuto in his hand gave a light wave. The smoke and dust on it rippled. At this moment, Killer Bee was stunned. He looked at Chiba in horror. This guy is really blind. He saw through all his intentions. Killer Bee really wants to recover his chakra and then do something with Chiba. He wouldn't underestimate Chiba just because he looked like a 6 or 7-year-old kid. Grabbing the 2 wooden golems and flying their own tailed beast bomb can show some problems. Then Killer Bee spoke. It seems that the 2 of you, wooden golem, were indeed caught by you. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. In that case, let me kill you here. Who wouldn't speak big words? That is the seal of the 4 elephants and the seal of the 5 elements. You can stand firm now and I can already recognize your strength. The Killer Bee in its heyday was enough to kill Chiba instantly. Unfortunately, the current Killer Bee is not only the tail beast sealed, but also chakra is extremely chaotic. Chiba doesn't think he will lose to the current Killer Bee. Especially in terms of swordsmanship. Chakra is everything in the ninja world. All battles that are not based on chakra are bragging. Chakra is confused, Killer Bee and ninjutsu will be affected. Speed, strength, responsiveness. Everything will be weakened. This is not a joke. It turns out that the Uchiha clan is so difficult to deal with. Your age is not worthy of your strength and age. In the future, Chiba must be a terrible enemy. And so, Killer Bee wants to bury Chiba here. Today, I must be able to write great rhymes. Between words. Killer Bee is not delaying time. Since the intention is seen through by the opponent, he will defeat Chiba as quickly as possible. He slowly pulled out the shinobi behind himself. At the moment the knife was unsheathed. With a click. Latent chakra instantly covered the Shinto sword, and its high-frequency vibration even sent out ultrasonic waves and made a sharp scream. However, the thunder disappeared in an instant. Tisk. Sure enough. Chakra is chaotic, it is impossible to change the nature of chakra. In that case, suppress it with swordsmanship. Behind Killer Bee, there are 7 knives. In terms of swordsmanship, he felt that he would not lose to anyone. Therefore, even if chakra is sealed, he is still strong. Swordsmanship is his strong point. However, swordsmanship is also Chiba's strength. That is a heavy cut from top to bottom. Killer Bee swung the knife and pressed it down fiercely with the weight of his whole body. Killer Bee didn't know the true strength of Chiba. However, no matter how hard the opponent struggles, it is impossible for a 6 or 7-year-old body to have too much strength. Then, strength must be Chiba's weakness. However, face this blow. Chiba instantly held the knife backhand, poured the power of gravity onto his Zanpakuto, and instantly picked it up. Gravity cut. Boom. The collision between the knife and the knife burst into violent sparks instantly, and the metal collision sound was extremely harsh. And this moment, Killer Bee was stunned. That was his full slash, even though ninjutsu was affected by chakra. However, this blow was still enough to crush any ninja. However, the power coming from Chiba's knife was terribly heavy. Do you know? Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi. Gravity, relying on brute force, cannot be overwhelmed. And, did you hear it? My knife, it's groaning. It says, your soul is delicious. For an instant, Killer Bee was stunned. He really seemed to hear the groan of the sword. This inexplicable power was actually shaking his soul. There is a problem with this knife. This is an extremely terrible knife. Must not be cut. At the moment Killer Bee was stunned. Chiba smiled suddenly. He actually suppressed Killer Bee's knife in reverse, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly. Gravity suppression. For a moment. Unbelievable gravity instantly blasted Killer Bee's back. Boom. Killer Bee's legs plunged deeply into the ground in an instant. This overwhelming gravity instantly crushed Killer Bee's legs. Just let Killer Bee kneel on the ground. This moment, Chiba began to fight back. The prey and the hunter, at this moment, reversed. Chapter 106. This incredible pressure made Killer Bee's face change. Is this a ninjutsu that manipulates gravity? Is something similar to Rock Shinobi's augmented rock technique? Bouncing yourself the truth about tailed beast bomb, is this gravity? At this moment, Killer Bee's brain was running wildly, and Chiba didn't give him time to think at all. At the moment of using gravity to suppress, the knife in Chiba's hand was already cut towards Killer Bee's head. At this moment, Killer Bee shuddered. This tremor does not come from the body, but from his soul. Chiba's knife, just being close, seems to affect his soul. Must not be cut. Once cut, the damage caused is definitely not just physical damage. At this moment, Chirabai broke out in an instant. Thunder rippled from all over his body. This is latent chakra, the same ninjutsu as Reikage. However, due to the seal of the 5 elements, the latent chakra he extracted is so pitiful that it can't be compared with his usual. The burst at this moment also freed Killer Bee from Chiba's gravity suppression. Clang! Chiba's slash came. Killer Bee instantly raised his right hand and blocked the blow with Shinobi. Gravity cut. And this knife is terribly heavy. Killer Bee wanted to counter-attack after blocking it. However, Chiba's observation haki had already foreseen all his next actions. Gravity is unstoppable. Chiba's second knife was cut at the moment Killer Bee was about to swing the knife. Killer Bee had no choice but to raise his hand and resist it with a shinobi sword. Gravity cut. And this knife was heavier than the one just now. If you change to another ninja, I am afraid that this force has already been overwhelmed. However, Killer Bee still caught it. Cloud Shinobi is already good at ninjutsu, and Killer Bee is one of the best. Although Chakra was confused because of the seal. However, Killer Bee's power is still very exaggerated. However, this blow eventually caused Killer Bee to lose his balance. Chiba calmly dealt with all this. The next moment, he held knives in both hands, holding the gravity to the limit. Gravity cut. The third cut directly defeated Killer Bee's defense. The one-handed ninja sword was directly bounced off by Chiba's gravity, and Killer Bee was hit by Chiba in the front. Killer Bee couldn't imagine it. Originally in his opinion, strength would be Chiba's weakness. However, now, Killer Bee himself was repelled by the so-called weakness. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. At this moment, Killer Bee looked at him deeply. Killer Bee didn't seem to have the intention of catching the ninja sword in his hand. So that's it. Don't even give me the chance to get a knife. It seems that you are also very good at using knives. In this case then I will play with you. At this moment, Killer Bee raised both hands at the same time, placed them behind her, and grabbed all the knife handles with her fingers. There are 7 Killer Bee knives in total. Leaving aside the former Heitake Sakumo, Killer Bee should represent the pinnacle of swordsmanship in this ninja world. It was a swordsmanship that even Sharinon couldn't see through. I've heard it a long time ago. Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi is a swordsman with 8 swords. That superb technology makes all the enemies frightened. Unfortunately, your 8-sword style has a fatal weakness. Chiba spoke calmly. But Killer Bee didn't seem to hear it, and instantly pulled out all the knives behind him. The 7 knives revolved in the sky instantly, complicated and transformative. At this moment, Chiba's perfect observation haki was opened. The strongest haki swept past, and Chiba faced all of this blankly. All the flaws of Killer Bee were all revealed in front of Chiba. It's all weaknesses. There are weaknesses all over the body. Killer Bee, if I change to the usual, I really want to talk to your Beideo style. Unfortunately, this is the battlefield. I don't know where your swordsman inherited. However, in my cognition, a swordsman can never let his sword out of his hand. 7 knives look gorgeous, but at the moment of drawing the knives, in front of the real great swordsman, it is enough to tell the winner. Chiba spoke calmly, and then, when Killer Bee's knife was unsheathed, he moved. Seeking flowers. He held the knife in his back, clasped his hands on the handle, and swept across in an instant. Gravity Knife Tiger. In an instant, the gravity accumulated in Chiba's Zanpakuto swept across. The huge lateral gravity directly blew all the unsheathed knives away. At this moment, Killer Bee was stunned. His knife was blown away by Chiba? Chiba has never seen Killer Bee's swordsmanship in a real sense. However, in the original book, Suzuki's Sharinon couldn't keep up with the complicated technology. That superb swordsmanship looked terrifying. However, it was discovered after Chiba accepted the inheritance of Fujitora's smile. Killer Bee violated the absolute truth of being a swordsman. Knives are for holding. All prerequisites for being a swordsman is to hold his own sword firmly. You can be defeated, but you must not shake your own knife. The moment the knife leaves the hand, it means defeat. and defeat means death. But none of Killer Bee's 7 knives were used to hold them. This is Killer Bee's biggest weakness as a swordsman. With the sword gone, is the swordsman still a swordsman? At this moment, Killer Bee looked at the young man who was only 6 or 7 years old in disbelief. Is he really invisible to his eyes? The eyes are clearly invisible, but, during the battle, Chiba saw through all his moves. Terrible Uchiha genius. Just as Chiba blows Killer Bee's 7 knives by gravity, he turns around and bursts with extremely fast speed in an instant. Since you have blown away my 7 knives, then try my 8th knife. And Killer Bee's 8th knife, named Lariat. At this moment, Chiba didn't move, but calmly held his Zanpakuto. Then, just when Killer Bee's lariat was about to hit Chiba, a pair of scarlet Sharingan appeared next to Killer Bee. These eyes saw through all the movements of Killer Bee. Then, it pierced Killer Bee's heart. Chapter 107. This is a blow from the lore. When the pair of scarlet Sharingan appeared next to Killer Bee felt all the hairs on her body stand upside down. Where did this person come from? He looks about the size of Chiba, but he looks like 6 or 7 years old, but the scarlet Sharingan is 3 Gyu. Another Uchiha genius. Killer Bee is very fast. However, all of this was seen by Sharingan's overwhelming dynamic vision. Then, Uchiha Itaki aimed at Killer Bee's heart and stabbed it fiercely. At this moment, Killer Bee changed his actions instantly. The right arm that was supposed to blast Lariat instantly lifted up, blocking the lore with his arm. Puffed out. Accompanied by the sway of blood. Itaka's ninja knife directly pierced Killer Bee's arm and continued to pierce towards the heart. At the same time, at this moment, Killer Bee's left hand also held the body of the ninja sword, preventing the ninja sword from moving forward. Shinobu's sword stopped abruptly less than 1 centimeter from Killer Bee's chest. Under the grip of Killer Bee's muscles and palms. No matter how hard it was, he couldn't move forward. Seeing this, Itaka furrowed his brows, raised his hands, and instantly hit the hilt of the ninja sword, trying to pierce the ninja sword into Killer Bee's heart. But Chiba's speed was faster. He directly grabbed the collar of Itaka's back, pulled him back, and slashed at Killer Bee with a backhand. Faced with Chiba's knife, Killer Bee's face changed slightly. He was even more nervous than facing the knife that Itaka stabbed his heart, and quickly avoided. At this point, the two sides instantly opened up the distance and looked at each other. At this moment, Itaka spoke unhappy. Chiba-san, it was a great opportunity just now, how did you bring me back? Your Sharingan, you should have seen his movements. If you continue to stab, your head will be blown away by him. That's Lariat, the famous skill of Abi's combination. There are few in the ninja realm that can hold it. Itaka was a little unconvinced. It is precisely because I saw his movements that I stabbed, because I will be faster than him. This is the rare stubbornness of Itaka. Itaka rushed forward earlier than all the ninjas on the Konoha front. After he saw the tailed beast bomb being bounced by Chiba, he rushed over as fast as he could. Because he will not leave Chiba alone on the battlefield. At this moment, Killer Bee calmly pulled out the shinobi from his arm, and then quietly looked at Chiba. Behind both sides, Konoha and Cloud Shinobi's ninjas rushed out in a roar, and instantly tore each other on the front line. Chiba and Itaka faced the Killer Bee at this moment, and seemed a little out of tune with the surroundings. Killer Bee knew that the war was over. And he was taught a good lesson in swordsmanship by Chiba. All the situations where Chiba and Killer Bee played against each other were under Raikage's gaze. The importance of Jinchuriki Ki is self-evident, especially after the loss of Jinchuriki Ki. Therefore, even during the battle with Kushina, Raikage paid attention to Killer Bee. At this moment, even he couldn't help frowning. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Did those two sealing techniques have such a big impact on Bai? I was stabbed by 2 Uchiha kids. If as usual, that kind of kid, Killer Bee is enough to kill instantly. At this moment, Raikage made a judgment. Killer Bee no longer has the ability to continue fighting. If you continue to fight, there is a risk that even Killer Bee will be lost. At this time, Kushina seemed to have seen through Raikage's thoughts, and Kushina smiled. Raikage, do you want to fight? Raikage looked at Kushina very upset. This time, lucky Konoha. After speaking, Raikage disappeared instantly. Kushina looked at the distance at the moment, Chiba and Itaka smiled. As expected of my lovely apprentice. Killer Bee threw aside the shinobi that she pulled out from her arm. On the battlefield, he calmly commented on Chiba. "Uchiha kid, your swordsmanship, where did you learn it?" Hearing this, Chiba smiled, holding Zanpakuto in his hand, and stepped out. "What do you want to learn?" I can let you see, this sword is called Great Swordsman." The moment after saying this sentence, Chiba's momentum was elevated to the apex at this moment. Ranked at the apex of the sword. This is an overwhelming aura that only Killer Bee, a swordsman, can detect. At this moment, Killer Bee even felt that thousands of slashes were slashing towards him behind his back. Very scary. Then, Chiba mentioned Zanpakuto, and instantly slashed towards Killer Bee. Killer Bee doesn't dodge, but stars are shining in her eyes. This is the Great Swordsman? Then, clang. Chiba's Zanpakuto was blocked with one hand by the sudden appearance of Raikage. Thunder flashes all over. Raikage looks at Chiba blankly. This was Chiba's full blow, but Raikage didn't move. At this moment, Chiba wants to know. How much is the gap between himself and the top of the pyramid of the ninja world at this moment? Then, gravity knife hell trip. That is the ultimate gravity suppression that Chiba can use now. At this moment, the gravity can directly crush the two of Chakra using the tail beast by wooden golem. However, Raikage didn't even frown. This extreme gravity caused Raikage's legs to sink directly under the ground. However, Raikage did not even bend his knees. Raikage looked at Chiba calmly. Those eyes were all killing intent. Chiba knew that if Kushina was not standing behind him at the moment, he would be killed instantly by Raikage. Even if he can predict the future, he can't avoid it. However, Chiba did not foresee the future of Raikage's hands. Raikage is a fool, not an idiot. If he does it to himself, the tail beast cannot be used, and even the Killer Bee, whose chakra is sealed and chaotic, will be instantly killed by Kushina. In Raikage's view, Chiba's life is far less than Killer Bee. Therefore, he can only swallow this breath. Raikage, compromised. Well, my lovely apprentice. The war is over. This moment, Kushina's hand lightly carried Chiba's shoulder and gently pulled him back. Chiba also took his Zanpakuto back. At the same time, Raikage took another look at Chiba's knife. Even if he was as strong as him, at that moment, he trembled because of that knife. Is it a human problem, or a knife? This is not important anymore. Raikage looked at Chiba quietly. Black cloth, crutches, this image has it all. The two were defeated by wooden golem by Chiba. Uchiha kid, what's your name? Uchiha Chiba. Really, I remember you. Chapter 108. Today, Chiba is the first time he has seen the real gap between himself and the top of the ninja pyramid. In this era when the combat power has not yet begun to expand, Raikage can definitely represent the peak combat power of the ninja world at this moment. Chakra, which is comparable to the tail beast, coupled with Cloud Shinobi's unique lightning-style chakra mode, gives Raikage the speed second only to Flying Thunder God and the overwhelming power that every flat can be used as a big move. When your speed and power reach a certain height, even if you don't use ninjutsu, its existence is overwhelming. In the face of such a Raikage, Chiba cut out the strongest knife he could cut at the moment, and even the fruits of gravity were blessed to the limit by him. However, Raikage didn't move. The gravity of the fruit of gravity did shake Raikage, but Raikage didn't even bend his knees. This is the gap. The current Chiba can't even break defenses. Only by clearly recognizing his position can he grow up. Chiba knows that he has a long way to go. Raikage looked at Chiba calmly. Behind him, Killer Bee didn't say a word. His lame 12-foot rap has always played a role in easing the atmosphere, but the defeat on the battlefield has hit him more than he thought. Killer Bee naturally knew what this battle meant to Cloud Shinobi at this time when the two were captured by wooden golem. That was definitely not an act of impulsiveness that Raikage couldn't swallow. The battle between Ninja Village and Ninja Village is the battle between the country and the country, and the battle between the country and the country has always been politics, without exception. Cloud Shinobi's banner against Thunder Country is to implement military expansion. However, if the two-tailed Jinchuriki as a military weapon is not only captured by Konoha, but also repelled from the frontal battlefield, what attitude does Cloud Shinobi Village use to face the country of Thunder? At the same time, why did you apply to Lei's Higyo to develop a military economy? Developing the military requires money. It takes money to cultivate ninjas. Where does the money come from? Most of them are not from the land of Thunder. At this moment, Cloud Shinobi and Konoha's ninja are torn together, engaged in a true life and death battle. On the battlefield, the ninjutsu of the 5 flowers 8 gate bloomed. In just an instant, a large number of ninjas were injured and even died. Although this battle has just begun. However, Reikage knew that this was already an impossible battle. He could not continue to fight at the risk of losing the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Then, he took a deep breath and instantly shouted from the center of the battlefield. All Cloud Shinobi ninjas. Now leave the battlefield as quickly as possible. The war is over. Accompanied by Reikage, there seemed to be a substantive shocking sound. In an instant, the entire battlefield was quiet for a moment. All the ninjas were stunned, and then lost in a daze. What happened? The war is over? Why? They just rushed to the front line. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. No one will give them redundant explanations. And even more frightened is undoubtedly the ninja of Cloud Shinobi. Because the conclusion of the war comes from their Reikage. After saying this, Reikage took a deep look at Kushina, Chiba, and Itachi. He remembered all 3 of them. One person sealed the tail beast. One person blocked the tailed beast bomb. There was another person who almost pierced Killer Bee's heart in a sneak attack. Konoha, this account will come back sooner or later. Bye, let's go. After saying this, Reikage turned around in an instant and walked away. But Killer Bee kept up silently. Following Reikage's turn, he left the battlefield. At this moment, all Cloud Shinobi ninjas were dumbfounded. What does this mean? As the head of a village of Cloud Shinobi, Reikage is also the commander-in-chief of this Cloud Shinobi front line. His departure from the front in an upright manner can only explain one thing. The conclusion of his war just now represents the defeat of Cloud Shinobi. In an instant, the thoughts of the originally imposing Cloud Shinobi ninja fell to the bottom in an instant. Lost? Why? What happened in the middle of the battlefield? No one will tell them. It's just that, the next words that make all Konoha Shinobi uplifting make all Cloud Shinobi realize this fact. The defeat of Cloud Shinobi has become a settlement. Kushina took a deep breath, and her voice instantly spread throughout the battlefield. Konoha's ninja. Our war with Cloud Shinobi is over. Konoha a big victory. Be happy, this battlefield will be the most shining pride of all of you. Kushina's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. At this moment, all Konoha Shinobi were silent. 1 second. On the battlefield, there was a full second of silence. Then burst out loud cheers. This cheer came from Konoha's ninja. Under these cheers, Cloud Shinobi's ninja quickly evacuated with injured companions and corpses in unwillingness and doubt. At this moment, Itachi stared blankly at the boiling battlefield. He witnessed the entire battlefield. And among the cheers, he really understood. Chiba dash. Itachi carefully pulled the corner of Chiba's clothes. What's happening? I know, the meaning of life. The cheers continued, louder than any pre-war slogan. Some people are happy simply because they are still alive. Some people shed tears because their companions are still alive. Some people cry to mourn the death of their friends. Others are full of hope for the future and look up at the sky. Surrounded by various sounds, at this moment, as long as the ninjas of the Hyuga clan are madly rushing towards the center of the battlefield. As the main force on the front line, they didn't even have time to chase after the Cloud Shinobi ninja who had beaten them for so long. Then, Chiba was lifted up in an instant and threw it high. That comes from the cheers of the Hyuga clan to heroes. Other Konoha Shinobi people may not know. However, the Hyuga clan holding Byakugan could see clearly with Byakugan at the moment the tailed beast bomb struck. Tailed beast bomb was blocked by this little figure. And this saved the lives of all the ninjas on the Konoha front. At this moment, watching Chiba being thrown up high, Itachi smiled happily. Chiba-san, this is the meaning of life. However, the next moment, Itachi and Kushina were suddenly thrown up by a group of Konoha Shinobi. This day, Konoha, 3 heroes were born. Chapter 109. It was the opposite of Konoha's cheers. The ninja of Cloud Shinobi followed Reikage's footsteps with the wounded and corpses and evacuated the battlefield as quickly as possible. They didn't know how they were defeated until they quit the front line. The war started in only a few minutes. Konoha and Cloud Shinobi both had casualties between each other. Moreover, in terms of the number of people, their Cloud Shinobi can steadily crush Konoha. More importantly, in a chaotic place like the battlefield, Ordinary ninjas can't use that range of ninjutsu. Even the detonation talisman must be used carefully to avoid accidentally injuring teammates. On this battlefield, physique is the king. The main force of the two sides competed with the main force's hard power. And between the ninjas of the two sides of the war, the competition is more physique. However, Cloud Shinobi is a great nation of ninjutsu. In this regard, there is a natural advantage. They really couldn't find the reason for their defeat. After the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi had retreated to the front line of Cloud Shinobi's own, Raikage stopped. Raikage jumped and came to the heights. At this moment, all the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi raised their heads and turned their eyes to Raikage. Raikage's eyes swept across. That look lacked the usual sharpness and gained a sense of stability. Then, he spoke calmly. Ninjas of Cloud Shinobi. This time, it is not your defeat, but my defeat. It was my wrong decision that led to our defeat at Cloud Shinobi. I'm sorry everyone. With that said, Raikage bowed deeply to everyone at Cloud Shinobi. At this moment, all Cloud Shinobi ninjas were silent. This was the first time in their lives, and the only time they saw Raikage bow his head and admit his mistake. They never knew that Raikage, who has always been famous for being a reckless man, also has the tender side of the Iron Man. However, the next moment, Raikage's style of painting suddenly changed. There was a boom. Raikage's whole body suddenly exploded, and the rippling thunder suddenly shocked everyone. But a momentary failure means nothing. We did not lose in the frontal battlefield of Cloud Shinobi. You didn't lose. In any case, you are the pride and glory of Cloud Shinobi. Now, all Cloud Shinobi ninjas present are rewarded for their merits. Placing the wounded and being sympathetic to the families of the deceased. Then, keep in mind this failure and remember this anger in your heart. Be angry, ninjas of Cloud Shinobi. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. At this moment, all Cloud Shinobi ninjas reacted. That's right, this is the Raikage they are familiar with, the familiar brat. Even if they were defeated, their momentum remained undiminished. Raikage watched all this calmly, with a smile on his face. At this moment, Azabai, who is Raikage's secretary, quietly came to Raikage's narration and spoke. Master Raikage. We are defeated. If you squander the economy of our village like this, there may be a break in the economy. Hearing that, Raikage didn't change his face. We at Cloud Shinobi develop the military. I have to guarantee the aura of our ninja. This time, we will get it back from Konoha sooner or later. After speaking, Raikage left in a cool manner. Killer Bee has been silently following behind Raikage. He knew that the main reason for this defeat was him. Big brother. Just as Killer Bee wanted to speak, Raikage glanced at him and spoke calmly. It's not your fault. I made the wrong judgment and let you break into Konoha's trap area by yourself, and you finally ran into Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki. However, you have to reflect on your own faults. Even if you were sealed by Nine Tails Jinchuriki, I didn't expect you to be repelled by Konoha's two little ghosts. This is also the reason why Raikage really retreats. Killer Bee didn't even have the power to defeat the two Konoha imps. On such a battlefield, once besieged by Konoha Shinobi, you might be captured alive. Raikage can't afford that kind of risk. Upon hearing this, Killer Bee clenched his fist. He really wanted to reflect, and he kept thinking about the battle with Chiba. Is Chiba strong? It's definitely not. However, when facing Chiba, Killer Bee always had a feeling of being unable to use it. Even if his tail beast was sealed, Chakra was confused. It shouldn't be so embarrassed. Suppress Chiba with strength, but Chiba in turn defeated him with gravity. He wanted to fight back with swordsmanship, but when he drew his sword, all the swords were blown away. None of his moves were used and all were interrupted by Chiba. More importantly, the last cut. His name is Great Swordsman. As a swordsman, Killer Bee saw the realm of swordsmanship. A swordsman absolutely can't let his sword out of his hand. Subconsciously, Killer Bee squeezed the knife in his hand. He couldn't hold the knife firmly on the battlefield. Just as Killer Bee was dumbfounded, Raikage's words came again. After returning to the village this time, you will teach Wooden Golem all the methods of manipulating the tail beast. You are forbidden to take a step out of the village before Wooden Golem can't achieve complete tail animalization, you know. If the change is normal, Killer Bee will definitely complain with her own rap. But this time, he didn't. He just nodded silently. I see, brother. At this moment, Raikage took a deep breath. He knew that he was about to start preparing for negotiations with Konoha. As a defeated country, he must minimize the loss of his village and make good use of Shimura Danzo's bargaining chip. Not to mention this side. Unlike the front line of Cloud Shinobi, Konoha seems to be swallowed up in laughter. For the first time, the joy of victory permeated Konoha's front line. During this year, all the humiliation and unwillingness were released at this moment. Konoha's front line was beaten by Cloud Shinobi for a year, almost never won, and could only be able to withstand Cloud Shinobi's offense. And this victory directly wiped out all the previous humiliation. Everyone flocked to Konoha's three heroes. And in this case, a secret report suddenly spread from Konoha village to the front line. The content of the secret report is very simple. Hyaga Hayashi, the commander-in-chief of Konoha's front line, was dumbfounded. Sarutobi Hiruzen, come to the front in person. So. Chapter 110. How many years has Sarutobi Hiruzen not been on the front line battlefield? At this moment, no one knows about the ninja on the front line. It seems that since Sarutobi Hiruzen reached the summit as the third Hokage, he has never been seen active on the battlefield again. And his title of the strongest Naruto, which is enough to be included in the ninja school textbook, has finally become history. Is it because of old age? Next door Rock Shinobi's Onoki is older than Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, Onoki is still active on the front line battlefield, and leads Rock Shinobi's ninjas to invade the Land of Fire. If it weren't for the victory of the Namikaze Minato squad in the Battle of Shinobi Bridge, the current victory or defeat between Rock Shinobi and Konoha is really hard to say. As Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not come to the front line when the front line needed support the most. However, just after they repelled Cloud Shinobi and won, Sarutobi Hiruzen came. This is really intriguing. With a snap. After Kushina saw the secret report, she slapped the shot on the table fiercely. The huge force directly shattered the table. That fierce temper was not lost to Raikage, a brash man. Old man Sarutobi, you really have you. We have just won the front foot, and the back foot is about to go to the front line. His Naruto is really comfortable. Kushina hated Naruto for the first time. Before that, although she didn't care much about Konoha's senior management. I don't like it, but I don't hate it. However, the behavior of Konoha's executives during this period is really disappointing. A good hand, which was played poorly. A lot of power is consumed in internal fighting. It was really unexpected that the Third Ninja World War could achieve such results. Whether it is Rock Shinobi's victory or Cloud Shinobi's victory, it really has nothing to do with Konoha's senior management. Rock Shinobi was stopped by Namikaze Minato bitterly. As for Cloud Shinobi, it was the Hyaga clan who was struggling with their lives. They are Konoha's heroes. Hearing this news, Chiba was not surprised. There are too many reasons for Sarutobi Hiruzen to come to the battlefield in person. It could be that Danzo was captured alive by Cloud Shinobi. It can also be said that they captured Cloud Shinobi's two-tailed Jinchuriki alive. And it is more likely that Chiba and Itaka caught the two-tailed Jinchuriki. However, it will never be Konoha's simple victory. There is no support when the front line is tense, and immediately after the victory, the front line ninja will be dissatisfied. Doesn't Sarutobi Hiruzen know? No, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows. However, he still made the decision to come to the front line now. Is he stupid? No, Sarutobi Hiruzen is never stupid. He just wants everything under his control. Because there are too many uncontrollable things in the Konoha front line now. Uzumaki Kushina who violated the order. Grab Chiba and Itaka of Jinchuriki, read more at hotantleNovel.xyz. Even if Chiba and Itaka came to the front line, but did not return the news in the first time, Hyaga Hayashi. And he just learned about Shimura Danzo who was captured alive by Cloud Shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed that this village was slowly getting out of his control. With all these factors out of control, Konoha won. Catch the second tail Jinchuriki and win a big victory. So, who does this victory belong to? Is it the Hyaga clan, or Uchiha, supported by Uzumaki Kushina? What worries Sarutobi Hiruzen even more is that Hyaga Hayashi concealed the news of Chiba and Itaka even though he knew that he and Uchiha were not dealing with Naruto. Does the Hyaga clan also mean to fall to Uchiha? Even if there is a slight possibility, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not let it go. When there is doubt, it is not easy to eliminate. Then, Chiba smiled. Seeing this, Itaka was stunned for a moment. Chiba-san, what are you laughing at? We are going to end the battle as the Uchiha clan, but now Hokage is here. That's why I will laugh. With that, Chiba smiled happily. Because, I can't help but see Sarutobi Hiruzen's shriveled expression. Really, Chiba-kun started again. You can't see with your eyes. Times make heroes, and heroes have already been born. The torrent of the times cannot be reversed. You know what, Itaka? On this front line, Sarutobi Hiruzen has no prestige. What he has to face is not just the two of us. It's the entire Konoha front line. Because, we are their heroes. Itaka did not understand the true power of the so-called hero. Ancient emperors, why can generals bring soldiers to rebel, and the emperor's imperial decree can be ignored? Because, the nearest to them is always the general on the front line, not the emperor who sits in the palace every night. The emperor who can go with the soldiers on the battlefield is definitely different from the emperor who hides in the city wall and enjoys the glory and wealth. So here comes the problem. What kind of Sarutobi Hiruzen? With that, Chiba patted Itaka on the shoulder, and smiled. Itaka, watch it. The arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen this time will be a turnaround for our Uchiha clan. At the moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression is very bad. On the front line of Cloud Shinobi, something big happened. Completely out of his control of major events. Before, Hyuga Hayashi had reported to him that he had captured the second tail Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled crookedly. Jinchuriki was caught because of Cloud Shinobi's defeat. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no plans to go to the front. He knew that that was the advantage that the Hyuga clan had struck down with their lives, and he should enjoy this contribution alone. However, one day, he got news from the roots. Danzo was caught by the front line of Cloud Shinobi. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was dumbfounded. When did Danzo go to the front line? The more explosive intelligence is still to come. It was Chiba and Itaka who caught the second tail Jinchuriki. One of them was the son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Then, Uzumaki Kushina was gone, and sneaked to the front line of Cloud Shinobi. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew something was wrong. Uzumaki Kushina must have intentionally supported Uchiha, otherwise she would not accept Chiba and Itaka as apprentices. But what do you mean by Hyuga Hayashi? Niu Jinchuriki was caught by the Uchiha clan for such a big thing, why didn't you tell me this, Hokage? Don't you put my Naruto in your eyes? For an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of the possibility that the Hyuga clan might turn to support Uchiha. Think about it in a blink of an eye. Co-author: now the front lines are all people who support the Uchiha clan. Is this okay? So, Sarutobi Hiruzen is here. He came to the front in person. It's just that he didn't come to the front to kill the enemy. His spear was aimed at his own ninja. This is Hokage's Hokage. Said Naruto. Chapter 111. After Sarutobi Hiruzen got the news, he traveled from the village to the front line as quickly as possible. Along the way, Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing, his expression terribly cold. The three Umbu guards next to him were all a little frightened. Because, even for them, it is the first time to see Sarutobi Hiruzen with such a terrible expression. Finally, after exiting the border of the country of fire, you can see the front line. The arrival of Naruto. After all, it was a major event, and they also issued a notice. In any case, as Konoha's ninja, even if he is on the front line, he should come out to greet him. However, in the camp on the front line, there is no sign of welcome. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became colder. There is a bad feeling in his heart. Hokage comes here in person. There isn't even a welcoming person. Ninja on the front line, isn't it too much? An Umbu murmured. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. The Umbu suddenly bowed his head and said no more. The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly walked towards the front line camp, and the three Umbus he brought with him silently followed behind him. After entering the camp, Sarutobi Hiruzen came directly to the main camp. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen almost thought that he had gone wrong and came to the front line camp of Cloud Shinobi. The few ninjas passing by did not give him a good face. Just greeted Hokage coldly. Hokage-sama, you have come to the front line. In the words, there is no excitement at all. Am I entering the enemy camp? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was so dark that water dripped. He calmly walked in front of the main camp, and then directly pushed the door open. And at the moment the door opened, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. The seamless connection between expressions is like changing a mask. Ninjas on the front line. There is no doubt that you are all Konoha's heroes. You are all inheritors of the will of fire. I burned myself and guarded Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Konoha's Hokage. Thank you everyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke calmly. The smile on his face couldn't see the slightest violation. This is just one of his many hypocritical masks. At this moment, there were 4 people facing him. Hyuga Hayashi, Uchiha Chiba, Uchiha Itachi, and Uzumaki Kushina. It is still the set of Will of Fire. Chiba and Itachi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly, and Kushina turned white. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at them, and wrote their dissatisfaction willfully on their faces. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Only Hyuga Hayashi reacted in an instant. He smiled with a smile on his face. Unexpectedly, Master Naruto would come to the front in person. You are welcome, I hope Master Naruto will not blame it. Hyuga Hayashi then led Sarutobi Hiruzen to a position and sat down. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen also confirmed. Hyuga Hayashi is not the Hyuga Hayashi of the past. To become the patriarch of a clan, many things must be seen clearly. Especially the reason why I came to the front in person this time. After all, Hyuga Hayashi is the #1 family of Konoha except Uchiha at the moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally did not want to push the Hyuga clan to the Uchiha clan. And so, as long as Hyuga Hayashi is smart enough, he should show himself when he appears on the front line. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen received only a perfunctory welcome. Is this what he needs? No, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't need it. Without an attitude, it means showing an attitude. The Hyuga clan disappointed him after all. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen still has a smile on his face. He knew that coming to the front in person at this time would inevitably arouse dissatisfaction from the frontline ninja. However, he still has to come under pressure. I got information. Shimura Danzo, the assistant of Naruto, was caught by Cloud Shinobi. This is a big event and the main reason why I came to the front line. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to find a reason. A perfect reason. As a high-level Konoha, Danzo knows a lot of secrets about the village. So, we must attach great importance to this matter. Never leave Danzo and Cloud Shinobi. Therefore, this negotiation with Cloud Shinobi will be personally made by me as Hokage. I hope Patriarch Hayashi can understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke calmly. The secret of worrying about Konoha will actually take all the credit for this time. Seeking flowers. In frontline battles, the victorious commander-in-chief has always negotiated with the enemy. This is the honor and credit given to the frontline fighting family. Only when the treaty is finally signed, Hokage will really come forward. This is done to distinguish rewards and punishments. Although the frontline ninjas have fought, they have also gained merit and glory from the war. Let Konoha's ninja be able to guard Konoha more desperately. Such as the war with Rock Shinobi. At this moment, it is Namikaze Minato who is negotiating with Rock Shinobi. However, this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen will take away all such credit. Knowing that this will arouse public anger. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen still came under pressure. He can't let Uchiha develop anymore. If the credit for repelling Cloud Shinobi really falls on the Uchiha clan, what kind of prestige will Uchiha bring? Sarutobi Hiruzen can't imagine. As Hokage, he has the right to do so. At the same time, he also has a legitimate reason to guard the secrets of the village. Who dares to refute such a reason? Leaking the secrets of the village is tantamount to betrayal. Betrayal is in the law, but it is a felony. No one can afford it. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly swept across the floor with a smile, extremely relieved. However, at this time, after all, someone stood up. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to remember the so-called memorial meeting of the heroes of the Uchiha clan. At that time, there was also a person who stood up and made him faceless in front of all races. Still covered with black cloth, still leaning on crutches, still the same person. Uchiha Chiba. Sarutobi Hiruzen still has a smile on his face. It's Uchiha Chiba. Do you have any questions? At this moment, Chiba stepped out, came to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and spoke calmly. Now, Naruto-sama. I want to report someone to you. He framed our Konoha companion and is our Konoha traitor. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion condensed. Who? In the face of betrayers, we will never tolerate. Naruto Assistant, Shimura Danzo. Chapter 112. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very dissatisfied with Danzo's action this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew exactly what bad water he had in his stomach. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen would rather Danzo's strategy succeed. It is better for him to repel Cloud Shinobi than to fall on Uchiha. Obviously he is in a high position. Once he comes to the front line, Danzo can take over the position of Hyuga Hayashi as the commander-in-chief and easily gain military exploits. In that case, even a pig can take off. However, Danzo could be caught by Cloud Shinobi. Shimura Danzo, you are really a talent. With his own arrival, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about a lot of obstruction from Uchiha, Chiba and Itachi. However, the only one who never thought that the other party would use Shimura Danzo's betrayal of the village as a reason. Danzo betrayed? What an international joke. The old Danzo dreamed of getting the position of Hokage. Would he run counter to his obsession? He can do many things without compromise. However, there will be no betrayal alone. Because Danzo himself knew that betrayal is a dead end. Sarutobi Hiruzen is smiling. Without Uchiha Fugaku's presence, these two little guys are immature after all. Geniuses always want to be the first bird, this is their common problem. And what Sarutobi Hiruzen is best at is to shoot the headshot. Uchiha's child. I understand your mood. Although you have just won a major victory on the front line. However, this is not because you suspect that your fellow villagers rely on. Betrayal is indeed a felony in the law of the village, but the crime of slander is also not small. I hope you can speak carefully. Whether it is you, me, or Shimura Danzo, they are all heirs to the will of fire. They are all members of Konoha. He will not betray. Sarutobi Hiruzen is smiling, but there is no smile on his face. His meaning is very obvious. If you want to obstruct me with this kind of reason, don't even think about it. Both slander and betrayal are serious crimes. It is best to think clearly before you speak. In that case, Hokage-sama, who is also our high-level Konoha, if Shimura Danzo betrayed, would it be Hokage's dereliction of duty? Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. This is an open provocation to him. After the light swept around, Chiba said such harsh words to Hokage, but no one around him stood up to speak, which already explained the problem. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not answer. The words can't be too full, how could he not know this kind of thing, the old and refined? Obviously, this is a set. It is impossible for him to drill in. You said Shimura Danzo betrayed, is there any evidence? Hokage-sama, please look at this. At this time, Itachi suddenly stepped forward and gave out a scroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen took it patiently and opened it. Inside, there is a road map, read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Master Naruto knows what this is. Itachi asked. Of course, this is the supply route map sent by Konoha to the front line. These road maps were drawn up by him himself, how could he not know? Is there anything wrong with this road map? At this moment, Chiba smiled and then spoke. I think, only the senior management of Konoha will have access to this kind of confidential documents, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not speak. And if there is no opening, it means default. Indeed, this confidential roadmap is only known to their senior management. After all, the more people know, the more likely it is to leak out. Children of Uchiha, what do you want to say? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't confirm what the other party would play for himself. At this time, the right way is to adapt to the changes. Uchiha Itachi and I are part of this supply team. And during the transportation, we were attacked by Cloud Shinobi. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed. That's it. Unexpectedly, the hand of the Cloud Shinobi spy reached such a place. This kind of information can be obtained by them. Fortunately you are all right, that is a blessing in misfortune. Otherwise, we Konoha will lose 2 more geniuses. Sarutobi Hiruzen's worries seem to be true, and that emotion is not leaking. However, his heart trembled. Did Danzo leak the information? Does he want to borrow a knife to kill someone? After all, before that, he had hinted to Danzo to deal with Chiba and Itachi. However, at this moment, Chiba smiled. Master Naruto. I never said that the supply troops took this path. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. What do you mean? Hokage-sama, Cloud Shinobi's spies can inquire about the route map information, I can understand. But, they can't be so powerful that they have changed our road map. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression revealed a touch of shock. What? The road map changed? This should be a way to confuse Cloud Shinobi spies. Half of his shock was pretending, and half was real. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed shocked. Danzo actually changed the road map in order to borrow a knife to kill someone? Doesn't this leave people a handle? Following the original route, it can be said that it was detected by Cloud Shinobi's spies, but how is this round after changing the route map? Of course Sarutobi Hiruzen would not know. The real reason for Danzo's higher road map is to get Chiba's knife. The knife that can kill the soul. Really? So, why did our team get attacked by Cloud Shinobi after the road map was changed? Is this because a traitor deliberately changed the road map, leaked information, and wanted to kill someone with a knife? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Uchiha's child. I understand your mood. Your guess is reasonable, but this does not mean that there are traitors in our village, let alone that Shimura Danzo is a traitor. At this moment, Chiba smiled. What he was waiting for was this sentence from Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this time, Itaki immediately drew out another scroll, and after making a seal with one hand, the opened scroll suddenly burst into a burst of white smoke. And in the white smoke, what appeared was a corpse. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly. What does it mean? Master Naruto, after Itaki and I were attacked by Cloud Shinobi. I also encountered a chase from within the village. This is one of the pursuers. And I can also be sure that the person who gave the assassination order should be a traitor who wants to kill with a knife. With that, Chiba opened the corpse's mouth directly on crutches. And what emerged from it was the pitch-black curse imprinted on the tongue. The moment I saw this curse seal, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank suddenly. At this moment, Chiba quickly stabbed the attacker with his hand, and it suddenly reacted. Master Naruto. I hope to dispatch an assassination team immediately to assassinate the traitor Shimura Danzo who was caught by Cloud Shinobi. Before he leaked the secrets of our village to Cloud Shinobi. Please kill it. This is the final blow. Chapter 113. The curse mark on the tongue. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally knows what it is. The immortal mark of the tongue. That is a curse seal that only Danzo can use. In order to be able to rule his roots and completely control the roots in his own hands, Danzo will imprint all root ninjas with this kind of curse. This curse seal has a very strong binding force. Once branded, he will never betray Danzo, and will never reveal any information about Danzo. If there is something unique in this world, then this immortal seal of tongue is definitely one of them. Even Hokage, he has a little understanding of this curse. I don't know how to grow it, let alone how to solve it. This is Danzo's secret. In normal times, this kind of curse is Danzo's best umbrella. However, now it has become his strongest proof of killing with a knife. Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely stunned. I didn't expect that the set would be in such a place. No, this is not a set, all these are the handles left by Danzo. Master Naruto. I hope to dispatch an assassination team immediately to assassinate the traitor Shimura Danzo who was caught by Cloud Shinobi. Before he leaked the secrets of our village to Cloud Shinobi. Please kill it. Uchiha Itaka's sonorous voice still echoed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears. Sarutobi Hiruzen has no expression on his face and his brain is a little confused. How to break this round? Uchiha's child. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, however, he didn't wait for him to continue. The gate of the camp was suddenly pushed open with a snap. Suddenly a swarm of ninjas emerged from the door. These ninjas are representatives of various races on the front line. Hyuga, Abarame, Nara, Akamaiki. At this moment, all of them came to Sarutobi Hiruzen one after another. In the next moment, the mighty voice was released from the mouths of these ninjas. Master Naruto. I hope to dispatch an assassination team immediately to assassinate the traitor Shimura Danzo who was caught by Cloud Shinobi. Before he leaked the secrets of our village to Cloud Shinobi. Please kill it. Please kill it. Please kill it. That sonorous voice was extremely powerful. And, in every sound, there is indignation. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. What a grudge, What a grudge. What did Shimura Danzo do? Can the frontline ninjas of all races unite and let him die? Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was horribly cold. He can be certain that the Hyuga clan should have turned against the Uchiha clan. But what happened to the other races? The patriarchs of their races are not here. Where did their courage come from to unite against their own Naruto? Is it just because I came when I was the last time to come to the front line? Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has never been cut out since sitting in Hokage's position, would not understand. What a demon it is when he is fighting the enemy bloody battle on the front line, as a high-level person, but borrowing a knife to kill someone behind his back. He is guarding the village, but the village uses the enemy to kill his family. What are you protecting? It was never Chiba that brought the people on the front line together. It was the Konoha executive who pushed these ninjas to Chiba's side. Uchiha and Konoha don't deal with each other, so what? Compared with Hokage, who hides behind and never gives support. Chiba, a Uchiha clan, blocked the tailed beast bomb of Cloud Shinobi Jinchuriki from the front and saved the lives of everyone present. Never underestimate the anger from the battlefield, especially the soldiers on the front line battlefield. The war has caused them too much pain. They don't want to go through betrayal anymore. Danzo just aroused the anger of the crowd. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. He has countless fake faces, talks to people, talks to ghosts. This is his advantage as a politician. But at this moment, he actually didn't know which mask he should use. Because angry fighters will never compromise with words. Only action can appease the hearts of the people. Do you want to compromise? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Chiba, and then at Uzumaki Kushina, who had never spoken next to him. I am Hokage, Konoha's Hokage. How can you compromise? However, now, he must make a choice. The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up. Everyone, be quiet. With regard to Shimura Danzo, as Hokage, I have to track down to the end. There is no doubt that this is a big deal. Never make a decision that simple. We can't let go of any betrayer, and at the same time, we will never mistakenly kill any companion in the village. If Danzo is really assassinated, then the truth of the matter will never surface. So, I hope everyone can calm down. At this time, Danzo needs to be taken back from Cloud Shinobi. At that time, Danzo will be interrogated personally by Umbu and I. It will definitely give everyone back justice. If he really made a betrayal against his fellow villagers. As Hokage, I will personally execute him publicly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, after all, compromised. It is impossible for him to provoke public anger at this time. He is a politician and needs to find a breakthrough in politics. Danzo absolutely can't die. Just kill and say, you can't die now. He is dead. What about his roots? At the root, there are Dalian talents he has brought in, and the number of them is no less than that of Umbu. And the secrets that Danzo has. None of these are reasons why Danzo can die easily. And facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation, the ninjas of various races on the front line did not accept it. Obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen is losing prestige as Naruto. This is not surprising. Will a ruler who hardly sends support to the front line have prestige? Impossible. At this moment, Chiba really looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen smiling. Obviously he can't see it, but Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that Chiba is looking at himself. Terrible Uchiha, Danzo of pig brains. The second time, this is the second time. Because of Chiba, Sarutobi Hiruzen made concessions. Naruto's assistant Shimura Danzo has something like this, and I, as Naruto, are also responsible. This time, I think this time I am not suitable to attend this negotiation with Cloud Shinobi. I hope Hyuga Hayashi, the commander-in-chief, can talk about more benefits for Konoha. More importantly, we must bring back the Sinner Danzo. The Sinner Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen put it very hard. Chapter 114. Sarutobi Hiruzen's answer finally caused the angry frontline ninjas to disperse. All frontline ninjas who nearly died under the tailed beast bomb know the value of life. Naruto is not trustworthy as expected. Because, when they fought bloody battles on the front line, they hardly received support from the village. And it was a blind man in Uchiha who saved their lives. The blind man of Uchiha who was suppressed by Naruto in every possible way. Is such a Hokage qualified to represent the victory they have worked hard with their lives? No, he has no such qualifications. The ninjas of all races except the Hyuga clan knew that after returning this time, they would inevitably be reprimanded by the clan and actually disobeyed Konoha's Hokage in person. But what then? Lao Zi almost died on the battlefield. To be able to come back alive to see his wife and children, the credit does not lie in Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted Hyuga Hayashi's settlement with an uncomfortable expression as if he had eaten shit. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen can be regarded as understanding a sentence. Not afraid of opponents like gods, but teammates like pigs. Danzo, please ask yourself your blessings. You better pray that you have enough reasons for me to keep you this time. Otherwise I will really execute you publicly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was terribly cold. Danzo is a root buried in the soil. The root represents darkness and carries the countless black pots of Konoha. And at this moment, the biggest culprit was not what someone else had deducted from him, but he had picked it up by himself. The front line of Cloud Shinobi sent a tip. The final negotiation will be 3 days later. Because Konoha caught Cloud Shinobi's Jinchuriki, and Cloud Shinobi caught Konoha's Danzo. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for this negotiation to be prolonged for a long time. Both parties want to quickly end the negotiation, and then settle the accounts. Unlike the Rock Shinobi front line, it can be dragged for a long time. Solving the biggest threat from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kushina was not so happy as he thought. What's wrong? Mr. Kushina? Chiba asked subconsciously. At this moment, Kushina sighed and spoke slowly. To be honest, I'm a little disappointed with Konoha now. Grandma Mito taught me before, as long as my heart is filled with love, even as Nine Tails Jinchuriki, I can get happiness. Grandma Mito is protecting Konoha as Nine Tails Jinchuriki as she wishes. But, is the current Konoha worthy of my protection as Jinchuriki? Uzumaki Kushina was a little confused. Whether it was Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo, she was too disappointed. I am afraid, they did not treat Kushina as a partner in the same village, but treated it as a nuclear weapon. But, 4th Hokage is your teacher, right? Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. When the time comes, isn't it worth coming to guard it? Upon hearing this, Kushina's face suddenly condensed. Then he turned his head to look at the owner of the voice, Uchiha Itachi. Then, with a snap, Kushina slapped Itachi directly in the forehead, almost taking him away. What do you call me a man? That's your master. Itachi, let me tell you, don't learn from Chiba boy what you don't have all day long. That kid is not a good thing. He has a bad stomach, don't you know? At this moment, Itachi felt aggrieved on his forehead. What's wrong with me? He was used to listening to Chiba before, so this time he spoke subconsciously. Seeing this scene, Chiba did snicker beside him. Itachi curled his lips unhappily. Chiba-san, you are still embarrassed to laugh. All because of you. Well, 2 little guys. Let's go and meet our captives. Since the peace treaty is about to be signed, the captives cannot be brought into the negotiation arena in that embarrassing posture. Even if you are doing it, let the captives go up cleanly. Kushina stretched out, and at this moment, it seemed that both body and mind were relaxed. Then, directly leading Chiba and Itachi to the front line sealing room. At this moment, the shameful sealing technique outside the seal room has long been taken down by Kushina. After pushing the door to enter, a platform can be seen in the center. On the platform, a few simple techniques are inscribed, and the 2 wooden golems are lying quietly on it. After entering, Kushina glanced at the 2 wooden golems and couldn't help but speak. So what did the 2 little guys do to her? Even if it is a seal, this is too embarrassing. His clothes were tattered all over, and his face was covered with smoke and dirt, just like coming out of a mud puddle. Chiba spread his hands. No way. At that time, the 2 of wooden golem were buried alive by her with the ground. In short, you can't let her be brought to the negotiation field like this. Shame. With that said, Kushina stepped out and came to the 2nd wooden golem. The moment she raised her hand, Kushina inflicted a seal technique into her body. In the next moment, wooden golem, who had fallen asleep since being sealed, gradually opened his eyes. It was the moment she woke up. She suddenly raised her fist and struck Kushina as if she was crazy. Konoha's ninja, go to death for me. Her thoughts seemed to stay at the moment before being sealed. The first thing to wake up is still fighting. Cloud Shinobi's military philosophy is indeed terrifying. However, as soon as the two rushed over from wooden golem, Chiba lifted his cane and tapped the ground lightly. In an instant, the unbelievable pressure slammed on the back of the two wooden golems, and directly crushed them. Again. The two of them were taken aback by wooden golem. In memory, she seems to have been suppressed once by this too. Under the pressure of this gravity, she wanted to stand up. However, there was not a trace of power under his body, King of Neo. Not to mention the tail beast, even chakra can't be used. Don't waste your energy. Your chakra has long been sealed. However, the two wooden golem, whose thoughts were already confused, couldn't listen at all, and still wanted to resist this gravity. At this moment, Itaka looked at the two wooden golem blankly, and suddenly spoke. Cloud Shinobi chopped off one of Danzo's arm and gave it to our front line. Should we chop off her hand and send it back? For an instant, Chiba and Kushina were stunned, and they looked at Itaka. They never knew that Itaka was so black-bellied. The two parties involved were even more stunned by wooden golem. Even the resistance movement stopped. She just wants to know. Who is Danzo? Why should I chop my hand? Life? Chapter 115. I noticed that both Chiba and Kushina were looking at them. Itaka was stunned for a moment. What's happening? Did I say something wrong? Cloud Shinobi chopped off an arm of our Konoha captive. It's okay for us to chop it back. There is indeed no problem. The problem is, they all forgot about Danzo being chopped off. After all their attention was focused on condemning Danzo. Do you want to chop? Brushing sound. Itaka directly drew out his ninja sword. This moment, both wooden golems' bodies stiffened. This horrible conversation instantly awoke her consciousness. She immediately realized. He became a prisoner of Konoha. At this moment, watching Itaka draw the knife, Kushina was stunned. On the other hand, Chiba held his chin solemnly and spoke very seriously. Okay. Chop it. After all, we almost died in her hands at the time. It's not too much to chop off her arm. Okay. After speaking. Without hesitation, Itaka swung his knife towards the second wooden golem who was crushed by gravity on the ground. Chiba was stunned immediately. Damn it. You really cut it? He was joking, but he didn't expect Itaka to actually do it. Then, Kushina slapped Itaka on the forehead again and almost took Itaka away again. Itaka was dizzy and couldn't help asking. Mr. Kushina, why hit me again? Chiba asked you to chop, you really chop, can't you hear him joking? Itaka was stunned. Can't help but cast a puzzled look at Chiba. Chiba held back his smile, still not holding back. Itaka was immediately upset. Mr. Chiba. You are too much. I believe you so much, you deceived me? Really, do you think Jinchuriki with lack of arms and legs is valuable or the complete Jinchuriki is valuable? Of course it is complete. Itaka spoke without hesitation. So, what's the use of you cutting her now? Danzo was chopped and chopped, that's what he deserves. Also, Danzo is missing an arm, and Cloud Shinobi can offset less compensation. Isn't it worth buying? Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. At this moment, Danzo is officially reduced to a measurement tool. Chiba chuckled aside. Kushina glanced at Chiba, then spoke. What's so funny? Chiba, go get her clean, otherwise Cloud Shinobi thought we tortured their Jinchuriki. Chiba froze for a moment. Why me? I'm afraid Itaka is going to cut her stupidly again. Itaka was so angry. I no longer cut her. If you can, better dress her up. Chiba's face went dark. Ms. Kushina. I can't see it. Kushina froze for a moment. Oh, I remember, then forget it, just clean it up. The cleaner the better. In this way, there are reasons for Cloud Shinobi to pay more. Kushina smiled satisfied. She knows. Danzo must have been tortured. After all, who didn't know that Danzo was Konoha's senior? When the time comes, the captives of the two sides came up for a comparison, and the gap was immediately seen. You see, you also tortured the prisoners in our village, are you embarrassed to reduce the compensation? Look at your captives of Cloud Shinobi. They are radiant. Are you embarrassed not to pay more? Although the real negotiation cannot be like this. However, it probably means so. Then, Kushina grabbed Itaka by the collar and pulled him away. Ms. Kushina, where are you taking me? Since you want to end the battle as the Uchiha clan, there are some things I have to tell you that you have to use it when negotiating. With that said, Kushina dragged Itaki away. Now, only Chiba and the two wooden golem are left. Chiba leaned on a cane and tapped. Gravity was instantly removed from the two wooden golem. Perceiving the disappearance of gravity suppression, the two wooden golems immediately stood up from the ground. I heard it all. You can't chop me. Hearing this, Chiba froze for a moment and couldn't help but speak. Aren't you arrogant on the battlefield before? It's Jinchuriki from Cloud Shinobi anyway. Can you kind? What's that? Do I have it? The two-by-wooden golem didn't feel anything wrong at all. He is a prisoner, too arrogant but will be beaten. She is not the three tigers sent by Cloud Shinobi before. Let's go. Chiba pushed the two wooden golems' backs with a cane and told her to walk out of the camp. At this moment, the two of wooden golem were observing the setting of the camp, trying to find a way to escape. Don't think about it, you can't escape. Don't say the tail beast is sealed, you can't even use chakra now. Moreover, take 10,000 steps, even if you can use the tail beast, can you escape? Why is this? The two-by-wooden golem gritted their teeth. Although he was not reconciled, Chiba was right. Chiba pushed her on the back of the two wooden golems with a crutch, driving her forward. Where are you taking me? Did you just hear it? Get you clean. Upon hearing this, the two of wooden golem were taken aback. She looked at an open stream in front of her, not knowing what expression she should show. Right here. What? Have you wronged you? Don't you remember that you are our captive? Chiba leaned on a cane and spoke calmly. Although the two knew that they were prisoners by wooden golem. However, looking at the empty surroundings, I still hesitated. Can't you find a closed place for me? You have a lot of requests. Chiba stepped out, came to the two wooden golem, and spoke calmly. I only say it once. Do you go down and clean it yourself, or do I clean it for you? Don't, I'll do it myself. With that, the two of wooden golem looked around subconsciously. After confirming that Chiba was the only one around, he took off his tattered clothes and jumped into the creek. At this moment, Chiba stood quietly on the shore, leaning on a cane, facing the two wooden golems. The two-by-wooden golem didn't worry about Chiba, after all, he couldn't see it. But there was obviously no one else around, and the two wooden golem always felt prying eyes, which made her tremble. At this moment, Chiba felt that the picture in front of him was extremely familiar. Once, there was also such a young girl who swaggered and took a bath in front of him. And they all think that they can't see it. Chapter 116. 3 days passed in a flash. These are the 3 most peaceful days on the front line since Konoha and Cloud Shinobi started the war. Both Cloud Shinobi and Konoha are preparing for the signing of a peace treaty. Konoha wants to get as many benefits as possible from Cloud Shinobi, and Cloud Shinobi wants to find ways to minimize losses. There were 4 players in Kano Akata's appearance. Hyaga Hayashi as the commander-in-chief and Uzumaki Kushina as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. And Chiba and Itaki who want to end the war as the Uchiha clan. Obviously, Hyaga Hayashi gave Chiba and Itaki the leadership of this negotiation. No, to be precise, it should be in the hands of Uchiha Itaki. The negotiator was Hyaga Hayashi, and the final signing of the treaty was Uchiha Itaki. Before entering the newly constructed negotiation room, Hyaga Hayashi patted Chiba and Itaki on the shoulders. Uchiha can have the 2 of you, it is the luck of the family. I hope that the Uchiha clan will shine again under the leadership of the 2 of you. You are the benefactors of our Hyaga clan. Our Hyaga clan has always been rewarded for grace. No matter what happens, I will support you on behalf of the Hyaga clan. While talking, Hyaga Hayashi smiled and stroked Chiba and Itaki's heads, and then gently pushed them to the door of the negotiation room. Go. Go and retrieve the glory that belongs to your Uchiha clan. Hearing that, Chiba nodded, and Itaki also showed an appraisal look. I will, Uncle Hayashi. Itaki is not the same as it used to be. Uchiha is Konoha's Uchiha, this matter will not change. However, the Konoha high-rise is not necessarily the real Konoha high-rise. Sometimes, changes need to be made. Itaki knows now. As the son of the patriarch, he bears more than his own destiny behind his back. There is also the fate of the people he is connected with. Sensing Itaki's nervousness, Chiba patted him on the back. Itaki, are you ready? Itaki took a deep breath, exhaled it slowly, and nodded. Well, I'm ready, Chiba-san. In this case, let's make our Uchiha clan's turnaround battle beautiful. With that, Chiba and Itaka stepped into the negotiation room. This is a small step for these two little Uchiha. It was a big step for the entire Uchiha clan. The negotiation room is not big. This is a temporary place built by Konoha as the winner during the 3-day idle time. At this moment, as the representative of Cloud Shinobi's negotiations, the 4 positions are already full. The 2 headed by them are not others, they are Raikage and 8 Tails Killer Bee, and beside them are 2 old men who Chiba doesn't know. This should be Cloud Shinobi's negotiating team. Leading troops to fight, Raikage is absolutely top-notch. However, if it is a negotiation, Raikage is far behind, and the title of Reckless Man is not for nothing. And behind the 4, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. There is another seat. Danzo is sitting there at the moment, eyes closed, looking calm. If it hadn't been for his right arm to be empty, no one would think of Danzo as a prisoner. Seeing Konoha's negotiation, Raikage immediately set his eyes on the 4 of them and spoke calmly. Konoha, are you here? The 4 were seated immediately. Chiba and Itaka calmly walked to the middle position. At this time, Danzo, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Chiba and Itaka are sitting, but the negotiations are leading. That is to say, does this credit belong to Uchiha after all? Hyuga Hayashi made a concession. Does it mean that the Hyuga clan supported Uchiha? Damn the Hyuga clan, when you come back to the village, you will know how wrong you are now. When Chiba and Itaka were about to sit down, Raikage on the opposite side frowned. That's the position of the head. Konoha, could it be possible that you 2 let the 2 young guys face to face with me? I don't think they have such qualifications. If you do this, it's hard for me to feel that you want peace. Facing Raikage's troubles, Chiba and others didn't respond at all. They just came to their place and sat down peacefully. At the same time, the 2 brought in from behind will be played by Wooden Golem as a captive against Danzo. After all 4 of them sat down, Chiba crossed his hands and spoke calmly. Raikage, I think you seem to have made a mistake. It's Konoha who wins. Put away your lofty posture. Now, as losers, you are asking Konoha for peace. As for the concept of peace, I hope to show enough sincerity in the next negotiations. Otherwise, it would be difficult for us to feel it. Seeking flowers. Chiba spoke calmly. Although it looks like a child of 6 or 7 years old. However, the aura that he showed at the moment he spoke was terribly suppressed. Even Killer Bee and Raikage can feel it. If Chiba's eyes can see it. At this moment, his eyes must be terrifyingly deep. However, Raikage doesn't care about such oppressive words. He doesn't care about the idea of peace. What he admits is always strength. Only if you are strong enough can you be qualified to face me head-on. Everything else is imaginary, and whoever has the big fist has the right to speak. In his opinion, Hyuga Hayashi and Uzumaki Kushina are the opponents against him and Killer Bee. At this moment, Itaka slowly closed his eyes, and at the moment when he opened it, 3 Guyu Jade were depicted on a patch of scarlet. 0. Raikage, I hope you can recognize the current situation. My name is Uchiha Itaka, the son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Now I represent Konoha and also sit here on behalf of the Uchiha clan. My Uchiha clan is never afraid of fighting. If you want to continue fighting, we are on the front line, we can continue. If you want peace, just sit here obediently. I only say it once. If you get involved in anything other than negotiations, I will treat it as a declaration of war against Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Seeing this scene, Raikage fell silent. Sharinan, he knew what it meant. That represents enlightenment. Those are eyes that can only be opened with a certain level of enlightenment. At the same time, that also represents talent. The 6-year-old Sangu Jade is very scary. At the same time, there was Chiba's 6-year-old Slash. Raikage has personally learned it. The 2 of Wooden Golem will be caught by these 2 men. At this moment, Raikage doesn't feel so surprised. At this time, as if to ease the atmosphere, Killer Bee knocked on the table lightly. Big brother. After recovering, Raikage put away his displeased expression. I see, take a seat. This is Raikage's compromise. At this moment, Raikage understood. What he faced was no longer the solemn Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's the strong Uchiha. At this moment, the negotiations officially began. Chapter 117. After Raikage's compromise, The negotiation officially began. Reikage cast a look directly at his negotiating team. As a defeated country, it is natural to take a certain attitude. The old man of the negotiating team immediately understood it, then took out a thick document, and calmly said, "The war between Konoha and our Cloud Shinobi is over. Our Lord Reikage follows the concept of peace and hopes to sign a peace treaty with Konoha. And peace is never free. We are willing to pay Konoha supplies in exchange for the hard-won peace." Cloud Shinobi's old negotiator is very interesting. He never said that Cloud Shinobi was a defeated country. What you can see between the lines is to seek peace. Even if the defeat was a fact, they would not admit it during the negotiation process. Am I defeated? I want peace. Konoha's side also sees through without telling it. At the next moment, the judge next to him sent the payment list compiled by the old Cloud Shinobi negotiator. After Hyuga Hayashi took it, he looked at it carefully. After a while, Hyuga Hayashi closed the document, put it aside calmly, and then spoke. "Cloud Shinobi's desire for peace, we Konoha have already learned. But, sorry, we can't accept it. 2 years ago, Cloud Shinobi broke the peace of Shinobi and invaded Konoha and caused too many casualties to Konoha. Now that Cloud Shinobi is defeated, Konoha will naturally have to get some compensation as the winner. Peace also comes at a price. Unlike Cloud Shinobi, Konoha is the winner. I made things clear right from the start. You Cloud Shinobi lost the battle, and that is to compensate Konoha for the loss." After pondering for a moment, Hyuga Hayashi spoke. "First of all, Cloud Shinobi has to pay Konoha for all the economic losses in the battle with you Cloud Shinobi for more than a year. Then, unconditionally put back our Konoha's Hokage support Shimura Danzo. As for the second-tailed Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi, you Cloud Shinobi need to pay battlefield supplies equivalent to the second-tailed beast as compensation to Konoha. This is the compensation list prepared by Konoha for you Cloud Shinobi, and I hope you will take a look." With that said, Hyuga Hayashi handed the list he had prepared to the judge. The judge took it, and then handed it out to Reikage and others. When he saw the contents of the list, Reikage's eyes widened suddenly, and there was even a hint of thunder on his body. At this time, Uzumaki Kushina sensed Reikage's chakra riot and couldn't help but speak. "Reikage, I hope you can restrain your emotions. Release your chakra on this negotiating occasion. I can equate it with declaring war on us Konoha again." Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Hearing that, Reikage took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Even if it is not Cloud Shinobi's good at negotiating, he saw that the items in this compensation list are too exaggerated. There are 10 million ninja supplies including kunao, shuriken, and ninja. A total of 500 tons of powerful explosives including detonating charms and gunpowder. 200 tons of various supplies, including bingliang pills and medical kits. Including the compensation for Konoha's battle losses this year, plus the redemption of money equivalent to the two-tailed beast, a total of 200 million taels. Cloud Shinobi seeded 3 coastal islands as Konoha's ninja training base. Develop the gate of Cloud Shinobi village as Konoha's trading place, and exempt Konoha merchants from taxes in Cloud Shinobi. At this moment, Reikage raised his head and stared at the 4 of Konoha fiercely. "Konoha, do you really have the sincerity of peaceful negotiations?" Upon hearing this, Chiba smiled. "Yes, of course. Our sincerity is equivalent to Reikage your sincerity. By the way, are the 3 of those last time good?" Hearing this, Reikage clenched his fists subconsciously. He knew that this was Konoha giving them Cloud Shinobi's stunner. Just like the last time he sent 3 envoys to Konoha camp. This is not sincerity, but Konoha's reply to Cloud Shinobi. At this moment, Cloud Shinobi's negotiating team was also frightened by Konoha's large-mouthed compensation. The content in this list is at least 10 times their bottom line. Not to mention the contents of the list, Cloud Shinobi can't get it out at all. Even if they can get it out, they can't agree to it. This can almost hollow out their entire Cloud Shinobi village. The old negotiator at Cloud Shinobi glanced at Konoha's people, and then calmly spoke. "First of all, it is about the cessation of the 3 islands and the exemption of taxes. This is not the scope of our Cloud Shinobi jurisdiction, but is led by Thunder Country. So, I'm sorry, we can't agree. As for other indemnities, we can only do 1/10. This is our biggest concession at Cloud Shinobi." Hearing that, Hyuga Hayashi's expression was solemn, and his right index finger kept tapping on the table. "Is it just 1/10? In this way, you Cloud Shinobi make it difficult for Konoha to do. These indemnities are just the economic losses that the war brought to Konoha. The precious ninja life we lost in Konoha has not yet been included in it. This meaning is already obvious. We Konoha did not have a big mouth from a lion, and the life of the most precious ninja has not yet been counted. Immediately afterwards, Konoha and Cloud Shinobi had a heated discussion on the issue of compensation. Its intensity seems to be no better than that of the frontline battlefield. And, in some ways, it's even more dangerous. Konoha wants more compensation. And Cloud Shinobi wants to reduce losses as much as possible. The negotiators on both sides seemed to have fought a big battle. And this kind of negotiation lasted for 3 days. On the third day, Konoha and Cloud Shinobi finally reached a consensus. Konoha returned to Cloud Shinobi's Jinchuriki key, and unlocked the seals placed on the two of Wooden Golem and Kiribi. And Cloud Shinobi returned to Konoha's Shimura Danzo. And half of the list given by Hyuga Hayashi before the compensation. At the same time, Konoha merchants will be exempted from taxes for 3 years on business in Cloud Shinobi village. At this point, the battle between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi ended with Konoha's victory. The two sides officially began to sign a peace armistice treaty. Reikage wrote his name on the treaty, while Uchiha Itachi wrote his own, and at the same time, printed the Uchiha family emblem on it. This represents the end of the battle as the Uchiha clan. And at the last moment, as Konoha and Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared. As Hokage, he shook hands with Reikage and officially recognized this treaty. Chapter 118. The appearance of Sarutobi Hiruzen caused the originally calm Danzo to frown. Something is wrong. He knows his old opponent. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen is on the front line, why not let him negotiate with Cloud Shinobi, but give this credit to the Uchiha clan? Something is wrong, it must be something wrong. Danzo can't think of a reason for Sarutobi Hiruzen to compromise. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen has appeared right now and shook hands with Reikage. This is an indisputable fact. Is it Uzumaki Kushina? The identity of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is indeed very important. But, will Sarutobi Hiruzen compromise because of this? Impossible. What happened on Konoha's front line during my absence? After the signing of the treaty was completed, the two parties released the prisoners. The two who were unsealed by Wooden Golem quickly returned to Cloud Shinobi. Shimura Danzo walked towards Konoha with a gloomy expression. When passing by Hyuga Hayashi, Danzo gave him a deep look. The Hyuga clan will definitely support Uchiha. When I return to the village, I will slowly clean up you. Laugh? Just take advantage of the time to laugh, and you won't be able to laugh in a few days. Danzo walked silently, ignoring Chiba, Itachi and Uzumaki Kushina, and walked straight to Sarutobi Hiruzen. And cast a look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was a puzzled look, as if questioning. What are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen, since you are here, why does this share of credit still fall on the Uchiha clan? At this moment, seeing Danzo's expression like this, Sarutobi Hiruzen had the idea of killing him. Danzo, do you know? All this is your pot. This scapegoat is not the old man deducted it to you, but you picked it up by yourself. Then, almost instantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion condensed, and at this moment, he even showed his killing intent. Come on. Immediately arrest Konoha's betrayal suspect Shimura Danzo. The moment the voice fell, Danzo froze for a moment. At this moment, he almost thought he had heard it wrong. Betray? Who? I? Will betray? In shock, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Danzo no chance to react. Then, 4 figures appeared next to him in an instant. These are all elite ninjas from Konoha front. The moment they appeared, the tato was placed directly on Danzo's neck. And he kicked Danzo's knee fiercely. Boom. Danzo knelt on the ground directly under the influence of this force. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. He subconsciously wanted to stand up, but the cold blade on his neck instantly dispelled the idea. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's killing intent was real. If you resist yourself, you might be hacked. At this moment, Danzo was confused and had no idea what was going on. Before, he had been tortured by the Cloud Shinobi ninja on the front line of Cloud Shinobi, and even lost an arm. Now it's hard to return, and as a result, a high hat of betrayal is buckled on his head. In the end, what happened? Danzo finally raised his head, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen deeply, and spoke directly. Hiruzen, what are you doing? What betrayal? I never betrayed the village. Don't you know me? Even if I was caught, I didn't reveal any secrets about the village. Danzo believes that this may be Sarutobi Hiruzen taking the opportunity to attack. After all, I wanted to steal credit and came to the front quietly, and was caught by Cloud Shinobi as a prisoner, causing Konoha to lose a lot of compensation from Cloud Shinobi. In this regard, Sarutobi Hiruzen must be very upset, so he wants to beat himself. However, beating is beating. You can't talk nonsense about betraying this kind of thing. That would be deadly. At this moment, facing Danzo's explanation, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him deeply. He was indeed angry at Danzo's behavior. However, it wasn't because he wanted to grab the credit, and it wasn't because he was captured by Cloud Shinobi as a prisoner. But because he actually left this kind of handle on Chiba and Itachi? Such things as secretly changing the roadmap and then borrowing the knife to kill people are done. Sarutobi Hiruzen is really worried about Danzo, a pig brain. Is there any betrayal? I will let Umbu interrogate himself. Shimura Danzo, I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in the name of Hokage, now formally arrest you on the charge of communicating with enemy villages and murdering companion Konoha. I will investigate your crimes one by one. As Hokage, I will never tolerate any betrayer, and I will never blame any companion. Hear, hear. Danzo froze for a moment, and felt that something was wrong with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then, without waiting for Danzo to think more, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to him and stared at him calmly. Danzo, you better think clearly before speaking. Every sentence you say next will be recorded and will become evidence to convict you in the future. Now, what else do you want to say? This is a contradictory sentence. I was asking Danzo to speak carefully the moment before, and I asked Danzo what he had to say the next moment. Obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen is expressing a meaning. Danzo, you shut up now, don't talk nonsense. At this time, Danzo immediately understood what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Sarutobi Hiruzen is acting. Although he didn't know what happened. However, before figuring out what is going on, keeping silent is the best option. Sometimes it's really going to be dead if you say something wrong. At this moment, Chiba and others watched Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance quietly. Of course they knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was acting. However, it did not stop it. #F#2 equals. Because they never expected that Danzo could really be convicted in this situation. Betrayal is a capital crime. Did you kill Danzo on the spot after conviction? Impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen will always find various reasons to bring Danzo back. Danzo has too many secrets. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't let Danzo die yet. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his scalp numb when he saw Chiba smiling at him. He has a feeling of being appreciated as a jumping clown. This is humiliating. However, he must continue to act. And the person who pushed the entire frontline ninja to Uchiha and put himself in this embarrassing situation is not someone else. It is Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Danzo, this time, you will pay a heavy price for it. Chapter 119. Danzo was detained. Tied by the ninjas of Konoha's front line, even Kushina applied a sealing technique on him to seal his chakra. Because, the traitor may run away. But, can Danzo run? Impossible. If he really ran away, then the name of betrayal would surely take hold. At that time, he would die if he didn't die. Now, Danzo just wants to figure out what happened. Why would I become a traitor? Who is behind it? After being detained, Danzo said nothing. Just go back to the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen will tell him everything. Now, in a hurry. The signing of the peace treaty represents the end of the war between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi. On the previous day, the Cloud Shinobi front line had already been empty, and at this moment, the ninjas of the Konoha front line were about to embark on the road back to the village. As the victor of the war, returning to the road is almost singing all the way. Many ninjas cried with joy. Thank you for coming back alive from the battlefield. War is cruel. In addition to bringing death and grief to the people, it is almost useless. Along the way, you can almost see the warmth and coldness of the world. Seeing this, Itachi couldn't help but speak. Chiba-kun, will war break out in the future? Yes. Where there are people, there will be disputes, and where there are disputes, there will be wars. Itachi didn't understand. The war has brought so much pain, Why does it happen one after another? Why don't people learn from the war? Itake's idea is very simple and pure. Since the war will bring so much pain, why should it continue? There have even been 3 wars in the ninja world. In response, Chiba smiled. You are wrong, Itake, people, you are always learning your lesson. It's just that they have never been concerned about the casualties caused by the war itself, but why this war failed, and why there were so many losses in this war. They will take this as a warning and try to win the battle with the least loss next time. Seeing Itake was still lost in thought, Chiba raised his right hand and nodded his forehead. I know you have a lot of ideas and understanding of war. But, don't think about it so much for now. Next, you will understand why someone is so obsessed with war. Because, the victory of the war will make people want to stop. Go around the jungle ahead and you will see the entrance of Konoha Shinobi Village. There is the village and their home. At this moment, a group of ninjas suddenly surrounded Chiba and Itake. Originally, these ninjas wanted to include Kushina in it. However, Kushina quickly slipped away. This kind of publicity should be given to young people. Kushina smiled and gave a thumbs up to Chiba and Itake. This time, you did a good job. After speaking, Itake was still in a daze at the moment. Just under a blank face. The group of ninjas suddenly lifted Chiba and Itake, and sent them to the front of the team like stars holding the moon. At the moment, the front of the team is Sarutobi Hiruzen. The news of Konoha's victory on the front line had already passed back to the village. Ahead, you can already see the welcome channel constructed by a large number of people. And Sarutobi Hiruzen is also ready to be greeted at any time. And at this time, read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Suddenly a group of ninjas carried Chiba and Itake over. Brother in front. Quickly let go. The hero from the front is here. Huh? Lord Naruto, please give in too. Hearing that, Sarutobi Hiruzen's entire face was as black as a piece of coal. What do you guys mean? I'm Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head in black and looked in the direction of Hyuga Hayashi. Did you instruct it? However, when I saw Hyuga Hayashi also looked dazed. Sarutobi Hiruzen got it. These ninjas come from the heart. Looked at the ninjas who surrounded Chiba and Itake. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. As Naruto, he had never seen a ninja showing his grateful expression to him. However, he saw it today. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had an inexplicable emotion in his heart. It was an indescribable sense of frustration. As well as envy? Jealous? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. How could I be envious of 2 Uchiha? The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became sharp. Now, never think of these things. Back in the village, he still had a lot to deal with. Danzo's troubles, the rapidly rising Uchiha, and the rebellious Hyuga clan. These are the focuses of his attention. The threat from the inside of the village is no smaller than the outside of the village. Even more terrifying. Then, the hero of the Konoha front line is back. When you can see the usual welcoming passage surrounded by the door of the village. A ninja in front of the team suddenly roared. And accompanied by his voice. In an instant, the people who had been waiting at the gate of the village suddenly uttered deafening cheers. I'm coming. I'm back. The heroes of Konoha are back. In the full of cheers. The ninja in front of the team instantly threw Chiba and Itake heavily, as if they were really welcoming the celebration from Konoha. The appearance of Chiba and Itake immediately made the team even more boiling. Because, at this moment, these 2 little Uchihas have become Konoha's pride. Captured the 2 tails of Cloud Shinobi Jinchuriki alive, and repelled 8 tails Jinchuriki head-on the battlefield. He even blocked the tailed beast bomb and saved the entire Konoha front line. These deeds have already spread throughout Konoha along with the transmission of the news. Look, it's those 2 Uchiha's little heroes. If it wasn't for the 2 of them this time, I am afraid that Konoha's front line would be wiped out. Is it so exaggerated? Although I don't know what tailed beast bomb is, will the 2 children block the move that can kill the front line? Is there any doubt about this? Even the ninjas on the front line surround them as heroes, can't it explain why? What qualifications do you who stay in the village and enjoy peace have to doubt our heroes on the front line? At this moment, Chiba and Itake were thrown high in the air by the front-line ninjas. The 2 received a welcome from the entire Konoha Shinobi village. Many of them even chanted the name of Uchiha. Uchiha deserves to be Uchiha. The frontal battlefield stopped Haze, and this side actually won the battle with Cloud Shinobi. Uchiha, keep going. You are the pride of Konoha. In the news sent back to the village. In addition to the big win, there is also a treaty with Cloud Shinobi. Although it did not disclose the specific content of the treaty. However, the clan emblem of the Uchiha clan imprinted on the treaty has shown that Uchiha has exerted a lot of strength in this war and is a well-deserved hero. Itachi has never withstood such a enthusiastic cheering, "Hello King Neo." Especially the recognition from the village to the Uchiha clan has never been. As a father, Uchiha Fugaku often taught Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha has his own glory. But what is that glory? Itachi doesn't quite understand. And Chiba also told him to regain the glory that belongs to the Uchiha clan. At that time, Itachi still didn't understand. But at this moment, Itachi understood. This is the glory that belongs to Uchiha. That glory was originally killed by the Uchiha clan during the Sengoku period. Both Uchiha and Senju are the glory of Konoha. Unfortunately, Senju fell and Uchiha was suppressed. The glory is long gone. And at this moment, that glory appeared again. At this time, Itachi understood what Chiba had said to him before. He looked at Chiba and smiled. Mr. Chiba, the victory of the war really makes people want to stop. And in this full of cheers. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen, beside the team, was silent. Chapter 120. Among the cheers to Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked out of place. Has anyone noticed his Hokage? Of course there was, but the situation at the time did not allow Sarutobi Hiruzen to show his face. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage only has the title of Hokage. In recent years, apart from being active in the opening ceremony of the ninja school, what else can be remembered by Sarutobi Hiruzen? Not at all. Some people are dead, and they are destined to be remembered. While some people are alive, they are gradually fading out of the sight of the people. In peacetime, Sarutobi Hiruzen may be sought after by many people as Hokage. However, during the war, people will not remember a shadow that has been hiding in the village all day. People know that Raikage and Tsuchikage are powerful, because they personally led their own ninjas to attack Konoha, and once made the Konoha front line tottering. But what about Hokage? There is really nothing that can be mentioned. The only thing that can be used to talk about is his nostalgia for the heroes who died in the war. Now, I am afraid that only the students of the ninja school will blindly worship Konoha's Hokage. The cheers from the Konoha people almost filled the entire street in the village. In the streets that should have enjoyed victory, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt it was extremely suffering. He never thought of it. The street in the outer street of my village is so long that it can hold so many people. At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi quietly looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's back from behind. After all, he chose the road that was contrary to Hokage. This is not his intention. It's just that people can't forget their roots. Both Uchiha Chiba and Uchiha Itachi are kind to their Hyuga clan. If it weren't for Chiba to block the tailed beast bomb, their Hyuga clan would probably decline and fail. Just imagine, what if Sarutobi Hiruzen is not Chiba on the front line? I am afraid that the Hyuga clan will become abandoned. Hyuga Hayashi knows Sarutobi Hiruzen. His reason is higher than his sensibility, that's okay. However, his rationality is based on his self-centeredness. Abandon the Hyuga clan in exchange for peace with Cloud Shinobi, this will definitely be Sarutobi Hiruzen's answer. In this regard, he believes that Sarutobi Hiruzen will not let him down. And so, supporting Chiba and Itachi and embarking on the road against Naruto, Hyuga Hayashi does not regret it. At least. At this moment, the people in the village are still chanting the name of their Hyuga clan. Their Hyuga clan is also a hero at the moment. He didn't want his family to stay in the history class of the textbook forever. That is definitely not something glorious, but humiliation. The whole street cheered by the people of Konoha is finally over. Sarutobi Hiruzen has never been as humiliated as he is today. All Konoha clan knew that they were suppressing the Uchiha clan. However, today's cheers from the people towards Uchiha are like slapping Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not only did Sarutobi Hiruzen lose face in front of all the ninja families in Konoha, he also stomped his dignity as a Naruto. Because, as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen has never received such a heroic treatment. After the welcoming team dispersed, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to the Hokage building as soon as possible. In the office of the building, two people have been waiting here. Naruto consultants Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu. As soon as they saw Sarutobi Hiruzen appear, the two frowned and stood up. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Hiruzen. What's the matter with the front line of Cloud Shinobi? Why would Uchiha become Konoha's hero? Why is the Uchiha clan emblem on the peace treaty with Cloud Shinobi? You should be aware of the threat of Uchiha. You are already on the front line, why does this happen? Look at what you have guarded. That was a question from a colleague. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen even heard a hint of blame in this tone. Blame me? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face is very ugly. Why do you two old things blame me? What's going on the front line? I also want to know what's going on the front line. Why is it completely out of control without even looking at it? All these, I have to ask that idiot Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted to know. He has always been cautious, why would he leave such a handle? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu calmly. That look was terribly cold. Even as colleagues in the same period, the two were shocked by Sarutobi Hiruzen. You two, can you have a quiet meeting? I will handle this matter properly. The Uchiha clan, arrogance won't last long. During my reign, I will never let Uchiha grow. Sarutobi Hiruzen's cold tone is awe-inspiring. Even Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu did not dare to touch Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows at this time. They knew that on the front line, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have run into a wall. The disguise on his face was removed, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen a little easier. He quickly sat down on his desk, picked up the pen and paper, and began to draw up cursive scripts. Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu looked curiously. When they saw the content of cursive script, they almost thought they had read it wrong. Hiruzen. What are you going to do? Do what? I'm just doing what I should do. And at this moment, bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door of the office. Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu immediately regained their composure and spoke directly. Come in. Excuse me. With a touch of bright red hair, Uzumaki Kushina walked in slowly. With a smile on her face, she calmly looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and spoke directly. Hokage-sama, the betrayer Shimura Danzo has been taken to prison. Interrogation can be conducted at any time. Hearing that, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not change his face, and directly handed over the drafted cursive script to Kushina. Is it? In that case, let this announcement be made public. After receiving the cursive script that Sarutobi Hiruzen had just drafted, Kushina took a look and then showed a horrified expression. Hokage-sama, isn't this bad? What's wrong? I said, I will not tolerate the betrayers. Go on. If this is the case, then it's better for me to respect my fate. After speaking, Kushina hurried away with cursive script. After Kushina disappeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly stood up. He came to the office window. Sarutobi Hiruzen likes it very much, because from here, you can see the whole view of the village and appreciate the Konoha Shinobi village that he controls. However, Konoha is now more and more out of control. Seeing the state of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu were also silent. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't mean to speak at all. However, the silent anger released from his whole body is still very shocking. Did you see it? That's the reason. I arrested Danzo in front of all the ninjas on the Konoha front. Do you think this cursive script, I made a mistake? This is Danzo's own sin. Whether he can escape the catastrophe this time depends on his own destiny. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Danzo, it really made him love and hate. When it's easy to use, Danzo can wipe all buttocks, and Danzo can carry all the black pots. However, once trouble is caused, it is a great trouble. At this time, Konoha was still in the midst of a huge victory over Cloud Shinobi. Almost on the afternoon of the return of the frontline ninja. An announcement from Hokage spread throughout Konoha. Announcement. Naruto assistant Shimura Danzo is suspected of murdering Konoha Shinobi and is guilty of betraying the village. As for the truth of the matter, Umbu will conduct further investigations. During the investigation, Danzo was removed from all positions in Konoha. I hope Konoha's ninjas of all races will take this as a warning. Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen is supreme. The moment this announcement came out, the whole village exploded. Naruto assistant Shimura Danzo betrayed the village? P.S. Ask for free flowers and evaluation tickets. Chapter 121. This sudden announcement blinded everyone in Konoha. At the moment everyone was still immersed in the victory of the war, but at the next moment everyone was messed up. Shimura Danzo betrayed? How could it be possible? That's Hokage's support Konoha's high-level staff. The general public was extremely shocked. This news instantly swept the entire Konoha, even overwhelming Konoha's victory, and suddenly became the object of discussion for everyone in the streets and alleys. Some people are puzzled and think Shimura Danzo must be slandered. After all, the matter is still under investigation. Some people also insisted that they had long suspected that there were traitors among Konoha's senior management. Otherwise, why is the powerful Uchiha clan paddling in the fog, and Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, has no intention of going to the front? Some people just treat it as a topic to discuss after dinner. Although the topic is mingling, if everyone is talking, it is not mingling. In short, there are divergent opinions on this matter. But all the ninjas who should have paid special attention to this matter were silent. Those who are the mainstay of Konoha Shinobi did not comment on this matter. As if I had never seen this announcement. How can those old and sophisticated ethnic groups comment on this kind of thing? Although they don't know what happened. However, since Sarutobi Hiruzen personally swung the butcher knife at Shimura Danzo, it must be a shocking event. Betrayal of the village does not necessarily occur. But the ninja who murdered Konoha might be able to sit down. What kind of person Danzo is, the senior leaders of all ethnic groups know. If it weren't for being seated, and it's the kind that can't be mixed up, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen make such an announcement? Danzo is Sarutobi Hiruzen's comrade in arms. More importantly, Danzo's roots are not much worse than Umbu. You swish the butcher knife at Danzo, how do you deal with the roots? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen still looks at the village from the office window. Even though the village seems a little strange at this moment, this habit cannot be changed for a while. Hiruzen, I think you are still too impulsive. This news will soon reach the ears of the Fire Country daimyo. A traitor has emerged from the top Konoha. What do you make the daimyo of the country of fire think? Watching things ferment. Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu are a little anxious. This is a big deal. Konoha's economic source is the country of fire. Every year, he allocated a lot of money to Konoha, and as a result, a traitor appeared at the top. The daimyo might cut off the source of income. Maybe it will ask for the replacement of Hokage. After all, the issue of loyalty, whether in the village or the country, is the most fundamental issue of principle. In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen just narrowed his eyes slightly. This matter, I know it. The war has just ended. The land of fire cannot attack us unless they want to be brought down by other ninja village soldiers. Moreover, this matter, I can only do this. As for the people's discussion, let them go. This is just an investigation. But we have never been convicted of betrayal by Danzo. As long as it is not confirmed, it is still under investigation. Rumors can only be rumors. No matter how fermented, it will not become a reality. Sarutobi Hiruzen will issue this announcement to stop all ninjas on the front line of Cloud Shinobi. If you don't deal with Danzo, someone will definitely jump out and talk about it. Danzo is suspected of betrayal, but he doesn't deal with it as Hokage? At that time, you will have to implicate yourself. Since it was brought up by others, it is better to just slash the butcher knife yourself. Not only can you gain the initiative, but you can also create a clear image of Hokage. Come on. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke calmly. At this time, Anumbu appeared immediately. Take me to the prison, I want to interrogate Danzo myself. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Yes. Danzo couldn't think of it. I was caught by Cloud Shinobi on the front line and endured the inhuman torture from Cloud Shinobi, and after returning to Konoha, he still had to endure the inhuman torture. Moreover, compared to Cloud Shinobi, Konoha's own torture was actually more severe. So far, Danzo has no idea what happened. Because the torturers didn't ask anything. At first it was tortured and served. For this, Danzo can only blame it on Sarutobi Hiruzen's behavior. As for who to show it to, Danzo doesn't know. The uninterrupted torture lasted all day. Even if he is at the root of darkness, he is a little tired. Especially when he was chopped off by Raikage and Cloud Shinobi. However, Danzo still clenched his teeth and persevered. He is waiting. Waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen. He knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely come and find it. When the look is done enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen will appear, and at that time, naturally know what happened. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared. Master Naruto. When the torturers saw Hokage's arrival, they hurriedly respected. In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. He knew immediately, and soon disappeared in the cell. For Danzo's torture, Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed doing it. Although Danzo is locked in Umbu's cell, there is almost no possibility of leakage. However, he still has to do the show. He doesn't want to be caught anymore. After all, once it was discovered that Danzo was locked up in a cell with delicious confessions, it would be troublesome. More importantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen also wants to take this opportunity to teach Danzo. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to Danzo and looked at him quietly. "You are here, Hiruzen." Danzo looked up panting. "It's been a long time since I saw your embarrassed look, Danzo." This is not a mockery. However, it fell in Danzo's ears, but it was extremely harsh. "Hiruzen, I want to know the truth." Seeking flowers. The moment Sarutobi Hiruzen heard these words, his face instantly condensed. He grabbed Danzo directly by the collar. "The truth? You are too embarrassed to ask me the truth. I should ask you this sentence. I also want to know the truth." With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a scroll. After opening, a corpse appeared. Danzo's pupils shrank when he saw the corpse. As the leader of the roots, he naturally knew that this corpse came from his roots. "Remember? Danzo. You have always been cautious, why do you leave such a handle? You want to kill someone with a knife, I have no objection. But, you modify the roadmap and send root ninjas to chase down, what exactly do you want to do?" That's not Danzo that Sarutobi Hiruzen knew. Danzo never left a handle. But this time I stayed, or two. The revised roadmap and the corpse at the root. So, besides borrowing a knife to kill, Danzo must have some other purpose. Let's talk, Danzo, what is your purpose anyway? You better think clearly before speaking. I want to listen to the truth. This is not a threat. However, it is more terrifying than threats. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't seem to really kill Danzo. However, if at this time, Danzo still hides something, then Sarutobi Hiruzen will swing down the butcher knife without hesitation. There are secrets, understandable. However, it must be divided into occasions and circumstances. Hear, hear. Danzo smiled and gave a wry smile. At this moment, he understood everything. It turns out, the problem lies here. Ha, ha 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 ha. So, are you still those two Uchiha boys? I still underestimate them. Handle. Danzo never thought there would be any handle this time. Because, in Danzo's view, Chiba and Itaka will inevitably die in Cloud Shinobi's sneak attack. Can a kid who has never been on the battlefield survive a sneak attack by an enemy village? Impossible. However, Chiba and Itaka did it. Who the hell could think of this? Thinking of this, he looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "Hiruzen. I underestimated those two boys. Revising the roadmap and dispatching the roots. These are indeed two redundant actions. Don't you want to know the reason? I tell you. I want to get Chiba's knife." "That knife?" Sarutobi Hiruzen froze for a moment. "That's it? Danzo is crazy, right? Hiruzen, you must think I am crazy. Ha 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 ha. Yes, I am indeed crazy. IFG want to get his knife. Can you believe it?" Chapter 122. Sarutobi Hiruzen, really ruthless. Unexpectedly, this incident was directly exposed. After learning the content of the announcement, Chiba sighed. Originally, in Chiba's view, Sarutobi Hiruzen punishes Danzo, and then covers the matter in a low-key manner, even if it is over. But who knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen did so thoroughly in order to prevent others from catching the handle? Worthy of being the deepest politician in this world city. Things are done seamlessly. It's Danzo, I'm afraid it's going to suffer. This time the trouble is so big, Sarutobi Hiruzen is afraid that Danzo will not be spared easily. Death should not come. However, Danzo must be unable to be active in Konoha in a short time. No, maybe Danzo will never stand on the table. Chiba-san, let's have a long-lost discussion. At this moment, Itaka came to Chiba's side. It is different from Chiba who is watching Danzo's jokes. After returning to the village, Itaki immediately began to summarize the gains and losses on the battlefield, and adapt to the new power he gained Sharingan. Uchiha Itaki will not stop because he and Chiba won a victory for the Uchiha clan. When he opened 3 Tomo Sharingan, he was destined to take the fate of the Uchiha clan and regain the glory in Konoha. The kind of consciousness that can open Sharingan can't be easily abandoned, maybe it will stay with Itaka for a lifetime. The battle on the front line of Cloud Shinobi is just the beginning. But Itaka was deeply aware of his shortcomings. That is strength. He wants to become stronger. And so, he found Chiba. After opening 3 Tomo Sharingan, he has been incredibly improved in terms of strength. This improvement makes Uchiha Itaka feel terrible. That is definitely not explained by overwhelming dynamic vision. Speed, power, ninjutsu power, and chakra volume. Everything about Uchiha Itaki as a ninja has been multiplied by the opening of Sharingan. Itaka wants to know the current self, the gap with Chiba. He never thought that he could defeat Chiba by turning on 3 Tomo Sharingan. He just wants to know how much is the gap now. Sorry, Itaka, you may have to wait a bit. My own training today not yet finished. Swing the knife 10,000 times. This daily mission from the system, Chiba's radar is not moving, even on the battlefield, he will complete it on time. The template of the system is the root of Chiba's strength. Chiba will not neglect his training because of his short victory. On the contrary, in order to be able to continue to win, Chiba can only continue to train, not let go of any opportunity to become stronger. And more importantly, today, Fujitora's smile template is about to reach 15%. For every 5% increase in progress, he will gain the ability of a template character. The first ability is seeing and hearing, and the second ability is the fruit of gravity. What about the third template ability? Chiba is looking forward to it. Itaka silently watched Chiba swing his knife. Every knife is very heavy. Itaka couldn't understand the meaning of this boring knife swing, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. He has wanted to see through the mystery many times, and even imitated it. However, when he found out that he had only increased his arm strength by swinging the knife for a few days, he gave up. With this kind of strength, it's not as fast as training ninjutsu. Perhaps the secret of Chiba's strength is not in this boring swing of the knife. Instead of using boring knife swings as one's own restraint. The moment when Chiba's last knife was swung, Fujitora's template progress has automatically increased by 0.02%. At this moment, the progress exceeded 15%. Congratulations to host, Fujitora's smile template has completed the third 5% progress, and host will get Fujitora's smile 1 panel ability. Host gets Fujitora's smiling panel ability, Armament Haki. God level template system. Host, Uchiha Chiba. The first template, Fujitora smiles. Completion, 15.01%. Each time you increase the completion degree by 5%, you will get a template ability. The first template ability, 1 observation Haki perfect level 2. Gravity fruit no weakness version 3. Armament Haki entry level. Second template, Aizen Sosuke. Completion, 1.64%. The second template ability, No. Each time you increase the completion degree by 5%, you will get a template ability. When the progress of the second template reaches 10%, the third template can be unlocked. Daily mission, 10,000 slashes, reward 0.02% progress in the first template, 0.01% progress in the second template completed. Special task, trigger randomly. The third panel capability that Fujitora smiles is Armament Haki. When the last knife was swung, Chiba slowly exhaled and accepted the baptism from the system. Armament Haki is the most important means of attack in the One Piece world. It can be offensive and defensive, and it has the ability to attack elements. It can be said that Armament Haki is the core of One Piece's world power system. At the same time, Armament Haki is also the power that makes a swordsman truly sublimated. There is no doubt that what Chiba gets is the inheritance from the great swordsman Fujitora with a smile. Under the great swordsman, there is the swordsman, and the swordsman has an iconic symbol. Cut the iron. Because of the lack of his own strength, even if Chiba accepted the inheritance of Fujitora's smile, he still couldn't do this. At the same time, the gravitational fruits of opening and closing cannot be compensated in a true sense. However, Armament Haki can do it. Chiba slowly drew out his cane sword, It was not Zanpakuto. Chiba will not pull out his Zanpakuto in the usual discussions. At the moment of drawing the sword, a dark armament haki spread out centered on Chiba's palm, almost instantly dyeing his white cane sword black. Seeing this scene, Itake's pupils suddenly shrank. Black knife. What is that? Itake can clearly feel it. After swinging the knife, Chiba became stronger. It even gained power like an epiphany. In response, Itake smiled wryly. What did Chiba-kun learn from that boring swing of the knife? Actually, you can really become stronger with that kind of sword swing. Chiba-kun, I am afraid I will never be able to catch up with you in my life. Come on, Itake. Let me see, Sherry-nan, how much stronger you are. At this time, Itake also drew his sword. At the same time, his dark eyes instantly turned into scarlet red. Then, with a click, Chiba's whole body suddenly burst out like a thunderous figure. A ray of blue and white thunder surrounded Chiba's body. Seeing this scene, Itake narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it the lightning-style chakra mode similar to Reikage? Do not. It's just a simple lightning-style chakra. Chiba uses the lightning-style chakra obtained from the system to activate his body. This is the most basic use of lightning-style chakra. Sasuke in the original book activated himself with lightning-style chakra after learning Chidori. And in just 1 month, he achieved a speed that rivaled Xiaoli. Chiba is doing the same thing now. Chiba knows. My speed is not fast. Such a speed is like a turtle speed under Itake's 3-hook jade. Itake, it's no longer the Itake of the past. Itake himself is Uchiha's genius. In the original book, Itake really got up at an overwhelming speed after acquiring Sherry-nan. At this moment, Itake had obtained Sherry-nan in advance, and was still a 3-goat jade. Uchiha Itake now deserves to be taken seriously by Chiba. It's just that the Chiba now is no longer the Chiba of the past. Then, in the next moment, both Chiba and Itake moved at the same time, and they disappeared into each other's place. Since the end of the war, the two exchanges for the first time began. Chapter 123. Click. Click. With the thunder, Chiba's speed has become at least twice as fast. The activation of lightning-style chakra gives Chiba a new life and speed. Then, Chiba, holding a cane sword, instantly slashed towards Uchiha Itake. This scene was easily seen by Itake. Visible. He could see any movement of Chiba-kun. Even though Chiba's speed has become much faster, Itake can still see clearly. The complicated swordsmanship in the past is no longer an obstacle that plagued Itake. This overwhelming dynamic vision allows Itake to see clearly any movement of Chiba's sword swing. Maybe you can win. In Itake's chest, a confident fire burned. Then, he seized a loophole in Chiba's action with the 3-go jade Sherry-nan, and immediately launched a fierce attack. However, as soon as Itake acted, Chiba's movements suddenly changed. Suddenly hacked towards the place where he was about to move. Itake's pupils shrank suddenly. His actions were seen through. Chiba actually launched an attack on himself in advance. Correct. Mr. Chiba's perception ability is extraordinary. Even on the battlefield, Chiba can easily see through the movements of 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer B, let alone himself. Must find a new breakthrough. If you use swordsmanship against Chiba-kun, you will have no chance of winning. Itake made a judgment in an instant. And at the moment Chiba's knife was cut down. Wow! Itake suddenly turned into dense crows all over his body. Dozens of crows were instantly disturbed and soared in all directions. Chiba 12 smiled. Itake, when did he learn the clone technique? Clone technique is the ninjutsu that Itake and his favorite use in the original book. This is a ninjutsu by projecting one's own chakra onto dozens of crows and turning them into clones. Because the clone technique is used as a medium, it consumes less chakra than shadow clone technique. And just as the crow flew up, Itake's figure suddenly appeared from among the crows. At this moment, his seal had been completed. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. The next moment, a huge ball of fire came towards Chiba. At this, Chiba grinned. Knowing that swordsmanship can't win, so use ninjutsu. In the face of the huge Great Fireball, Chiba's movements are very simple. In the past, Chiba even had to use Uchiha in the face of Great Fireball. However, at this moment, he just waved the knife gently. Gravity cut. In the next moment, the huge lateral gravity directly blows the Great Fireball away. Seeing this scene, Itake's Sharingan shrank suddenly. What? Itake, what's so surprising? It's not just you who got stronger. Next moment, Chiba jumped up. He held the knife in his back, instantly increased his speed to the limit, and spoke calmly. Do you know, Itake? If you don't have the means to fly, then volleying will be an absolute taboo. At this moment, Itake's eyes widened. He saw Chiba's movements clearly and knew that Chiba was slashing towards him. But can't hide. He vacated, and he didn't even have a place to stay. Itake didn't want to take Chiba's slash. He knew that Chiba's attack had the means to suppress others. 2 Tails Jinchuriki and 8 Tails Jinchuriki have both been suppressed. Itake doesn't want to go their old ways. However, he couldn't help it now. Bring it on. He can only catch Chiba's slash. Then. Whoops. Itake originally thought that he would be instantly suppressed. However, at the moment Chiba's slash passed, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. He was not suppressed, however, his shinobi was cut off by Chiba. Wah! Everything is in a flash. When Itake fell to the ground, the shards of his shinobi fell to the ground with a click. That's shinobi. Special metal, its hardness, I am afraid it is still higher than iron. Zanti, Itake has never heard of it. It might be possible to use the high-frequency vibration latent chakra or the sharp wind-style chakra. However, Chiba is cutting iron with bare hands. There is no change in the nature of chakra on his knife. I'm FGFG. Itake shook his head. Chiba-san, it seems that I am still not your opponent. I still haven't been able to catch up with you. In response, Chiba slowly put his knife into the crutch. No. Itake, you're really stronger. The final cut. It is the strongest slash that Chiba can use right now. The power is indeed huge. However, the shortcomings are obvious. The action is too single, it is easy to be seen through and avoid. It feels a bit flashy. Chiba can be sure that Itake saw through this cut in the end. Moreover, Itake also made a counter-attack. Maybe Itake didn't even realize it. At that moment, he felt the motion of Kumo thrusting toward his abdomen subconsciously. If you change to someone else, I'm afraid it will be cracked by Itake. For the first time, Chiba saw the power of Sharingan. No wonder it would be feared by Ninja World, it is not unreasonable. Unfortunately, Chiba's observation haki is much stronger. Brother Chiba, you really are here? Suddenly, an immature voice appeared next to him. Koizumi hopped to the training ground and smiled as he watched them. The 2 heroes of Uchiha, it's noon, are you not going to have lunch? Hearing this, Itake subconsciously touched his stomach. It's already cooing. Itake blushed inexplicably. Chiba-san, do you want to go to me? Before Itake's invitation was spoken, Koizumi took out a basket. I knew you 2 training crazy demons had nothing to eat. I have prepared a bento here. Brother Chiba, this is yours. There is also the little son of the patriarch's family, thank you for discussing with Chiba brother, I also have your share here. Seeing the lunch Koizumi handed him, Itake was a little embarrassed to accept it. Chiba pushed it. Take it, this is Koizumi's kindness. If you don't finish it, see how I can clean you up. Hearing this, Itake smiled. In that case, thank you very much. Also, you don't need to call my patriarch's little son, just call me Itake. In response, Koizumi just grinned. Chiba came over and rubbed Koizumi's head. Let me have a taste and see if your cooking skills, Koizumi, have improved. Absolutely. It will be delicious enough to make Chiba brother your tongue fall off. Hearing that, the 3 of them all laughed. This is a rare short-term warmth in the Uchiha clan. Not to mention this side. The Danzo betrayal continues to ferment. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't suppress it either. He knew that the more you suppressed this topic of high-level feelings, the more problems you would have. And time is the best way to erase everything. Danzo's matter can be set aside for now. Before the wind passes, Danzo will stay in Umbu's prison to accept the interrogation. And Sarutobi Hiruzen is thinking about how to deal with the menacing Uchiha clan. At this moment, there seems to be a momentum in the village to treat the Uchiha clan as heroes. Although not as good as the former Senju clan. However, as Konoha's largest clan today, the Uchiha clan will continue to develop and become the second Senju. Such momentum must be suppressed. And just when Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it, in the office, an Umbu suddenly appeared. Master Hokage, There is an urgent report. Umbu's voice was a little anxious. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Emergency report from there? It's the Haze Frontier. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed slightly. Fog Shadow Front, that is the home of the Uchiha clan. Are there any moths in the Uchiha clan? Present it? Yes. With that said, the Umbu handed a secret scroll to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen unlocked the seal on it and opened it immediately. And it was this moment. His pupils shrank suddenly. I almost thought I was wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, almost unable to get over. How is it possible? Is it possible that heaven wants the Uchiha clan to rise? Frontline urgent news. 4th Mizukage, who just became Three Tails Jinchuriki, has obtained the method to completely manipulate the tail beast. After becoming the perfect Jinchuriki, 4th Mizukage immediately led the army to attack the Konoha front. However, it was resisted by the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku suspected of using a special Sharingan to repel 4th Mizukage, and Konoha's frontline battlefield was victorious. After seeing this urgent report, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Can't calm down for a long time. Haze only launched the Three Tails attack some time ago and was unsuccessful. After 4th Mizukage becomes Three Tails Jinchuriki, can he finish manipulating the tail beast? What a joke. More importantly, Jinchuriki, who could completely manipulate the tail beast, was repelled by Uchiha Fugaku. The special Sharingan. How special is it? Uchiha Fugaku, he is their Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 124. In this era, not many people know Mangekyo Sharingan. It has been decades since the appearance of the last pair of Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. And the last Sharingan of the Uchiha clan nearly killed Konoha. Uchiha Madara, once the strongest of the Uchiha clan. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's cognition, the existence of Uchiha Madara can almost be equated with invincible. I met Uchiha Madara when Sarutobi Hiruzen was young. The pair of Scarlet Sharingan, he will never forget. That kind of overwhelmingly powerful feeling made all the ninjas in the world of ninja, including him, feel terrified. Sarutobi Hiruzen once thought it was because he was too weak. However, when he was proficient in the 5-line ninjutsu and reached the pinnacle of the conventional ninja, that overwhelming sense of power still did not disappear. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that it was not because he was too weak, but Uchiha Madara was too strong. Uchiha Madara is so powerful that even a single person can suppress the entire ninja world, and can be called an opponent with him, and there is only first Hokage, the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama. And it is Mangekyo Sharingan that gives Uchiha Madara that powerful combat power. Sarutobi Hiruzen once heard his master Senju Tobirama talk about it. The Uchiha clan is a clan born evil. The Uchiha clan has a love that surpasses the Senju clan. However, when the Uchiha clan loses this love will be transformed into a stronger hatred. This hatred will cause the Uchiha clan to fall into the abyss of darkness, and in the dark, the Uchiha clan will gain brand new strength from this hatred. Mapping the eyes of the soul, Sharingan. As a companion, the Uchiha clan is very reliable. However, according to Senju Tobirama, the Uchiha clan is like a time bomb that will explode at any time, especially at the beginning of Konoha's establishment. There are many followers of Uchiha Madara. That is why the surveillance and control of the Uchiha clan was passed down through the hands of Senju Tobirama. The purpose of Senju Tobirama's surveillance and control of Uchiha is actually to better develop the village. However, when this will is passed down to the Sarutobi Hiruzen generation, it will change. Did Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo get it wrong? No, they must know what Senju Tobirama really means. But is this important? Power can really distort people completely. In order to firmly grasp the power in his own hands, Senju and Uchiha have become targets of suppression. Senju was the first victim. Because they have the highest reputation in Konoha, the next Hokage may still be born in the Senju clan. Therefore, Senju basically died on the battlefield. Although Uchiha was strong enough, he was not destined for Hokage after all. However, it is still necessary to beat it from time to time to prevent its rise. However, what Sarutobi Hiruzen worries most, after all, happened. After Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan has a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. More importantly, Uchiha Fugaku used his Mangekyo to repel Haze's Three Tails Jinchuriki head-on. Uchiha Chiba and Uchiha Itachi just ended the frontal battlefield of Cloud Shinobi as the Uchiha clan, and now the Uchiha clan has repelled the Fog Shadow front. What does this mean? Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. This means that the Uchiha clan will gain unprecedented prestige. They will receive the strongest support from Konoha. And at that time, who will fourth Hokage belong to? After all, Konoha today is not the same Konoha. The taboo of Uchiha Madara has faded out of people's sight. The Uchiha clan cannot be on the political stage. Who made this? As long as the voice of the people is high enough, and the daimyo of the country of fire is enough to support, Uchiha can ascend to the position of Hokage. It's a bit difficult. A countermeasure must be given. Can't let the Uchiha clan get more support. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face condensed. He must make a decision. He couldn't sit in the position of Hokage for long. He was already old, coupled with such scandals at the top. Once the war is over, he will inevitably step down. Therefore, he has to use his last remaining power during his reign. Although Uzumaki Kushina chose to support the Uchiha clan. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen still wants to support Namikaze Minato on stage. He has no second choice. Come on. He spoke calmly. Umbu came to him and knelt on one knee. Call in the consultant, I want to call an emergency meeting. Yes. Soon, Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu, who were Naruto consultants, came to the Naruto office under the leadership of Umbu. After the two entered, Umbu's ninja disappeared immediately. And set up an enchantment outside the office to isolate all disturbances from the outside world. The faces of Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu were not pretty. They are also aware of Wu Ying's urgent report, so they know what Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly summoned them to do this time. At this moment, seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, his performance was not as flustered as he thought. He still stood at the familiar window, looking at Konoha. There were unspeakable vicissitudes in those eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched for a long time, and there was an illusion that one glance would miss one. Hiruzen. About the Uchiha clan. Do you have a countermeasure? Finally, Mito Kato Homura couldn't help but speak. They couldn't see what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. That feeling is terrible. After all, Uchiha rises like a wolf and tiger, unstoppable. Countermeasures, I have already worked out. Just put it on the table and put your Naruto consultant's seal on it. Hearing that, Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu immediately came to the table and picked up the documents that Sarutobi Hiruzen had already drawn up. When they saw the content, their pupils suddenly shrank. In this period of time, they have been frightened by Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision for the second time. The first time was the decision to punish Danzo publicly. And the second time is now. Hiruzen. The voices of both of them trembled a little. Is Sarutobi Hiruzen crazy? However, before the two of them spoke to persuade them, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice had already been heard. I am not discussing with you, but telling you, my decision. Do you know what you are doing? At this time, recall the Uchiha clan on the front of Haze. Do you know what will happen? Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are ruining your Naruto political career. Fog Shadow 4th Mizukage is also Three Tails Jinchuriki's attack on Konoha, and news of Konoha will soon be transmitted back to the village. This kind of news is absolutely unavoidable. Nyoangzhou, faced with the onslaught of perfect Jinchuriki, Uchiha Fugaku led the Uchiha clan to kill him back. No matter from which aspect. Konoha has won the battle. And what is it to recall the victorious Uchiha clan at this time? Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen has all kinds of reasons, it is untenable. Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu can imagine. When this kind of news spreads in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen will become the target of many people spurned. The people have always been blind. No matter how many great achievements you have done, but as long as you faint once, that is the darkest stroke of your political career. And at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned back and looked at the two of them calmly. Do you know? Sometimes, sacrifices are necessary to achieve greater success. If Konoha's peace can be exchanged for my political career, I am willing to be the victim. I have sent Hokage's abdication application to the daimyo of Fire Country. The next Naruto I recommend is Namikaze Minato. Chapter 125. Recall the Uchiha clan at the time of victory at the front. Resigned from his position as Hokage when the front was in turmoil. And, at the same time that he resigned, he recommended the next Naruto. This series of operations stunned Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu. After a long time, neither of them could react. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two deeply. This series of decisions is a conclusion he reached after careful consideration. This is the best way to solve and suppress the Uchiha clan's emergence at this stage. On the front line of Cloud Shinobi, the Uchiha clan has become famous. Heise's fourth Mizukage has already struck, and he can't change it. All that can be done is to recall the Uchiha clan. He can't let the Uchiha clan gain more prestige. That's terrible. At this moment, Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu both looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen as if they realized it. At this moment, they understood the purpose of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He wanted to make sure that Namikaze Minato could be in position. Konoha's high-level executives found out that Danzo might betray and knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen's abdication had become a foregone conclusion. As Hokage's assistant, there is the possibility of being a Konoha traitor. Regardless of whether he sits down or not, Hokage will bear the greatest responsibility. The biggest reason Sarutobi Hiruzen did not abdicate immediately is because the Third Ninja War has not yet ended. Changing Hokage at will at this moment is not conducive to the stability of the village. At this time, the Uchiha clan not only ended the battle with Cloud Shinobi, but also repelled the attack of the Fog Shadow, and if the fight continued, the Uchiha clan might really win the Fog Shadow. Perfection Jinchuriki or Manjikyo is better. Sarutobi Hiruzen is really not sure. Because, whether it is the perfect Jinchuriki or Manjikyo, he does not have an accurate knowledge. However, if Manjikyo wins, the Uchiha clan wins Heise. What will happen then? Who will be fourth Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku or Namikaze Minato? It's really hard to say. Because the Uchiha clan who won Cloud Shinobi and Heise are no less prestigious than Namikaze Minato. More importantly, the Hyuga clan is still on the side of the Uchiha clan. The upper rank of 4th Hokage is risky. It is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to put this at risk. With Namikaze Minato in the upper rank, Sarutobi Hiruzen can also secretly control Konoha's real power. After all, Namikaze Minato was born as a civilian and has little family support. However, the Uchiha clan is different. Behind Uchiha Fugaku stood the entire Uchiha clan. What can Sarutobi Hiruzen do if Fugaku is on top of Naruto? Therefore, the purpose of recalling the Uchiha clan at this moment is to curb the development of the Uchiha clan. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen will be spurned by the Konoha people. But, does Sarutobi Hiruzen still care at this time? Because his abdication is a matter of time. Compared with a little fame, the allure of real power is much greater. So, before the Uchiha clan gains more prestige, recommending Namikaze Minato to Naruto Daimyo as the 4th Hokage will be a foolproof way. All this is for Konoha's peace. This is the reason for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. It's ridiculous and outrageous. The vigilance towards the Uchiha clan seems to have been engraved in their DNA. For them, the Uchiha clan is dangerous. Because, in addition to the declining Senju family, now in Konoha, only the Uchiha clan can threaten their status. The Fog Shadow Front has always been the main battlefield of the Uchiha clan. 2 years ago, Uchiha should be fighting Rock Shinobi. At that time, Fugaku also took Itaka to the battlefield, allowing him to see the cruelty of war for the first time. Perhaps it was realized that Rock Shinobi was difficult. In the second year, Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched the Uchiha clan to the relatively easy Heise front line. Because, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want Uchiha to make a difference on the battlefield. The battle between Hagage and Konoha had already cringed. Even on the front lines, some local wars broke out. Compared with Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi, the scale of Heise's war is too small. After the Uchiha clan came to the front line of the Fog Shadow has never waged a war against Konoha. Even if I haven't heard news of the Uchiha clan being active in the war for a long time. However, the Uchiha clan in the Sengoku period was quite fierce. No one dares to underestimate the Uchiha clan. Recently, the Heise front line has become unusually active. First, the village got a tip. Heise will launch a raid on Konoha, wanting to put 3 tails on Konoha's native land and implement a devastating blow to the entire Konoha village. To stop the Heise plan, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not notify Uchiha on the front line of the news, but dispatched Namikaze Minato's apprentice to investigate the situation. And the result is, Heise's plan to put 3 tails on the tail was declared bankrupt, and Kakashi personally penetrated Harano Lin's heart. Afterwards, Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt a little strange. The first is that when the informant gets the Heise, he will implement a tail beast strike plan on Konoha. How did my spies find out about this kind of plan from Heise? Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched Kakashi and others to go there, just to inquire about the information and confirm the authenticity of the matter. However, how could Heise's plan be stopped like this? It's kind of inexplicable. However, since Heise's plan has been blocked, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't think much. Then, Heise's tail beast strike plan didn't take long. 4th Mizukage becomes 3 tails Jinchuriki, and can complete the manipulation of the tail beast. This kind of weird thing is simply unheard of. You know, at this stage, the perfect Jinchuriki that can completely manipulate the tail beast is recognized by the entire ninja world, and only 8 tails killer B. However, 4th Mizukage did it so easily. And just a few days ago, the Uchiha clan stationed on the front line encountered the perfect Jinchuriki 4th Mizukage. Jinchuriki, which can use the tail beast perfectly, is completely a human-shaped nuclear bomb. The moment when the vast chakra of the 3 tails erupted, it dealt a devastating blow to the Uchiha clan on the front line. If you change to another family, I am afraid that 4th Mizukage will directly blow it up. Unfortunately, he is facing the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku not only repelled 4th Mizukage with his main Jikyoshari Non. The elite Uchiha ninjas under his command also joined forces to repel the 7 ninjas of Mist. Since the Uchiha clan came to Heise, this is the first large-scale battle on the front line. And, it ended with Konoha's victory. The Uchiha clan on the front line is immersed in the long-lost victory. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku in the main camp is slightly tired. He closed his eyes tightly, raised his right hand, and rubbed his eyes. The powerful pupil power brings endless exhaustion. Strong power is often accompanied by risks. Main Jikyo is the final evolution of Shari Non. Turning on Main Jikyo can make Uchiha a world-shaking change. And Uchiha Fugaku, after Uchiha Madara, was the first person to enjoy such a drastic change. That kind of overwhelming power will indeed sink people. However, as the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku, who bears Uchiha's fate, knows what he should do. His main Jikyo was not exposed to anyone. If possible, Fugaku even wants to take it to his grave. After all, he knew what his main Jikyo would bring to the clan. That would be endless suspicion and suppression from Konoha's senior management. Unfortunately, main Jikyo was exposed after all. However, at this stage Uchiha Fugaku does not have time to think about how to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen. He knew that 4th Mizukage could strike again at any time. This is Konoha's front line, and he must guard it. Behind them is Konoha. At this moment, an urgent report from Konoha quickly reached Uchiha Fugaku's hands. The village's emergency report. At this moment, Fugaku suddenly had a bad feeling. And when he opened it, what he saw was a seal from Hokage and its consultants. That is an absolute order from the top, and violation is tantamount to betrayal. The content of the emergency report made Uchiha Fugaku feel extremely absurd. Sarutobi Hiruzen must summon the Uchiha clan back to Konoha. Chapter 126. The appearance of this urgent paper silenced Uchiha Fugaku. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. For the first time, Uchiha Fugaku felt that Konoha's Hokage was so strange. At this time, he recalled his Uchiha clan. What is Sarutobi Hiruzen thinking? Before that, Uchiha Fugaku had hope for Sarutobi Hiruzen as Naruto. In his opinion, the Uchiha clan can truly become part of Konoha, and they can truly live in peace with Konoha's high levels. Even before I had some friction with Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, that was also based on the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to take his Uchiha family. But what is the situation on the front line now? 4th Mizukage Kureha gained the power to completely FK the tail beast. What is Jinchuriki? It is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen not to know. That is a strategic weapon that can turn the tide of war. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen should send Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki to the Heise front. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen not only failed to do so. Instead, they want to recall the Uchiha clan. What if they go to the front line? 4th Mizukage Kureha is quite hostile to Konoha's front line. Moreover, this is an urgent report from Konoha. At the same time, the approval of Hokage and Hokage's consultants was obtained. In other words, this is almost a mandatory order for the Uchiha clan to return, and there is no room for maneuver. Unless the Uchiha clan wants to betray Konoha. Could it be that in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the threat of our Uchiha clan is greater than that of Hei's village? Is Sarutobi Hiruzen underestimating Hei's village, or is he too hostile to Uchiha? Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Own Uchiha clan, do you want to retreat? To retreat means to give up the front line. Without the appearance of the Uchiha clan, the ninjas of other races will be extremely difficult. Maybe it can't stop Hei's surprise attack at all, and it will collapse in a short time. However, not retreating means betraying Konoha. Faced with the pressure from the front lines of the fog, maybe the village will send out assassins to hunt down the Uchiha clan. Is it worth it? In an instant, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes turned scarlet. However, under the scarlet, it was not Guyu Sheri-nan, but painted an unknown pattern. Mangekyo Sheri-nan. The appearance of Sheri-nan represents enlightenment. Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes suddenly. After pondering for a moment, he opened slowly. At this moment, in Fugaku's eyes, there was no more struggle and confusion. He made a decision. Konoha is not worthy of their Uchiha clan waiting. Come on. Hearing that, a Uchiha member outside the camp hurried into it. At this moment, he looked at the patriarch who revealed Mangekyo Sheri-nan with a shock. The aura exuding all over his body was extremely shocking. Master Patriarch, what's your order? Notify all Uchiha people immediately. Clean up the front line tonight and night, and tomorrow morning, our Uchiha clan will return to Konoha. Hearing this, the Uchiha ninja was stunned. Are you going back now? Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. However, didn't the war just broke out on the front lines of the fog in the past 2 days? Moreover, we won. Master Patriarch this. He was very puzzled. However, Uchiha Fugaku just glanced at him quietly. He shut up. Those eyes are too sharp. This is a death order from Hokage to the Uchiha clan. Pass on this news. Let all of us Uchiha clan know. The current Konoha is not worthy of the Uchiha clan's protection. At this moment, Konoha, Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen still stood at the familiar window, looking at Konoha. However, what is different from before is that at this moment, he has a light smile on his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to be a lot easier. There is a document on his desk. This document comes from the name of the country of fire. For the previous application of Sarutobi Hiruzen's abdication, the daimyo of the country of fire has already accepted and agreed to Namikaze Minato becoming the 4th Hokage. After all, I am better. Sarutobi Hiruzen is extremely proud. The rise of Uchiha this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen regards it as the most dangerous situation in his Naruto political career. Because of Danzo's mistake, the credit of Cloud Shinobi was given to the Uchiha clan. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku actually revealed Mangekyo, and at the same time repelled the menacing fog. This is simply heaven to let the Uchiha clan rise. Everyone knows that heaven can't be violated. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen prefers heaven defying. Uchiha wants to rise? Next life. As long as the daimyo of the country of fire agrees to Namikaze Minato's superiority, then, the Uchiha clan will have no chance. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood hasn't been so good for a long time since Danzo tripped. At this moment, he has a feeling of strategizing. Konoha is still under his control. As for the Hei's frontier, now that the Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi wars are over, is it possible that without the Uchiha clan, we Konoha can't stop the fog? Ridiculous. And at this time, behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, a figure suddenly appeared. Seeking flowers. The moment he appeared, he knelt on one knee behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and spoke calmly. Master Naruto. Did you finally come back? What was the result? With that said, the man immediately took out a scroll and showed it in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is a peace treaty between Konoha and Rock Shinobi. The content of the peace treaty is no different from Cloud Shinobi. What is written is all the content of compensation. Because peace is built on the basis of war, and Konoha is a victorious country. On the Cloud Shinobi peace treaty, the name Uchiha Itaka was signed. Rock Shinobi's peace treaty, signed with the name Namikaze Minato. Good job, Minato, I didn't see the wrong person. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled genially, looking at Namikaze Minato with a look of appreciation. He reached out and patted Namikaze Minato on the shoulder, then smiled. 0. Minato, you should get the news, right? The daimyo of the country of fire has accepted you as Konoha's fourth Hokage. The old man is old after all, and then Konoha will be your young man's world. Speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was indescribably sad. As if entrusting a heavy responsibility, he squeezed Namikaze Minato's shoulder heavily. Konoha, I'll leave it to you. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato's complexion condensed, and he spoke quickly. I will definitely not disappoint the Lord Third Generation's heart. Fourth Hokage, after all, fell on Namikaze Minato's head. When coming out of the Hokage building, Namikaze Minato was still a little uncomfortable. Is he going to become Hokage? Although he knew Sarutobi Hiruzen had this meaning for a long time. However, now that he is still in the war, will he be in such a position? Will it affect the stability of the village? Is it because of Uchiha? He had heard Kushina talk about the matter between Uchiha and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, he already knew about the things on the front line of Cloud Shinobi and Danzo. However, Namikaze Minato didn't say anything. He knew that there was an inexplicable gap between Konoha and Uchiha. This barrier has existed a long time ago. It's just that the gap between Third Hokage and Uchiha is very big. This kind of estrangement, I hope it can be eliminated with me. Master Third Generation, I will prove to you that your idea is wrong. Uchiha, it's never been as dangerous as you thought. The relationship between Konoha and Uchiha is up to me to change. Namikaze Minato firmly believes that he can do it. Chapter 127. The return of the Uchiha clan caused a sensation throughout Konoha. After all, the news of the attack on Hei's fourth Mizukage had just reached Konoha, and the Uchiha clan repelled Hei's and won. But why would the Uchiha clan be recalled to Konoha when they win the front line? There is no Uchiha clan on the Hei's front. Then who will guard it? Konoha didn't understand the meaning of Hokage. Many people even scold Sarutobi Hiruzen for being confused. Retiring at the time of victory, isn't this raising his morale and destroying his own prestige? For a while, the people's discussion of Shimura Danzo's betrayal turned to the verbal and penal criticism of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third Hokage, silly. And in the face of such rumors, does Sarutobi Hiruzen care? No, he doesn't care anymore. Because he will soon cease to be Hokage. He used his insignificant reputation in exchange for Konoha's peace and suppressed the rising Uchiha clan. Such a deal is too cost-effective. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku is also dumbfounded. He didn't even dream of it. When the class teacher of his Uchiha clan returns to the court, he will receive so many cheers from the Konoha people. The outside street in front of Konoha. The whole street was full of people. All the people stood side by side on both sides, and a long welcoming passage flowed out in the middle. Uchiha Fugaku led his family of Uchiha into it. I almost thought I had gone back to the wrong village. Isn't this Konoha? However, the deafening 3 words Uchiha shouted from the people around him made him deeply realize that this is indeed Konoha. But, when has Uchiha been treated like this? Because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's suppression. Uchiha's reputation in Konoha is not good. Coupled with the fact that Uchiha runs and manages the Konoha guards, it often offends people. This prevents Uchiha from getting the treatment that Konoha #1 clan should have. And now, the treatment is coming. However, Uchiha Fugaku was blinded. How to fatten 4. Is this another Sarutobi Hiruzen conspiracy? Patriarch Fugaku, your Uchiha clan have worked hard. Suddenly, a person rushed out of the crowd and greeted Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku nodded quickly in response. Where, this is what the Uchiha clan should do. And such condolences can be seen everywhere. Not only Fugaku, but the other Uchiha clan are confused. What did we Uchiha do? Didn't it just repel Hei's attack? It's not that I won the war with Hei's. Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku even saw Hyuga Hayashi, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan in the crowd. And, even worse, Hyuga Rise is still smiling at Fugaku. Nodded while laughing. Am I FG so FG? Uchiha Fugaku touched his head, getting more and more confused. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. What is the head of the Hyuga clan doing here? Come and welcome us Uchiha? Aren't you afraid that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the scrupulous guy, will wear shoes for you Hyuga? However, Hyuga Hayashi did not shy away from it. Still looking at Fugaku, nodding and laughing. I can't be a illusion, right? And just when Fugaku was a little confused. At the end of the welcome channel, a group of people stood. They, like other Konoha people, came to welcome the Uchiha clan. However, the difference is that each of them wears the emblem of the Uchiha clan. Those ones. They are all family members of the Uchiha clan fighting on the front line. There are 4 people headed by Uchiha Chiba and Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Spring next to them. At this moment, Koizumi is holding Chiba's arm, as if he is still a little uncomfortable with the cheers of the stars holding the moon. As if sensing Koizumi's nervousness, Chiba smiled and lightly nodded her forehead. Koizumi, what's so nervous about you? What you see now is the glory of our Uchiha clan. You should be proud. If you change to another family, I'm afraid that the butt can be up to the sky. At this moment, Itachi, who was next to him, looked at Chiba and paused. Chiba-san, isn't that head nod specifically used to wake me up? So, what are you doing in a daze? Chiba's words made Itachi recover from the stunned state. In a daze? Am I? Don't pretend, I don't know what you are thinking. Now, but you are carrying the crucial moment of the Uchiha clan, don't lose the chain. With that, Chiba handed Itachi a scroll. The content in this scroll is the peace treaty signed between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi. Inscribed on it is the emblem of the Uchiha clan. Chiba-kun, you still have to give this to your father. If it wasn't for you. Stop talking nonsense. Go ahead. Bearing on the Uchiha clan is your responsibility as the patriarch's son. If you want to pass this responsibility to me, you want to be beautiful. After returning, the Uchiha clan was reunited with his family. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku stood quietly in front of Chiba and Itachi. He opened the scroll that Itachi handed him, and the contents of it made his hands tremble a bit. What happened? The battle between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi was ended by the Uchiha clan. And obtained such a huge benefit. Am I not paddling in front of the haze? Why did you beat Cloud Shinobi? Seeing her husband's dumbfounded look, Mikoto immediately explained to the side, telling everything about the Cloud Shinobi front line. Hear this dangerous and unexpected experience. Fugaku's expressions changed when he watched Chiba and Itachi. From excitement, to surprise, and finally to gratification. Then, he hugged Chiba and Itachi. Embracing Itachi as a father, and embracing Chiba as a patriarch. Itachi, you have grown up. Chiba, Itachi has the luck of his life to have friends like you. You two, are our heroes, the real heroes. Uchiha Fugaku could not imagine. Itachi and Chiba, the two small bodies, bear the reputation of the Uchiha clan and win the battle against Sarutobi Hiruzen. That's Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third Hokage, which has suppressed the Uchiha clan for many years. I was tripped by 2 of my own little guys. The younger generation is terrible, the younger generation is terrible. Child, you, are the future of our Uchiha clan. Come on, welcome to the heroes of the Uchiha clan. Talking. A large number of Uchiha people swarmed right beside Fugaku. With joy on their faces, they lifted Chiba and Itachi and threw them high into the air. This scene stunned Chiba and Itachi. After a while, both of them laughed. Was thrown again. This is the 3rd time. With the cheers of the Uchiha clan, the cheers of the surrounding people became even louder. And among the cheers, Chiba suddenly rolled his head and faced the direction of the Hokage building. He knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen must be looking at the scene here through that window. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed watching. The enthusiastic cheers made Sarutobi Hiruzen's good mood gradually lower. Moreover, for a moment, he actually felt that Chiba was turning his head and smiling at him. Humph, damn it, kid. You Uchiha clan will not be arrogant for long. Like a conversation in the air, Chiba smiled and spoke. The rise of Uchiha is doomed, and Jesus can't hold it down, I said. Chapter 128. Today, the Uchiha clan is not destined to be peaceful. Konoha has always had a custom to celebrate for the ninjas returning from the battlefield. This seems to be the inheritance that has continued to this day since the beginning of the First Ninja World War. At first, the people in the village responded to the ninjas galloping on the battlefield. Although ordinary people are the protected party, they also expressed their respect for the battlefield ninjas in their own way. With the outbreak of the First and Second Ninja World War, this kind of celebration has formed a custom of not being passed down to this day. Moreover, even if the battle is defeated, the people will show respect and condolences to the ninja who flew through the battlefield. This celebration is not actually a matter of the Uchiha clan's repulsion of 4th Mizukage on the front lines of the fog. More to celebrate Konoha's victory on the front line of Cloud Shinobi. Before, Cloud Shinobi's frontline troops returned in a big victory, and the whole village was celebrating. As the main force against Cloud Shinobi, the Hyuga clan has been celebrated from the whole village. However, that celebration did not include Uchiha. Because, at that time, Uchiha's main team was still on the front line of haze. And this time Uchiha returned from the front of the fog, and also brought the repulsion as a partial victory of Three Tails Jinchuriki 4th Mizukage, which naturally ushered in the celebration of the whole village. The threshold of the Uchiha clan was trampled on. Since the establishment of Konoha Shinobi Village. This is the first time that the Uchiha clan has received support from the entire Konoha people. Before that, only the Senju clan had such treatment. And this celebration seems to be an opportunity for the people of Konoha to get to know the Uchiha clan again. Prior to this, the people's impression of the Uchiha clan still remained on hearsay and the iron-faced Konoha guard. The Uchiha clan is different from the Senju clan. Compared with the village, the Uchiha clan is more closed. However, this is not the original wish of the Uchiha clan. It's that the Uchiha clan's clan land itself cannot connect with Konoha's center. That was the decision made by Senju Tobirama out of monitoring and control of the Uchiha clan. Is it wrong for the inherently evil race to stay away from the people? It seems correct. Unfortunately, what Senju Tobirama didn't know was that the opening Hitor would eventually separate Konoha and Uchiha, and it became a reason for Sarutobi Hiruzen to suppress the Uchiha clan. Because of this, the names that really face the Uchiha clan are basically the Konoha guards. And what is the guard? Its essence is to maintain the law and order of the village. If you want to maintain law and order, you must establish a serious image. Therefore, the inherent image of being proud and arrogant is deeply imprinted in the hearts of the people. Coupled with the fact that the Uchiha clan is serious and selfless, it has offended many people. In addition, Sarutobi Hiruzen often beats the Uchiha clan. The patriarchs that led to the establishment of the village did not gain the corresponding status and reputation in Konoha. This time, the people of Konoha came to the Uchiha clan to celebrate and condole the ninjas on the front line. It turns out that the Uchiha clan is not as arrogant and powerful as they thought. On the contrary, most of the Uchihas are extremely hospitable and extremely enthusiastic. This almost subverted the Konoha people's perception of the Uchiha clan. Is this really the Uchiha in their impression? When these heroes who went to the Uchiha clan to sympathize and celebrate the battlefield, they were treated by the Uchiha clan. For a while, many people were confused. How come it seems to be the other way around? Obviously we went to celebrate the Uchiha clan, right? While Konoha's people kept coming in and out of the Uchiha clan, as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku's home, two special guests came. Fugaku-man, do you drink? This is a fine wine I have treasured for many years. Hyuga Hayashi changed his seriousness as the head of the Hyuga clan. He came to Uchiha Fugaku's house, wearing a loose kimono, very relaxed. In that way, it seems like going to meet a friend whom I haven't seen for a long time. The other person is Uzumaki Kushina. Compared to the arrival of Hyuga Hayashi, Kushina seems a bit ordinary. After all, the wife of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan is her best friend. She can be regarded as a frequent visitor to the Uchiha clan. At this moment, it was Uchiha Mikoto who greeted her. When the two met, they both laughed. Then, unanimously opened the mouth. Mikoto. Congratulations. Kushina. Congratulations. Congratulations from Mikoto originate from Namikaze Minato's upcoming 4th Hokage. Congratulations to Kushina are the changes of the Uchiha clan and the two heaven-defying boys out of their clan. Saying the same thing, the two of them froze for a moment, then laughed again. Because, they think, because of Namikaze Minato's appointment. The relationship between Konoha and Uchiha will be properly resolved. On the other hand, Uchiha Fugaku took the wine gourd brought by Hyuga Hayashi and smiled. You old fellow, how many years have you seen me? Do you think of me now? The joking joke indicates that the relationship between the two is not ordinary. In fact, the two can be regarded as ninjas of the same period, and they even went to ninja school together. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. In the absence of involvement in family disputes, the two have been partners who have fought side by side. In this ninja world, the most precious friendship between each other is tantamount to having been on the battlefield and selling lives together. Obviously, this is true for both Fugaku and Hayashi. Hey, I can't help it. There is a big family behind me, and third generation is notoriously stubborn. Brother won't blame me, right? Don't blame you. Believe it or not, I broke your Byakugan. Hearing that, Hyuga Hayashi became angry. Fugaku, you old guy, don't push your nose and cheek. Do you believe me to blow up your Sharingan? Hey, do you want to try it? Who is Konoha's first pupil technique? Try it. The two are eager to try, like children. Next to them, Kushina and Mikoto looked strangely at the same two, and then hurriedly left. The scene was very embarrassing. Forget it, let you go this time, it's because you brought fine wine. Hyuga Hayashi glanced at Fugaku and didn't say much. Then he took Hyuga Hayashi into the house. At this moment, Chiba and Itaka were sitting on the tatami and saw Hayashi's arrival. Chiba and Itaka spoke quickly. Uncle Hayashi. Patriarch Hayashi. Seeing the two, Hyuga Hayashi smiled. If the front line is not these two little guys, his Hyuga clan does not know how many clan members will be lost. Hyuga Hayashi immediately sat down beside the two of them, and then touched Chiba's head. Don't call me Patriarch Hayashi, two-born, just like Itake. Call me Uncle Hayashi. You are the great benefactor of our Hyuga clan. Don't you know how many people in my clan regret that they couldn't throw you up when they returned to the village? Upon hearing this, Chiba smiled. Farewell, don't you know that I was thrown up at the time, with people flying in the sky, and souls chasing after them? Did you mean it, Itake? Itake nodded immediately. Really, it's a bit floating. Hearing that, Fugaku and Hayashi glanced at Itake. Do you mean the same thing as Chiba? Also, I kind of like the excitement. Hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi immediately started the drama. Relax, with you two, there are opportunities. With a snap, Hyuga Hayashi patted the wine gourd directly on the table. Today, let's celebrate if we don't talk about anything else. Let's drink together. With that said, Hyuga Hayashi reached 4 cups. Uchiha Itaka glanced at Fugaku and seemed to be asking for permission. Because his father taught him that drinking is easy to make mistakes, and he is only 6 years old, far less than the age of drinking. In response, Fugaku nodded. Drink it, Itake, you have grown up, this kind of thing does not require my consent. Just between Itake hesitation, Chiba suddenly picked up the wine glass and drank it in one fell swoop. Seeing this, Fugaku and Hayashi were both stunned. Good guy, isn't this alcohol low, it's stuffy in a mouthful? As if perceiving the strange look, Chiba smiled. This wine is not spicy enough, how about, try mine? With that, Chiba also took out a gourd. This is his own brew, pure Urkuatu. The degree is 10 times stronger than Konoha's strongest liquor. At first, I drank a little with Orochimaru, and there was a lot left. Seeing this, Fugaku and Hayashi stunned again. Good guy, not only is he bored, but he also has wine? Chiba shook the wine gourd in his hand and asked. Would you like to taste my wine? Itaka. Itaka paused. This is the first time Chiba has invited himself to drink. Then he took the wine gourd and drank it slurpingly. Perceiving this scene, Chiba was stunned. Damn it! Blow Urkuata directly? At this moment, along with Urkuata's belly, Itaka's expression changed from calm to surprised, then from surprised to doubt, then from doubt to fear, and then from panic to hysterical, which was especially fun. Itaka's shoulders were trembling. Fugaku and Hayashi froze for a moment. What happened to Itaka? The next moment, Itaka, who dropped the wine gourd, rushed out with a heart-piercing shout. Both Fugaku and Hayashi were stunned. At that moment, they almost thought Itaka was going to squirt great fireball from his mouth. Seeing this scene, Chiba couldn't help but smile. People who have never drunk use Urkuata directly? Awesome. Seeing this scene, Fugaku and Hayashi suddenly became interested and picked up their wine glasses. Chiba, give me a drink too. Okay. Take a sip of wine. The pupils of Fugaku and Hayashi shrank suddenly. What a strong liquor. It is different from the celebration of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, in the Hokage building and the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly listened to Umbu's report. Alongside, Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu are also nearby. Umbu's report is simple. The threshold of the Uchiha clan was broken. One can imagine how many people go to the Uchiha clan to celebrate. More importantly, Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, and Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina also went to the Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan really turned aside. And Uzumaki Kushina, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, who is clearly Konoha, is so close to the Uchiha clan. Don't she know, but Uchiha Madara controlled Nine-Tails and attacked the village. She didn't even know the terrible Uchiha clan. Hiruzen, the two of them went to the Uchiha clan, and it is definitely not as simple as celebrating. They must be discussing some conspiracy. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen agrees with Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu. Hyuga Hayashi and Uzumaki Kushina went to the Uchiha clan. Something must happen. In this case, let's send a notice. Tomorrow, the coronation ceremony of 4th Hokage will be officially held. Lest knights have many dreams. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want any more accidents. As long as Namikaze Minato becomes 4th Hokage, then, the position of Naruto really has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. Chapter 129. Tonight, Chiba is drunk. Even Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi were drunk. The stamina of Urquiato was greater than they thought. Even the ferret who had just drunk was a little buoyant, and his throat was still smoking. This wine is hotter than any kind of chili that ferret has ever eaten. It's outrageous. And Chiba was taken back by someone. When Koizumi saw Chiba, Chiba had already fallen. Seeing Chiba sleeping on the tatami, Koizumi shook his head helplessly. Brother Chiba, you have broken your studies, and you can actually drink. That being said, however, the smile on Koizumi's face cannot be hidden. From the beginning, people's strange eyes on Chiba, now they're walking on the street and being smiled by people. Koizumi is really happy for Chiba. Without a word, she walked towards home with Chiba on her back. With Chiba behind him, Koizumi felt inexplicably relieved. She knew that Chiba was especially protective of him. Although Koizumi is taking care of Chiba in daily life, but in fact, Koizumi knows that it is himself who is really being taken care of. Brother Chiba, you have to keep going. No matter what you do, in my heart, you will always be the hero in my heart. Arrive home. Koizumi and Chiba are no longer the only two. Koizumi's father Uchiha Tsuki and Koizumi's mother Uchiha Rin returned to the Uchiha clan because of the Uchiha clan's retreat from the front line of the fog. Watching Koizumi carry Chiba back, the two smiled. Our little hero of Uchiha is back. Hearing that Chiba hasn't completely fragmented yet, he seems to be a little conscious. A faint voice came from his mouth. Uncle you Aunt Rin. Chiba seems to be aware of his gaffe and wants to get off Koizumi's back. After all, Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Rin are almost equal to his parents. At this moment, they came back from the front line, seeing the first side of themselves. They were so drunk. In any case, there is a little disrespect to the elders. Alright. Today is a happy day in the clan. Besides, don't you seem to have a good relationship with me, you brat. When your father entrusted you to me on the battlefield, I took yours as my son. Koizumi, take Chiba to rest. Upon hearing this, Koizumi nodded with a smile. Okay, father. Early the next morning, Chiba woke up from a headache. At this moment, Koizumi was curled up on his quilt. The sleeping posture is not very good, and the hair is messy. It can be seen that she seemed to take care of herself all night last night. Feeling this Koizumi, Chiba smiled. He touched her head with a force that would not disturb her sleep. Even so, Koizumi seemed to feel something, his long eyelashes trembling slightly. It seemed that she felt the temperature of Chiba's palm, which made her feel relieved, and she did not open it after all. This time, Chiba did not get up in the first place to do his daily tasks. Enhancing strength is certainly important. However, at certain moments, there is something more important. He didn't want to disturb such Koizumi. I don't know how long it took. When the first rays of sunlight in the morning came in through the window, Koizumi's eyes trembled slightly. She stretched her body like a kitten. Then, he found that Chiba was sitting in front of him like this. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Brother Chiba? She yawned. I never knew that you would drool when you sleep. Nonsense. How can a fairy drool? Koizumi made a grimace at Chiba, and quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Brother Chiba can't see it again. It must be Mongolian. Since you are awake, get up, otherwise, we will be late. Why are you late? Today, but the day that fourth Hokage is crowned. This is even more lively than yesterday's celebration. Upon hearing this, Koizumi smiled. The eyes of Koizumi who laughed were like crescent moons, and they were very beautiful. In that case, change your clothes quickly. With that said, Koizumi jumped off Chiba's bed in an uproarious manner. Then he dragged himself up and down in a hurry. Chiba froze for a moment. Koizumi, what do you want? Change clothes. Koizumi didn't shy away from it, and soon changed into his own casual clothes. Then, he blinked his big watery eyes and looked at Chiba. Brother Chiba, do you want me to change it for you? No need. You better go and tidy your hair. Hearing this, Koizumi was in a hurry immediately. Watching a slip of smoke run away from Koizumi, Chiba smiled. This kind of peaceful life in Uchiha is worthy of his protection. Today is Konoha's big day. Although the coronation ceremony of 4th Hokage was only issued yesterday by Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, because it was during the war, everyone expressed understanding. Since the Hokage's change is to be carried out, it must be quick and not leave a flaw in the enemy village. This coronation ceremony brought together almost everyone from Konoha. Ninjas and civilians are almost all involved. Chiba and Koizumi went to the gathering place of the Uchiha clan. You can see Uchiha Itachi watching from a distance. Seeing Chiba appear, he breathed a sigh of relief. Chiba, you finally came. I thought you were going to be late if you overslept. How is it possible? I went to the village head ball store to buy some balls. Do you want to eat? At this moment, Chiba still had a bunch of balls in his mouth. Seeing this scene, Itachi was stunned for a moment. Chiba-san, now everyone in Konoha has gathered here. How do you get the balls? Don't talk nonsense, just eat it. With that, Chiba stuffed the balls directly into Itachi's mouth. Seeing this scene, Koizumi smiled. Brother Chiba, he went in over the fence. Itachi's eyes widened suddenly, and because his mouth was blocked by balls, he could only make a mum sound. Don't talk nonsense. I left the money. Now the times are changing. At this moment of suffering, why should we celebrate with some sweets? Suffering all the time? The old man wants you Uchiha clan to not even lift your head. With such an expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally appeared in front of everyone. Although before that, the Konoha executives had a lot of scandals, and even made frontline decisions that were spurned by others. However, at this time of Hokage's change, no one would find it uncomfortable to bring it up. After all, the next Hokage has high hopes from Konoha. Only one person reversed the war between Konoha and Rock Shinobi and won Konoha's first victory in the Third Ninja War. Everyone believes it. Under the leadership of this young powerhouse, Konoha can reach a peak again. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to Konoha with a smile. He is enjoying the last-minute highlights of his career. Because, after today, he will no longer be sought after by the entire Konoha name. Where the leaves fly, the fire will continue to grow. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow the new leaves to sprout. As the older generation, we all burned ourselves, and now, Konoha's leaves have already sprouted and blossomed. Konoha, after all, it is your young world. The change of times symbolizes the hope for the future. And this hope will lead the village to a higher peak. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, will personally hand over the responsibility. Konoha's fourth Hokage will be our Konoha's shining light Minato, Nyojao's, wind. In the cheers of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen handed over the power personally. At this moment, the vision of the younger generation will be transferred from Sarutobi Hiruzen to Namikaze Minato. Hokage, no matter when, is dazzling. But, I don't know how Danzo would feel when he saw this scene. Unfortunately, he could not be there, even in Konoha's streets. At this coronation ceremony, Chiba felt a lot of people. Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu are not good-looking faces. Sarutobi Hiruzen with a fake smile. Langjun Orochimaru who looks at all this calmly. Uzumaki Kushina smiles proudly while looking at her man. And the hero Jiraiya who watched his apprentice take over the power of his teacher. This moment, Jiraiya seemed to set his sights on the Uchiha clan. To be precise, it was Chiba's body. That look is not considered friendly. Chiba-kun, Jiraiya-sama seems to be looking at you. Chiba nodded. Okay, I know. Chapter 130. In the era when his teacher unloaded Hokage, Jiraiya, who wandered around, returned to the village after all. Although Chiba didn't know the reason for Jiraiya's departure. However, among Sarutobi Hiruzen's 3 apprentices, Jiraiya's relationship with him should be the best at this moment. At least, Jiraiya came back again. However, does Jiraiya see his apprentice's succession or the teacher's resignation? No one can make it clear. And what about Tsunade? Even at this time, he did not go back to the village to take a look. As a teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen failed. The relationship between him and his 3 apprentices was broken. It seems that the big figures in the world of Naruto can't escape the fate of the master killer. The same is true for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru killed his own teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who can generally regard him, Uchiha Obito and Nagato as distorted by the world. But on the day of Konoha's crash plan, Jiraiya was clearly in Konoha, but he did not show up to help after his teacher died, which explained the problem. In Jiraiya's view, his teacher's death to protect Konoha is his best ending. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen failed as a teacher. However, the will of fire passed down from his mouth deeply affected Jiraiya. The will of fire did not distort Jiraiya, but made him understand other things. He didn't want to save Sarutobi Hiruzen when he was in danger. However, in the face of Tsunade and Orochimaru may join forces, it is time to say, if you betray the village, I will kill you. This is the time to prove the influence of the will of fire on Jiraiya. Jiraiya has his own beliefs. He seems cynical, but he has nothing to say about his loyalty to the village. Therefore, at this moment, Jiraiya looks at Chiba's eyes, which is not friendly. Everyone can see it. Silent battles erupted between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's top leaders. And this kind of battle even directly dragged Hokage's assistant Shimura Danzo into the water, making Konoha seem very turbulent. At this moment, Konoha's interior is not peaceful. The coronation ceremony of 4th Hokage is finally over. The deafening cheers made the whole story shudder. Konoha ushered in a new Hokage. Whether he admits it or not, Konoha will usher in a new era. As for whether the new era is good or bad, no one knows. However, everyone is full of expectations for this new Hokage. The crowd dispersed in the crowd. Itaka saw Chiba's thoughts and asked in a low voice. Chiba-san, do you need help? No, I'm not going to fight. Itaka nodded. Koizumi next to him was very confused about the conversation between the two. At this moment, Chiba touched Koizumi's head and smiled. Koizumi, you go back first, I'm going to deal with some things. Okay. Hearing this, Koizumi was stunned for a moment. Then even nodded. In that case, then. Chiba brother, you have to come back soon. Well, definitely. Chiba leaned on crutches and reached the very edge of the venue. He stood there calmly, as if waiting for something. With the end of the coronation ceremony, the crowd gradually dispersed. In just tens of minutes, everyone disappeared. At this moment, Chiba came to the center of the venue with a cane. And there, a person walked out. I heard your legend a long time ago. Not only defeated Orochimaru, but also blocked the tailed beast bomb on the front line of Cloud Shinobi. The posterity is terrible. Upon hearing this, Chiba smiled. Mr. Orochimaru didn't count that time. That kind of test can't be related to battle. Hero Jiraiya. A very handsome man, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. That is a man who always believes in his own justice, pays for it, and puts an end to his heroic story. Wandering Dragon and Angelica, the sea does not welcome me. Jiraiya. Jiraiya's life is full of regrets. He failed to really change Nagato's fate. He failed to bring Orochimaru back to Konoha. He failed to see Naruto become Hokage with his own eyes. He didn't really get together with Tsunade. He couldn't finish the intimacy of heaven. At the same time, he failed to give a perfect ending to his hero story. However, he found the true son of destiny. Chiba respects Jiraiya very much. However, that was not a reason for his compromise. He didn't know that Jiraiya had found his purpose this time. However, in any case, he could not change himself. Only with this, Chiba can be sure. Are you called Uchiha Chiba? Okay. Chiba nodded. I was also young once, and I know what it means to be full of blood. What do you want to say? The current Konoha is not peaceful. Jiraiya is almost clear. This is not quite peaceful, it comes from Uchiha and Konoha high level. So? Chiba asked rhetorically. Is it peaceful or not? What to do with me? Did I make Konoha turbulent? Hearing that, Jiraiya did not answer Chiba's question head-on, but as if recalling something, he spoke. Chiba, do you know Konoha's biggest crisis since its establishment? It has never been a ninja war. Whether it is the First Ninja World War, the Second Ninja World War, or even this Third Ninja World War. For Konoha, it is not the greatest crisis. Konoha's biggest crisis comes from the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Hearing this, Chiba frowned. You want to say, the crisis, does it come from me, Uchiha? Jiraiya shook his head. No, I mean, the crisis comes from within. I don't want Konoha to be defeated internally without being overthrown by foreign enemies. Chiba, there is no doubt that you are Konoha's genius. However, if Konoha reveals a crisis because of your extremes, I will kill you without hesitation. For an instant, Jiraiya's killing intent made the surrounding air seem to freeze. In response, Chiba just smiled. Such words, you should talk to your teacher. I have already told him. If he went to extremes, I would kill him without hesitation. Is this to give yourself a slap in the face? Chiba leaned on a cane in both hands and calmly faced Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas. Then, at this moment, Chiba's aura from all over his body is no worse than that of Jiraiya, who has experienced many battles. Realizing that Chiba's aura even overwhelmed him in turn, Jiraiya also showed a shocked expression. Then, Chiba faced Jiraiya and spoke calmly. Do you want to kill me? Well, now, I will stand here. You can come and try. At this moment, between the two of them, it seemed that even the air had solidified, and it was terribly anxious. Jiraiya looked at Chiba quietly, and Chiba faced Jiraiya calmly. Then, Jiraiya suddenly smiled. Chiba also laughed suddenly. Mr. Jiraiya, your persuasion is really special. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya burst into laughter immediately. It's shameful, all my thoughts have been seen through. That girl Kushina is right. You kid, you have a personality. With that said, Jiraiya walked towards Chiba suddenly and carelessly. Would you like a uli ramen? My treat. Are you a treat? Are you rich? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya had a meal. How? Even this idea has been seen through. Seeing that Jiraiya was stunned, Chiba was speechless. He also asked casually. After all, in the original book, Jiraiya cheated his apprentice many times under the banner of inviting Naruto to eat ramen. It really doesn't work, I can barely agree to your treat. What's wrong? I'm an immortal, it's your blessing to ask an immortal to eat ramen. When I eat the ramen, I will take you to get the ingredients, so I will make you happy. Collection? At this moment, Chiba froze for a moment, as if thinking of something. Then he said silently. Mr. Jiraiya, have you forgotten? I can't see this. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya stroked his chin and thought for a moment. How about I ask you to feel it? Chiba was speechless. Konoha has 3 prohibitions. One of the prohibitions should be Jiraiya. At this moment, Jiraiya suddenly looked into the distance and murmured. Minato, he is a kind kid. He is different from my teacher. I don't want his kindness to be disappointed, do you know what I mean? At this time, Chiba also paused. Mr. Huang, do you know? I never go to extremes. Sarutobi Hiruzen, he, not worthy. Hey, that's my teacher. And also, who is Mr. Huang? Chapter 131. Namikaze Minato, after all, became the 4th Hokage. Becoming a Naruto means that the task imposed on oneself is not just a ninja mission. While being a ninja of Konoha, he also became a shadow. Shadow is responsible for the entire village. The times changed during the war, so Namikaze Minato did not have time to adapt to the daily life as a shadow. Therefore, when Namikaze Minato truly became a Hokage and started to deal with matters related to Konoha, he realized how cumbersome the task of being Hokage is. The handover of the daimyo of the Country of Fire. Diplomacy with neighboring countries. And other villages' policies. The battle report on the front line. A spy from another village in the village. Cultivation of the new generation of ninjas. Set up an organization that belongs to one's own umbu. There are too many things to do as a shadow. Namikaze Minato, who was exposed to these things for the first time, felt that his head was big. Third Hokage, are you dealing with these matters every day? So, is this the reason why Third Hokage has never been on the battlefield? At this moment, Namikaze Minato even admired Sarutobi Hiruzen, who handled these things in an orderly manner. One day, a whole day, Namikaze Minato didn't do anything, and just sat in the Hokage office, dealing with these tedious tasks. However, he still couldn't see his head. He has just finished processing a batch of affairs, and Sarutobi Hiruzen Zumbu will immediately submit the latest information. These matters that belong to Hokage seem to be indefinitely dealt with forever. At this moment, Namikaze Minato, who had just finished processing a batch of affairs, just wanted to take a break and rubbed his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen Zumbu appears again. Master Fourth Hokage, new information has arrived. Again. Namikaze Minato's heart trembled. He never knew that as Hokage, he had to deal with so many things. When the Umbu presented the information, Namikaze Minato's brows suddenly tightened. This time the intelligence is about the front line of Haze. It's no secret that the Uchiha clan retreated from the front line of Haze. For Konoha front line, who has lost the Uchiha clan, every day has a hard time. Although since being repelled by Uchiha Fugaku last time, 4th Mizukage has not appeared. However, the 7 ninja swordsmen dispatched from the front of the fog is still a huge threat. On the Konoha front, people are dying every day. Ask Konoha for support every day. Seeing this information, Namikaze Minato took a deep breath. He knew what it meant by Sarutobi Hiruzen to withdraw the Uchiha clan from the front line of Haze. However, he is not Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan, but Konoha is Uchiha clan. Why suppress and beware? Namikaze Minato had an early idea to solve the Konoha and Uchiha clan. Once accepted Uchiha Obito as an apprentice is the best proof. And Uzumaki Kushina is also working hard. And so, he decided to send the Uchiha clan to the front line of Haze again. One is that the Uchiha clan has the strength and ability to repel the attack of the Fog Shadow. Second, as 4th Hokage, he wanted to show his friendliness and convey his meaning to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan needs a real victory to prove themselves. And just when Namikaze Minato was about to make a decision, the door of the office suddenly remembered the bluntness of knocking on the door. Namikaze Minato immediately stopped what was in his hands and spoke. Come in. After the door opened, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked in. Seeing this, Minato smiled. It turned out to be Lord Third Generation. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked calmly with a smile on his face. Minato, after becoming Hokage, do you adapt? Hearing that, Minato scratched his head in embarrassment. It is indeed a bit uncomfortable. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. I didn't expect you to deal with so many things normally. Only when I took office, I was so dizzy by these things. Yes, I know. As he said, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, and then calmly walked to the side of Namikaze Minato. I should have taken you to adapt to the affairs of Hokage. However, because it was during the war, there was no such leisure time. Now that you have become 4th Hokage, I wouldn't be able to intervene. However, in order to be able to get you started faster, I will stay in the office. If you have anything, you can ask me. Really, that's great. Third Generation Lord. Namikaze Minato smiled. He didn't think much about this matter. However, when he looked down at the affairs of the Haze front line that he was about to deal with, Minato froze for a moment. Why did Sarutobi Hiruzen appear at this time? Then, at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood behind Minato and suddenly spoke. It's a matter on the front line of Haze. I have already made a decision on their support. Send Nara, Akamike, and Yamanaka ninjas to the front line, so you can share a lot of pressure on the front line. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato's heart trembled. Master Third Generation, I already have a choice for the support of Haze. The Uchiha clan has always been in charge of the Fog Shadows. Compared with other families, the Uchiha clan knows the situation on the front line better, and they also repelled 4th Mizukage once. So, I want to send the Uchiha clan to the front of the fog again. Furthermore, the Nara clan, the Akamika clan and the Yamanaka clan lack decisive power, and the pressure is also very high in the face of the Misty Ninja 7. However, after saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed. He looked at Namikaze Minato quietly, his eyes were terrifyingly deep. Minato, you Don't you know the real reason why I sent the Uchiha clan back from the front line under tremendous pressure? What reason? Minato froze for a moment, and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Minato, do you know what a perfect Jinchuriki is? Of course, Cloud Shinobi's 8 Tails Killer Bee is. I used to meet him. However, there is only one Killer Bee in the ninja realm. Jinchuriki, every village is studying. They all want to control the tail beast. But, only Killer Bee did it. And how long has 4th Mizukage become 3 Tails Jinchuriki? The time is short, terribly short. Because Hagage had only launched the tail beast strike plan against Konoha before, and Kakashi stopped it. After that, 4th Mizukage sealed 3 tails into his body. No more than 2 months before and after. Don't you think that 4th Mizukage can completely manipulate the tail beast? It's weird. It's a bit. But what does this have to do with the Uchiha clan? The connection is big. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Minato and spoke calmly. Because the Uchiha clan has the power to completely manipulate the tail beast. The former Uchiha Madara even completely manipulated 9 tails. And Uchiha Madara is using his main Jikyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku, it happens to have main Jikyo Sharingan. Hearing this, Minato's face changed. Master 3rd generation, I think you might have some misunderstanding of the Uchiha clan. No, you have a misunderstanding of the Uchiha clan. Minato, you must always beware of the Uchiha clan. Seeking flowers. Suddenly 4th Mizukage was able to completely manipulate the tail beast, and Uchiha Fugaku broke out his main Jikyo at this time. Do you really think there is no connection in this? This is probably a game made by the Uchiha clan and Hagage. Uchiha Fugaku used his main Jikyo Sharingan to help 4th Mizukage completely control the tail beast, and 4th Mizukage was repelled by Uchiha Fugaku on the front. All this is to enhance the status of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. The ambition of the Uchiha clan is great. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato felt that his scalp was a little numb. It's not because the Uchiha clan is really possible to join forces with Wu Ying. But Sarutobi Hiruzen can actually say this reason. Lord 3rd generation, the Uchiha clan are our Konoha ninjas. I think we should trust them and Konoha's ninjas. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Minato, you are still young and don't understand this. I think you'd better discuss this kind of decision with me and Naruto consultants. Yes. We must always beware of the Uchiha clan. At this time, the door was suddenly pushed open. Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu walked in calmly. Uchiha Madara once attacked Konoha and almost destroyed us Konoha. This is the best evidence. The same tragedy can never happen a second time. The appearance of the Naruto consultant seemed to be premeditated, and Minato smelled an unusual smell. However, he had already made up his mind. 3rd generation Sama, consultant, as Konoha's Hokage, I would like to believe in the Uchiha clan. If something really happens, I will take this responsibility. No, we won't agree. Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu looked cold. The frontline missions of this kind of war need to be discussed and concluded by us. Minato, you have no right to make private decisions. At this moment, Minato was stunned. I'm Hokage, don't I even have the power to decide? Of course, Konoha has never implemented Hokage's dictatorship policy. For this kind of frontline missions of war, they are all made by Naruto and Naruto's assistants. They discussed and decided together with the Naruto advisors, although they were mainly based on the opinions of Naruto. However, if Hokage's opinion is contrary to the other 3, it can be rejected. This is the first time Namikaze Minato has heard of this kind of thing. Where is the Naruto support? Lord Danzo has already been resigned. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up. Naruto assistant has not been selected for the time being. The old man can temporarily exercise the power of Naruto assistant for Danzo. At this moment, Namikaze Minato's heart fell to the freezing point. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and at Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu. For the first time, he noticed the darkness and horror of Konoha's upper level. So, as Hokage, what can I decide alone? Personal tasks below level A. And above a level, when it comes to tasks between the country and the village, we need to discuss together. At the same time, large-scale actions like dispatching this kind of clan also need to be explored. A sense of powerlessness, deep in Namikaze Minato's heart at this moment. In other words, he, Hokage, has no real power? Said it was Naruto, Naruto assistant, and Naruto consultants to discuss together. However, with the other three forbearance and one heart, what's the matter with his Hokage? This moment, Namikaze Minato is deeply aware of a problem. He, the newly appointed Hokage, hadn't done anything yet, so he was emptied. Chapter 132. The current Namikaze Minato, who is only in his 20s, has the blood he should have. Konoha's front line was once the battlefield where he galloped. The purpose of splashing blood for the village is to protect the ground under his feet and the people behind him. He used to hear his teacher Jiraiya say, "Minato, you may be the son of destiny predicted by Toad Sage. If it were you, I believe you can change the world." For this, Minato just smiled. It seemed that Minato didn't care, but he remembered this sentence deeply in his heart. Jiraiya said that he was the son of destiny, and that was a recognition of himself. Therefore, regardless of whether he is the real son of destiny or not, Minato doesn't want to let down the teacher's expectations of him. And so, he wants to do his best in everything. He wants to protect the village, he also wants to change the village, and he wants to make the village better. Therefore, before becoming fourth Hokage, Minato had a plan for the village in his heart. Among them, he put the first item on the Uchiha clan. The Konoha executives have a heavy prejudice against the Uchiha clan. Quite heavy. How heavy is it? Faced with the onslaught of Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi, Sarutobi Hiruzen could be placed on the Uchiha clan with such a huge combat power, but let other ordinary ninjas go to the front line to fight hard and fight with their lives. If Sarutobi Hiruzen can choose to believe in the Uchiha clan, I don't know how many ninja lives can be saved. Therefore, Minato had long planned that the first thing he did when he became Hokage was to change the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. There should be no such mistrust between Konoha and Uchiha. His wife Uzumaki Kushina often visits the Uchiha clan, and he also has contacts with the Uchiha clan. Only after the exchanges did I know that the Uchiha clan has never been as scary as Konoha executives described. Indeed, the Uchiha clan once had Uchiha Madara attacking Konoha with 9 tails. However, that cannot be a reason to directly deny the Uchiha clan. However, after becoming fourth Hokage, Minato knew how naive he was before. There are a lot of thoughts in his mind that he wants to change Konoha. However, he was shot without even taking the first step. As a shadow of a village, he can't even dispatch battle missions on the front line of his own village alone. This is really ridiculous. Master third generation, and 2 advisors. At least, let Kushina go to the front of the fog. Fourth Mizukage has gained the power of the tail beast, and may reappear at any time. If Kushina is on the front line, it should be able to knock back the haze. Kushina can even knock the 8 tails Jinchuriki back. Her existence will be a nightmare for all Jinchuriki in other villages. If Kushina can go to the front line, then the crisis of the Fog Shadow front line should be easily resolved. At this stage, the fact that the Uchiha clan was sent to the battlefield has been denied. Namikaze Minato also didn't want to argue with Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, minimizing the casualties on the front line of haze is the key. However, even this idea was rejected by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Minato. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. The battlefield has rules for the battlefield. If you can't use the power of Jinchuriki, don't use it. That kind of thing is too lethal. Once a war develops into a battle between Jinchuriki, the casualties will only be greater. At that time, even if the war is won, we will not get any benefit from it. This bad reason made Namikaze Minato's eyes widened. But, Haze's 3 tails Jinchuriki has already appeared on the battlefield. If it weren't for Uchiha Fugaku's blocking, I don't know how many ninjas would die. In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. I told you before, that might be a conspiracy between the Uchiha clan and Haze. Minato, you need to know that Jinchuriki in every village is of great importance. Moreover, Kushina is not only Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki, but also your wife. I hope you can understand our decision. I understand what a fart. Namikaze Minato frantically complained inside. The reason they don't want to send Kushina is nothing but worry that Kushina will bring Chiba and Itachi to the front. After all, Chiba and Itachi are enough to represent the Uchiha clan at this moment. And Kushina is on the side of the Uchiha clan. After Sarutobi Hiruzen was afraid of Kushina's repulsion of the haze, the credit was given to the Uchiha clan. Even retreated behind the scenes. Sarutobi Hiruzen is still controlling everything, still suppressing the Uchiha clan. The two consultants, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Naruto, left after all, staying in Namikaze Minato's empty Naruto office, a little dazed. He came to the window where Sarutobi Hiruzen likes to stand. Through the window, from here, you can see the whole picture of Konoha. This is a thriving village, but at this moment, in Minato's eyes, it is shrouded in an unknown darkness. For the first time, he felt that Konoha was so strange. At this moment, Namikaze Minato took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He realized that he had to do something. Otherwise, even if he took the position of 4th Hokage, he would still be unable to make any changes to the village. At this moment, from the window, a figure suddenly crawled over. Minato froze for a moment, then reacted. "Since, Jiraiya, teacher. What's the matter? From your appearance, it seems that becoming 4th Hokage doesn't seem too happy." Upon hearing this, Minato sighed. "Mr. Jiraiya. Konoha, it's more complicated than I thought. I used to naively think that after becoming Hokage, maybe something can be changed. But I seem to be wrong. Even if I became Hokage, I can't seem to change anything." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya suddenly smiled. He touched the head of his proud disciple and smiled. "Old man Sarutobi, it's hard to deal with, right? Ms. Jiraiya, do you know? How could I not know this is also the reason why I don't want to stay in Konoha? Old man Sarutobi, he is much more stubborn than you think." Namikaze Minato nodded. "Yes, their relationship with the Uchiha clan is more complicated than I thought." Hearing this, Jiraiya seemed to think of something, and suddenly became energetic. "You know what, Minato, I went to see that kid Uchiha. Is it Chiba or Itachi? The eyes can't see that." With that, Jiraiya suddenly patted Minato on the shoulder. "Do you know, that kid is much more spineless than I thought. No wonder old Sarutobi can be so angry. I know you want to change something. But, sometimes, a person's power is very limited. Since you want to solve the problems of the Uchiha clan then, why don't you take the initiative to contact them? The village's affairs are never a person's affairs. And Hokage has never been alone. It's not that you become Hokage to get everyone's approval, but it's Hokage that gets everyone's approval, it's Hokage." Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato was thoughtful. At this moment, he seemed to think of something, and then he smiled. "Ms. Jiraiya, I know what to do. I want to ask Mrs. Jiraiya to do me a favor. If you have anything you want to do, just let it go and do it. Even though you're teacher, I have no abilities. However, while I am still in Konoha, I will fully cooperate with you." Chapter 133. Ever since the Uchiha clan went through the village celebrations, it has changed. In the past, only the Uchiha clan walked through the streets. At this moment, there are many more Konoha civilians. They reacquainted with the Uchiha clan through the last celebration and are willing to communicate with them. The Uchiha clan is also leaving the clan to communicate with Konoha's civilians. This is a very good phenomenon. This proves that the Uchiha clan is being accepted by Konoha. In this situation, there are many more eyes around the Uchiha clan. Umbu is a special unit of assassination tactics subordinate to Hokage. Every Naruto will form their own Umbu organization, and they only follow the orders of the Naruto that formed them. Umbu, who is 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Namikaze Minato of 4th Hokage, cannot give orders. There are more Umbus that monitor and control the Uchiha clan than before. These Umbus are from 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Of course, although Umbu is secretly supervising the Uchiha clan. However, they never enter the Uchiha clan. In the clan, there is a ninja from the Konoha Guard, Umbu, who does not want to be discovered by the Konoha Guard. Even the Konoha Guard knew of the existence of Umbu. However, as long as he is not discovered positively, Uchiha has nothing to say. At this moment, 2 Umbus wearing white animal masks are observing the Uchiha clan's clan in the dark. They will truthfully report to Sarutobi Hiruzen everything that happened to the Uchiha clan in one day, including the list of clan land in Uka 12 waves. Compared to yesterday, today, more people have entered the Uchiha clan lands. One of the Umbu ninjas spoke calmly. The task is boring. However, they still won't miss a single detail. Although Umbu is not as cold as the roots. However, the task is still their top priority. After all, it was the Uchiha clan that ended the Cloud Shinobi battle in name. It is expected that it will be sought after by the people of the village. These days, Lord Third Hokage has specially ordered. Pay special attention to those who enter the Uchiha clan. Whether it is a civilian or a ninja, it must be recorded. These two umbus put all their attention on the Uchiha clan's clan land. But they didn't notice the hands that came out from behind them. You two should be the last. An inexplicable voice came from behind. The two umbus were shocked. Someone. Moreover, it is definitely a master. Umbu is best at sneaking into assassinations. However, the person behind him could actually get to such a close distance from them without their knowledge. The power gap between the two sides is absolutely terrifying. However, even so, the reaction of the two umbus was very fast. Almost instantly, he figured out the kunao in the knife bag and made a fighting posture. However, compared to this person who suddenly appeared, these umbus were not enough to look at. Accompanied by two muffled noises. The two umbus were knocked directly to the ground, consciously plunged into darkness. And when they fell to the ground, the two of them saw a figure from behind. On his shoulders, there are two other people on his shoulders. They recognized it almost instantly. This person is carrying his companion on the task of monitoring the Uchiha clan. Are you? Who before the words were spoken, the consciousness was completely plunged into darkness. Good guy, Sarutobi old man actually sent so many umbu. Looking at umbu lying on the ground and being dealt with by himself. Jiraiya couldn't help but speak. Umbu, which is used to monitor Uchiha, has a total of 9 people. If a team of 3 is used, that would be 3 teams. This is the elite assassination of the ninja from the 3 teams, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. If such 3 teams are dispatched to the front line of Haze, although they will not play a decisive role, they can at least share a lot of pressure on the front line ninjas. I don't know how much Konoha Shinobi's casualties can be reduced. And such precious ninja resources were actually sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to monitor the Uchiha clan. Old man Sarutobi, you still haven't changed at all? Jiraiya sighed. It was for this reason that he didn't want to stay in Konoha. Konoha's high-level power atmosphere is too heavy for him to bear. Stubborn, decadent, backward. This is what Jiraiya gave to Konoha's senior management. And it is such a high-level person who holds the power to the core, with almost no dead ends. Since the Second Ninja War, Jiraiya has seen Konoha's decline with his own eyes. The decline of Senjo, the suicide of Heitake Sakumo, and the departure of himself and Tsunade are all for a reason. Now, Orochimaru has also been squeezed out. According to Jiraiya, Orochimaru should leave the village soon. Whether he admits it or not, Konoha is going downhill. Jiraiya also thought about making changes. However, he was never good at strategy. And Konoha's high-level control over tactics is impeccable. Finally, Jiraiya left. However, Shimura Danzo's resignation caused a fatal crack in Konoha's control of power without dead ends. Jiraiya never thought of it. It was a blind boy from Uchiha who tore through this fatal crack. So, he went to meet Chiba. He is very satisfied. That kid, very much to his appetite. And now, his apprentice Namikaze Minato takes the position of 4th Hokage, and wants to attack the corrupt Konoha executives. Jiraiya is naturally willing to give it a hand. Okay. Minato, it's up to you next. The union with Uchiha should be the first step to change Konoha. Let go and do it, I believe, you are the Destiny Son who can change the world. Umbu's disappearance did not attract anyone's attention. And after dismissing Sarutobi Hiruzen's Umbu, Jiraiya carried a wine gourd and found Sarutobi Hiruzen. Old man, we have not seen each other for a long time, how about a drink? Looking at the wine gourd swaying in Jiraiya's hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. After all, of his 3 apprentices, Sarutobi Hiruzen is most satisfied with Jiraiya. Although Jiraiya is completely contrary to Sarutobi Hiruzen in some respects. However, he did not openly disobey himself like Orochimaru. Even if there were any opinions, he would only mention them privately. He was not as unfeeling as Tsunade, nor did he look at himself when he stepped down from his position at Hokage. More importantly, Jiraiya also cultivated such a super genius as Namikaze Minato for him and Konoha. It's really been a long time since we saw you. In that case, the old man will have a drink with you after a long absence. You have wine and stories, don't let the old man down. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya smiled. Old man, I'm sure you will be satisfied. This time, I went to collect materials from all over the world, and finally completed my new work. You are my first reader. With that said, Jiraiya took out a book. That is a novel. He wrote novels drawn from all over the world. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. You kid, won't you show me the photos you collected? Yes, some. The two smiled similarly. Konoha has 3 prohibitions. Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen, exclusive ban. Even because of the war on the Rock Shinobi frontline, the Uchiha clan hasn't been here for a long time. However, Namikaze Minato still came to the home of Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan. This time, he did not wear 4 Hokage clothes, but casual clothes instead. Coming to the door of Fugaku's room, Namikaze Minato tidied his clothes and knocked on the door. With a click. As soon as Namikaze Minato knocked, the door opened. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku really stood quietly in front of the door. Seeing Fugaku, Namikaze Minato's complexion was calm and straight to the point. Clan Fugaku, I'm here this time, can I borrow 2 people from you? Hearing that, Uchiha Fugaku's face suddenly showed a weird expression. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato's heart suddenly trembled. What's happening? No, nothing. What you borrowed from me, won't it be Chiba and Itachi? Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato paused. How do you know Patriarch Fugaku? No, it's the little guy Chiba who said you will come sooner or later. So, he has been waiting here. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato was shocked. Chiba, he knew he would come? How can it be? At this moment, subconsciously, Namikaze Minato was inexplicably looking forward to this Uchiha Chiba. After all, he had already heard the legend of Chiba before that. When Kushina talked about Chiba, he couldn't listen to it. Now, he finally has the opportunity to really see the blind boy of Uchiha. Fugaku turned his body to make way for Namikaze Minato. Come in, Lord 4th Generation. Patriarch Fugaku, just call me Minato. Enter the house. At this moment, Chiba and Itachi are sitting on the tatami in a proper manner, and they seem to have been waiting here for a long time. The moment they saw Minato, the two smiled. I have been waiting for you for a long time, Master. Chapter 134. I have been waiting for you for a long time, Master. This sentence directly confuses Namikaze Minato. Waiting for me for a long time? Master? Yes, these 2 little guys are Kushina's apprentices, aren't they their masters? Facing this sudden title, Minato couldn't react for a while. Looking at Minato who was frozen in place, Uchiha Fugaku smiled. Come in, don't froze, Minato. Oh, alright. At this time, Minato reacted, and then came to Chiba and Itachi, and sat down. Uchiha Fugaku also came to the side and sat down quietly. Looking at the 2 little guys sitting calmly in front of him. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a while. He hurriedly got close to Uchiha Fugaku's ear and asked in a low voice. Patriarch Fugaku, what is going on? Hearing that, Fugaku glanced at Minato suspiciously. What happened? I also want to know what's going on. Didn't you come to the door and tell you to borrow someone? Why did you ask me instead? Soon, Namikaze Minato realized that there was something wrong with his expression, and immediately looked at Chiba and Itachi, and couldn't help but speak. You know that I will come. Upon hearing this, Chiba nodded. Well, I know, you will come. If you are a qualified Hokage, you will definitely come. Hear hear. Itachi glanced at Chiba suddenly. Chiba-san, you didn't say that before. You could tell me before that it was Jiraiya who told you that 4th Hokage would come to us. How can you open your eyes and talk nonsense? Okay. And many more. Chiba-san, it seems that you can't see it. So, just blatantly say, nonsense. Qualified Hokage. At this moment, Namikaze Minato glanced at Chiba curiously. He finally knew why Kushina kept mentioning Chiba to him. There seemed to be an invisible magic power on his body. Are you called Uchiha Chiba? You know how to become a qualified Naruto. However, Chiba shook his head. No, I do not know. I only know that, it's not that being recognized by Naruto can be recognized by everyone, but that it is recognized by everyone, it is Hokage. And if you want to be recognized by everyone, you can't let the companions of our Konoha on the Fog Shadow front bleed in vain. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato's eyes widened, looking at Chiba with an incredible expression. He actually heard what Mr. Jiraiya had said to him from Chiba's mouth. He finally understood. Kushina had always emphasized to him before that, don't treat Chiba as a kid. So what does it mean? Subconsciously, Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Fugaku. That expression seemed to tell, Chief Fugaku, how did you teach this kind of people? In this regard, Uchiha Fugaku is also very helpless. Minato, I want to know too. At this moment, Minato took a deep breath. He no longer treated Chiba and Itachi as children. These two children are even better than his apprentice Kakashi. At least, when Kakashi was 6 years old, he couldn't do that. Do you know what I am going to do? Chiba nodded. I think your power as Hokage should be emptied. Namikaze Minato blinked, read more at hotantleNovel.xyz. Really no? In response, Chiba smiled. Nothing to be surprised. Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed you to the top in a rush, just to retreat to the second line and continue to be Konoha's secret leader. In this case, how can he delegate power? Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato nodded. That's true, I don't even have the power to send support to the front lines of Haze. Wasting an extra minute in Konoha, the companions on the front line of Haze will be more dangerous. Not only did he dismiss my strategy of sending Uchiha clan to the battlefield of Haze, but even Kushina couldn't be dispatched. Honestly. In this case, Minato would like to go to the front by himself. However, in the situation where the old and the new Hokage have just changed. As fourth Hokage, if he leaves without permission, what will other villages think? As soon as Hokage took office, he had to go to the front line. Does this mean that Konoha's combat power is unprecedented at this moment, and he doesn't even have the power to resist the Shadow of Mist? Don't look at it now, Konoha just signed a peace treaty with Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi. At this moment, the villages are still in anger. It's normal to find that there is an opportunity to come by with a hot head. When the time comes, I can't beat the big deal and lose again. Anyway, I've already lost. And if it wins, it's blood profit. Never underestimate the ambitions of other villages during the ninja war. No one wants to be defeated, and everyone wants to do something that the Jedi turns around. At this time, Namikaze Minato suddenly looked at Uchiha Fugaku and said, this action is very dangerous. However, I will try my best to ensure their safety. So, Chief Fugaku, can you lend them to me? Hearing that, Uchiha Fugaku did not speak. Namikaze Minato just looked at Fugaku quietly, waiting for his answer. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku turned to look at Chiba and Itachi. Itachi, you who took the initiative to bear the fate of your family have grown up. Chiba, the Uchiha clan is able to make it to this point, you are indispensable. Since Minato has said it is dangerous, it will definitely be extremely dangerous. I won't help you make any decisions. Everything depends on you. Regardless of the outcome, I, and the Uchiha clan, will stand by your side. One's own children, after all, want to make trouble on their own. Although this is still too early for a 6-year-old child. However, Sharinan of Sanguya has already explained Itachi's consciousness. Fugaku, he hadn't treated Chiba and Itachi as children for a long time. Instead, you can entrust your back to the other's companions. For such a companion, trust is the foundation. Hearing this, Itachi glanced at Chiba. And Chiba also noticed Itachi's gaze. Suddenly, a smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. Chiba-kun. Okay. Now, is there anything else to hesitate? Of course not. In this case. The two suddenly looked up at Namikaze Minato, then nodded. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato smiled. Immediately afterwards, he left and took out 2 tokens from his arms. On the token, there is a signboard with the word dark inscribed. He slowly pushed the 2 tokens in front of Chiba and Itachi, and spoke calmly. Now, I, Namikaze Minato, as the 4th Hokage, invite Uchiha Chiba and Uchiha Itachi to join my Umbu. Then. Ding. Randomly trigger special missions. As the inheritor of Fujitora's smile, I should resist all injustice and oppression in the world. Special mission, rebirth from the cocoon. Assist Namikaze Minato to break through the suppression from power, rewards, double chakra, Fujitora smile template progress, 2%, Aizen Sosuke template progress, 1%, limited time for 3 months. Hearing the special task triggered by the system, Chiba smiled at this moment. He suddenly turned his head, faced Uchiha Itachi, and then spoke. Itachi, don't you want to really understand Naruto? Now, the opportunity is here. Tonight, doomed to sleepless. Jiraiya accompanies Sarutobi Hiruzen to drink all night. Both were drunk. It wasn't until the next morning that Jiraiya took his empty wine gourd and went away unhurriedly. Promise of money, and the moment Jiraiya left, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still drunk just a moment ago, opened his eyes suddenly, incomparably spirited. He is not drunk, no, he is not drunk as expected. Looking at the direction Jiraiya was leaving, Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a long time. Jiraiya, did you choose to help Minato? The talk last night. It makes Sarutobi Hiruzen seem to be back when he was young. He is very grateful to Jiraiya, and he also values him as his disciple. It is a pity that such an era is long gone forever. Whether it's Tsunade, or Orochimaru, or Jiraiya. Can't go back anymore. However, the silent gunpowder still has to continue. At this moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and knelt on one knee. Say it. Yesterday, Lord 4th Generation went to the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Minato, did you go anyway? With Jiraiya's actions, his Umbu naturally fainted with no news. Unfortunately, there are also ninjas from the Uchiha clan in his Umbu. Shisui, now, I want to give you a brand new mission. Chapter 135. Uchiha Shisui, a man in the original book who takes Itachi. Obviously sitting on distinguished heavenly gods, the strongest illusion in the ninja realm, but was blinded by the high-level Konoha. He told Konoha's senior management his whole cards, thinking that that would protect everything. However, Danzo, but took his eyes away. It was precisely because he had hoped for Konoha's senior management that he embarked on the path of failure. Uchiha Shisui is too naive after all. Otherwise, he would not say that he should protect Konoha, but also the Uchiha clan, or even say that the high-level people and the Uchiha clan can live together peacefully. And this kind of will has been inherited by Itachi. That's why Uchiha Itachi's genocide night. That night, it was the sorrow of the Uchiha clan, as well as the sorrow of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. However, due to the appearance of Chiba, Itachi took a different path. At this moment, Shisui is still confused. In recent days, he received a classified assignment as 3rd Hokage Umbu. Watch the Uchiha clan. At that time Uchiha Shisui was stunned. Why monitor the Uchiha clan? Obviously, the Uchiha clan won the battle for Konoha's front line, and it has won the support of the whole village. From any angle, the Uchiha clan is developing towards a better side. Of course, Shisui might know the reason, but he couldn't admit it in his heart. The village, the family, are all he wants to protect. He didn't want to distinguish it. Faced with Sarutobi Hiruzen's mission, Uchiha Shisui struggled. Why do you have to entrust this kind of task to yourself? And soon, he knew the answer. Yesterday, the surveillance Umbu outside the Uchiha clan was all stunned by Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen probably knew this would happen for a long time. And he is the backhand left by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because even Jiraiya would not have thought that as a Uchiha clan, he is also Umbu, and he also received the same news. Then, he saw 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato come to the Uchiha clan. He originally wanted to follow Namikaze Minato. However, he did not follow up after all. Uchiha Shisui, frightened. He fears that there will be conflicts between the Konoha executives and Uchiha. Therefore, he would rather not know what Namikaze Minato did when he went to the Uchiha clan. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not ask either. He seemed to have known that Minato would go to normal, and his own task answer was just to confirm that his thoughts were normal. And this time, he received a new task. Monitor Uchiha Chiba and Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Shisui is still confused. He couldn't understand why Sarutobi Hiruzen let himself watch Chiba and Itachi. Are they not Konoha's heroes? Didn't they win on the front line of Cloud Shinobi? Why go to monitor Konoha's hero? What exactly does Naruto exist for? 3 days later, Chiba and Itachi received a call from Namikaze Minato. They came to the gathering place. Konoha's cemetery. As the place where Konoha's dead frontline heroes are buried, this is a natural hiding place. Read more at hotentolnovel.xyz. Even a few sparse people come to pay memorial service to the deceased. However, they were engulfed in the tombstone, still unable to know who it was. Here, Chiba and Itaka saw someone. He stood in front of the two tombstones, just staring blankly. The ground flowers in front of the tombstone are still fresh, I'm afraid they have just been put down. The two tombstones are inscribed with the names of the two Konoha heroes, Uchiha Obito and Harano Lin. One person died in the most important battle with Rock Shinobi, the Battle of Shinobi Bridge. And the other person was personally pierced through the heart by his own companion. This is the eternal pain of Hatake Kakashi standing in front of these two tombstones at this moment. Sherry non that can't close your hands if you can't wash it. Uchiha Itaka just glanced at the Kakashi standing there and was touched. Those eyes are lifeless. That is the eye of witnessing and passing through death. Chiba-san, that's... Itaka muttered his mouth. In response, Chiba just nodded. Well, Itaka, the war is about to start again. And at this time, Chiba and Itaka's backs suddenly put their hands together. Namikaze Minato didn't know when he had appeared on Chiba and Itaka's back. He looked at Kakashi and said with a smile. Chiba, Itaka, that is my apprentice, Hatake Kakashi, and will be your companion in this mission. At this moment, I noticed the arrival of Chiba, Itaka and Minato. Kakashi hurriedly walked from in front of the tombstone. Seeing the gathering of the three, Minato took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. I have given you each other's information. The front line is very tense, so now there is no time to run the tacit understanding between you. Upon hearing this, the three nodded. They are all Konoha's absolute geniuses, and their tacit understanding cannot be a stumbling block for them. At this moment, Namikaze Minato looked calm and spoke. Next, it's the content of the task. Due to the particularity of the Haze front line, now, I can only rely on you. Speaking of which, Namikaze Minato felt a little funny. Konoha has a lot of combat power. The Uchiha clan, Kushina, Orochimaru, Umbu of third generation, and the roots of Danzo. And in this era, as fourth Hokage, he doesn't have any power to dispatch them to the front line of 10,000s of fog shadows. Moreover, Konoha's senior management has never wanted to put these forces on the front line of Haze. For the first time, Namikaze Minato realized the importance of power. Therefore, he has to make a choice. And the only thing he can order is his Umbu, the Umbu he just formed. Chiba, Itaka, and Kakashi are the only Umbu in Minato at the moment. At this moment, Namikaze Minato looked at the three of them and spoke calmly. Your task is to go deep into the front line of Haze. Destroy the fog shadow ground defense as much as possible. Share the pressure for Konoha's front line. This mission is very dangerous. So, I will leave you with a backhand. With that said, Namikaze Minato took out the kunao that has been kunao, a characteristic kunao. Above, the technique of Flying Thunder God is engraved. With this kunao, Namikaze Minato can move in space. And there are two opportunities to use this backhand. First, when you are forced into desperation, inject chakra into it. At that time, your mission is complete. Secondly, at the most critical moment, inject chakra into it. Then, it will be me, to end the war. What is the most critical moment? Namikaze Minato did not say. He just picked up his own kunao, and then handed it to Chiba's hands. This decision, Chiba, I will hand him over to you. I trust your judgment. At this moment, Chiba took over Minato's kunao, and he understood the meaning of Namikaze Minato. He knew what Minato meant by letting him end the battle. At the same time, he also knew that Minato had found the true meaning of himself and Itaka. This is the same thing on the front line of Cloud Shinobi. Namikaze Minato is doing the same thing as Uzumaki Kushina. He wanted the battle on the front line of Haze to end under the name of Uchiha. Then, let Uchiha truly be liberated from the oppression of Konoha's top leaders. This is not only liberating Uchiha, but also liberating himself. He has the consciousness of being Hokage, but he doesn't have the power to match it. And so, he has to contend with the power in the hands of Konoha's senior management. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuditen Koharu, and Mito Kato Homura, the seemingly unbreakable power relationship between the three has long been cracked. And this crack was torn open by Chiba himself. That was Shimura Danzo's ouster. The position of Naruto's assistant was empty. Someone has to sit in this position. At this time, Namikaze Minato looked at the three people quietly and suddenly smiled. He embraced the three of them and spoke calmly. In this operation, safety first, mission second. As long as you come back safely, you'll be able to complete the mission. So, don't be stingy with the kunao I give. As long as I am here, you are absolutely safe. This time, I will never be late. Chapter 136. As the fastest ninja in the whole ninja world at this moment, Namikaze Minato is always a step slower at the most critical moment. Being late for the first time caused Uchiha Obito to fall into an endless abyss. And Obito always wanted to crawl out of that abyss. The second time I was late, I kicked Uchiha Obito who was about to climb out. And, this time, Uchiha Obito never climbed out again. Every emotional change will change the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. The increase of Gyu, the change of patterns, the transformation of power. And Haranolin's death, especially the death in the hands of her companion Kakashi, directly caused Obito's two-hook Jade Sharingan to cross over to Mangekyo Sharingan. No one will know how much sadness Uchiha Obito endured at that moment. And the only people who can experience this feeling are probably only Kakashi and Minato. And so, Namikaze Minato made the decision, this time, no matter what, he won't be late. Seeing the three people leave, at this moment, Minato felt unspeakable guilt in his heart. In his opinion, it is the incompetence of his Naruto that will allow his only remaining apprentice to go to the said battlefield again, and will allow two 6-year-old Uchiha geniuses to join him mischief. So, even for Kakashi, for Chiba, and Itachi, this time, Minato cannot fail. Thinking of this, Minato sighed deeply. Standing in the center of the Konoha mausoleum, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the place he had longed for, the Hokage building. Master third generation. This time, I will let you down anyway. Namikaze Minato knows. I can sit in the position of fourth Hokage, supported by third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. No matter what his purpose is, the result is that Namikaze Minato stands on Konoha's political arena. However, Namikaze Minato is not willing to be a puppet of the third generation. He wanted to really do something for Konoha as Hokage. It sounds a little funny. The current Hokage actually wants to fight against the predecessor. This is definitely the sadness of a village. However, he had to do this. Now, he has the support of many people. There is his teacher Jiraiya, his wife Uzumaki Kushina, the entire Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga clan. As Hokage, he is not alone. He didn't want to let down those who chose to support him. And so, Master third generation, I can only choose to let you down. Now, the team formed by Kakashi, Chiba, and Itachi has been arranged by Namikaze Minato, and has passed through Konoha's barrier without knowing it, and came to the outside of the village. Although Namikaze Minato handed over his summoning to Chiba, the captain of this team is Heitake Kakashi. Kakashi would not underestimate Chiba and Itachi because of their age. About the legend of the two of them, Kakashi has not heard much about it. It is precisely because Kakashi knows the cruelty of war deeply that he can understand how heavy the word Konoha hero is. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Fortunately, Chiba and Itachi, the two of them did not lose important things on the battlefield like him. Since his teacher Minato gave Chiba the summoning kunao, there must be a reason for him. Although in the ninja world, those who violate the rules are called trash, but those who don't cherish their companions are not as good as trash. This sentence still echoed in Kakashi's ear. At this moment, Chiba and Itachi are his companions. Obito and Lin both died because of themselves. And this time, Kakashi would never let this happen again. This is the second time Chiba and Itachi have left the village. Compared with the tension the first time, Itachi is obviously much easier this time. After the battle with Cloud Shinobi on the front line, both Chiba and Itachi have grown up. At this moment, Itachi showed a smile even more. Itachi, what are you laughing at? You seem to be very happy on the battlefield. What you hate the most, isn't it war? Hearing this, Itachi shook his head with emotion. Chiba-san, I really hate war. However, I am not happy because I can go to the battlefield. It's just that, I think I should have seen the real Naruto. That's the Hokage I want to know. I will worry about the village, and I can make sacrifices for the village. At the same time, I want to protect the life of Konoha's companion. He worthy of my study. War is always a topic with pain. Even if you have seen the battlefield with your own eyes, you are far from knowing its cruelty. Only after the battlefield is over, when the casualties are counted, there will be cold numbers that will make people understand what is shocking. Only the broken corpses brought back from the battlefield can truly make people realize the meaning of life. Seeking flowers. The meaning of life is to live. That's it. That is the only blessing that the war bestows on those survivors. At this moment, Kakashi next to him suddenly couldn't help but speak. Uchiha Chiba, can't you see it? That's right. Isn't Chiba blind? Why do you know? Itaka smiled. Being a blind person can participate in battle, which proves that Chiba has incredible perception. But the action of smiling can't reveal the flow of chakra. Hearing this, Chiba hadn't spoken yet, and Itaki had spoken to explain. Captain Kakashi, Chiba-kun knows a lot. Itaki also doesn't know the source of Chiba's perception. However, it is precisely because of Chiba's perception that they have escaped several crises. Yes, I know a lot. My ability to perceive is not the chakra perception you know. Although I can't see it, but I can get information far beyond what I can see with my eyes. For example, at this moment, someone followed us out of the village. The moment I heard Chiba's words, both Kakashi and Itaka's expressions changed. They instantly drew their shinobi swords and assumed a posture that they were ready to fight at any time. In response, Chiba just smiled and waved his hand. It's okay, the other party is not malicious. And, Itake, that's ours or old acquaintance. Hearing this, Itake was stunned for a moment, and then put away his ninja sword. Seeing this scene, Kakashi hesitated and put away his shinobi. Chiba stood calmly on the road with a cane and sword in both hands. Neither Kakashi nor Itake knew what Chiba was going to do. However, they were still beside Chiba and chose to wait in silence. I don't know how long it took. When both Kakashi and Itake lost patience, a dark shadow suddenly fell from the sky and came in front of the three of them. Almost instantly, Kakashi recognized it. That is from Hokage Umbu's dress. There are only 3 of them in Umbu of 4th Hokage at this moment. In other words, this is 3rd Hokage Umbu. The man stood quietly, facing the Chiba trio, and said, Are you waiting for me? Well, I have been waiting for you for a long time, Uchiha Shisui. Long. Chapter 137. Well, I have been waiting for you for a long time, Uchiha Shisui. As soon as Chiba said these words, Itake's eyes widened, and he looked at Umbu who appeared in front of him with horror on his face. Brother Shisui, is that you? Upon hearing this, the Umbu gave a wry smile and then took off his Umbu mask. And under the mask, it is surprisingly the Uchiha genius who created the title of Shimmering Shisui in the battlefield of Haze. At this moment, he looked at Chiba in surprise. Chiba, did you have discovered me a long time ago? Chiba nodded. Yeah. I found out a few days ago. I think you got Sarutobi Hiruzen to monitor my mission with Itake. Hearing this, Kakashi next to him suddenly froze. Looking at Chiba strangely. Found it a few days ago? And just now, his teacher Namikaze Minato was there. Even his teacher could not find Shisui's existence, but Chiba easily perceives it. What perception is this? Shisui scratched his head in embarrassment when he heard Chiba's words so straightforward. Then he looked at Chiba and Itaka seriously, and said, I am sorry. You have nothing to be sorry for, you are just performing a task. Task? Come and watch your fellow Uchiha clan and Konoha's hero at the same time. Previously, Shisui accepted Sarutobi Hiruzen's mission because of confusion. And now that I think about it, what a ridiculous task this is. Therefore, Shisui is so guilty. On the one hand, it is his boss, 3rd Hokage, and on the other hand, is his companion, his own people. At this moment, Shisui is in a dilemma. He didn't know how to choose. When he reveals his identity in front of Chiba, it means that the mission has failed. But, now I am going to report the whereabouts of Chiba and others to my leader? After all, he saw 4th Hokage give them the task with his own eyes. Although Shisui does not know what the specific content is. However, being given by 4th Hokage alone, it must be confidential. 3rd Hokage is Naruto and 4th Hokage is Naruto. How should he choose? Moreover, the matter of monitoring one's own companions and people is wrong in itself. After some inner struggle, Shisui still made a choice. Let's go. Everything I saw today will be rotten in my heart. I think it's wrong to do things to doubt your companions and clansmen for the sake of the mission, after all. When I go back this time, I will go to 3rd generation to push this task off. Hearing this, Chiba shook his head. Shisui, still that Shisui. Naive. On the one hand, he didn't want to disappoint his companions and clansmen, while on the other hand, he continued to look forward to Konoha's senior management. Shisui wants to be human on both sides, but often the truth is that neither side is human. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Chiba knew that if Shisui stupidly ran to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said that he was going to reject this mission, then his ending must be tragic. Because, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, it means betrayal. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't let Shisui make any harmful actions, just a surveillance task. The surveillance task is a very ambiguous task. There can be many explanations for the purpose of surveillance. Sarutobi Hiruzen can be said to protect the hero of Konoha, or to control the whereabouts of Chiba and Itachi. As for the specific purpose, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a mouth. When Sarutobi Hiruzen never stated the purpose of the surveillance, Shisui suddenly ran over and rejected the mission. That can only explain what happened to Shisui, which made him make a change. And Sarutobi Hiruzen does not need to know what happened. In this kind of juncture, make this kind of behavior. Even if there is only a hint of suspicion, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely regard it as a betrayal. In the final analysis, sending Shisui to perform this task itself may also have the meaning of testing Shisui. After all, Uchiha Shisui is a member of the Uchiha clan anyway, and Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot be trusted completely. Then, Chiba spoke directly. Shisui, what is your purpose for joining Umbu? Hearing this, Shisui thought for a while and spoke without hesitation. To protect the village, but also to protect the Uchiha clan. Sure enough. Children make choices, adults want them all. It's a pity that Shisui added the wrong faction and instead entered Sarutobi Hiruzen's Umbu. This unlucky boy overturned the car in front of Konoha's high level, and then led the ferret in the ditch. This not only surrendered his strongest illusion technique distinguished heavenly gods, but also indirectly led to the destruction of the Uchiha clan. After all, Shisui can actually turn on such a powerful Mangekyo Sharingan quietly. Who knows how many more Shisui of the Uchiha clan, or how many more Shisui will be born in the future. Shisui is very simple now, but the future is not necessarily. This force is uncontrollable after all. What is uncontrollable has no value in existence and needs to be destroyed. Then, Chiba faced Shisui like this and smiled. In that case, come with me. Hearing this, Shisui was stunned for a moment. Don't you want to protect the village, protect our Uchiha clan? You come with me, I will teach you. Shisui hesitated. But, the mission given by Naruto-sama. Shit mission. Chiba spoke in disgust. Do you know what fourth Hokage's task is for the three of us? It's the front line to haze. There is a lot of fighting power in the village. My teacher Uzumaki Kushina, Konoha's son in Orochimaru, my Uchiha clan, and the elite Umbu and Roots, but all these fighting powers are restricted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Up. Haze's front line is almost broken. Do you still have to perform the mission given by Sarutobi Hiruzen? If you want to protect the village, protect the Uchiha clan, you can act presumptuously and disobey the tortoise that hides in the village all day long. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen is the biggest threat to the village and the Uchiha clan at this moment. Upon hearing this, Shisui opened his mouth, and he seemed to want to refute. However, there was no reason. The front line of the fog is indeed not optimistic. And Konoha's powerful combat power has always been idle. Obviously the war between Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi is over. Seeing this scene, Itachi smiled. He seemed to see the past. Chiba used to work hard for himself too. And he, after all, failed to fall into that abyss. So, he came to Shisui and learned how Chiba once said to him. Brother Shisui, do you know that when you stare into the abyss is also staring at you, you can look at it, don't look too long. Upon hearing this, Shisui was stunned for a moment. He was savoring the meaning of this sentence. But when he heard this, Chiba shook his head helplessly. He walked to the side of Itachi and clicked on Itachi's head. Why are you still studying? Itachi was a little unhappy holding his forehead. That's because of Chiba-san's words, so handsome. Really, in that case, then I have one more sentence to give you. With that said, at this moment, Chiba came to Shisui and spoke calmly. Do you know? When you no longer stare into the abyss, you are probably already in the abyss. I want to give you a hand, are you coming? Hearing this, Shisui was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled it. Then nodded. It is good. Going to the front of the fog shadow is also to protect the village. If you are to blame for this, such Umbu, you don't need to stay. Chapter 138. Shisui and Itaki are both pure and terrifyingly pure. They are all peace-loving men, but unfortunately, this kind of peace-loving heart is used by the high-level Konoha. The end result was miserable. Shisui was gone. By the way, when he was dying, he let Itaki inherit his wishes and brought Itaka to the ditch. When Itaka left, he dyed his brother Sasuke the same color as himself. The black, which is more muddy than ink, seems to be imprinted on the Uchiha clan. It's a pity Sasuke, what a good kid when he was a kid. In the end, he became a living king who knew his revenge. In his previous life, Chiba often used a classic dialogue to tease the Uchiha clan. Because of lack of trust, Uchiha Madara eventually runs counter to the village he has built. Uchiha Obito lacks love and wants to subvert the world for Lin. Uchiha Itachi lacks understanding and chooses to endure all the darkness and bear the eternal infamy. There is only Uchiha Sasuke, who lacks severe beatings from society. At that time, ridicule belonged to ridicule. However, when Chiba was in the big Uchiha family, he actually understood Sasuke's thoughts. If Chiba loses everything he has overnight, I am afraid that he will be even more crazy than Sasuke after revenge. Hatred can really blind people's eyes. Chiba is not like Naruto, facing the murderer of his teacher. He can also use love and mouth to influence Pen. If Chiba is Naruto, then the moment he saw Pen's body, the answer to him must be the strongest slash in his life. This has nothing to do with philosophical issues. Hatred is never something that can be taken up or put down. Advise people to never do things that are kind, because they will be struck by lightning. And Naruto used his mouth to influence Pain, not because his protagonist Halo Chiba didn't believe it. A pinnacle powerhouse for his own peace concept, an enemy that his master can kill without hesitation when he is ruthless, will he be evasive? When did the belief of the strong become so fragile? All this was nothing but Kishimoto's excuse for Konoha's perfect ending. For this perfect ending, Chiba never believed. Your own future, Uchiha's future, needs to be won on your own. Enemies blocked in their own way need to be eradicated. If Chiba fails to guide Itaki and Shisui, then Chiba will always be the first to slay their butcher knife. Face the immediate murderer who will bring destruction to the clan. Chiba may prevent their souls from reaching the pure land of bliss. Fortunately, Itaka came to his side. And Shisui also had the meaning of turning back. At least, Chiba won't slay a butcher knife on his own people, even if he has already realized this kind of consciousness. With the addition of Shisui, the original three-person team became four. As the team leader, Kakashi also accepted Shisui's participation. After all, if there is no Namikaze Minato's misfortune, their squads that penetrate into the enemy's front line are basically dead. The addition of Uchiha Shisui will increase the combat effectiveness of their squad to several levels. Even Kakashi has already heard of the title Shattered Shisui. It is possible to frighten the enemies on the front line of fog and retreat from a distance. This shows that even the enemy recognizes Shisui's strength, so, what can I doubt as a companion? On the way, Kakashi looked at Shisui and spoke calmly. Let's get acquainted with each other's information again. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Because this team was formed temporarily, so there is no time to get in touch with each other. We can only remember the characteristics of our teammates, and then cooperate as much as possible. I'll do it first. I am good at lightning style. I can make a fixed point breakthrough and face powerful enemies with a one-shot ninjutsu. The disadvantage is that my chakra is not too much, and the battery life is not strong enough. Obito's Sharingan is consuming Kakashi's chakra all the time. Although Obito's Sharingan has achieved the title of Copy Ninja, unfortunately, it also limited the development of Kakashi. And Chiba knew that Kakashi had missed a bit. The current Kakashi's Sharingan should have awakened Mangekyo, but Kakashi doesn't know yet, or he doesn't have the ability to use it yet. After hearing Kakashi's information, Shisui nodded and spoke. I am good at shuriken technique, illusion technique, and instantaneous technique. The shortcomings. Master 3rd generation told me before that my shortcomings are indecision. In response, Chiba nodded. At this point, he agrees with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shisui is always decisive, knowing that he will make good use of his Mangekyo, himself, and the Uchiha clan, and I'm afraid he won't end up like this. After speaking, Itaka continued. I am good at fire style, sealing technique, swordsmanship, shuriken technique, and illusory technique. The shortcomings may be that shuriken technique and illusion technique are not as good as brother Shisui, and sword art is not as good as Chiba. As he said, Itachi scratched his head in embarrassment. It feels like his existence is dispensable. However, Itachi happened to be the most indispensable person in their team. Because, as the son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi can represent the Uchiha clan. Once the war is over, Namikaze Minato will inevitably let Itachi come forward. This is probably the real reason why Minato put Itachi on the battlefield. This time, it was Chiba's turn, and he spoke calmly. I am good at swordsmanship, seal art, perception, and, if I escape, I can provide the sky's mobility. Hearing this, both Kakashi and Shisui were stunned. The mobility of the sky? In other words, can Chiba fly? Moreover, you can take them to fly together. Chiba, you actually have such an ability. Is it similar to Tsuchikage's dust escape? This is completely different from Chendun, and its essence is actually gravity. You may not understand right now, you will know it in the battle. In short, if we can't beat us, we can run. Upon hearing this, Kakashi smiled. In this case, it will be easier to handle. With the ability to fly, the success rate of our actions can be increased by at least 3 times. As for shortcomings, during the battle, I may make decisions that you can hardly imagine. At that time, please believe me. Because my perception ability is far beyond your imagination. This sentence is very lethal. Both Kakashi and Shisui know how important it is to have an excellent perception ninja in a team, especially among this kind of sneak team. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, and spoke subconsciously. How strong is it? The strongest perception ninja in the whole ninja world, he doesn't even deserve to lift my shoes. This is not Chiba's exaggeration. Only he knows how strong his perfect observation haki is. In the field of perception, Chiba is the culmination. Because there are no exceptions, it can be called a vertex. At the same time, Chiba didn't mean to show off at all. He would say such things just not wanting to drop the chain at the most critical moment. Itachi would trust him unconditionally, but Kakashi and Shisui might not. Hearing this, Kakashi nodded silently. Well, in this case, in the subsequent strategy formulation, I will focus on Chiba's perception of your ability. Everyone, are there any questions? Everyone shook their heads. Well, in this case, then our Haze Assault Squad is officially established. I can't hide my identity because of my hair, but you are different. Shadow hiding your identity is not only to protect you, but also to prevent the enemy from studying our ability. The next action, I will call you by the code name. Hearing this, Shisui smiled directly. My code name is easy to handle. In Umbu, I am called Crow. You can call me Crow. Kakashi nodded. Okay, Chiba and Itachi, how about you? Hearing this, Itachi thought for a while and suddenly looked at Chiba. When he was on the front line of Cloud Shinobi, Chiba told him something he couldn't understand at the time. However, now, he understood a little bit. Therefore, this code name is used to warn oneself. I am a sin. Chiba suddenly smiled when hearing Itachi gave him the code name. If this is the case, then I will be punished. This is Konoha's crime and punishment. Chapter 139. On the front line of Haze, the situation is not optimistic. Since the Uchiha clan was evacuated from the front line by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the fighting has been spreading on the front line. Although as a substitute for the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent ninjas from other clan to resist the front line. However, facing the Three Tails Jinchuriki 4th Mizukage that may appear at any time, no matter who it is, the pressure is great. As the commander-in-chief of the front line at this moment, Naraluyu of the Nara clan has applied for support from the village more than once. On the battlefield of Cloud Shinobi, Konoha has already seen the power of Jinchuriki. Once the existence of nuclear weapons is put on the battlefield, no one can resist Konoha's front line at this moment. This is indeed the case. The 4th Mizukage of Three Tails Jinchuriki struck last time, if it hadn't been for Uchiha Fugaku to turn on his main Jikyo Sharinon to block 4th Mizukage. Their front line, I am afraid that 4th Mizukage will be destroyed directly. Although 4th Mizukage has never appeared on the front line since that time, everyone seemed panicked until there was no one to resist that kind of force in their front line. Because you cannot know which one will come first, death or tomorrow. People can blow you up at any time, and you know this, but you don't even have the power to resist. This is terrible. This alone was enough to distract the people on Konoha's front line. If the commander-in-chief is not Naraluyi, I am afraid it has collapsed. It is precisely because of Naraluyi's wisdom that he can block the haze for so long. And at this moment, the support from the village that Fog Shadow frontline thought of was finally here. Naraluyi is formulating the next battle strategy in the main camp. At this moment, Yamanaka, who was the companion of the pig, deer, and butterfly, walked in. Luyu, Konoha received our request for support. Now, support is coming. Support can be inspiring at all times. Especially the Konoha frontline at this moment is not optimistic. The support from the village may be able to reverse the situation. At this moment, Naraluyu, whose face was full of fatigue, showed a touch of excitement. Who will it be? Will it be Lord Kushina? After all, Haze has dispatched 3 Tails Jinchuriki, and it is reasonable to dispatch 9 Tails Jinchuriki by himself. Even if it is not Lord Kushina, it should be a level that can fight the 3 Tails Jinchuriki of Haze. Because only in this way can the situation of the battle be changed. However, when Narashika saw Yamanaka Kyaki's expression, he seemed to understand something. He put away his tiredness and excitement, and spoke calmly. How many people are there and who is leading the team? There are 4 people in total. Looking at their dresses, they should be members of Konoha's Umbu. The leader should be the disciple of 4th Hokage, Heitake Kakashi. As for the other 3, they are unknown, but... Just what? Luju asked. You can see by yourself, they are already here. Outside the main camp, footsteps gradually approached. When the 4 entered it, Luyu finally understood what Yamanaka Kikis just meant. All 4 are dressed as Umbu, with white animal masks on their faces to hide their identities. The silver hair of the first person is too eye-catching, it won't work if you don't know it. Heitake Kakashi. Konoha's son, inherited his father's powerful talent, became Konoha's Jonin at the age of 12. He also participated in the Battle of Shinsubi Bridge. In the battle between Konoha and Rock Shinobi, Kakashi contributed a lot. At the same time, during the previous war with Hagage, Kakashi even prevented Hagage's plan to attack Konoha's tail beast. There is no doubt that Kakashi is the elite of the Konoha elite. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. The appearance of Kakashi can give Luju a lot of peace of mind. But this is not enough, far from enough. Because, outside of Kakashi, the other 3 are unidentified. At least, in Luju's cognition. Among the people in the village who can deal with 3 Tails Jinchuriki, there is no similar figure. More importantly, among the 2 foreigners, 2 of them are child's height. Are these 2 children? How can such support reverse the passiveness of the front line at this moment? Luyu did not recognize Chiba and Itake. As Chiba's iconic crutch, he also abandoned it in order to hide his identity. At this moment, only Zanpakuto is pinned to his waist. Moreover, Luyu also knew that it was basically impossible for the Uchiha clan to come to the battlefield again. Keijo knows the affair between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha clearly, and he sees it more deeply than anyone else. Now that Uchiha's entire family has been transferred, then, it is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to allow the Uchiha clan to come to the front again. As for Namikaze Minato, in Luyu's view, he does not yet have the courage and means to go against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unfortunately, he was wrong after all. Therefore, when Luyu saw the content of the task that Kakashi handed him, he thought he had read it wrong. This Umbu team was actually dispatched by 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. At this moment, Luju thought of a lot of things. In the past, support had to be approved by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Naruto advisors. On the mission, the seals of Naruto assistant and Naruto advisors were clearly printed. However, the task at the moment is not. In other words, this team was sent by Namikaze Minato with Sarutobi Hiruzen on his back. So that's why, is it Umbu? Because the only power that Namikaze Minato, whose power has been emptied, can travel is its own Umbu. And he just took the post. Umbu failed to form a system. That is to say, this team was formed by him. The temporary formation of Umbu, against Sarutobi Hiruzen's wishes, will also be dispatched to the front line. Luyu guessed Namikaze Minato's intentions in an instant. He want to fight against Sarutobi Hiruzen's dictatorship? In other words, these 2 children are those 2 Uchiha geniuses? Luju was not sure that all this was just his analysis, and he had no decisive evidence. Because Minato can fight against the Sarutobi Hiruzen dictatorship, Only Uchiha. Since Namikaze Minato can have such courage, as the commander-in-chief of Hei's front, he must cooperate. Namikaze Minato must have a way to do this. These 4 people definitely carry the power that can change the situation of the fog and shadow battle. Is it Minato's flying thunder god? These thoughts all happened in an instant, and Luju directly spoke to Yamanaka next to him. Hi, let's go on the notification, and be sure to block the news of the arrival of support. Also, anyone who knows can't divulge the slightest back to the village. If there is a violation, the military law will deal with it. Hearing this, Yamanaka was taken aback for a moment, and he didn't understand Luju's actions. Now that the village has come to support it, shouldn't it be fully disclosed to increase the morale of one's front line? I can't explain this kind of thing, but it's really important, please, hi. Luju solemnly spoke. In this regard, Yamanaka chose to believe. Because he knew that Luju had the wisdom he didn't have. Since he made such a decision, he must have his reason. After receiving the order, Yamanaka left immediately, preparing to block the news. At this moment, Chiba was taken aback. Worthy of being the pinnacle of Naruto world's IQ, he almost glanced at the task book that Kakashi handed out before giving such an order. It shows that at that moment, he had already done an analysis of the situation at that moment. It is possible that even Namikaze Minato's intentions have already been known, no Kinzhao. At this moment, after putting away the task book, Luju calmly looked at the 4 of them and said, "Next, I will fully cooperate with you 4. You guys, how do you act?" Hearing this, Kakashi stepped out and said directly, "Commander Luju. We want to know the distribution of all the camps on the Hei's front line at this moment, as well as all the information in their camps." At this moment, Luju really knew the mission of these 4 people. To put it nicely, this is an elite force that penetrates into the enemy's front line and strikes at the enemy. To put it harshly, this is the dead man. With the power of 4 people, go deep into the front line of the enemy, and there is still a front line where Jinchuriki exists. This is an act of dying. However, considering the actions of Namikaze Minato, these 4 people are definitely not going to die. That is to say, Kakashi is very likely to take Minato's flying thunder god Kunao. At this moment, even Luyu had to admire Minato's courageous ornaments. In this keen time just ascended to the 4th Hokage position. Does he really want to come to the battlefield in person? Both Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi stared at him. Chapter 140. The Kakashi team came quickly and went quickly. They didn't stay in the camp on Konoha's front line for long, they left in a hurry. After all, their task has never been to support Konoha's front line, but to go directly into the front line of Hei's and break the front line of Hei's. This is Namikaze Minato's trust in this team, as well as his trust in his own strength. He believes that Chiba can understand his own words and summon himself using Flying Thunder God at the most critical moment to finally reverse the war. After crossing the river in front, you formally entered the territory of the front line of fog. In that piece of land, the shadow hides a large number of Hei's ninjas as front-line clues. These ninjas do not exist to resist Konoha's attack, but to discover the ninjas on the front line. Therefore, these ninjas, without exception, are perception ninjas. Wanting to formally enter the inside of the Hei's front line without being discovered, this is a big challenge. At this moment, Chiba and others came to the border of Konoha front. The 4 gathered in a hidden place. Kakashi took out the map of the Hei's frontline camp that Luyu gave him. He pointed to a camp where his team was about to go, and spoke calmly. This is the first camp we are about to encounter across the front line of Hei's. The front line of Hei's is different from the front line of Cloud Shinobi. Hei's and Konoha face each other across the sea. The front lines of each other are separated by the ocean. However, the small island located on the sea has become the location of the Fog Shadow Camp. Due to topographical factors, the small islands on the front line of the Fog Shadow are not far apart, and the camps on the front line are also divided into several. Due to the division of the camp, its concentrated power is not as good as Konoha. This is Hei's weakness, but this also happens to be Hei's strength. Because the divided camp can easily surround the Konoha front line, and is very good at fighting guerrillas. Except for the total offensive against Konoha's front line represented by 4th Mizukage last time. After that, Hei's adopted guerrilla consumption tactics. Various camps carried out harassment attacks on Konoha, leaving Konoha frontline struggling to cope. Among them, The most dangerous is the 7-man ninja force of Haze. This is the elite force of Haze, wandering around Konoha's front line, sniping the elite squad dispatched by Konoha, and Konoha suffered a big loss because of this. Because of fear of Three Tails Jinchuriki in the main camp of Haze Shadow, the entire Konoha front line is fearful, and therefore, they continue to lose battles. As long as the Konoha front line has a presence that can deal with Three Tails Jinchuriki, the front line will not be so passive. At this moment, Kakashi is about to adopt the same strategy as Haze. With the 4 of them as a team, they attacked the various camps on the front line of the fog, and the Konoha front line put pressure on the inside and outside to change the battle situation on the Konoha front line. This war is destined to be a protracted war. At this moment, Kakashi continues to develop a strategy. In front of this fog shadow camp, there are fixed 4 perception ninjas. Therefore, it is difficult to rely on scripture without knowing it. We wait until the night to act to deprive each other's vision to the utmost extent. Then fine, we have to use your sky maneuverability. We launched an attack from the sky and solved these 4 perception ninjas in an instant. Night fell soon. Above the foggy camp, bonfires were lit. The 4 perception ninjas are divided into a straight line in front of the camp, and they are always detecting the attack from Konoha. Although since 4th Mizukage came to the battlefield, Konoha Shinobi has never done this once, and, from the perspective of Hagage, Konoha now has no such strength and courage. However, after all, it must be guarded. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Perhaps it was the recent victory of Haze Shadow, which made Haze Shadow's ninjas floated a bit. The strongest ninja village in the past was actually suppressed by Haze. Anyone will be very excited. Even the 4 sensing ninjas who were probing, had the courage to take a sip of wine in the middle of the night. A boring night, accompanied by wine, will not look lonely. If there is a woman at this time, it will be perfect. Unfortunately, there is no beauty, but death has come. The chakra fluctuations that suddenly appeared in their perception made the 4 perception ninjas vigilant. However, no matter how they probed, they couldn't find the trace of the enemy after all. Moreover, chakra's perception only appeared for a moment. Maybe it's just an illusion? I should be a little drunk myself. And when they reacted, the white shinobi had pierced their hearts and covered their mouths and noses from their backs, even preventing them from leaving their last words. They didn't expect that the moment they soaked up, death would come. None of the 4 of Chiba thought of it, and the sneak into the plan went horribly smoothly. It seems that the short victory has paralyzed them. This is very conducive to our actions. Kakashi said calmly. He was extremely careful in this action. Having lost Obito and Lin before, let him know that he can't make mistakes on the battlefield. Once you make a mistake, the price you pay is very heavy. The commander of this fog shadow camp is Jonin from the Ghost Lantern clan. The name is Ghost Lantern Yayu. The information obtained from Commander Liu, this person is very famous in Haze, and he is very arbitrarily skilled in the secret arts of the Ghost Lamp clan. In places with good water, he can even gain power to rival the tail beast in a short time. Chiba is no stranger to the Ghost Lamp family. One of the teammates Sasuke looked for in the process of revenge in the original party was the Ghost Lantern Water Moon of the Ghost Lantern family. In the eyes of others, it may be an exaggeration to gain power to rival the tail beast in a short period of time. However, Chiba knew that this might be true. In the original book, Shuiyu briefly blocked the 8 tails, which was completely beastly-tailed. If it weren't for 8 tails angrily and used the tailed beast bomb to flip Shuiyu directly, maybe Shuiyu could really cover Sasuke and his party to leave smoothly. In short, this sneak attack, be careful of this person. Once you are found, quickly evacuate, don't stay. It can be seen that Kakashi is indeed very cautious, too cautious. Captain Kakashi, I have a plan. What? Let's talk about it. I have a range of moves that can destroy them all. For a moment, Itaka seemed to understand something, and looked at Chiba with a suddenly realized expression. Mr. Punishment, do you want to use that trick? Itaki remembered the first time he and Chiba went to battle. That time, Chiba killed hundreds of troops from Cloud Shinobi in an instant. At this moment, both Kakashi and Shisui were surprised. Destroy them all? This fog shadow camp is not small. According to their Konoha size, there are 500 to 600 people in this camp. However, looking at Itaka's reaction, it seemed that even he thought Chiba could do it. Kakashi spoke immediately. Do you have any plans? Let's hear it. First, we have to shrink their camp. Assassinate their people as much as possible on the periphery. Reducing the scope to 2/3 of what it is now, I can almost do it directly. The scope of the camp is too big now. With my current chakra, I can't support that trick to cover this range. Hearing this, Kakashi stroked his chin. In other words, do they want to wipe out 1/3 of the entire camp without knowing it? At this moment, Shisui looked at Kakashi and asked, "Do you want to do it?" After thinking for a moment, Kakashi nodded immediately. "Ro. It is our task to destroy the Haze front line as much as possible. If it can be completely wiped out, we must try it anyway. Even if you are surrounded by the time, you can use the maneuverability of Penalty Sky to escape." After making a decision, Kakashi immediately began to assign tasks. Punishment, you are always ready. Crow, Sin, you two will assassinate from the outside of the camp with me. Once discovered, Sin, it is up to you to cover me against the ghost lamp Yu. My lightning style can restrain his water style secret technique. As for the crow, once you are found, your task is to protect and punish. After destroying the opponent, evacuate as quickly as possible. Does everyone understand? Hearing this, everyone nodded immediately. Are there any questions? No one answered. Seeing this, Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly. In this case, then, our Kakashi team's first mission officially begins. Scatter. Chapter 141. At night, it was terribly dark. Dark clouds drifting across the sky block the moonlight from time to time. Moon black wind high murder night. Tonight's Haze camp, it is destined to be full of blood. Kakashi, Itachi, and Shisui came to the triangle of the camp as quickly as possible, forming an enveloping gesture pushing toward the inside of the camp. At this moment, the fog shadow camp guards are unexpectedly relaxed. Because, in their view, Konoha, who had been suppressed on the frontal battlefield, could not carry out a sneak attack on their camp. And the fact is indeed the case. The Konoha front line did not have such courage and strength. Just coping with Haze's guerrilla attack is already very difficult, and more importantly, you must beware of the Three Tails Jinchuriki 4th Mizukage, which may destroy the front line at any time. No frontline commander would carry out a sneak attack under such pressure. However, no one knew that Namikaze Minato would have the courage to dispatch an elite team to carry out a sneak attack. Moreover, this elite team carries Flying Thunder God Kunao who can summon him to the battlefield at any time. In any case, this elite team will be a time bomb. Because you will never know. When will this bomb explode? And Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God will harvest someone's head. At this moment, Kakashi, Itachi, and Shisui acted instantly. Every time they drew their swords, they would harvest the head of a Haze ninja. Itachi may be a lot immature compared to Chiba and Shisui. However, he finally turned on Sharingan of 3 Guyu. The existence of Sharingan made all three of them become Haze's head harvesters. Even in the dark. Sharingan's super dynamic vision also allows them to easily capture the movements of all the Haze ninjas in their sight. Then, the assassination began. Just like the organization they belong to. Umbu, Assassination Tactical Special Forces. Sneaking in the darkness, every cut will definitely cut a throat. There was a terrible smell of blood in the air. The three of them seemed to be blushing. Even Shisui, who has always loved peace, did not hesitate this time. Because, before that, he had confessed that his shortcomings were indecision. And this time, he knew that he couldn't be lost. All the Haze ninjas he killed had their hands stained with the blood of Konoha's companion. On the battlefield, there is no emotion, only life and death. At this moment, Chiba used his own gravitational fruit to levitate above the sky and came directly to the top of the Haze camp. His observation haki swept past, and within the entire camp, all the ninja dynamics were invisible under his perception. The knife in his hand is ready to be unsheathed at any time. Chiba is waiting for an opportunity. Coming to the battlefield this time is different from being attacked by Cloud Shinobi last time. In order to save his life, he had to go all out last time. But not this time. He has a mission. Itachi, Kakashi, and Shisui did not hesitate to act just because they believed in him. This kind of trust is very precious. After all, if you go deep into the camp, you will die if you are found. And they still chose Chiba's plan because they believe that Chiba can do the so-called all-destruction. Therefore, Chiba must at least retain the strength to take the three of them away easily. Under highly concentrated attention. Chiba suddenly and slowly withdrew his knife at this moment. He knew that Haze Ninja had found the corpse. Next moment. Inside the foggy camp, the whistle began to sound instantly. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The originally weak bonfire was ignited almost in an instant. The firelight dissipated all the darkness around. Mist Ninja took action at this moment. They want to find the sneak attacker in the dark. And at this moment, Chiba descended from the sky and blatantly came to the center of the fog shadow camp. At this moment, all Haze Ninjas were taken aback. Maybe they can't even dream of it. When the sneak attack was discovered, the enemy would come directly to the center of the camp. Then, the Misty Ninja who reacted instantly picked up Kunao directly and rushed towards Chiba, trying to tear Chiba into pieces. Chiba turned a blind eye to this. At this moment, he just calmly inserted his knife into the ground. The purple gravitational wave instantly spreads out with the tip of the knife as the center. The next moment, Chiba's mouth moved lightly, and he spoke calmly. Dancing in the air, weightless control. In an instant, all the attacks that slashed towards Chiba came to an abrupt end. Then, just under the horrified expressions of these Haze Ninjas, all the gravity within the visible range was taken away. Accompanied by the trembling of the earth. The entire land of the camp was lifted from the ground under Chiba's gravity control. At this moment, all the Haze Ninjas looked at Chiba with horror. The state of complete weightlessness filled their hearts with fear of the unknown. They don't know what will happen next. However, the spectacular scene of the entire camp being erected is destined to make them unforgettable forever. At this moment, it is not only the ninja of Haze. Even Kakashi, Shisui, and Itaka were stunned. Even though this is the second time Itaka has seen Chiba use this trick, the great shock is still hard to calm down. This move of moving mountains and reclaiming the sea is the dream of all ninjas. Then, water-style water dragon bomb technique. Accompanied by a burst of sound. A huge water dragon attacked from the darkness and flew towards Chiba's back at a very fast speed. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. The open fangs seemed to want to shred Chiba's small body. In the face of this attack, Chiba did not move. Just as the water dragon bomb was about to bite Chiba, a black shadow suddenly descended behind Chiba. He quickly formed a seal with both hands, took a deep breath, and exhaled it instantly. Fire-style How Fire Dragon technique. In an instant, the huge fire dragon spewed out, directly blasting and killing with the galloping water dragon. The encounter of water and fire reacts instantly. The fire is extinguished by water, and the water is evaporated by the fire. In an instant, the huge water vapor deprived all sight. At this moment, Itaki ran out of the darkness. His Sharingan was terribly scarlet. Got you. He nodded his hands and attacked instantly. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. The huge fireball galloped towards the darkness. The burning light instantly revealed the ninja in the dark. Ghost Lantern Yayu, the commander of this camp. Now, Ghost Lantern Yayu is dumbfounded. He never thought that his camp would be attacked. When the reaction came, 1/3 of the ninjas had been assassinated. What is this concept? Are their own perception ninjas dead? Didn't find the opponent? When the camp reacted, the entire camp had been overturned. Although Ghost Light Yayu doesn't know what ninjutsu this is. However, when the entire camp was flying, he knew that this camp was over. I wanted to attack the caster to interrupt this ninjutsu. But, obviously, the enemy came prepared. After the first blow failed, Ghost Lantern Yayu was already ready to escape. However, he did not expect that he would be found hidden in the dark. At this moment, he saw the eyes hidden under the white mask. Those eyes were terribly scarlet. Sharingan. Ghost Lantern Yayu was shocked. Didn't the Uchiha clan be recalled by Konoha? Why are there still Uchiha clan people on the battlefield? It is precisely because the Uchiha clan have been evacuated, so they can take the initiative on the front line. Was your camp attacked by the Uchiha clan? The fear of death is pervasive. On the battlefield, no one is afraid to meet the Uchiha clan. Not to mention being attacked by the Uchiha clan. God knows how many pairs of Sharingan are hiding in the dark. At this moment, Ghost Lantern Yayu had only one thought in her heart. Run away. Then, accompanied by the thunder, there seemed to be thousands of birds singing. The blue and white electric light shone on his back. Chidori. At this moment, Kakashi's speed was ridiculously fast. The activation of lightning-style chakra greatly improves Kakashi's physical ability. Then, Kakashi's Chidori, runs through the back of the ghost lamp Yayu. Ghost Lantern Yayu suddenly turned back, with a look of horror. "You guy, is Konoha's Hatake Kakashi?" After speaking, his whole body turned into a pool of water. Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough, it is the water body. His body has probably already used the terrain to escape. In an instant, Ghost Lantern Yayu escaped the 2 pairs of Sharingan. And at this moment, Chiba directly releases all gravity. Seeking flowers. In an instant, the entire camp rolled over. Then, under the wailing of countless haze ninjas, he instantly fell to the ground. At this moment, all the living bodies suspended in mid-air fell to the ground fiercely and were directly buried by the earth. The high pressure of gravity instantly crushed them, and the only thing left in the earth was the crushed corpse of the Mist Shadow Ninja. At this moment, Chiba closed the sword, and Shisui had long since disappeared. Chiba knew what Shisui did. The next moment, he was full of thunder, and under the activation of lightning-style chakra, he disappeared instantly. In the dark, Ghost Lantern Yayu kept running away. He was completely frightened. He wiped out his entire camp in an instant, and he even suspected that the Uchiha clan came out and wiped him out. He will never know. It was only 4 people who destroyed his entire camp ninja. And just as he ran away with all his strength, in front of him, several figures suddenly appeared. These figures seemed to be all entities, and slashed towards him. However, a closer look reveals that these figures are all exactly the same. This is body flicker technique. At this moment, Ghost Lantern Yayu reacted. There should be only one Uchiha clan who can achieve this instantaneous body. Instantly Shisui. Is even this kind of guy coming? Shisui's shinobi slashed instantly. With a snort, the ghost lamp Yayu was cut off. Shisui's knife was deeply embedded in the body of Ghost Deng Yayu. However, there is no blood. Ghost Lantern Yayu's body turned into water. That is the secret technique of the Ghost Lamp clan hydration technique. That is a secret technique that can turn one's body into water and then be immune to all physical attacks. Except for lightning style, he can almost be immortal. If it is a one-on-one situation, even Shisui is not afraid. However, the camp was completely wiped out. I don't know how many people there are in the enemy. Ghost Lantern Yayu didn't dare to stay. After all, Kakashi's Chidori had penetrated his body just now. Kakashi's Chidori is an S-level ninjutsu whose lightning-style chakra's nature has changed to the extreme. He will die. Therefore, it must not be held back. Uchiha Shisui, don't get in the way, get out of the way. The raised right hand instantly turned into a pistol posture, aimed at Shisui's forehead, and shot directly. Water iron cannon technique. This is also a secret technique passed down from generation to generation by the Ghost Lamp clan. The water droplets exploded from the fingertips instantly burst into incredible impact. The bullet-like water drop hit Shisui's forehead directly. However, at this moment, he saw Shisui's eyes. Those are a pair of evil eyes. At this moment, he was lost. The darkness around him deprived him of all vision, making him feel like he was in an endless abyss. Then, behind him, suddenly opened a pair of eyes. That is a pair of scarlet Sharingan. Illusion. I am in illusion. Damn, sure enough, the Uchiha clan is too difficult to deal with. The next moment, he was knocked into the air directly. If it weren't for the hydration technique, he would have been killed by Shisui at this moment. He instantly disturbed his chakra, unlocked the illusion, and stood up from the ground. At this moment, he saw someone in front of him. The man was no more than a child's height, and he held a white dachi in his hand. The knife, under the moonlight, reflected a terrible cold light. This is Chiba, the Ghost Lantern Yayu knows, and he is the caster he attacked just now. Then, Chiba moved. Before Ghost Lantern Yayu completely unlocked Shisui's illusion, Chiba waved the knife in his hand and slashed towards Ghost Lantern Yayu. Ghost Lantern Yayu has no heart to fight, just want to escape. At this moment, facing Chiba's slash, he could not dodge due to illusion. However, he has no fear. This knife, there is no change in the nature of lightning-style chakra. It is impossible to hurt him. But, the moment Chiba slashed, Ghost Lantern Yayu's head was directly chopped off. The blood instantly formed a cruel blood flower in the air. At the moment of death, he saw that Chiba's knife changed from white to pitch black in an instant. It was not lightning-style chakra, but it still hacked him to death. Chiba flicked the knife in his hand. A blood flower was thrown on the ground. Sorry, my armed caller never believes in fluidization. Chapter 142. This victory is undoubtedly unprecedented. Using the power of 4 people to directly destroy a camp on the front line of Haze, there are at least 500 or 600 ninjas in that camp. Even Kakashi followed Namikaze Minato to participate in the Battle of Kamamubi Bridge. However, he has never been so passionate. Although the success of the Battle of Shinobi Bridge directly allowed Konoha to defeat Rock Shinobi and win the entire war. However, what Kakashi and the others did that time was nothing more than destroying Rock Shinobi's supply route. However, this time is different. There is nothing more fulfilling than beheading an enemy on the battlefield. Bathed in the blood of the enemy, it seemed that Kakashi, who had been lost, was resurrected. At this moment, Kakashi understood that besides Obito and Lin, he still had companions. At this moment Chiba, Itachi, and Shisui are his companions. You can safely give your back to the other party's companions. The 4 of them, although they have never experienced a break-in between each other, but they showed a strong tacit understanding in their first hands-on. Although this depends largely on the strength of their individual abilities. However, a camp that can be completely wiped out without injury is more important than personal ability, and it must be trust. Because Chiba trusted Shisui, even if it was an attack with his back to the enemy, there was no wavering. Because Kakashi and Itachi trusted Chiba, they rushed into the darkness unscrupulously and forced the Ghost Lantern Yayu back. At this moment, the evacuation after the operation has been for some time. The 4 people advanced at full speed, completely far away from the previous Fog Shadow camp. It's almost done, just rest here for a while. Kakashi, who took the lead, stopped and looked back at Chiba. Punishment, is it safe here? Hearing that, Chiba's observation haki swept past, and almost all life forms on this land were in Chiba's perception. The next moment, Chiba nodded calmly and smiled. It's very safe, even if you light a bonfire here, you won't be found. Hearing this, Kakashi, Itachi, and Shisui all breathed a sigh of relief. The tight nerves were immediately let go. Chiba could clearly hear, and all 3 of them exhaled heavily. At this moment, Kakashi was a little surprised to see that even now, Chiba is not insulted. Punishment, don't you have the slightest nervousness? Chiba's calmness was a little beyond Kakashi's imagination, and even Shisui next to him was amazed. After all, at the moment before, if it weren't for the water dragon bomb that he rushed out of Yayu Ghost, Chiba's body would have been directly torn apart. Although there was a plan before, after Chiba's move, Shisui will be responsible for Chiba's safety. However, Chiba's courage is really great when they give their backs to others in the first action with each other. And Itachi smiled and spoke. That's because, all of this is in the expectation of Junjun. The best thing Junjun is good at is to control the battle situation. Itachi fought side by side with Chiba more than once. That terrible control of the whole situation is really reassuring. At this moment, Chiba also smiled and said, "Didn't I say that? My perception ability is far beyond your imagination." The 4 people immediately sat in front of the campfire. They looked at each other. Then, they all smiled inexplicably. The first sneak attack was a big success. It's a pity that you can't celebrate with a sip of wine after such a major victory. Shisui sighed. He held it under Sarutobi Hiruzen for too long. Although Shisui loves peace, but when a war breaks out, he can fight for his village. Shisui will not hesitate to stand up. However, since the last time he was evacuated from the Haze front line, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been asking him to perform some trivial tasks. And the most is to monitor the Uchiha clan. At this moment, when he came to the battlefield, Shisui seemed to have vented all his previous unhappiness. Would actually offer to drink and celebrate. Mr. Crow, the 4 misty perception ninjas we killed before were caused by drinking. Itachi kindly reminded. Shisui scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and said with a smile. Indeed, I was talking too much. Chiba shrugged. Actually, it doesn't matter. In this world, there is no living body that can avoid my perception and approach us silently. Absolutely impossible. It is precisely because of understanding this Naruto world that Chiba can speak his words to death. In Chiba's view, even the old Black Zetsu will definitely be discovered when he enters the range of his own perception. Take 10,000 steps back and say. Even if Black Zetsu has a way to avoid Chiba's observation haki, Chiba's Ryotsu can easily perceive the other's soul fluctuations. The power of Naruto world has long been felt by Chiba. Since the penalty has been said so, we can't be sorry for this perception ability. Unfortunately, there is no wine here. Kakashi also laughed jokingly. Sometimes, in times of high tension, a glass of wine can really relax people. Would you like wine? You said it earlier. With that, Chiba suddenly took out a gourd from behind him, and a few wine glasses were hanging on the gourd. This wine is made by myself, very strong, quite strong. At this moment, no one cares what Chiba said lie. All three of Kakashi looked at Chiba in surprise. Punish, you even brought this kind of thing on the battlefield. What's so strange? Life is alive, passing by in a hurry, no more than dozens or hundreds of years at most. Even if life can't be perfect, but it's not easy to be a chic life. A sword, a jug of wine, even if I can't see it, I can still walk all over the world. At this moment, both Kakashi and Shisui were stunned. Chiba showed meticulous seriousness from start to finish. However, they never expected that Chiba would have such a chic side. Kakashi sighed. If he could have Chiba's open-mindedness and unrestrainedness. I'm afraid Obito and Lin won't end up like this. Chiba smiled, picked up the glass, and poured a full glass for Kakashi, Itachi, and Shisui. Come on. It's a relaxation after the war. Just one cup. 3 glasses of wine were pushed in front of the three. Seeing this scene, Itachi was stunned. He glanced at Chiba weirdly, and spoke subconsciously. Mr. Punishment, this wine, won't it be the one I drank in the clan last time? Chiba nodded. Of course. For an instant, bad memories appeared in Itachi's mind. Before the wine was drunk, the throat seemed to have been burned. Everyone, this wine. At this moment, Itachi just wanted to remind him that he saw Kakashi and Shisui directly pick up the wine glasses and drank them in one fell swoop. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Itachi was stunned. At this moment, Kakashi and Shisui were also stunned. Itachi can understand how Kakashi and Shisui feel at the moment. But why can't you just listen to me and finish my sentence? Then, Kakashi and Shisui both clutched their throats and ran away. Seeing this, Itachi sighed. There are 2 more victims. At this moment, Chiba laughed. People in this world are really heroic. No matter what the wine is, let's try it first. Very good, very good. Chiba-san, you are messing up again. In response, Chiba shrugged. I reminded them before, this wine is very strong, very strong. Unfortunately, they didn't care after all. And, outside, didn't you say you want to call it a code name? Itachi picked up the wine glass and took a sip. This time, Itachi didn't blow it so badly last time, but carefully aftertaste the mellow aroma of this spirit. Didn't you tell me? There will be no one here. Yes, it is absolutely safe here. The celebration of the 4 is just a glass of wine. Strong alcohol relieves tight nerves, it really has a miraculous effect. When Kakashi and Shisui returned, the tension in their hearts had long since disappeared. Chiba knows. Coming to the front this time is likely to be a protracted battle. Every day, if you strain your nerves, problems will occur sooner or later. No one can guarantee that they will be in full hay all the time, and neither can Chiba. At this time, wine can do wonders. This is also the most important reason why Chiba brings wine gourd. What happened tonight is destined to change the battlefield between Konoha and Hagage. Early in the morning of the next day, the Haze Ninja, who was used as a liaison, arrived at the camp early. Because the front lines of the Fog Shadow are separated from each other, each camp will send information to the main camp every day. And what strategy the main camp has will be passed on to other camps as soon as possible. Today, as usual, Wu Ying's contact ninja came to this camp to pass on information. But, far away from the camp, the strong smell of blood was enough to irritate the nasal cavity. Almost instantly, the ninja who came to contact him became vigilant. The bloody smell was terribly strong. More intense than the frontal battlefield. After all, although there are many dead people on the frontal battlefield, they will bring back the bodies of their companions with each other. However, this bloody smell is different. Did war broke out in this camp last night? Wu Ying's contact ninja instantly hid his breath and quietly approached the camp. Although at this moment, it seems a bit funny that he and the heir are fighting wits and bravely. However, no one knows whether there will be enemies hiding around. When he came to the camp, He was shocked by everything in front of him. Where is there any camp here? The whole land no longer exists, as if it was overturned by someone once. On the chaotic ground, you can see densely packed corpses. The corpses piled up in the mountains were buried by the earth, as if the whole earth and the corpses were mixed and stirred. Seeing this scene, the dancing ninja was frightened. What happened last night? That was an entire camp on the front line of Haze. There are more than 500 ninjas, and the number of jonin also exceeds 50. Not to mention there is also the strong Ghost Lantern Yayu of the Ghost Lantern clan. The camp under the commander of Ghost Lantern Yayu put a lot of pressure on Konoha's front line, but it defeated Konoha's front line more than once. Result: overnight, it's gone. How is it possible? What a joke. The Wuyin contact ninja's face suddenly trembled. At this moment, he actually felt that his legs were a little trembling. He knows. Something big happened. This is a big deal. It must be reported to Master Mizukage. Konoha, maybe sent a powerful combat force to the battlefield. This Haze ninja did not dare to stay at all. After confirming that the entire camp had no livelihoods, he evacuated as quickly as possible. Too frightening. That's the strength of a battalion of their Haze. It was completely destroyed overnight, and there was no living thing. He even found the body of the Ghost Lamp Yayu. However, at this moment, the strong man in the fog has separated his head and died in the process of running away. After all, with his twisted cheeks, it is difficult to imagine what kind of pain he experienced during his lifetime, or what terrible things he saw. At this moment, he knew that a monster was walking on the front line of Haze, and would slay a butcher knife on his compatriots at any time. Compared to the Haze front line, the Konoha front line is much more peaceful. For 3 days, the Haze front line had not launched an attack on the Konoha front line for 3 days. This is very abnormal. Since the Uchiha clan evacuated, Naruto has been the commander-in-chief of Konoha's front line. After 4th Mizukage revealed the power that could completely manipulate the Three-Tails tail beast, Haze's aggressiveness increased significantly. Although since then, 4th Mizukage has never been on the frontal battlefield. However, Liu knew that 4th Mizukage was always on the front line. Perhaps because of the fear that Konoha would dispatch Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, 4th Mizukage never did it again. However, in Liu's view, the strength of Jinchuriki is more than just its overwhelming combat power. Jinchuriki's deterrence is sometimes more terrifying than his battle itself. With the existence of Jinchuriki's Haze, no matter from any angle, the frontline battlefield has gained an absolute advantage. In this case, Haze did not attack for 3 days. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that Haze may be brewing a more terrifying war, and the other party may directly take Konoha's front line in one go. And the second is the internal problems of the Haze front line, which forced them to make a strategy to stop the guerrilla Konoha front line. Will that be the case? Naruto has been waiting for a long time. The investigating ninja waiting for him to report the information on the front line of the fog. At this moment, Yamanaka Kai suddenly pushed open the gate of the camp with a look of excitement. Seeing Yamanaka Kiki's expression, Liu's heart seemed to have an answer, and he quickly asked. Hi Yi. How is the situation on the Haze front line? Luju, let me tell you, you can't imagine how tragic the Haze front line is. Ghost Light Yayu, you know. We have always been our frontline rivals before. As a result, I got news that their entire camp, including him, had been wiped out 3 days ago. Although Wu Ying has been blocking news over there, how can this kind of news be blocked? Not only that, but other camps in Haze have also been mysteriously attacked. Although it has not reached the tragic situation of the Ghost Lamp Yayu camp being completely wiped out, every camp has losses. Now, the entire Haze front line is frantically looking for attackers. They don't even know who attacked them. The only information they can know is that they were attacked by a small group of 4. The Kakashi team is crazy on the front line of Haze. Liu, do you know, they didn't even find out that the leader was Kakashi. Do you know what this means? This means that none of the Misty ninjas they have attacked has survived. Fogying dispatched 7 ninja swords and the troops were crazy trying to find them, but they didn't have any information. Luju had never seen his old partner so excited. Yamanaka, who had always been calm and steady, was as excited as a child at this moment. And it's not just Yamanaka. At this moment, Luju blushed. He was always calm, but he was also excited. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the front line of haze. His eyes were filled with excitement that could not be hidden. They actually succeeded. Incredible. In Luju's view, the four-man team from deep into the front line of the place is simply sending death. Although he knew that Namikaze Minato had his own considerations. However, Luju still didn't care about them. But the result is unbelievable. One camp of haze was completely wiped out, and other camps were also attacked. After doing so many things, haze did not even recognize Kakashi? What is this concept? In other words, the four of Kakashi swaggered and attacked on the front line of the fog shadow, but the fog shadow could not even be found. How did you avoid the search by haze? How did you avoid haze's perception ninja? Or is it that Kakashi has used Minato's flying thunder god to summon Minato to the front? Although Luyu does not know how Kakashi and others did it. However, he knew that it was time for Konoha to fight back. Hai, immediately pass the order, so that all the ninjas in the camp are ready. Hearing this, Yamanaka was taken aback for a moment and asked. Luju, do you want to fight back against Wu Ying? Of course, this is the best time to fight back. Once you miss it, I'm afraid there will be no such opportunity again. Even the offense launched by the front line is not enough to repel the fog shadow front line. However, at this time, the Kakashi squad and others, who launched an offensive and penetrated into the enemy's front line, cooperated inside and outside not only to actually cause the haze, but more importantly, it was also a cover for the Kakashi squad. Narashikaja would not watch his ninja go deep behind the enemy and do nothing. But, hearing this, Yamanaka was a little worried. What about the three tails Jinchuriki of haze? They Konoha front line, after all, there is no way to deal with Jinchuriki. Although the current situation is very good. However, if the haze is pressed into a hurry, fourth Mizukage unleashes the power of the tail beasts. At that time, maybe their Konoha front line will collapse in an instant. Now, after all, there is a lack of decisive power. Three tails Jinchuriki? Someone will deal with that kind of thing. And now, our task is to fully cooperate with Kakashi and their team. Cooperate with them inside and outside, and give the most tragic blow to the haze front line. I will never waste the opportunity that Kakashi gave us Konoha Frontier. Naraluyu has always been very decisive. He saw through the warplane with just a glance. At this time, one cannot hesitate. Whether you can repel the front line of haze depends on this action. Unexpectedly, I would have such a passionate time. Chapter 143. At this moment, the atmosphere in Haze's main camp was terribly heavy. As Haze, fourth Mizukage, who is also three tails Jinchuriki, is now sitting in the coach's seat. Although fourth Mizukage has a baby face growing in Yakura sky. However, he is now releasing a suffocating aura from all over his body. No matter who it is, he will feel terrified when he glares at him at this moment. I want to know, now, what happened to our Haze front line? Why can't even four assailants be caught? In the past few days, these four sneak attackers have caused more damage to our mist front line than the entire Konoha front line. I want a reasonable explanation. Kodaki Tachibana Yakura's gaze circled around, and the fingers of his right hand lightly tapped the table in front of him. The scene was terribly quiet. At this moment, the ninjas present, without exception, are all high levels of haze, and they are also the strongest of haze. Standing to the left of Kodaki Tachibana Yakura is his most elite group of subordinates, the 7 ninja swordsmen. The origin of the 7 ninja swords can be traced back to the second Mizukage period. At that time, the second Mizukage Ghost Light Fantasy Moon followed the second Hokage Tobirama to establish the Mist Shinobi Ninja School in Umbu in order to consolidate the development of the village, and formulated the Kirigaku or secret law. However, Kanazuki pays attention to the inheritance of ninja swords, so it has cultivated a large number of new generation ninjas to use ninja swords. And the powerful organization formed in the haze is the 7 ninja swordsmen. The 7 ninja swords accept Mizukage's direct orders to complete some difficult tasks for Mizukage, and its status is somewhat similar to Konoha's Naruto Umbu. However, compared to Konoha's Umbu, the 7 ninja swords are much more famous. In the battle with Konoha, the 7 ninja swordsmen are the main force among them, and none of the Konoha squad that was attacked by them can go back alive. In the past few days, because of the Kakashi team's sneak attack on the Fog Shadow camp, the ninja swordsmen did not attack the Konoha front line, so they stayed in ambush around the camp. However, let alone squatting in the Kakashi team, not even a single hair squatted. Therefore, at this moment, all 7 of them looked away and did not dare to look directly at Mizukage. Mizukage sneered, seeming to notice the look in the 7 people's eyes. What? Don't you even dare to look at me? 7 of you, but our current signature ninjas in Haze, who were famous on the front lines of the war, can't even catch 4 sneak attackers. With you, are you worthy of the title of Jonin Sword 7? Hearing that, the 7 ninja swordsmen were silent, and no one wanted to be in trouble when Mizukage was angry. Even if they are the most elite ninja unit under Mizukage. 12. On the right-hand side of 4th Mizukage, standing are the new generation power of Haze and the mainstay ninja in the village. At the same time, she possesses 2 female ninjas who are in line with the boundaries of Boil style and Lava style, and she is also the future 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. Compared with the mature royal sister in the original book, Terumi Mei at this moment is slightly immature. Her great strength and amazing talent made her become 4th Mizukage, focusing on cultivating ninjas. The Misty Shadow veteran Jonin green with a blindfold in his right eye. At the beginning of the 3rd Ninja War, it was the Hyuga clan who fought against the Fog. At that time, Ching obtained a Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, which he regarded as his own trophy and transplanted it in his right eye. As a perception ninja, his strength has greatly increased after getting Byakugan, and he has become the captain of the perception force on the front line of the Fog at this moment. And at this moment, it is his head buried the lowest. Because, as the captain of the sensing force, it was his task to find the Kakashi team. But, so far, he has not been able to capture the trail of the 4 men. At this moment, 4th Mizukage cast his gaze on Ching and couldn't help but speak. Ayo, the Byakugan you got from Konoha, is it a decoration? I remember the last time you went to ambush those 4 attackers. Why didn't you get information about them that time? Even if you didn't catch them, why didn't you even know their identities so far? Hearing this, Ching was even more embarrassed. Master Mizukage, among the 4, there must be more perceptive ninjas than me. During that ambush, their actions will always be outside the coverage of my Byakugan. The other party, maybe there is also Byakugan, and they are much stronger than me. Ching's Byakugan was accused to death, and even Ching himself was a little bit suspicious of life. In the process of ambushing in the camp, his Byakugan seemed to be blind, completely unaware of what happened. In Ching's view, the only thing that can do this is Byakugan itself. The opponent also holds Byakugan and can see farther than him, so he can easily avoid his detection. Waste. Mizukage gave a cold glance. Do you think I want to hear your explanations? I just want to know what to do with these 4 people. Looking around here, after finding that no one had spoken, Kodaki Tachibana Yakura took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled it. Bring the map. Next to him, a ninja immediately came forward with a scroll. On the unfolded scroll, what was depicted on it was the distribution map of the Haze frontline camp at the moment. At this moment, Kochi Tachibana Yakura looked at the map coldly. Every camp that was attacked was marked with a cross, and at this moment, apart from this main camp, there was only one camp that had not been attacked by the Kakashi team. Seeing this scene, Kodaki Tachibana Yakura was a little angry. The great battle on the front line was smashed by 4 sneak attackers. Follow the sneak attack trajectory of these 4. Next, he can only carry out sneak attacks from this camp and the main camp. So, summon everyone for me and lie in ambush in this camp. At that time, I will also go there in person. I will see what kind of monster Konoha has sent. Only 4 people can disrupt our front lines. Hearing this, Ching was stunned for a moment, and then spoke. Master Mizukage, what about the main business? The other party might expect this step and attack the main camp first. In response, Kodaki Tachibana Yakura just sneered. Then just give him the main business. All of us are ambushing to another camp. If they want to attack this main camp, let them attack it. It's just an empty shell. At that time, I didn't want to go around with those 4 people anymore. Now that everyone is gathered together, I will directly attack Konoha's front line and attack them in one go. And if they come to attack this attached camp, then we will rush out and kill the 4 directly. I don't believe, under this kind of combat power, they can still retreat with their whole body. Now do you have any other opinions? Hearing this, everyone did not speak. Seeing this, 4th Mizukage smiled. In this case, the meeting will be adjourned. Today, we are ready to move. When everyone left, Terumime looked thoughtfully in the direction of 4th Mizukage's departure. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. She always felt that something was wrong with 4th Mizukage. After leaving the camp, she found the Marshal of Wu Ying the first time. The Marshal is another name for the highest level elder in Haze. He has the same power as Mizukage in Haze. At this moment, seeing the arrival of Terumime, the elder as the Marshal smiled. "It's Terumime, what's the matter with you?" He is very optimistic about Terumime. She possesses an unprecedented talent with double blood following the boundary. Whether it is 4th Mizukage or the Marshal Elder, they all want to train Terumime as a 5th Mizukage. At this moment, Terumime's position in Hagage is somewhat similar to the previous position of Namikaze Minato in Konoha. However, Haze did not puppet Terumime. "Master Marshal. I always feel that Master 4th Mizukage is a bit wrong." "Oh? What's wrong?" "I always feel that since he accepted 3 tails and became Jinchuriki, it's like a different person." Terumime discovered the problem a long time ago, but this feeling has become stronger recently. Prior to this, he never advocated a head-on conflict with Konoha. We all know Konoha's strength. Their 9 tails Jinchuriki is even more powerful, and even the 8 tails Killer Bee is rumored to be sealed by her. But now I even want to personally attack Konoha. Jinchuriki's presence is likely to allow Konoha to send 9 tails Jinchuriki to the front line. No village dares to look down upon Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki. Not to mention that 9 tails is the strongest tail beast. But Uzumaki Kushina itself is the nemesis of the tail beast. No matter how strong and perfect Jinchuriki is, he can't say that he can win Uzumaki Kushina. Hearing this, the elder who was the marshal smiled and said, "Master 4th Mizukage is indeed a bit aggressive this time. However, this has achieved unprecedented results for us." The Uchiha clan's retreat caused the Konoha front line to collapse, and at this moment Konoha is the period of the change of the 3rd-4th Hokage. Master Mizukage wants to use this to contain Konoha and suppress the opponent on the front line battlefield. This idea is not incomprehensible. What we can do now is to fully cooperate with Master Mizukage. The battle between us and Konoha will soon come to an end. This answer does not satisfy Terumime. However, the martial elder said it was worth it, and she could only suppress the doubts in her heart. In fact, there is one more question that is most doubtful. That's how 4th Mizukage managed to completely manipulate 3 tails in such a short time? Terumime knew that this kind of question could only be rotten in her heart. The entire Haze, and even the entire ninja world had such doubts. However, no one stood up and asked. Because some questions cannot be asked after all. When it comes to Jinchuriki issues, every village is very keen, and a little carelessness will lead to killing. At this moment, the Kakashi team is hiding in a corner of the front line of the fog. Kakashi and Shisui were completely overwhelmed by Chiba's ability to perceive the success of the sneak attack these days. It's too special, heaven-defying. From beginning to end, Kakashi joined this mission with a determination to die. After all, this is going deep into the front line of the enemy village for destruction. It is not a concept at all from the last supply route that only destroyed the enemy village. The difficulty of the tasks between each other is not on the same level at all. In Kakashi's eyes, the camp where the fog can be completely wiped out without damage was a miracle. Because of this, at that time, he would agree with the idea of drinking and celebrating. Because the companions around you, including yourself, may die at any time. That sip of wine is probably the last sip in his life. 1 sip counts as 1 sip. Drink more and you will earn. However, the actions of the next few days directly overwhelmed Kakashi's enlightenment. According to the roadmap Luju gave them, they carried out a sneak attack on the camp of Wu Ying. Because there has been a tragic case of total extinction before, any fog shadow camp after that has been extremely severe. Although Kakashi has formulated a sound attack plan. However, it will always be discovered by Heise's perception ninja. There have been many times Kakashi thought that his team was going to die. But every time at the most critical moment, Chiba led the team and fled the pursuit of Heise after going round and round. Even under Chiba's perception, they attacked the weak spot of the fog shadow camp many times and killed them happily. After being discovered, under Chiba's leadership, he retired easily. More importantly, from beginning to end, none of those who have seen them remain alive. Even at this moment they became a legend on the front line of Heise. Killing invisible, escaped from darkness. The army has been in the clump, and the piece of armor does not touch the body. They are assassins in the dark. Whether it's Kakashi or Shisui, they have never been so happy on the battlefield. At this moment, they were completely convinced by Chiba. Opening the road map, Kakashi analyzed the situation at the moment. Now, apart from this subsidiary camp and main camp, other camps have been attacked by us all over again. Everyone, no matter what the final result of the war between Konoha and Hagage is, the four of us will eventually be written into history. Our team is able to get to this point today, all relying on the ability to perceive punishment. Without him, we no longer know how many times we have died. So, as the captain of this team, take Kakashi, I would like to express my gratitude and respect to you. With that, Kakashi bowed deeply to Chiba. Perceiving this scene, Chiba was silent for a moment and said, "Captain Kakashi, has it been decided?" Hearing this, Kakashi smiled and nodded. "Well, it's decided. Next, it will be the last action of our Kakashi team." Hearing this, Shisui's face next to him changed slightly and asked subconsciously, "What does it mean?" He felt that Kakashi seemed to be telling the story. "Captain Kakashi, don't say such unlucky words. We don't have to attack the last two camps. There are two camps left at the end. Even fools know that there must be terrible ambushes in them. We'll just guerrilla other camps as we did before." At this moment, Itaka suddenly reached out and patted Shisui's shoulder, and said, "Crow Lord, this is our mission this time." Task. Shisui was stunned for a moment, a little unclear. At this moment, Chiba suddenly took out a kunai from his arms. It is a trait of karma, above karma, engraved with pitch black technique. Almost instantly, Shisui recognized it. That was Flying Thunder God kunai by 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. While Shisui was still shocked, Chiba spoke calmly. "Avon, our mission this time is definitely not just to go deep behind enemy lines to carry out harassing sneak attacks. Our real task is to end the war. And how can we end the war? Only by defeating all the main forces of Haze, can the war be ended. And the main force of Haze, there are mainly two now. As the 4th Mizukage of Three Tails Jinchuriki, and his elite force Ninja 7. And now, within this attached camp, the main forces of these two Fog Shadow front lines have gathered together. At this moment, Chiba has opened the largest range of observation haki and perceives their existence. Now is the best time to catch them all at once." At this moment, Shisui thought Chiba was crazy. Chiba actually wanted to kill Hagiage's Jinchuriki and the Ninja 7. Are you kidding me? Even if Chiba holds Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God kunai, Shisui doesn't think it can be done. Namikaze Minato is indeed very strong. The powerful Flying Thunder God technique makes him a golden flash of fear for everyone on the Rock Shinobi battlefield. However, if facing the perfect Jinchuriki and Ninja 7, the result is really hard to tell. This behavior not only brings the risk of their team's complete destruction, it may also affect 4th Hokage. Punishment. This is not a child's play, you have to know, in that situation, recruiting Master 4th generation for some reason will put him in a dangerous situation too. Upon hearing this, Chiba nodded. "Okay, I know. But this time, we won't fail. Do you know why 4th Mizukage can become the perfect Jinchuriki in such a short time?" Everyone shook their heads, expressing puzzlement, and Chiba smiled. "That's because, before this, Three Tails had been manipulated. And that person, Chiba knows, is Uchiha Madara, and can only be Uchiha Madara. After all, the original Tail Beast strike plan launched by Haze was Uchiha Madara to make Obito fall. And at this juncture, 4th Mizukage perfectly manipulated Three Tails. Except for Uchiha Madara behind the scenes, Chiba couldn't think of the second possibility. Moreover, in the original work, 4th Mizukage was controlled by Obito illusion as Jinchuriki, making the entire Haze become Blood Mist Land. So here comes the problem. The perfect Jinchuriki is not controlled by illusion. The battle between Sasuke and Killer Bee in the original book has proved this. However, Obito's illusion still controlled 4th Mizukage. This can only prove that the Three Tails in 4th Mizukage is also under the control of illusion. And because Uchiha Madara completely controls Three Tails, 4th Mizukage can become a perfect Jinchuriki in such a short time. As for Jinchuriki, whose tail beast is manipulated, I have a way to deal with him. 4th Mizukage looks powerful. But, in my opinion, he vulnerable. Chapter 144. The only remaining attached battalion in the Fog Shadow front line was shrouded by a powerful detection enchantment. For Chiba and others' sneak attacks on their front lines, 4th Mizukage has had enough. He has no intention to blame his incompetence. Just today, he has made a decision. If he fails to squat into the Chiba 4-person sneak attack team, he will directly lead an army of ninjas to attack Konoha's front line. At this moment, within this attached camp, almost all the main forces on the front line of the Fog have gathered. 3 Tails Jinchuriki from 4th Mizukage. The strongest assassination organization under 4th Mizukage 7 Ninja Swords. The strongest double blood of the new generation of Fog Shadow following the bound ninja Taro Mime. Fog Shadow veteran Jonin perceive the evergreen of the ninja troops. The 2 genius alternate ninjas of the Ninja 7 Ninjas Kojuro and Ghost Lantern Manmatsu. This is the first time that 4th Mizukage brings together the strongest people scattered in various camps. Seeing this scene, Ching looked at 4th Mizukage and said, "Master 4th Mizukage, that sneaker has a strong sense of perception. At this moment, our camp has gathered so much combat power, it is impossible for the opponent to show up." Ching himself is a powerful perception ninja, and the Byakugan he gets is even more powerful. In this case, he was still being played around by Chiba. Therefore, in his opinion, it is impossible for the opposing team to take the bait in such a wait-and-see ambush. For this, 4th Mizukage didn't care, he just spoke calmly. "It's okay. Recently, I was a little bored by Konoha's team. Konoha sent such a team to our front line, making it clear that he wanted to delay time. Obviously, there may be some problems inside Konoha. Otherwise, it is impossible to face the battlefield without sending some people who suppress the field. Before I used the power of 3 Tails to attack Konoha's front line is actually a test of Konoha. Did you know, Ching? Perfect Jinchuriki is very strong, really very strong. Since becoming 3 Tails Jinchuriki, this is the first time 4th Mizukage mentions the tail beast positively." Hearing this, Ching hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look directly at 4th Mizukage. He didn't know why 4th Mizukage suddenly talked about the tail beast at this time. However, the less he knew about the tail beast, the better. Too much involvement in things like tail beasts will cause trouble. I really admire that Cloud Shinobi's 8 Tails Jinchuriki can perfectly manipulate the tail beast. Even me. Hearing this, Ching felt something was wrong, and said quickly, "Master Mizukage." When Ching reminded him, 4th Mizukage suddenly reacted and smiled. "Ah, sorry, I seem to have told you something superfluous. Don't take it to heart. Forget it." Kingda was dumbfounded. How can this not be taken care of? Just now 4th Mizukage almost blurted out about how he manipulated 3 Tails. This kind of secret, I am afraid that I will lose my head when I know it. What I actually want to say is that Cloud Shinobi's 8 Tails Jinchuriki was dispatched to the battlefield and fought against Konoha's 9 Tails Jinchuriki, and even Kushina stopped Raikage. I don't deny the power of 9 Tails Jinchuriki, although Konoha did indeed win in the end. But, after all, Konoha has a huge advantage in capturing Cloud Shinobi Jinchuriki. So after the battle with Cloud Shinobi, does 9 Tails Jinchuriki still have the ability to go to the battlefield? Hearing this, Ching was stunned for a moment. "Master 4th Mizukage, you mean Konoha's 9 Tails Jinchuriki got hurt? Do not rule out the possibility, after all, 9 Tails Jinchuriki cannot completely manipulate 9 Tails. So, I used the power of 3 Tails to attack Konoha's front line before, just to test and see Konoha's reaction. As a result, Konoha's reaction was a bit beyond my expectations. The Uchiha clan exploded with incredible power and repelled me. At that time, I was thinking that with the Uchiha clan, it doesn't matter whether there is 9 Tails Jinchuriki on the Konoha front line. After all, we want to break through the Konoha front line with the Uchiha clan, and the difficulty is not ordinary. Moreover, even if we can break through the Uchiha clan, our Fog Shadow front line will suffer heavy losses. Although the Uchiha clan was suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and became less famous in recent years, Uchiha is still Uchiha after all, and the dominance of the Sengoku period is still there. But what I didn't expect was that the Uchiha clan was evacuated by Sarutobi Hiruzen the next day. Do you know, Ching, when I knew about this, people were stupid. What is Konoha doing? In the beginning, I couldn't understand Konoha's approach and didn't dare to act rashly. Therefore, even if the Konoha frontline did not have a character who could hold the ground, I did not launch a general attack on the Konoha front line. However, this time Konoha sent this elite team to the front line to let me understand a fact. 4th Mizukage has a confident smile on his face. This confidence comes not only from his understanding of Konoha and Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also from his own powerful strength. Konoha, delaying time. There must be something wrong with Konoha, and it's a big problem. Obviously during the war, Sarutobi Hiruzen made this decision to support Namikaze Minato's upper rank 4th Hokage. If it's not forced by the situation, then he has shit in his head. Do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen is the kind of person who has shit in his head? Hearing this, Ching's face obviously changed. The horror on his face was not pretended. All of what 4th Mizukage said is well-founded, and can be matched with everything that is happening on the front line. Ming Konoha has defeated Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi. Logically speaking, Konoha should be able to send a large amount of powerful combat power to the front line of the Fog Shadow battlefield. However, instead of doing so, Konoha instead evacuated the Uchiha clan. This alone is very telling. What will happen inside Konoha? Ching asked subconsciously. What's the problem? The change of the 3rd 4th Hokage is nothing more than a struggle for power. Konoha's high level is much more complicated than we thought. The foundation that 1st Hokage has laid for Konoha is great. Fortunately, when Sarutobi Hiruzen can engage Konoha in infighting, Konoha can still be 1-3, and will defeat the now powerful Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi. However, Konoha will pay a heavy price for this one day. The Senju clan is gone, and the Hyuga clan is involved in the loss of the Cloud Shinobi battlefield. Uchiha's lack of trust is also a well-known thing. If Konoha can't handle the issue of power ownership, sooner or later, he will fall back. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. So, Ching, do you still think that the mission of the 4 sneak attack teams sent by Konoha is just a sneak attack on our Mist Shadow front line? No. Their real task should be to delay time. Don't let us attack Konoha's front line with all our strength, let Konoha have enough time to deal with the issue of power ownership. For Konoha's internal problems at this moment. 4th Mizukage basically got it right. However, there is only one point, he was wrong. The mission of the Kakashi team has never been a delay. 4th Mizukage would never think of it. This kind of 4-man dead soldier squad that went deep into the enemy camp actually came to end the war. And just as he guessed, Konoha is indeed fighting for power inside. It's just that the appearance of the Kakashi team is a part of the power struggle. At the same time, 4th Mizukage would not have imagined it. Namikaze Minato, who just took up the position of 4th Hokage, has the courage to come to the battlefield in person at this time. There is never only 4th Mizukage who is bold. So, expand your range of perception to the largest extent. Even if Byakugan is scrapped, continue to explore for me today. Konoha's 4-person attack team will definitely come here in order to delay time. Here. Ching suddenly got a 12-point spirit, and instantly turned on his Byakugan, expanding the scope of Byakugan's exploration to the maximum. Will Konoha's sneak attack group of 4 come? Ching is not sure. However, he knew that if the opponent showed up, it would be a mortal situation. Will the other party really come to die in order to delay time? Even if the opponent's perception ninja is no matter how good, at this moment, the camp is gathering, but the most elite combat power of all Fog Shadows. Even if Konoha's golden glitter came in person, he could only escape. Time passed by. I don't know how long it has passed. When Ching's Byakugan saw 4 figures appearing outside the camp, he almost thought that he was wrong. Come. 4th Mizukage, the other party is really here. In order to delay time, does the other party really dare to come and die? Konoha's ninja, can you do this for the mission? Upon hearing this, 4th Mizukage grinned. Is it finally here? All of you stay here, you are not allowed to shoot. I really want to see. Who are these 4 people? They can actually disrupt our frontline camp to such a degree. After speaking, 4th Mizukage jumped and walked out of the enchantment before disappearing into the camp in an instant. Seeing this scene, Terumime, who was next to him, was stunned for a moment, and found that the 7 ninja swords had no plans to follow. Then he asked Ching, who was next to him. Chong Master, 4th Mizukage just went there, is it really okay? In response, Ching just shook his head. I don't know if there is a problem, but Jinchuriki basically can't team up with people. After all, once Jinchuriki liberates the power of the tail beast, that instant burst is enough to hurt his teammates. Only Raikage's invulnerable ninjutsu can partner with the perfect Jinchuriki. And if the other four are so powerful that even Master 4th Mizukage can't handle it, no matter how many people we go to, it will be useless. Just wait here and see how Master 4th Mizukage handles them. Not to mention this side. Outside of Heise's camp, Chiba, Kakashi, Itachi, and Shisui have arrived. At this moment, they have taken off their umbu masks. Chiba knows that this battle is the action of Namikaze Minato to support the Uchiha clan and fight against the dictatorship of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Several days of operation to hide the identity is to prevent the ninja of Heise from obtaining his own information. Now, this is no longer necessary. At this moment, all the main forces of Fog Shadow gathered in one hall. Then, it's time to end the war and let the Uchiha clan resound again in the ninja world. Chiba regained his blind cane. At this moment, his knowledge swept past and found 4th Mizukage at the front of the camp. The other party found us. And 4th Mizukage has acted alone. Upon hearing this, Kakashi smiled immediately. I didn't expect 4th Mizukage to play in person, it really gave us face. Hearing this, Itachi shrugged. No way, after all, we have done too much damage on the Heise front in the past few days. If I were 4th Mizukage, I would be so angry that I would come in person. I think the other party is a little bold. As if to ease the atmosphere, Shisui opened her mouth jokingly. You can imagine that we have brought so much loss to them in the past few days. As a result, they don't even know our identity. Anyone will think that we are quite strong. In this case, 4th Mizukage came to the battlefield without any guards, didn't he underestimate us? At least, Shisui thinks so. After all, as Konoha's Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen has to arrange a lot of umbu as a guard even if he goes to the land of fire. How could it be like Mizukage of Heise, who single-handedly came directly to the front of the battlefield? Hearing what the three said, Chiba sighed helplessly. I said, you guys, did you forget the identity of 4th Mizukage Three Tails Jinchuriki? Whose protection do you think the perfect Jinchuriki needs? The existence of the tail beast is his most natural protection. As long as it is not killed instantly, and relying on the tail beast chakra, 4th Mizukage isn't immune to death's Yaoqiang. As for the guards, it is good not to be affected when 4th Mizukage bursts out of the tail beast power. What kind of guards are needed? After all, looking at the world of Total Ninja, monsters like Raikage are in the minority after all. After that, at this moment, Chiba suddenly took out his wine gourd from behind. Shake it slightly, the wine in the gourd is about to bottom out. Do you want to have a celebration wine in advance? Chiba smiled. However, at this moment, the three of them were silent. They did not speak, but silently took the wine glass handed over by Chiba. After Chiba was full for them, he drank it all in one go. At this moment, silence is better than sound. Drinking this glass of wine means that they are fighting for each other. At the same time, it also means that the bond of the four has been formally formed and is unbreakable. At this moment, Chiba spoke. Itachi, Captain Kakashi, Brother Shisui. Thank you for your trust. Drinking this glass of wine means that everyone has entrusted their lives to my hands. Now, according to the plan, let's go to meet the strongest combat power of Heise. Hearing that, Chiba, Itachi, Kakashi, and Shisui looked at each other. Suddenly laughed. Then, directly crush the wine glass in your hand. Let's go, it's time to end this ninja world war. At this moment, 4th Mizukage was standing quietly only a few hundred meters away from the camp. Behind him, carrying his weapon Coral, no-nose, stick. With his eyes closed, he folded his hands on his chest. Although he had a baby face, the pressure released from Kodaki Tachibana Yakura at this moment was not a joke. He is quietly waiting for the arrival of Chiba and others. I don't know how long it took, when a gust of wind passed by. Kochi Tachibana Yakura suddenly opened his eyes, and the expression in his eyes was unprecedented fierce. Are you here? At this moment, at the end of the horizon, four figures can be seen slowly walking towards him. Qingyang Byakugan, who was in the camp, witnessed everything. When he really saw the Chiba 4, he couldn't believe his eyes. Is this the true face of the Konoha attack team? How is it possible? Perceiving Qing's shock, Terumime who was next to him was taken aback for a moment and asked quickly. What's wrong, Qing, what did you see? Our fog shadow frontline was actually disturbed by these 4 people, what a joke. Kakashi and Shisuiching knew each other. There is no doubt that the 2 of them are Konoha's new generation of talented ninjas. But that's it. After all, these 2 people can't be called Konoha's top combat power. But what happened to the other 2? The 2 ninjas looked only 6 or 7 years old. What is even more outrageous is that one of them is still blindfolded and leaning on crutches for the blind. Is that really a blind man? This kind of mission of going deep into the enemy's front line, there is actually a blind man among them? It's outrageous. Originally, Ching had infinite guesses about Konoha's team, and even if Namikaze Minato hadn't become 4th Hokage, Ching must have thought that Minato was in this team. He even thought that no matter who appeared in this team, he would not be surprised to change. However, when the other party really revealed his identity, he was still surprised. Fog Shadow Frontline, the whole front line. He was actually held back by the 4-person team. Is he crazy or is the world crazy? Chapter 145. At this moment, the shock was far more than the green in the camp. When 4th Mizukage, who was welcoming Konoha, the top team deep in their haze front line, really saw the true face of the Chiba 4, his expression was not much better than that of Ching. His first reaction was, "This is it? Konoha just sent out such a team?" Kakashi and Shisui also knew that this level of genius would not be underestimated even if he did not take it seriously. But what happened to the other 2? There is another blind man. His frontline troops were actually panicked by these 4. But soon, 4th Mizukage Tachibana Yakura discovered something wrong. The 2 children, who looked only 6 or 7 years old, wore the same clothes as Uchiha Shisui, with the emblem of the Uchiha clan engraved on them. These 2 people belong to the Uchiha clan. The blind of the Uchiha clan. For a moment, Kotaki Tachibana Yakura's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cold light. These 2 little guys are the 2 genius Uchiha who caught Cloud Shinobi Jinchuriki. The battle between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi had to end early because Konoha caught Cloud Shinobi's second tail Jinchuriki. Konoha's victory was due to the catch of Cloud Shinobi Jinchuriki. Otherwise, with Cloud Shinobi's current strength, Konoha and Cloud Shinobi will fight, and it is really hard to say who will win in the end. Konoha has long lost the dominance of the past. Other villages are developing, only Konoha is still going downhill. This is an indisputable fact. The 2 Uchiha geniuses who seized Cloud Shinobi Jinchuriki to end the war. One is the blind man of Uchiha, Uchiha Chiba. The other is the son of Uchiha's patriarch, Uchiha Itachi. These 2 people are Uchiha Chiba and Uchiha Itachi. The Uchiha clan is so courageous that they actually sent these 2 people to be such characters. At this moment, even 4th Mizukage had to admire the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Chiba and Uchiha Itachi can shine on the battlefield at this age, and they also captured the second tail of Cloud Shinobi Jinchuriki, whose talents are absolutely terribly high. Maybe it's still above Uchiha Shisui. Such geniuses, which family will not protect them and let them grow up? However, I did not expect the Uchiha clan to send this kind of genius to the battlefield behind enemy lines. One of them is still the son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. How much courage does it take to make this kind of decision? At least, 4th Mizukage thinks he doesn't. At this moment, Kakashi, Chiba, Itachi, and Shisui came slowly. They are all Mizukage who saw Haze for the first time. Their expressions are no better than 4th Mizukage saw them. This is 4th Mizukage? I have to say that it is very different from what they imagined. If it weren't for the other person's eyes too sharp, he even released an unbelievable sense of oppression all over his body. Chiba and others will definitely think that this is the child who ran out. Are you, the troops Konoha sent to sneak attack on our front line? To be honest, it was really beyond my expectations. 4th Mizukage looked at the 4 of them calmly. Which of them looked terribly deep? It was these 4 people who brought unimaginable losses to his Haze front line, even greater than the loss in the war with Konoha front line. In response, Chiba smiled, leaned on a cane, faced 4th Mizukage, and spoke calmly. To be honest, you are also a little bit beyond my expectations. Really, if someone else talks to me like this, he will be buried in this land forever in the next moment. However, you are different. Looking at the Chiba 4th Mizukage smiled happily. It seems that Konoha is really a place of outstanding personalities. I didn't expect the 4 of you to be dispatched to such a place. Now you are still alive because I am still hesitating. hesitate whether to kill you or capture you alive and let Konoha give benefits. If Konoha gives enough benefits, capturing you alive to threaten Konoha is also a good choice. However, leaving your geniuses to Konoha, I am really worried about the future of our Mist Shadow. So, what do you think? What should I do with you? At this moment, fourth Mizuki's eyes were slightly narrowed. The fierce light released at this moment was more terrifying than any fierce beast. Moreover, I also really want to know what happened to Konoha now that will send the four of you to such a place to delay time. The four of Chiba brought too much shock and surprise to fourth Mizukage. Too much makes him feel that he can't close his mouth with a smile. In response, Chiba just stepped out and spoke calmly. Fourth Mizukage, I think, you seem to have made a mistake. The four of us will come to the front line of Haze, never to delay time. We are here to end the war. You said end the war? At this moment, fourth Mizukage Tachibana Yakura thought he had heard it wrong. All of a sudden he burst into laughter. Fourth Mizukage's childlike body and his belly laughter seemed a bit funny at the moment. However, the overwhelming chakra that can be felt from him makes Kakashi and others unable to laugh at all. I think I might have heard it wrong. With you, you also want to end the war. Do you think, where are you now? Here is the front line of Haze. Behind me, is our army of Haze's ninjas. There is my invincible assassination force. I really want to know, now, just by relying on the four of you, how can we end the war? Fourth Mizukage stepped out of Tachibana Yakura. At this moment, there was a powerful chakra rippling all over his body, which formed a sharp contrast with his childlike body. I have decided, you four, let's be buried here forever. Although you can get a lot of benefits from Konoha. But it is too dangerous to put the four of you back in Konoha. Seeing fourth Mizukage want to do something, Chiba immediately slid on the crutches, with a playful smile on his face. Fourth Mizukage, before you do it, I want to ask you a question. Upon hearing this, fourth Mizukage paused, then smiled. The last words. But it doesn't matter, I have always been very tolerant of geniuses. At this moment, fourth Mizukage felt that his soul was trembling. A sense of crisis that made him horrified, broke out in an instant. At this moment, Chiba's smile was terribly cold. Fourth Mizukage seemed to feel Chiba's invisible gaze. However, Chiba obviously can't see it. And this invisible pressure originates from the soul. Then, Chiba spoke calmly. I just want to ask one question, fourth Mizukage, who on earth gave you the courage to think that your Mist Shadow Perception Ninja can perceive our existence? Is it the one who robbed us of Konoha Byakugan's trash green? In an instant, fourth Mizukage's pupils shrank suddenly. At this moment, he realized that he seemed to have overlooked something important. His eyes narrowed slightly. Are these guys all Shadow Clone? At this moment, fourth Mizukage Tachibana Yakura shot directly. However, Chiba just smiled and waved his hand. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Fourth Mizukage, do you think it's still useful to kill us now? I think you are still worried about your ninja army. Oh, by the way, and your invincible assassination army, I remember, it's called Ninja Swordsman, right? As for these shadow clones, you don't need to do it, our task has been completed. With that, Chiba smiled and pointed to the sky. This is the first time you and I have met. Anyway, I will give you a gift. Hope you don't despise its preciousness. Then, farewell, fourth Mizukage Kodaki Tachibana Yakura. The moment after saying this sentence, Peng's cry. The Chiba 4 suddenly turned into a puff of white smoke. Seeing this scene, fourth Mizukage Tachibana Yakura subconsciously clenched his fist. He was tricked. Because in the subconscious, Kodaki Tachibana Yakura thinks that Chiba and others are here to delay time. Therefore, he summoned all the combat power of Haze, and the opponent will inevitably show up. And at this moment, Ching caught the 4 of them. So, Kodaki Tachibana Yakura came without even thinking about it. At this moment, Kodaki Tachibana Yakura took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Boring delaying tactics. Since you don't show up, do you really think I will peekaboo with you? I summoned all the combat power of our fog shadow, not to use it against the 4 of you. Since you don't show up, then I will attack the Konoha front line directly. Kodaki Tachibana Yakura's eyes were horribly cold. He won't waste time peeking around with Chiba and others. And at this moment, he suddenly sounded Chiba Shadow Clone's finger pointing to the sky, and that precious gift. Then, Kodaki Tachibana Yakura turned his head and looked at the sky. And just this one, he stunned. The disappearance of Shadow Clone instantly returned everything that Shadow Clone had experienced back to the body. At this moment, Chiba is using the power of the fruit of gravity to float at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Although his observation haki is the best. However, Chiba's physical strength couldn't support him to instantly extend the range of sight and color into outer space. Therefore, he can only use physical methods to increase the perception distance of seeing, hearing and color. At this moment, in the thin air of 10,000 meters, it is the limit distance he can capture the situation in outer space. The time is ripe. In that case, fourth Mizukage, you can taste my precious gift. For an instant, Chiba unfolded his observation haki, concentrated observation haki to one point, and then extended it in an instant. Then, Chiba's arrow at observation haki captured the endless starry sky. Almost at the same time, Chiba's physical strength was about to bottom out. Originally, Shadow Clone allocated half of his chakra. Now, we have to drag down meteorites from outer space. This kind of consumption is unprecedented for Chiba at this moment. Immediately afterwards, a gravitational wave centered on Chiba, spread out in an instant, and flew out at extreme speed in the direction where observation haki extended. These gravitational waves carrying Chiba capabilities flew to the endless starry sky at extremely fast speeds, and finally hit a meteorite floating in outer space. Then, because of the traction of the fruit of gravity, this meteorite was affected. In the next moment, this meteorite, which was originally in a state of weightlessness, gained gravity from Chiba. Then, under the pull of this gravity, it slowly fell towards the ground, accompanied by the accumulation of gravitational acceleration. The speed of this meteorite is getting faster and faster. The huge friction was just a blink of an eye, and the meteorite turned into a huge fireball. Then, this meteorite instantly penetrated the atmosphere, broke through the clouds, and fell towards the haze camp at the moment. At this moment, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire haze camp. All the ninjas noticed something was wrong. However, I can't tell what's wrong. However, that sense of oppression from the sky forced them to look up. Then, they saw a scene that they will never forget. A huge meteorite smashed down towards the fog shadow camp at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the entire haze camp was shrouded in the shadow of a meteorite. All the ninjas in the fog shadow camp were frightened. Even the top powerhouse of haze, the cold killing machines Ninja 7 were shocked. Meteorite. Why is there another meteorite? Fear has become the main theme at this moment. Despair is flooded everywhere in the camp. Everyone wants to escape. But where to escape? When the meteorite falls, the entire camp will be razed to the ground. How to run? The desperate cry inside the fog shadow camp can be clearly heard even by 4th Mizukage outside the camp. At this moment, 4th Mizukage is no less shocking than the ninjas in the camp. The pupils that shrank instantly made 4th Mizukage aware of the seriousness of the matter. What is that? Meteorite? Why is there a meteorite on the head of my camp? This is what Chiba said. Is it a valuable gift? What the hell did the blind Uchiha do? At this moment, too late to be shocked. 4th Mizukage knew that he had to stop all of this. Otherwise, all the main forces of the mist shadow gathered by him at this moment may be completely wiped out. Then, the shocking chakra burst out of 4th Mizukage's body in an instant. The chakra belonging to the three tails directly envelopes 4th Mizukage. Then, 4th Mizukage's body changed. The chakra that broke out turned into an entity and condensed into a behemoth. And behind the behemoth, 3 tails rose into the sky. 3 tails. This is the complete tail animalization of 4th Mizukage. Ho 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 ho. Almost the moment 3 tails appeared, that overwhelming roar formed a substantial impact and spread out, and everything around was blown away. Immediately afterwards, the 3 tails rose up into the sky in an instant, and gathered to the head of 3 tails. In the next moment, the red and black chakras gathered together. An ultra-high-density chakra ball is formed on the head of 3 tails. Tailed Beast Bomb. This is the most profound meaning that the tail beast can use. The pitch-black tailed beast bomb keeps getting bigger, and at its center is the chakra, a tailed beast whose shape has changed to the limit. Then, the fully tailed 4th Mizukage instantly aimed at the falling meteorite and directly released the tailed beast bomb. Boom boom boom. The huge tailed beast bomb was shot out in an instant, galloping towards the sky with extremely fast speed. Then, in the eyes of all the ninjas of haze, they instantly hit the falling meteorite. Boom! In the next moment, what came from the sky was a shocking explosion, and the light and heat released to match the sun. Inside the fog shadow camp, countless haze ninjas stared blankly at the burning sky, as if the end of the world had come. Then, under a shocking red sky, dense lava boulders swayed down. Watch out! Watch out! In a burst of exclamation, all the haze ninjas reacted and started to take action. At this moment, they suppressed the excitement of escaping from the dead, and hid them to avoid being hit by the fragments of the meteorite smashed by the tailed beast bomb. After seeing the tailed beast bomb smash the meteorite, the completely tailed fourth Mizukage breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, he didn't notice at all, above the sky, a small figure had already landed on his back. Chiba leaned on a cane and stood quietly behind the completely beastly tailed fourth Mizukage. As if to adjust his chakra, Chiba took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled it. Sorry, fourth Mizukage. I said, I'm here to end the war. It has never been easy to be the perfect Jinchuriki. In that case, now, let me have a look. Are you qualified to command Three Tails? And can you keep your sanity under the anger of Three Tails? Facing your own army of mist shadows, do you have the butcher knife in the hands of your enlightened subordinates? As Chiba said, his hand slowly formed a seal, and then gently pressed the palm of his right hand on the back of the Three Tails beast. Then, the corners of his mouth moved lightly, and he uttered a word calmly. Seal technique, contract seal. For a moment, the dense black technique, centered on Chiba's palm, spread instantly. And it's this moment. The power that had originally been connected to the Three Tails was suddenly cut off. The completely tailed fourth Mizukage almost immediately noticed something wrong. Three Tails, start to rage. Three Tails, who had been incomparably docile before under his control, let out a terrifying roar instantly. Ho 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 ho. The roar, earth-shaking, as if to vent his unwillingness. At this moment, the eyes of the Three Tails beast changed. In an instant, Three Tomo Sharinon turned into scarlet. And this Sharinon only appeared for an instant, and it was disintegrated. Immediately afterwards, what appeared was the angry eyes that belonged to the Three Tails beast himself. This moment, Three Tails is angry. Jinchuriki is gone. He wants to make all the humans who manipulate him pay the price. Chapter 146. Chakra can be traced back to the source. And that source is the truth of this world. During the Sengoku period, the man who fought from birth to death saw everything on the stone tablet of his family. Chakra, sacred tree, 10 tails, Atsutsuki Kagaya, sage of 6 paths and Project Tsuki no Mi. That is the truth of the world, and the future of the world. So, Uchiha Madara, he decided to make that plan a reality. And in the end, he got the same power as the legendary sage of 6 paths. Rinnegan. If he gets this power when he is young, he believes that the world he is looking forward to can be created by himself. Unfortunately, the times make heroes, and obviously, Uchiha Madara is not that hero. But he survived. Although he lost to the opponent he had never won in his life. However, he survived after all. As long as we live, we are full of infinite possibilities. Therefore, even if he uses Rinnegan to summon 10 bodies Gado statue and uses the power of Gado statue to maintain his own life form, Uchiha Madara wants to survive. He knows that he still has a lot of things to do, and there are still many things that he can accomplish. The appearance of Uchiha Obito made Uchiha Madara's long wait for the reward. He saw the potential in Uchiha Obito. Sunshine, kindness, trust, positivity, passion. Even with one arm missing, a Sharinon, he still eagerly wants to return to the village and fight with his companions. What a Uchiha boy who is full of love in his heart. Unfortunately, no one knows the Uchiha clan better than Uchiha Madara. The stronger this love is, when he loses this love, the hatred that bursts out of his heart will be enough to shake the world. Then, Uchiha Obito saw with his own eyes that his friendship killed his love. That is the emotion that is enough to make Sharinon of 2 Go Jade evolve to Mangekyo. At that moment, Uchiha Madara smiled. He knew that he had a successor. Hate and darkness are the nourishment of Mangekyo Sharinon. And Uchiha Obito needs a hotbed for him to grow up. Then, what is more appropriate than the Haze village where he loses his friendship and love at the same time? So, he controlled Three Tails. Under the control of Uchiha Madara, Three Tails made fourth Mizukage a perfect Jinchuriki in a very short time. That is a gift prepared by Uchiha Madara for Uchiha Obito. When Uchiha Obito manipulates the fog leader who killed his love and friendship, how dark will his hatred release? Uchiha Madara has been looking forward to it. Unfortunately, at this moment, after all, there was an accident. At that moment, Uchiha Madara sensed that the connection between himself and the Three Tails beast was severed. That is the power he is familiar with. In the darkness, there was a rickety old man who had to rely on the power of the Gado statue to barely survive. He sat there calmly, eyes closed, silent as death. And the next moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Under the weird scarlet, three Guyu are depicted. The aura that once suppressed the entire Sengoku has never been constrained by age. It's not easy. Unexpectedly, the forced contract between me and Three Tails was solved. This is not the first time Uchiha Madara has done this with the Tail Beast as the summoning beast. The one who became his summoning beast last time was the strongest Nine Tails. The so-called summoning contract is actually nothing more than unilateral manipulation. At this moment, the Tail Beast, which is regarded as a nuclear weapon by various countries, is just a suppressed existence in front of Uchiha Madara. This kind of sealing technique belongs to the Uzumaki clan. Even if I have been annihilated, do you still want to hinder me? At this moment, the rickety old man smiled. That smile seemed to have gone through the vicissitudes of life. He vaguely remembered that Nine Tails was taken away by Senju Hashirama's wife Uzumaki Mito in this way. And last time it was Nine Tails, this time, is it Three Tails? And just here, in the darkness, a black shadow emerged. Who would have thought that it was this weird shadow that planned the blood and reign of thousands of years in the ninja world? Master Madara, are you awake? Uchiha Madara raised her head, her scarlet blood wheel eyes calmly staring at the black shadow. In his opinion, it was a dark shadow of his self-consciousness. Black Zetsu. Ah. I slept a little longer this time. It's been a long time since I thought of encountering a familiar force again. At this moment, Black Zetsu seemed to understand what Uchiha Madara meant, and quickly came to Uchiha Madara and said with a smile. Master Madara, do you have any orders? One of the pawns I buried in haze is missing. You help me find out what's going on. That land, after all, is a gift I prepared for Obito. I don't want any changes to happen at this time. In an instant, Black Zetsu understood what Uchiha Madara meant. Is it Three Tails? I see, Lord Madara, I will be back when I go. Does Three Tails need to be recycled? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara shook his head. There is no need. A tail beast of that level, if you lose it, you lose it. Seeking flowers. What I want you to investigate is the power that cuts off the connection between me and Three Tails. Black Zetsu nodded immediately. I see, Lord Madara. After speaking, Black Zetsu immediately turned into darkness, merged with darkness, and soon disappeared. Not to mention this side. At this moment, outside the Haze camp, the completely tailed fourth Mizukage discovered at this moment that the Three Tails tailed beast sealed in his body unexpectedly lost control. The angry roar from Three Tails completely stunned fourth Mizukage at the moment. How is this going? Why is Three Tails so irritable? That Uchiha blind man, what did he do to me? Since arriving on this battlefield, fourth Mizukage showed a panic expression for the first time. Even if he saw a meteorite about to fall on his camp, he was only shocked and surprised. 0. Because he knows that with his strength, meteorites can be crushed. However, the Three Tails riots were different. The perfect Jinchuriki is his greatest support and strength. If you make good use of the Tail Beast, you can become the top powerhouse on this land. However, once the Tail Beast cannot be manipulated, then, Jinchuriki is just a nuclear bomb that does not know when it will explode. Fourth Mizukage knew that when he just released the Tailed Beast bomb to smash the meteorite, Chiba fell from the sky and landed behind him. What he did to him. What exactly did it do, fourth Mizukage doesn't know. However, what he knew at this moment was that he was almost unable to suppress this power from Three Tails. The anger of Three Tails burst into fourth Mizukage's body in the form of a hand chakra. Almost instantly, fourth Mizukage made a judgment. His hands were instantly sealed, and he wanted to suppress the violent Three Tails with the seal in his body. Damn Three Tails, don't even try to get out of my body. Next moment. Inside fourth Mizukage's body, A huge seal instantly fell from the sky, suppressing three tails fiercely. At this moment, fourth Mizukage, who was completely tailed, also found a shocking change. His body shrank instantly, and the power of the tail beast merged into fourth Mizukage's body at an extremely fast speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, it became fourth Mizukage's appearance. It's just that fourth Mizukage at this moment is far from what it was before. On his body, there are all sealed techniques. Above the technique, there is a shuddering chakra flickering. Seeing this scene, Chiba knew. The seal inside fourth Mizukage's body is almost too much to hold. Chapter 147. Boom. At this moment, the humanoid fourth Mizukage knelt heavily on the ground. On his body, blue and red chakra rippled. The blue chakra is derived from himself, and the red chakra is derived from Three Tails tail beast chakra. Obviously the seal has completely suppressed Three Tails. However, the overflowing tailed beast chakra is still about to swallow fourth Mizukage. The tail beast seals all over fourth Mizukage's body are constantly flickering. The tail beast seal was about to fail. Fourth Mizukage clutched his stomach in pain. Chakra, the blood-red tailed beast of three tails, burst out from his stomach, as if it would swallow his consciousness at any time. Damn. What exactly is going on? However, at this moment, Chiba landed slowly and calmly arrived in front of fourth Mizukage. He leaned on a cane, stood quietly in front of fourth generation water shadow who was kneeling on the ground, and spoke calmly. It's really ugly. Although I can't see it, I also know how embarrassed you are now kneeling on the ground. Fourth Mizukage, your ambition does not seem to match your strength. Hearing that, fourth Mizukage stared at Chiba grimly, with that look as if he wanted to tear Chiba apart. UFG blind Uchiha. What did you do to me? In response, Chiba smiled. What did you do to you? How do you, as the perfect manipulator of three tails, really have no idea in your heart? The power of the tail beast has never been so easy to manipulate. If you want to harness this power, you have to take the risk of matching it. I call it the price. Do you think how many Misty ninjas will you kill as Three Tails Jinchuriki? And what kind of methods will the ninja of Haze use to seal you again? Even if you were lucky enough to survive, what kind of attitude should you face the Misty Shadow that was destroyed by you? At this moment, Chiba's words deeply stimulate fourth Mizukage's brain. For the first time in his life, fourth Mizukage knows what it means to kill the heart. Knowing that at this moment, Chiba wanted words to interfere with his suppression of the tail beast. However, the inner anger towards Uchiha Chiba still couldn't help but gush out. Kill him. He must be killed. At this moment, anger has completely controlled fourth Mizukage. The blue chakra is about to be swallowed by the blood-red tail beast chakra. Soon, under fourth Mizukage's body, a bubbling tail beast coat formed. Behind it, there is a blood-red tail, dancing lightly. The rampage of the three tails has begun. Hatred began to dominate fourth Mizukage's will. Then, this hatred echoes fourth Mizukage's own thoughts. In an instant, he locked Chiba. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. That is his enemy. That is the enemy who made him lose control. Even with no compromises, kill him. There was a boom. The huge blood-red chakra burst into fourth Mizukage's body instantly, and the whole earth was shaken. The angry roar formed a substantial sound wave and spread out. Then, fourth Mizukage moved. Accompanied by the exploding ground, fourth Mizukage wearing a tailed beast immediately disappeared in place, rushing towards Chiba at an incredible speed. In response, Chiba calmly faced fourth Mizukage who was running away. At this moment, the perfect observation haki opened instantly. Now, it's not the time to be stingy with chakra. With the blessing of perfect vision, Chiba sees the infinite details of this world. Every movement of fourth Mizukage was expected by Chiba. Chiba can clearly perceive every strand of chakra, every muscle, every bone, and even every cell on his body. The runaway attack is really terrifyingly simple. Chiba smiled. Fourth Mizukage went violently as Jinchuriki, and its power was absolutely amazing. However, after all, it was an attack like a beast. Too easy. This kind of attack, not to mention the opening of the perfect Chiba, the three Gojade's attack it can easily dodge. It was the moment Chiba avoided fourth Mizukage's first blow. The Zanpakuto in his hand was chopped down towards fourth Mizukage. The intuition of the beast has always been sharp. Especially for danger. That fear of Zanpakuto instantly made 4th Mizukage tremble at this moment. Carrying a beast-like intuition, 4th Mizukage blocked Chiba's slash with Chakra's tail. To this, Chiba just spoke calmly. Gravity is unstoppable. Gravity knife hell trip. In an instant, when Chiba's Zanpakuto slashed Chakra's tail, an overwhelming force of gravity hit 4th Mizukage's back instantly. Boom. At this moment, 4th Mizukage's knees were bent, and he knelt heavily on the ground. The ground instantly collapsed, spreading around 4th Mizukage. Terrible power. However, at the moment of being suppressed, 4th Mizukage burst into a stronger chakra. The blood-red chakra turned into sharp claws and patted Chiba. At this moment, the speed of the three figures is faster. Uchiha Shisui appeared in front of Chiba in an instant, and the chakra knife with a change in the nature of the fire attribute chakra instantly blocked 4th Mizukage's blow. All attacks of 4th Mizukage were seen by the Scarlet Cherry Non. Then, the waving flame sword painted a terrible arc in the air. Uchiha Streamji Unyu Ion. That was a blow made by Uchiha Shisui with the fire attribute chakra knife. This blow instantly burned 4th Hokage's whole body and repelled it. Go and give him the final blow. Captain Kakashi, Itake. Chiba spoke calmly. The three ambush, just waiting for this moment of attack opportunity. Then, click, click. Accompanied by the scream of thunder and the low groan of Shinobu. Kakashi's Chidori and Itake's Shinobi instantly penetrated 4th Mizukage's chest. The blood seemed to freeze at this moment. There is no doubt that it was a fatal injury, and the opponent could not be alive. However, when 4th Mizukage looked up, Kakashi and Itake saw 4th Mizukage's beast-like pupils. The two were shocked, and they were shocked instantly. At this time, Kakashi and Itake realized that whether it was Chidori or Shinobi, they had avoided the heart. The two of them, in this case, failed to instantly kill 4th Mizukage. Do you want to continue the attack? Kakashi and Itake made a judgment in an instant, ready to issue a second attack. However, Chiba is faster. He waved the knife in his hand, and the horizontal gravity swept across in an instant. Gravity cut. The huge lateral gravity directly knocked 4th Mizukage into the air, and the direction of the flight was the direction of the Fog Shadow Camp. You two, what are you in a daze? I should have said that even the violent Jinchuriki can't be killed by this kind of sneak attack. In the original work, the first time Sasuke and Naruto fought in End Valley, Sasuke used Chidori on Naruto from 0 range, but Naruto, who was turned into 9 tails, avoided the fatal injury. The intuition from the beast is terribly high. And Chiba's purpose was never to kill 4th Mizukage. 3 tails is running away, let Hagying take care of it by himself. At this moment, Chiba and the others must be prepared to endure a greater crisis. Attention! Heisa's Ninja Swordsman, here comes. Chapter 148. The meteorite was hit by the tailed beast bomb, and more than 90% of the ninja army, which was supposed to be completely wiped out, survived at this moment. And when these ninjas are still rejoicing, a blood-red figure was instantly knocked off, and fell heavily to the center of the Fog Shadow Camp. Accompanied by a violent explosion, and smog. A touch of blood-red chakra instantly rose to the sky. When the smoke cleared, all the Haze ninjas saw was 4th Mizukage, the center of the explosion. At this moment, 4th Mizukage stood calmly on the flat ground, with blood-red chakra rippling all over his body. His eyes have long lost the will as a human being, and what is left is the wildness as a beast. On the chest, there is a hole left by Kakashi Chidori. That absolutely fatal injury for ordinary people. At this moment, under the influence of the tail beast chakra, he recovered at an extremely fast speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, he returned to a state of innocence. Seeing this scene, all the Haze ninjas were dumbfounded. They don't know what happened to 4th Mizukage at this moment. 12. However, the overwhelming sense of threat from him was enough to make everyone present feel creepy. Even some of the weak genin was frightened by the force, his legs were weak, and he knelt directly on the ground. These Haze ninjas didn't know what happened to Jinchuriki's rampage. Even at this moment, 4th Mizukage's state is obviously wrong. However, they still knew that it was their Mizukage who had just smashed the meteorite and saved them all. So, subconsciously, someone wants to get close to him. Master 4th Mizukage. Are you okay? However, just when these ninjas wanted to get closer, a figure suddenly appeared here and stopped these ninjas. Don't get close to the current Lord 4th Mizukage. At this moment, Terumime's face was very ugly. She knew what happened to 4th Mizukage. So, I know what will happen next, and what it means. At this time, Ching turned on his Byakugan to check 4th Mizukage's situation, and his eyes widened with fright. His face looked incredible. Photo, Lord Terumime. Lord 4th Mizukage, there is a big problem. Although Byakugan does not have Sharingan's overwhelming dynamic vision, it has the ability to see the flow of the other party's meridians, acupoints, and human body chakra clearly, and can see through things. In terms of insight, Byakugan is enough to crush Sharingan. Therefore, King K was shocked by this. Because, according to his Byakugan, chakra in 4th Mizukage's body is flowing, terribly chaotic. Every time that frantic chakra flows, it destroys the meridians and acupoints in 4th Mizukage's body in a mess. If you change to an ordinary person, I am afraid it will be abolished in an instant. However, this violent chakra was destroying 4th Mizukage's body, but at the same time healed the wounds on his body. Destruction and healing have formed a balance, and this has allowed 4th Mizukage to maintain his human form. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Ah, I know, Ching, you should know what happened and inform all ninjas to be prepared. Hearing Terumime's words, his blue face changed drastically at the moment. For an instant, a word emerged in his mind, which made his scalp numb. Jinchuriki runs away. For any village, Jinchuriki's rampage is the most unwilling situation to see. Because the tail beast is a strategic weapon used to deter and deal with other villages. However, such a weapon broke out in his own village, and the loss it brought was beyond estimation. More importantly, facing the already powerful and unmatched tail beast. The ninjas were unable to kill the tail beasts yet, but chose to seal them. This loss is probably even greater than the war. At this time, 4th Mizukage's body was still undergoing changes. The violent chakra finally began to destroy 4th Mizukage's body. The skin, destroyed by the riot of the tailed beast chakra, revealed bloody muscles. At the next moment, 4th Mizukage prostrated directly on the ground, making a four-legged movement like a beast. The blood-red chakra began to condense, and a crimson chakra armor was formed in an instant, covering 4th Mizukage's body. At this moment, from a distance, 4th Mizukage has completely lost its human form and is completely a small beast. And that ultra-high-density chakra that burst out at any time made all the ninjas present shudder. Terumime suddenly snorted. Ching, what are you still doing? At this moment, Ching reacted instantly. As a perceiving ninja, he instantly notified the ninjas of the entire Fog Shadow army. All mist shinobi ninjas. Be ready for battle at any time. Goal, Lord 4th Mizukage. After receiving Ching's notice, all the ninjas in haze were stunned at this moment. Get ready for battle, the goal is 4th Mizukage. However, at the next moment, everyone realized the seriousness of this matter. Because the three tails in 4th Mizukage's body is gone. Then, ho 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 ho. 4th Mizukage, which was in the center of the camp, broke out in an instant, and the earth-shaking chakra shook all the misty ninjas around. The tail behind it, just swiping it, knocked all the ninjas around, and even the internal organs were crushed, and countless haze ninjas died as a result. These ninjas were supposed to be on the front line to kill the enemy and make contributions. However, he died in the hands of his village chief. And almost at the same time, a huge water dragon flew out from behind Terumime, hitting the beast like 4th Mizukage at an extremely fast speed, and knocking it directly into the air. Terumime knows. She must control 4th Mizukage. Otherwise, most of the ninjas present will die. The 7 ninja swords had already been chased out, and at this moment, only she had the power to deal with 4th Mizukage, who was a beast with a tail. Get ready for the sealed ninja troops. I'll control Master 4th Mizukage. Be ready to seal ninjutsu at any time. The chaos in the Fog Shadow camp can be clearly heard even by Chiba and others who are outside the camp. It's just that the Chiba 4 at this moment have no time to appreciate the cannibalism of the haze. As the most elite unit of 4th Mizukage, the 7 ninjas who are frightening on the battlefield are watching the 4 Chiba quietly at this moment. However, in the face of this cruel assassination force, Chiba 4 people, but behaved very calmly. That kind of calmness is scary. Seeing this scene, Chiba smiled. Kakashi also laughed, and then Itaki and Shisui both laughed. They were completely convinced by Chiba at this moment. The script actually follows the rhythm of Chiba. Chiba had anticipated the rampage of the Three-Tails Beast and the pursuit of the 7 ninja swords. At this moment, Chiba stepped out. He was leaning on a guide cane, even though there was not much chakra left on him, but he still had an overwhelming aura. This momentum shook the souls of the 7 ninja swords. Then, Chiba said something that shocked everyone in the Ninja 7. You have been surrounded by me. It's too late to escape now. Chapter 149. How strong is the Ninja 7? Chiba does not have a clear concept, but it is said that the 7 people can easily conquer a small country overnight. In the original book, there are very few descriptions of the organization of the ninja swordsman. The only thing Chiba knows is that Might Dai opened the 8 inner gates formation and kicked 4 to death. Since then, the ninja swordsman has become a 3-man group. And how awesome the 8 inner gates formation is, there is no need for Chiba to explain anything. That almost came up with the finale. 6 Madara almost didn't have the sealing ninjutsu to resist. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if the strength of Might Dai is far from that of Might Guy, the outburst of death is far inferior to Might Guy. But how far can it be? Is there a problem with one shadow ninja with 1 foot? Chiba doesn't think there is any pressure. In the face of Might Dai, who was holding this mortal consciousness, 3 of the 7 people ran away without being completely destroyed. This was enough to prove the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen. And, from the 2nd generation and 3rd generation ninja swordsmen in the future, part of the strength of the ninja swordsmen can also be seen. I think how prestigious it was that Dai didn't cut it. The water prison held the 5 points, punched the reincarnated Ashura, and stepped on the reincarnated Ashura, making the Baihao female trembling with fright. Although this is meant to be a ridicule. However, there is no doubt that this recognizes the strength of not cutting in an alternative way. Let's look at another representative of the 7 ninjas, the representative with the best record of the 7 ninjas, Hoshigaki Same. Being able to team up with Uchiha Itachi and Akatsuki is known as the super powerhouse of the tailless beast. Almost caught 8 tails Jinchuriki in a head-on battle. You must know that capturing Jinchuriki alive and killing Jinchuriki are completely difficult. If it weren't for Samehada's backwaters and Raikage's feelings, perfect Jinchuriki might really overturn. And the most pulling one should be the teammate Gui Dengshuiya that Sasuke found. However, even Suijutsu has the record of 8 tails, which has just completely turned into a beast. The prestige of the 7 ninja swords was really not blown out, but killed. And at this moment, in this era when 7 people gathered together, the 7 of them surrounded the 4 of Chiba. However, facing such a crowd of ninja swords, Chiba just took a step calmly. You have been surrounded by me. It's too late to escape now. At this moment, the 7 ninja swords almost thought that they had heard it wrong. Loquat Juzo put his decapitated sword against his shoulder, looked at Chiba coldly, and said, I think I might have heard it wrong. You said, you surrounded us. It looks like you are really blind, and you have not seen what is happening in front of you. In response, Chiba just smiled calmly. The reason why I don't look at things is because you are not in my eyes at all. Invincible in the eyes, naturally invincible. When I close my eyes, there is nothing in the world. With that, Chiba calmly drew out his Zanpakuto. Shake it lightly. Above the earth, a plume of smoke was raised. However, when the 7 ninja swords saw Chiba's sword, they felt their souls trembled for an instant. They seemed to have heard the murmur of the sword. There is a problem with this knife. The souls of those killed by me will die. You guys, are you sure you want to be my enemy? Seeing this scene, Itachi next to him guessed inwardly. Chiba-san, you are messing up again. This is an obvious radical method to deal with the 7 famous ninja swords. How could it be such an obvious radical? Then, read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Itachi saw that everyone in the 7 ninja swords was excited. Itachi was shocked at that time. Is it true that the stronger the person, the easier it is to be agitated? However, Itachi found something wrong soon. Because, all the eyes of the 7 ninja swordsmen looked at one place. That's Chiba's knife. The desire exposed in the eyes cannot be hidden. Even Itachi could see it. The 7 ninja swords are longing for Chiba's sword. That kind of desire even reached the point of obsession and appreciation. There are 7 ninja swords, and they love ninja swords. As the inheritor of the Fog Shadow ninja swords, collecting ninja swords is their hobby and pursuit. And when they saw Chiba's knife, they were not calm. That is a knife that makes their souls tremble. That is the knife that all swordsmen dream of. The blind man's knife is mine. Almost instantly, the loquat Juzo opened his mouth so arrogantly. No, no, that knife belongs to me. I can feel that I have a destiny with this knife, and he is calling my soul. The watermelon puffer fish ghost smiled. In those eyes, there is endless greed. Don't be kidding, watermelon. That knife is also shaking my soul, it should belong to me. Wooly grinned and gave no face to the watermelon puffer fish. You are all farting. The knife is calling me. You have to point your face. It was originally my knife, but it was lost a few years ago. I didn't expect it to be picked up by a blind man. Now, it should be taken back by me. At this moment, the 7 ninja swordsmen, every word of you and me, all want to take Chiba's sword as their own. Seeing this scene, Kakashi and others were dumbfounded. Before the battle began, the 7 ninja swords had already begun to discuss the ownership of the sword. Humph, since you and I won't let go. Then all have their own abilities. The 3 tails tail beast in Master 4th Mizukage is gone, we don't have any extra time to waste here. So, whoever grabs it will get it. Heiholeya grinned, didn't want to say more, didn't talk about martial arts, and rushed towards Chiba. Seeing this scene, the others in the ninja swordsmen were unwilling to show their weakness, and they shot one after another, rushing towards Chiba in an instant, without paying any attention to Chiba. Although they didn't know what method Chiba used to get a meteorite, they also caused the tail beast in 4th Mizukage to run away. However, they knew that there was not much chakra in Chiba's body. No matter how awesome you are, without chakra, that would be the younger brother. In the ninja world, all battles that are not based on chakra are bragging. Therefore, they acted unscrupulously in an instant. Seeing this scene, Chiba shook his head helplessly. It's a pity, why can't you listen to me and run away? It's too late to escape now. Hearing Chiba's words, Itaka couldn't help but complain inside. Mr. Chiba, it was obviously that you drew out your knife to attract the deal. You're messing up again. At this moment, the ninja swordsman, like a jackal seeing their prey, rushed towards Chiba at an extremely fast speed. They wanted to kill Chiba the first time, and then take his knife. As for Kakashi and others, just kill it easily at that time. Although the Kakashi trio are strong, the ninja swordsmen still haven't paid much attention to it. The only thing that is a bit tricky is that Shisui is instantaneous. In the case of alone, he might even turn over. It's a pity that all of them are here. And so, no one can escape. This blind man's knife belongs to me. The Black Hoe Thunder Teeth rushed the fastest, and came to Chiba almost instantly, waving the shinobi in his hand, trying to kill Chiba. However, Chiba didn't even have the desire to swing a knife. He just fetched out of his arms and has been suffering. After injecting his few chakra into it, he threw it at the Black Hoe Thunder Tooth that rushed towards him. Now? Will this kind of thing be useful? Heichuleya sneered, and instantly avoided Kyowu. And at this moment, in his peripheral vision, he saw the pitch-black technique engraved on Kunao. His brows frowned slightly, and suddenly he felt something was wrong there. Then, he looked up and saw Chiba's cold smile. Now, you can no longer escape. That was the death announcement from Chiba. Buzzing. In an instant, the high-frequency chirping sound suddenly sounded in the ears of Black Hoe, Nanahao, Thunder Ya. He froze for a moment, completely unaware of what happened. However, at the moment, the other 7 ninja swordsmen who were behind Black Hoe Thunder Ya's eyes widened and watched this incredible scene. That golden flash was once a taboo on the battlefield of Ninja World. However, at this moment, it appeared on the battlefield that shouldn't have appeared. Immediately after. Boom. Ray's Non, whose chakra's form had changed to the limit, directly hit the Black Hoe Thunder Tooth's head, exploding his head on the spot. At this moment, Namikaze Minato, who bears the name 4th Hokage, stood calmly in front of the Chiba 4. He is the daunting golden flash on the battlefield. After beheading the enemy coldly, he turned his head and showed a sunny smile to Chiba and others. Although there is one more person, but Chiba, Kakashi, and Itake. This time, I am not late. That smile is so reassuring. P.S. It seems that there are brothers who don't know the update time. I usually put all the updates of the day out in the early morning, because it is better to read them all at once. Of course, if the brothers feel bad, I can also update one. In addition, thank you all for your rewards and monthly tickets. Love you guys. Chapter 150. Although there is one more person, but Chiba, Kakashi, and Itachi. This time, I am not late. That smile is so reassuring. Namikaze Minato at this moment is as dazzling as the sun. Wearing fourth Hokage robe, he is standing quietly in front of the Chiba 4 at this moment. The sense of oppression from the 7 ninja swords was instantly disintegrated under the impact of Namikaze Minato. All the sense of tension and crisis was blown away at this moment. At the same time, when Namikaze Minato turned back, Chiba's observation haki also depicted Namikaze Minato's eyes that were very different from usual. On the corners of the smiling eyes, the orange eyeshadow was branded. Chiba knows. That is the sign of Sage Mode. Sage Mode is based on the principle of absorbing a certain amount of natural energy to reconcile its own physical energy and spiritual energy in proportion, and finally create Zaiyenshu Chakra. This can be regarded as the ceiling of Quan Ninja Realm's augmented power. Can make one's own ninjutsu, physique, illusion, perception, all get several times or even dozens of times improvement. And Chiba uses Flying Thunder God to summon Namikaze Minato at random. However, even so, Namikaze Minato still maintained his strongest form at the moment he appeared, indicating that he was always ready to go to the battlefield in the village all the time. Just as he told Chiba and others when he left. This time, I will never be late. And Namikaze Minato, this time fulfilled his promise. This time, he was not late, but came to the battlefield in the most perfect posture. Although Sage Mode is an extremely powerful force, it takes time to absorb natural energy and must remain still, which is completely opposite to Namikaze Minato's fast-paced fighting style. Therefore, for Namikaze Minato, in ordinary battles, Sage Mode seems a bit tasteless, it is tasteless, and it is a pity to discard it. Therefore, during the battle, Namikaze Minato hardly uses Sage Mode. And in the entire ninja world, there are only a handful of people who know that Namikaze Minato will Sage Mode. At this moment, Namikaze Minato walked in front of Chiba and the others with a soft smile on his face, and then hugged the 3 into his arms without hesitation. Sorry, Kakashi, Chiba, Itachi. It's my inability to make you have to come to this battlefield, so that you can bear this risk that you shouldn't have to bear. But now, it's all right. I will personally make it all over. No one can hurt you anymore. This is a very touching scene of Namikaze Minato's true feelings. However, Uchiha Shisui next to him showed an awkward expression. He scratched his head. At this time, is it a bit redundant? Of course Namikaze Minato noticed Shisui. After he let go of Chiba and others, he walked in front of Shisui and bowed calmly. Kakashi, Chiba, and Itachi, thank you for your care. Thank you, Uchiha Shisui. Namikaze Minato doesn't know why Shisui and Chiba are together, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. However, he would be grateful for all the factors that allowed the Chiba trio to appear in front of him without incident. After all, if any one of Chiba's trio had any accident this time, Namikaze Minato will be shrouded in guilt all his life. He also had no face to face the patriarch Uchiha who believed in himself. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Shisui's face changed suddenly and he spoke quickly. Master 4th Hokage, what are you doing? I didn't do anything. Speaking of care, Chiba should take care of me along the way. If it weren't for Chiba, the action this time would not have been so smooth. We can survive on the front line of the fog without injury until now, thanks to Chiba. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato glanced at Chiba in surprise. Is it him again? Rumors say that the front line of Cloud Shinobi can win, and Chiba is also to be blamed. His wife Uzumaki Kushina and his teacher Jiraiya also highly praised Chiba. Although he already knew the magic of Chiba, how did this invisible Uchiha hero do all this? Namikaze Minato, very curious. At the same time, he also celebrated the decision he made and put the power to use Flying Thunder God into Chiba's hands. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato smiled and looked at the 4 of them, sincerely happy. After I go back, I must listen carefully to your performance on the battlefield. However, before that, I need to end this war. Everything, just leave it to me. With that said, Namikaze Minato glanced at Chiba. Almost instantly, he understood Chiba's state at the moment under his perception. Chakra is almost exhausted. The 3 of you, protect Chiba. After speaking, Namikaze Minato stepped forward and walked towards the Ninja 7. When passing by Shisui, Namikaze Minato suddenly stopped. He spoke calmly. Uchiha Shisui, you are Umbu belonging to the third generation lord, right? Well, that's right. This time acting with Chiba and the others, was it the third generation Sama instructed it? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui shook his head. No. I went to the battlefield of Haze with Chiba. It was a decision I made without authorization against the orders of the three adults. Heard this answer. The look in Namikaze Minato's eyes was filled with disappointment. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Lord third generation, have you seen it? Even Umbu under your hand has begun to go against your wishes. You know that the first criterion for joining Umbu is to swear allegiance to Naruto and village. And what kind of willingness did Uchiha Shisui come back with to violate Sarutobi Hiruzen's mission? It must be the expectation of peace and the care for companions. Master third generation, you are wrong after all. Uchiha Shisui. Suddenly, Namikaze Minato turned to look at Uchiha Shisui calmly, his eyes filled with seriousness. If you have the will, Umbu under my command will open the door for you at any time. After going back this time, what will Sarutobi Hiruzen do with Uchiha Shisui? Death is impossible. Umbu's laws are not strict enough yet, but it is possible at the root. The most likely punishment for violating the Naruto mission is to kick Uchiha Shisui out of 3rd Hokage Sambu. Because of this, Namikaze Minato at this moment will say such a thing. In some ways, I may not be as good as 3rd generation lord. However, I will never abandon my friends in the same village. After speaking, Namikaze Minato disappeared instantly and came to the front battlefield. In the frontal battlefield, letting the enemy go is an absolute taboo. However, this does not include Sage Mode. Under the perception of Sage Mode, there is no way to hide any actions of the 7 ninja swordsmen. And almost instantly on the battlefield, Namikaze Minato understood everything. At the same time, I also know that I have the power to control all of this. The 3 tails are running away, the Haze army is chaotic, and the 7 ninja swords are angry. There is no doubt that this is the best stage for Namikaze Minato to end the war. Sure enough, and trusting all of this to you, I did not misunderstand anyone, Uchiha Chiba. Chapter 151. The sudden appearance of Namikaze Minato was shocking to the Ninja 7. Especially at the moment of his appearance, he immediately killed one of the 7 ninja swords. This scene is destined to be unforgettable for the remaining members of the Ninja 7. For Namikaze Minato, few people in Haze know his true strength. Because Namikaze Minato has never been dispatched to the front battlefield of Haze. As for the strength of Namikaze Minato, the 7 ninja swords only remained in the legend of Ninja World. Rumor has it that during the battle between Konoha and Rock Shinobi, Namikaze Minato killed 50 Jonin in Haze in an instant on the front battlefield. Therefore, it is called Konoha's Golden Glitter. And, because of this incident, Rock Shinobi also promulgated an absolute rule. As long as you meet Konoha's Golden Glitter, you can give up the mission for no reason. Because, as long as it encounters the Golden Flash, the task is almost impossible to complete, and at the same time, life will be left. It is better to save his life because he forcibly completes the task and loses his life. This also proves the power of Namikaze Minato from the side. In this ninja world that speaks with strength, the so-called title is never made by blowing it out, but by using strength. This is true whether it is the 7 ninja swordsmen or the Golden Glitter. We seem to be underestimated. Loquat Juzo looked at Namikaze Minato coldly. To be honest, he was really taken aback by Namikaze Minato's sudden blow. As a companion who works together, he naturally knows the strength of the Black Hoe Thunder Fang. And just like that Black Hoe Thunder Fang, there was no chance to react, and he was killed instantly by Namikaze Minato. He might not know how he died until he died. Therefore, even the first thing Namikaze Minato did when he came to the battlefield did not attack them, but to care about the 4 ninjas in his village. Among the remaining 6 of the 7 ninja swords, no one dared to act rashly. At that moment, all of them focused their attention to the limit. Because, they are afraid that at the moment when their guard is relaxed, they will be inexplicably spiked by Namikaze Minato. The speed of Flying Thunder God is faster than Cloud Shinobi's Raikage. The Black Hoe Thunder Tooth just now is a lesson from the past. However, their guard was wrong after all. Namikaze Minato didn't mean to attack them at all, but really swaggered to look after Chiba and others. This attitude of indifference made the 7 ninja blades feel that they had been insulted. Because, at that moment, Namikaze Minato paid no attention to them. Is this the legendary Konoha's golden glitter? It's fast enough indeed. If you can make the Black Hoe Thunder Fang have no chance to react, kill him instantly. I admit your strength. However, do you really think that you can fight against the 7 ninja swordsmen on your own? Are you a little too underestimating us? On the battlefield, you actually leave your back to the enemy. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost said coldly, seeming to want to find the embarrassment that was just shocked by Namikaze Minato. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. On his shoulders, he carried a huge same hata. Maybe it is because he felt Namikaze Minato's chakra. Same hata was particularly agitated and even more brutal. And even more cruel is the 7 ninja swordsmen at this moment. Also, you seem to have become Konoha's 4th Hokage, right? Obviously he just became Hokage, but now he is about to come to the frontal battlefield again. Konoha, is there already a shortage of people to such a degree? Facing the ridicule of the Ninja 7, Namikaze Minato didn't seem to hear it. He just slowly found out a trait Wuku from his blade bag, and then calmly walked towards the Ninja 7. At this moment, his eyes were terribly cold. Although Namikaze Minato is usually as gentle as the sun, but if it really provokes him, the overwhelming aura is enough to make anyone frightened. My Konoha ninja, thank you for the care of the 7 ninja swordsmen. So, all of you, I will pay your respects one by one. At this moment, Will Jinba calmly walked out and came to the corpse of the Black Hole Aiya, then sat down, looked at Namikaze Minato, and said calmly, Konoha is golden glitter, do you think you can still deal with us like you deal with this guy? Unexpected sneak attacks, there has never been a second time. They are both famous in the world of ninja, and I also want to know, who is stronger between the 7 ninja swords of Haze and the golden glitter of Konoha? Moreover, you are Konoha's Hokage. If we kill you, does it mean that the war is over? We Hagage won. Hearing this, the Ninja 7 people looked at Namikaze Minato and laughed. However, the seemingly contemptuous mockery contained overwhelming concentration. The Ninja 7 seem to be lazy, but they are always guarding against the flying thunder god of Namikaze Minato. Their laziness is just pretend. In order to paralyze Namikaze Minato. Seeking flowers. At this moment, Namikaze Minato just looked far away. In the camp of Haze, this earth-shattering battle is breaking out at this moment. The blood-red chakra can be felt even at long distances. Namikaze Minato knew that it was a 3-tails beast running away. The Mist Shadow army that was supposed to hit the front line of Konoha is now swinging butcher knives on their Mist Shadow Mizukage. Ah, the war, it is indeed time to end. Although I don't know how Chiba did it. However, I will never waste the great opportunity that Chiba has created for me. The moment after saying this, Namikaze Minato fixed his gaze on the Ninja 7. Each of you is stained with the blood of our Konoha shinobi. This account needs to be settled after all. And, here, I also advise you, that, after all, is your partner. Namikaze Minato's gaze fell on Will Jinba's body. At this moment, Wu Jinba was still sitting on the black hole Aiya. You know, before that, they were companions. In response, Wu Jinba grinned. Do you mean this guy? Sorry, but I stepped on the so-called companion's body all the way to this step. Everyone here is like that. He is dead, it just means he is weak. Someone will take his place soon. The 7 ninja swordsmen are just an organization code name. As for the people in it, the most important thing. For them, it is not important. As for the companions, too much fell around them. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato was relieved and laughed. In this case, then I can kill you mercilessly. Do you really think that your insulted partner will not fight back? Do not. He can. He will. This sentence appeared in Wu Jinba's ear. At the same time, there was also the high-frequency crackling sound caused by the change in the nature of chakra. Namikaze Minato, at this moment, has come behind Will Jinba. Obviously he has focused his attention to the limit. However, there was still no reaction. At this moment, Namikaze Minato's eyes were terribly cold. I really admire you for sitting on the corpse of the enemy I killed. Chapter 152. Everything happened in a fleeting time. Who could have imagined that there was a life and death distance between Namikaze Minato's previous sentence and the next sentence? And this distance between life and death requires Wu Jinba to pay the price of life. I really admire you for sitting on the corpse of the enemy I killed. Sometimes, ignorance is really scary. Who can think of it? When Namikaze Minato instantaneously killed Thunder Fang, the Flying Thunder God mark was already placed on its corpse. This is almost already Namikaze Minato's fighting habit. As long as it is an enemy who has fought him, he will engrave the Flying Thunder God technique on the opponent whenever he has the opportunity. The Flying Thunder God's technique at the moment it was engraved, declared the end of the opponent's life. Raise Non, which rotates at high frequency, has appeared in Wu Jinba's side brain. At this moment, he didn't even know what happened. Sage Art Raise Non. Boom. The huge Raise Non directly exploded Wu Jinba's head. As a member of the 7 ninja swords, a master who uses ninja swords, facing Namikaze Minato, he didn't even have a chance to draw the sword, so he stepped into the footsteps of the Black Ho Thunder Teeth. At this moment, the remaining 7 ninja swords reacted instantly, their eyes widened, and their faces were full of incredible. If the Black Ho Thunder Tooth's death was due to the sudden attack of Namikaze Minato. But Wu Jinba, who was suddenly blown up, was already an absolute gap in strength. Facing the Flying Thunder God, they dared not be distracted at all and focused their attention to the extreme. More importantly, Namikaze Minato gave a clear statement that his next goal is to have no pairs. Under such circumstances, Wu Jinba was still killed instantly. The first time. The 7 ninjas understand the horror of Flying Thunder God, the horror of space ninjutsu, and the horror of Namikaze Minato. Then, the remaining 5 people started at this moment. They dare not drag Namikaze Minato anymore. In the blink of an eye, 2 people were killed instantaneously. The superiority of numbers has been weakened by Namikaze Minato. At this moment, they are going to defeat Namikaze Minato as quickly as possible. Otherwise, with the Flying Thunder God of Namikaze Minato, anyone caught with the loophole may be killed instantly. The 5 ninja swords slashed towards Namikaze Minato at an extremely fast speed. However, the moment the attack fell, Namikaze Minato disappeared instantly. Seeing this scene, even the 7 ninja swordsmen had to be shocked. So fast body flicker technique. However, no matter how fast the body flicker technique is, it is still within their tracking range. Just be careful of the Flying Thunder God of Namikaze Minato, and deal with the golden glitter, and it's still within the acceptable range. They still know the principle of Flying Thunder God. Namikaze Minato can use Flying Thunder God's technique to move space between technique and technique. Therefore, Flying Thunder God and Heaven Defying also need to rely on surgery. As long as you stay away from Namikaze Minato's technique, it is impossible to be killed by Namikaze Minato in seconds. According to their observations, Namikaze Minato's technique can be used in 2 ways at this moment. One is to use Flying Thunder God's Kunao. The Black Ho Thunder Fang was first killed by the Flying Thunder God Kunao thrown by Chiba. And the other one is that Namikaze Minato can mark Flying Thunder God spells in battle, such as the corpse of the Black Ho Thunder Tooth that was instantly killed by him. In other words, at this moment, Wu Jinba's body should also be marked with surgical techniques. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Mindful of this, the 5 hurriedly moved away from the 2 corpses and pursued Namikaze Minato. In response, Namikaze Minato watched this scene calmly. He jumped up and instantly threw the kunao in his hand. Seeing this scene, the faces of the 7 ninja blades changed. Be careful, this is his Flying Thunder God kunao, pay attention to his space ninjutsu. However, seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato's face remained calm. His fighting mode has never been a secret. Even if I haven't fought with him, at least I've heard of it. The former Abi combination is a good example. The power of Namikaze Minato is definitely not his way of fighting. It's that you know my way of fighting, but you still can't escape my attack. Speed is the biggest weapon of Namikaze Minato. Therefore, the battle with Namikaze Minato was either killed instantly or won. Only if you are equal to or even better than Namikaze Minato in speed, can you really avoid the ending of being spiked. Do you know? This battle. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Also prepared for a long time. The current me will not give you the slightest chance. This time, my preparation is very sufficient. Namikaze Minato said calmly, and at the same time, his hands instantly formed a seal. Sage Art Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant. The kunao thrown by Namikaze Minato turned into dense rain at this moment, and it blasted towards the remaining 5 of the 7 ninja swords. At this moment, they were stunned. Because they discovered that the densely packed shuriken shadow clone is actually flying thunder god Kunao. Their expressions changed, and they waved the shinobi in their hands, and bounced all the Kunao that hit them. However, at this moment, they are desperate. These flying thunder gods, can Namikaze Minato be able to move in space? They subconsciously glanced at Namikaze Minato in the distance, and all they could see was the cold eyes of Namikaze Minato. At this moment, Namikaze Minato is like Shinigami. Then, in the blink of an eye, Namikaze Minato's body suddenly disappeared from their sight. Disappeared? Where did you go? This is a very terrible thing. All around is the suffering of Flying Thunder God. You don't know where Namikaze Minato will appear in the next moment. You also won't know, the next moment, the head is blown up, will it be yourself? Then, boom. With no warning, the user of Double Blade Flounder was directly blown up by Namikaze Minato's Raise-Non. He was clearly prepared, but he still couldn't react. It was too fast. The spatial movement of Flying Thunder God is too exaggerated, not to mention that the surroundings are full of Flying Thunder God Kunao. They don't have the overwhelming speed of Raikage. As long as the speed can't keep up with Namikaze Minato, you will basically be killed in seconds when you play against him. The 7 ninja swords even had no chance to play their own ninja swords and swordsmanship. Sara had a strength, but was completely restrained by the Flying Thunder God of Namikaze Minato. They don't care about the death of their companions. At this moment, they want to know, will they be the next one to be blown up? Then, like Shinigami in the dark, Namikaze Minato's body reappeared. It was still accompanied by the appearance of Raise-Non. The combination of Flying Thunder God and Raise-Non has long been touched by the Ninja 7. However, the scary thing is not the tactical combination itself, but you know that the other party will do it, but you can't avoid it at all. At this moment, Raise-Non smashed the grassy bait man in the head. The moment he barely reacted, he quickly raised his ninja blunt knife to cut and resist. The huge size of the shinobi gave him the power to survive. Raise-Non hit the ninja sword, and the huge power directly caused the ninja sword to be bounced from the hands of the wild bait man. And the moment the shinobi was released, Namikaze Minato disappeared again. It is still the space movement of Flying Thunder God. The next time he appeared, Raise-Non slammed the grassy bait back again. The connection between Raise-Non was too fast. The perception of Sage Mode makes Namikaze Minato's series of actions more perfect. Boom. The one who was blown up this time was a wild bait man. Instant kill, no doubt instant kill. The 7 ninja swordsmen, once they met, they were blown by Namikaze Minato. Too frightening. This is Konoha's 4th Hokage, and this is the golden glitter that dreads the rock shinobi battlefield. At this moment, the remaining 3 people trembled. Konoha is golden glitter, they are not opponents at all. Chapter 153. At this moment, Chiba, and others, standing behind Namikaze Minato, witnessed the whole process of his battle. Everything happened too fast. Kakashi and others have not reacted yet, and there are already 4 of the 7 ninja swords who have been blown up by Namikaze Minato. Too fast. It's really a battle like lightning and flint. Ms. Minato's battle is still so fast. Although Kakashi knew that even in the face of the ninja 7 ninjas, his teacher, Namikaze Minato, would not lose. However, there is no way to lose. It's just a 1-to-1 battle, it's a slaughter at all. Shisui couldn't help but marvel. Master 4th Hokage's body flicker technique, faster than me? It deserves to be called golden glitter by Rock Shinobi. Thinking of it this way, his title of Shimmering Shisui is a bit of a nuisance. Chiba is also sensing the battle of Namikaze Minato. You know, such battles are rare. Only Namikaze Minato is the only person who can Flying Thunder God technique at this moment. As Chiba perceives the battle of Namikaze Minato, he is also analyzing, if he meets a master of space ninjutsu, how to deal with it. At this moment, a person appeared in Chiba's heart. Uchiha Obito. Like Namikaze Minato, Obito is also an absolute master of space ninjutsu. He knew that sooner or later he would face Uchiha Obito. The reason is simple. Uzumaki Kushina became Chiba's teacher. In the original book, Uchiha Obito killed her. This reason is sufficient. However, in the process of perceiving the battle of Namikaze Minato, Chiba suddenly noticed. His observation haki, 12 can't keep up with the speed of Namikaze Minato. Foresight of the future can indeed allow Chiba to predict Namikaze Minato's next spatial shift. However, at the moment Chiba foresaw, Namikaze Minato had already made that space jump. In other words, Chiba can obviously predict Namikaze Minato's movements, but the speed still doesn't give Chiba time to react. At this moment, Chiba made a judgment. If you fight Namikaze Minato, even if you turn on the perfect observation haki, I am afraid you will be killed instantly. Namikaze Minato is worthy of the title of number 1 in the ninja world. There is still a long way to go. At this moment, Chiba's expression suddenly changed, and he suddenly turned his head and looked in one direction. Seeing Chiba's action, Itaka was stunned for a moment. Isn't Chiba invisible? What is he looking at? What's wrong? Chiba-san. Hearing this, Chiba was silent for a moment, then shook his head. It's nothing, maybe, it's an illusion. That being said, however, Chiba had doubts in his heart. Just now, what was that? I approached in an instant, and disappeared in an instant when I noticed that my observation haki caught him. Just a blink of an eye moved thousands of meters away. The speed is ridiculously fast. That thing is very weird. Is that Black Zetsu? Chiba was not sure. He didn't stun the snake, but silently restricted the scope of his observation haki. He now doesn't want to be targeted by something. At this moment, thousands of meters away from the battlefield, a dark shadow suddenly emerged from the ground. His expression is not much better than Chiba. Just, what did it feel like? I was noticed by something? No, I was targeted. Black Zetsu has some lingering fears. This is the first time he has felt this way in thousands of years. The feeling of being peeped and seen through by others. But, at this moment, he is clearly watching other people. You know, even the original Ashira and Indra, as well as the former Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, could not discover his existence. Black Zetsu dare not set foot on that battlefield anymore. Although he is the son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, he is not divided into power. Precisely because of our weakness, we will be extra cautious. Although Black Zetsu didn't know what was on that battlefield. However, that thing must be able to perceive him, and it can perceive him, it is likely to threaten him. Is it Namikaze Minato? Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Now he is using Sage Mode, and his perception is extraordinary. No, impossible. Black Zetsu shook his head. The former Senju Hashirama was also a master of Sage Mode, but he still couldn't detect himself. So here comes the problem. Where did the feeling of being peaked come from? From whom? At this moment, the battle between Namikaze Minato and the Ninja 7 is about to draw a terminator. The 7 ninja swordsmen are not opponents at all. In a very short period of time, the 7 ninja swordsmen were instantly killed by 4 of them, and they were directly exploded. The number advantage that had existed before is gone at this moment. Seeing this scene, the remaining 3 did not hesitate at all. At the moment, they have only one thought in their hearts. Escape. Escape. It is not Namikaze Minato's opponent at all. Hesitate again, maybe you can't even escape. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato's eyes narrowed slightly. Want to escape? Sorry, I don't want to give you this kind of opportunity. Namikaze Minato moved instantly, taking advantage of the victory to pursue. Raiznan in his hand was about to gather again. However, it was this moment. Boil-style Chiao fog technique. The vast range of fog instantly envelopes the entire battlefield. At the moment when the mist appeared, Namikaze Minato found that the flying thunder god Kyowa was corroding at an extremely fast rate. This is Haze's boil style. Almost instantly, Namikaze Minato used flying thunder god to escape from the foggy battlefield. And those 3 ninja swordsmen had no such good luck. That is enough to cover their bodies directly with a mist that can corrode even Susanoo. The skin on their bodies began to corrode and fester almost as soon as they were exposed to the mist. However, they don't care about these. Compared with his own small life, this injury is nothing, so, almost instantaneously, Loquat Juzo spoke. Terumime, save us. He knows that this strength comes from Boil style. And the Haze Club Boil style, only Terumime. Terumime dissipated the fog instantly and rescued the Loquat Juzo and others. However, before they waited for Terumime to thank Terumime, they saw a huge black shadow behind Terumime, and they were shocked. And Terumime didn't care. She calmly stared at Namikaze Minato in the distance, and then spoke. Konoha's fourth Hokage, I want to make a deal with you. In response, Namikaze Minato looked calm. Do you think that Hayes is now qualified to talk about a deal? Yes, I know, you will agree. However, before that, I hope you can deal with this thing. In an instant, the mist covering Terumime's back instantly dispersed. And what was revealed in it was three tails, which was completely beastly-tailed. At this moment, the three tails of three tails were curled up, and the huge-tailed beast bomb gathered together. That shocking chakra was enough to raise everything in the visible range to the ground. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato was not surprised. His sage mode had previously sensed the existence of three tails. But I didn't expect Terumime to directly attract three tails here. Then, the next moment, the tailed beast bomb burst out instantly, and the target was all life forms within the visible range. Namikaze Minato watched all this calmly, and he looked back at Chiba and others. Because of the presence of a companion, do you force me to counterattack? Do you want to take Chiba and others for an instant space jump? No, time is too late. At this moment, Namikaze Minato made a judgment. Facing the invincible tailed beast bomb, he calmly raised his hands, and the technique of Flying Thunder God instantly appeared in the void. That is a time and space barrier. Flying Thunder God Guide Thunder. The next moment, the huge-tailed beast bomb blasted directly on the Flying Thunder God technique in the void. Immediately afterwards, the space seemed to collapse, swallowing the huge-tailed beast bomb directly, and finally disappeared completely. A few seconds later, a huge explosion exploded at a great distance in an instant. At this moment, Namikaze Minato looked at Terumime calmly and couldn't help but secretly said inwardly. Use suicide attacks to force me to use Flying Thunder God to transfer the tailed beast bomb away. Although it is now in sage mode. But transferring one tailed beast bomb at a time to Namikaze Minato's chakra consumption is no joke. Moreover, the time for sage mode is approaching. Once sage mode disappears, Namikaze Minato will lead Chiba and others on the road without even thinking about it. Because, in this operation, Namikaze Minato's first rule is to ensure the safety of Chiba and others. The second criterion is war. In normal mode, Namikaze Minato's chakra can't support him to transfer tailed beast bomb many times. In the case of three tails runaway, it will bring danger to Chiba and others. More importantly, 4th Mizukage ran away, and more than half of the 7 ninja swordsmen were killed and injured. For Konoha, they had already won the war with Mizukage. It's just a matter of how much Konoha's profit will continue to lay down. Do you want to go? Namikaze Minato chose the safest way. Since Hayes has even used this suicidal method, Namikaze Minato feels that the meaning of staying here is gone. In the next moment, he wanted to take Chiba and others to run with Flying Thunder God. However, at this moment, Chiba suddenly came next to Namikaze Minato. Master Minato, listen to the other party's deal. If we retreat now, even if Konoha wins the war, we won't be able to get any benefits. The dead companions on the front line will not be comforted. Since the war has started, we must maximize our interests. And, more importantly, I know that you need a beautiful victory. At this moment, Namikaze Minato was stunned. He didn't expect Chiba to take this step into consideration. Indeed, he needs a beautiful victory at the moment, and the more beautiful the better. Only in this way can he have enough right to speak in the village. Only the Uchiha clan can stand on the high platform of the village logically. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato nodded. Okay, but if there is danger, I will take you away as soon as possible. Compared to these vague interests, you are more important. The moment after saying this, Namikaze Minato looked at Terumime and said, What deal? Hearing this, Terumime breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Namikaze Minato did not use Flying Thunder God technique to leave directly. Terumime knew that Namikaze Minato wanted benefits in the war, and their Hayes, at this moment, wanted to keep as many ninjas alive as possible. The runaway of three tails brought too much loss to their Hayes. No benefit is better than the life of a jonin. I know, you are very good at sealing. My deal, there is only one. You help us seal the violent three tails. On behalf of Hagage, I will surrender to you Konoha unconditionally. Surrender unconditionally. On behalf of the Hayes, all benefits can be surrendered. This is the last struggle of Hayes. They know that their war is over. And they Hayes, lost. Chapter 154. Namikaze Minato helped Haze seal fourth Mizukage, who had run away, and Terumime, who represented Haze, surrendered to Konoha unconditionally. This is the condition given by Terumime. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato looked at Terumime calmly and spoke. Can you speak on behalf of Haze? Of course, you may not be very familiar with me. My position in Hagage is equivalent to Konoha's position before you became Hokage. Introduce myself, my name is Terumime, the alternate 5th Mizukage, the only alternate. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato smiled suddenly. Can this status be the same? Although Namikaze Minato didn't know what Haze was like, in Konoha, a Naruto candidate could not have such a big say. Moreover, let alone a Naruto candidate, even at this moment Namikaze Minato becomes the 4th Hokage, Konoha does not have such a big say. And so, Namikaze Minato just shook his head calmly. Sorry, this identity alone cannot convince me. Honestly. When Terumime proposed to make a deal, Namikaze Minato was ready to bargain with the other party. But, I didn't expect that Terumime would just say it as soon as he came up. Unconditional surrender, which means that after the war, Konoha can make almost any conditions to the Haze without touching the bottom line of the Haze. This kind of treatment, even if Konoha caught Cloud Shinobi's two-tailed Jinchuriki, he did not get Cloud Shinobi's hands. Want to get this level of benefits, generally only appear when one side crushes the other on the battlefield. Only when it was really too bad to be beaten by the opponent would he say unconditional surrender. Actually, look at the current situation. 4th Mizukage went violently, and the 7 ninja swordsmen suffered heavy casualties. Moreover, it is not a joke to want to seal 3 tails without killing 4th Mizukage. With just this situation, Haze has already lost. And if Namikaze Minato continues to stay on the battlefield, the Fog front line will really be crushed. Unconditional surrender, maybe it can really be played out. At this moment, looking at 3 tails that continued to riot, Terumime frowned, stepped out, looked at Namikaze Minato, and spoke calmly. In this case, then I take the initiative to become your prisoner of Konoha. With me in your hands, I think it can prove that we can surrender unconditionally. If Terumime becomes the 5th Mizukage, she must be an excellent Mizukage. At this moment, Namikaze Minato thought so inwardly. In order to make the ninja in his village survive as much as possible, the other party was willing to become a prisoner. It can be seen that Terumime is really thinking about her village. However, Namikaze Minato still shook his head calmly. This, not enough. Far from enough. Namikaze Minato knew it, from the same standpoint. What if I was caught by the enemy village when I was a candidate for 4th Hokage and used to threaten 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to let Konoha surrender unconditionally? Will Sarutobi Hiruzen surrender for his 4th Hokage candidate? No, he won't. At that time, Namikaze Minato would only become the abandoned son of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is Sarutobi Hiruzen doing it right? Namikaze Minato can't comment, but, in the same position, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen will not abandon himself, Namikaze will make self-sacrificing actions. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Namikaze Minato doesn't know what the Haze is like, but, at least, in Konoha, capturing the so-called shadow candidate is not working. He must have the strongest guarantee for Haze's unconditional surrender. Therefore, he must have a bargaining chip enough to make Wu Ying truly unconditionally surrender. Verbal promises are never reliable. At this moment, ninjas with misty shadows are dying every second. 3 Tails, who went violently, has come to the battlefield outside the camp. It swept across with its tail waving, and Terumime and Namikaze Minato avoided seeing this. Looking at Namikaze Minato, who was hesitant, Terumime gritted her teeth and said, "How can you trust me?" In this regard, Namikaze Minato just spoke calmly. "I can't believe you. This is the battlefield. I will only believe in reality and a heavy enough bargaining chip." At this time, Namikaze Minato suddenly disappeared, and instantly used Flying Thunder God to come to Chiba and others. At this moment, Namikaze Minato, with one-handed knot printing, looked at Terumime calmly, and then spoke. "I can help you reseal the 3 tails that Haze will run away. However, I need a bargaining chip. And that bargaining chip, I will take it myself. If you can agree, I will do it right away. If the negotiation fails, now I will take my people and leave." Then, see you on the front battlefield. Namikaze Minato's words were calm, but the meaning contained therein was terrifying. Obviously, Namikaze Minato has no plans to retreat now that he has come to the front line. The loss of Haze is too heavy. The 7 ninja swords were half dead, the Fog Shadow army was all defeated, and the fighting power was less than half. In addition, 4th Mizukage ran away. In the end, even if it is resealed, does 4th Mizukage still have the ability to go on the battlefield? No one can guarantee. However, in this case, there is Namikaze Minato on the front line of Konoha. Such a Konoha front line, Haze, what will be used to block it? Do you want to fight Konoha desperately? Terumime hesitated. Namikaze Minato stays on the battlefield of Haze, which is a race against time. After all, Konoha's 4th generation went to the frontal battlefield just after taking office as Hokage. Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi are not fools either. As soon as he took office, Hokage had to go to the front line. To what extent does Konoha lack people to make this strategy? Therefore, once Namikaze Minato stays on the front line of Haze for a long time, it is likely that Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi will have a local tentative war against Konoha. If Haze can survive Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi's small actions against Konoha, it will undoubtedly not be on the road to unconditional surrender. But, can their Haze block Namikaze Minato? Moreover, when will Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi launch a tentative war against Konoha? After all, whether they will launch a war against Konoha is a question. Among them, there are too many uncertain factors. If you continue to fight the Konoha front line with Namikaze Minato, a lot of people will die on the Haze front, very, very many people. After all, looking at the appearance of Namikaze Minato, it won't let the war end hastily. At this moment, watching Terumime still hesitate, and Three Tails, who ran away, moved towards them again. Namikaze Minato frowned. Sorry, I don't have time to spend with you here. Promise or refuse, now, I will only give you 3 seconds. Feeling Namikaze Minato's determination and the Three Tails coming again, Terumime finally nodded. Good. I promise you. As long as you help us reseal the runaway Three Tails, I will cooperate with all your actions. At this moment, Terumime finally made a decision. At this time when 4th Mizukage went violently, she had to take on the responsibility of commanding the entire battlefield. At this moment, in the face of such a chaotic situation, all she can do is to reduce the loss of her village as much as possible. Good no matter she, or 4th Mizukage, Konoha is too underestimated. Who can compare? They have an absolute advantage on the front line of Haze. Konoha merely dispatched a 4-person team to defeat all the advantages accumulated by the Haze front line during this time. And also used the runaway Three Tails to bring the Haze to an army. At this moment, Terumime casually glanced at the back of Namikaze Minato, the boy with a guide cane. The initiator of all this. This is the blind man of Uchiha. It's called Uchiha Chiba? I remember you. It seemed that he was aware of Terumime's eyes. At this moment, Chiba suddenly raised his head and faced Terumime, and then he smiled. And this smile, in Terumime's eyes, was full of mockery. However, Terumime doesn't care about Chiba's taunting shop. She saw other meanings from this smile. Invisible to the eyes, he can indeed detect non-chakra movements. This powerful perception. That's how it is, leading the sneak attack on the front line of our mist shadows and turning us around, is it you? Chapter 155. Boom. With the roar of Three Tails, the tail of the giant tail beast swept across. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato immediately took the Chiba 4 to make a space jump, and instantly avoided the attack of Three Tails. Then, Namikaze Minato exhaled heavily. Chiba knew that Namikaze Minato's Sage Mode was about to disappear. However, Sage Mode is hardly needed right now. The Haze at this moment has been crippled by Namikaze Minato and Three Tails, who had just won the victory. The reseal of Three Tails is not too difficult for Namikaze Minato. After all, Namikaze Minato's sealing technique comes from Uzumaki Kushina. As for the seal of the Uzumaki clan, even Nine Tails can absolutely suppress it. Not to mention, the Three Tails at this moment was originally under the seal, and 4th Mizukage's Jinchuriki is still alive. The tail beast at the moment was just the seal loosening, and Three Tails ran away. The seal inside 4th Mizukage has never been destroyed. Because before Chiba used the contract seal on Three Tails, 4th Mizukage reached a consensus with 3 tails. Only when Jinchuriki cooperates with the tail beast can it truly be completely tailed. It's just that 3 tails at that time was under the control of Uchiha Madara. It was Uchiha Madara who made 3 tails cooperate with 4th Mizukage, and 4th Mizukage mistakenly thought that he was able to control the tail beast perfectly. But if you want to completely become a tail beast, you must unlock the seal and free 3 tails. However, 4th Mizukage never thought about it. When he liberated the seal and let 3 tails come out in his complete tail beastization process, 3 tails will run away directly. Therefore, it is quite simple to seal 3 tails at this moment. Just reload 3 tails into the seal of 4th generation Mizukage and apply a stronger seal. Chiba can perceive the state of 4th Mizukage at this moment, and Namikaze Minato in Sage mode can naturally too. Because of this, he agreed to Terumime's condition. For the real top powerhouse. The powerful is never the tail beast, but the Jinchuriki that uses the tail beast. The so-called tail beasts are just a collection of chakra, and the use of the tail beasts for chakra is terribly inefficient. It is like a ninja. It can change form and nature, and even merge with each other to form the blood following the boundary and the blood following the elimination. At this moment, Namikaze Minato looked at Chiba and others. Chiba, Kakashi, Itake, and Shisui. Next I will send you back to the village. However, before Namikaze Minato could finish speaking, Chiba smiled. Master Minato, don't need to be so troublesome. If you are afraid that we will be in danger while you seal 3 tails. No need. Although I don't have much chakra left, but Haze also don't want to threaten us. With that, Chiba lightly tapped the ground with the guide crutch in his hand. Next moment, the earth was suddenly torn apart. And this piece of land directly lifted the Chiba 4 and slowly floated to the sky. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato was obviously stunned. You actually know how to fly ninjutsu. So that's the case, it seems that I am worrying too much. Namikaze Minato was shocked though. However, he did not question the source of Chiba's flying ninjutsu. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Everyone has a secret. Ask about the secret of the hero in your village. As Konoha's Hokage, Namikaze Minato can't do it after all. Moreover, at this moment, he knew that he himself didn't have to worry about Chiba and others at all. Unless it is targeted by Tailed Beast Bum's super wide range of ninjutsu. Otherwise, this maneuverability of the sky can make Chiba and others invincible. Just like his flying thunder god glance. Can't beat, you can run. And the enemy can't catch up. No offense, but it's just disgusting. The difficulty of flying ninjutsu was taught by Namikaze Minato when he fought Tsuchikage on the battlefield of Rock Shinobi. Onoki's long-range bombardment on Konoha's front line in the sky did not know how much loss Konoha suffered. In the face of Onoki that could be vacated, Konoha front line had nothing to do. It is too difficult to hit an opponent with sky mobility on the ground. Having said this, Namikaze Minato suddenly smiled and stroked Chiba's head, and then spoke. In that case. Then, you 4, come and witness all this. This time, Konoha's victory was created by the 4 of you. In any case, the 4 of you, all made history. Created the history of the first unconditional surrender in the history of ninja war. These will be remembered after all. Uchiha's name will always be engraved in Konoha's history. This credit cannot be erased anyway. After speaking, Namikaze Minato disappeared in an instant, and rushed in the direction of 3 tails at an extremely fast speed. The exaggerated speed, like a golden flash, was terribly fast. Chiba knows. Namikaze Minato wants to reseal 3 tails before the end of Sage mode. At this moment, facing the impact of Namikaze Minato, the surviving 7 ninja swords were extremely hostile to this. They even took up their shinobi swords, and wanted to attack at any time. And Terumime suddenly appeared and stopped them. Stop it. Don't do it to him. In response, the watermelon mountain blowfish ghost stared at Terumime viciously, and said coldly. Terumime, do you know what you are doing? You are not 5th Mizukage yet. You asked Konoha's 4th Hokage to seal Arhase's tail beast, and it's Arhase's 4th Hokage. Do you know what this means? This is called betrayal. Faced with the scolding of the Ninja 7, Terumime didn't care. She just looked at them and spoke coldly. Is it? Then otherwise, you go to deal with the runaway 3 tails. Do you know that we want to seal 3 tails again, what price we have to pay for this? Cloud Shinobi 8 Tails Runaway Incident, have you heard more or less of it? Do you know what price Cloud Shinobi paid to reseal 8 Tails? It's the blood of countless Cloud Shinobi ninjas, and the battle that exhausted Third Raikage. The monster like Third Raikage killed Rock Shinobi tens of thousands of ninjas single-handedly before finally dying. Even he was exhausted to seal 8 Tails. Do you think our Haze has the monster-like power of Third Raikage to consume 3 Tails? The trickiest thing about the runaway tail beast is not to kill the opponent, but to seal the opponent alive. If you don't have the overwhelming sealing technique like the Uzumaki clan, if you want to control the runaway tail beast, you can only choose to seal it after exhausting the runaway tail beast like Third Raikage. However, that is a tail beast. That is a collection of chakra. If you want to exhaust the tail beast, how many Haze ninjas will you die? Terumi coldly looked at the 7 ninja swords at the moment. These killer organizations are full of murders. They never know that saving people is far more difficult than killing. And, as you know, that is our 4th Mizukage of Haze. Can you kill? Can you kill? However, 3 Tails who run wild can do it. Moreover, you only speak big words at this time. Have you forgotten who was blown up by Konoha's 4th Hokage just now and asked me for help? Hearing this, the ninja swordsmen were speechless. Although they couldn't agree with Mizukage's candidate as Haze, they went to Konoha Hokage for help. However, at the moment they don't know how to deal with this mess. More importantly, they are not the opponents of Namikaze Minato. At this moment, even if Terumi did not stop, they did not dare to take action in the face of Namikaze Minato's arrival. They were already scared of being beaten in the battle just now. Because, you never know, behind whom Namikaze Minato will suddenly appear. And who will be the next head blown. Therefore, the 7 ninja swords at this moment will only cheer. Watching Namikaze Minato rushing towards 3 Tails, they couldn't even do it, no. They didn't dare to do anything. Chapter 156. Looked at Namikaze Minato who seemed to shine. Chiba manipulated the land and slowly floated into the air. Although his chakra is not much left, the physical strength to manipulate this land to make him vacate is not a problem. Unfortunately, the wine is finished. Otherwise, having a drink on the battlefield now will not be in vain for a lifetime of free and easy. Chiba's wine had been drunk by the 4 of them before the final act. This is a pity for Chiba. After all, he would not have expected that things would develop to this point. I didn't expect that Wave Wind Minato would be so fierce. Chiba-san, that's true, there is still what's your mind about drinking. That's a violent tail beast. Master Minato shouldn't easily agree to that woman. Even the things they found difficult to deal with the entire Haze, and finally handed over to our Hokage, no matter how you look at this matter, it is too risky. Upon hearing this, Chiba smiled. Itake was actually worried about this kind of thing. Itake, do you know why you call this phenomenon a runaway? Huh? Why? The so-called runaway is because the tail beast has lost control, so it is called runaway. Chiba calmly explained. Aside, Kakashi and Shisui also listened carefully. Seal the tail beast on the human body and call it Jinchuriki. And through the loosening of the seal, Jinchuriki can use part of the tail beast chakra. However, if the tail beast breaks through the seal and the entire tail beast takes over Jinchuriki's body, this is a runaway. Rush, it's never the tail beast being completely liberated. Jinchuriki and the tail beast's consciousness confront each other, which will make the tail beast extremely irritable at this time, and it will destroy what you see. The tail beast is in an unconscious state and a conscious state, but they are 2 different things. If you have a powerful sealing technique, you can completely seal the tail beast back into Jinchuriki's body at this moment. Because the tail beast never left Jinchuriki, and the seal in Jinchuriki's body has not been completely destroyed. The reason Fog Shadow finds it tricky is only because their sealing technique is too backward. Hearing this, Itake, Kakashi and Shisui looked at each other. In other words, for Master Minato, would it be easy to seal the runaway 3 Tails? Hearing this, Chiba nodded Itake's forehead and said, So, how do you underestimate the sealing technique that teacher Kushina taught us? The tail beast seal technique based on the seal of the 4 elephants, but even the perfect level 8 Tails Jinchuriki can be sealed. I dare not say that in the future, at least, in this era, the sealing technique that teacher Kushina gave us can be called the top. A trivial 3 Tails, do you think, our Hokage might overturn? As far as Chiba is concerned, it is unlikely. 9 tails can be sealed by the 8 sign seal constructed by 2-4 elephant seals. Can 3 tails compare to 9 tails? That is not a level at all. Doesn't that mean this war is stable? Shisui spoke suddenly. Chiba nodded. Of course, it should be stable. That's why I said, now, it's a pity that the wine is gone. Chiba's words carry enough hints. At this moment, Shisui and Kakashi looked at each other suddenly. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. They exchanged eyes and nodded one after another, and then Shisui suddenly touched his head. Alcohol is not without it. Suddenly, Shisui didn't know where he took out a hip flask. At the same time, Kakashi next to him did not know what to get out of a jug of wine. Seeing this scene, the attacker next to him was stunned. Captain Kakashi, Shisui brother, you guys. Itaki had a question mark all over his face. You two guys, where did the wine come from? Kakashi and Shisui both smiled. Isn't this the camp where several fog shadows were attacked? I saw that there was wine in the camp, so the two of us took some along. Itaki was shocked at the time, but we were fighting. When Itaki looked back and saw that Chiba had already prepared the wine glass. Chiba-kun, you. I knew they brought wine. Upon hearing this, Chiba smiled. Do you think, based on my perception, would I not know that they secretly hid the wine behind my back? I just hinted that. Captain Kakashi and Shisui both understand, you are the slowest to react. Itaka looked puzzled. He looked at Chiba, then at Kakashi and Shisui, stunned. Seeing Itaka was in a daze, Chiba nodded its forehead with his hand. What are you doing in a daze? Captain Kakashi and Shisui give out wine, I give out a glass, you are pour the wine. Oh, good. Hearing that, Itaka filled the wine quickly, and the four of them had a drink. Itaka looked at Chiba and thought that Chiba was too strange now. Chiba has always been cautious. You know, it's on the battlefield now. Although Chiba just explained, the war has stabilized. However, in fact, Namikaze Minato is also preparing to seal 3 tails. Regardless of how easy it is to seal 3 tails for Namikaze Minato, it is risky after all. His own Hokage seals the tail beast on the battlefield, but the 4 of them sit here drinking. This is definitely not the Chiba that Itaka knew. Seeking flowers. Chiba-kun, what are you? The words have not been spoken yet. Chiba put his finger to his mouth calmly, and spoke calmly. Don't talk, cooperate with me, drink well. At this moment, the expressions of Kakashi and Shisui changed slightly. They thought Chiba was weird before. But it's over PTB2RZD, they believed in Chiba, they cooperated with Chiba, thinking that Chiba really wanted to drink, and at this moment, it was really strange to ask Chiba to say, cooperate with me. At this moment, they still have a smile on their faces, drinking small wine. However, Chiba's observation haki, at this moment, directly spread out in the most ferocious way. Then, in an instant, a black shadow appeared directly in Chiba's perception. At this moment, Black Zetsu was taken aback and quickly retreated as quickly as possible. Damn, it's the feeling of being peeped again. Could it be that I have been discovered? At this moment, Black Zetsu's heart is lingering. Before that, the feeling of being peeped had forced him back once. However, due to his confidence in his hidden abilities, and Black Zetsu really wanted to figure out who was watching him. Therefore, even if he is staring at the risk, he wants to sneak into that battlefield again. However, he didn't get close for long. The feeling of peeping came in an instant, and there was also obvious hostility in this scene. Almost without even thinking about it, Black Zetsu ran away. Have you really been discovered? Black Zetsu was not sure. At the moment when this feeling of peeping came, Black Zetsu checked the entire battlefield and found no suspicious actions by anyone. For Black Zetsu, this is terrible. This means that an unknown existence knows his existence and can spy on him, but he can't even find out the other party. At this moment, Black Zetsu no longer wants to care about 3 tails. He just wanted to figure out where that feeling came from. At the same time, how to get rid of those who peeped at him. However, now he is like a headless fly. Do you want to sneak into that battlefield again? Black Zetsu hesitated. If the first time is a temptation and the second time is hostile, who knows what will happen the third time? Unknown is a terrible thing for opinions. Especially for a monster like Black Zetsu who knows everything. Black Zetsu was cautious, so he could hide in the ninja world for thousands of years without being discovered. In the end, he gave up. After all, he was afraid of accidents. At this moment, Chiba also breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed that weird departure. Then slowly raised the wine glass, smiling. Shrink, it's alright, it's okay. Chapter 157. Chiba knew about Black Zetsu's infiltration. For the first time, his observation haki accidentally sensed the existence of Black Zetsu, and even looked back in that direction. Chiba is very glad that his subconscious action was not discovered by Black Zetsu. Therefore, when Black Zetsu steps into this battlefield for the second time, Chiba can use observation haki to scare him off. In fact, for the first time, Chiba couldn't be sure whether it was Black Zetsu or not. However, he could escape from his observation haki in an instant, and also appeared after Three Tails broke away from Uchiha Madara's control. In Chiba's cognition, only Black Zetsu. So, in any case, he must prevent Black Zetsu from approaching this battlefield. Chiba didn't know what Black Zetsu was doing here. However, that must be related to Three Tails. Because, before that, Chiba personally severed the contractual connection between Three Tails and Uchiha Madara. So, is Black Zetsu here to regain control of Three Tails? Black Zetsu doesn't necessarily have such courage. However, Chiba had to guard against. After all, at this moment, Namikaze Minato is preparing to seal Three Tails. Chiba didn't want Black Zetsu to do any small actions behind his back to harm Namikaze Minato. At this moment, Namikaze Minato instantly passed Terumime and the ninja swordsman, and rushed towards the violent Three Tails at an extremely fast speed. Although the Ninja 7 did not approve of the deal between Terumime and Namikaze Minato. However, facing Namikaze Minato, they still didn't have the courage to take action. At this moment, the running Three Tails also noticed the approach of Namikaze Minato. Accompanied by the angry roar, Three Tails' tail swept across. Namikaze Minato took advantage of the trend and dodged, using Three Tails' tail as a springboard, and instantly jumped up. At this moment, Namikaze Minato bit his finger instantly, using blood as a medium, making seals on his hands, and speaking calmly. Summoning technique. Boom. Along with a huge burst of white smoke, just above Three Tails' head, a behemoth appeared. It was a toad, a giant red toad with a huge pipe in its mouth, a bandage around its waist, and a dagger inserted in it. Toad Wen 2. The toad boss who lives in Mount Miyaboku. That huge size is not lost to the tail beast. The moment it was summoned by Namikaze Minato, it hit Three Tails directly and heavily. At this moment, Toad Wenta was also stunned for a moment, and then he realized that he was summoned. Minato. Long time no see, Mr. Wentai. Now the situation is urgent, I don't have time to explain, can you cooperate with me? Namikaze Minato leaped forward and jumped onto Toad Bunte's head. At this moment, when he noticed the Zayanshu chakra in Namikaze Minato's body, Toad Wen smiled too much. Oh? Are you already using our Mount Miyaboku Sage Mode? Let me just say, our Sage Mode in Mount Miyaboku is a good thing. Even if it doesn't match your fighting style a bit, that's. However, before Toad Wenta had finished speaking, he suddenly discovered that there was a tailed beast sitting under his A. This is Haze's Three Tails. Minato, what are you guys doing? Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato smiled. Right now, Konoha is at war with Hagage. I want to seal Three Tails, so, can I ask you to help suppress him? Please, Wentaibo. This thing is a tail beast, you actually let me? Wentai's words still couldn't finish. The next moment, he immediately disappeared in this battlefield. Namikaze Minato, Toad Wenta, and the violent Three Tails tail beast, at this moment, were all transferred away by Flying Thunder God. Looking at the people who disappeared, at this moment, the faces of the 7 ninja swords suddenly changed. Disappeared. It just disappeared. Terumime, look at what you did. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. That's our Misty Mizukage tail beast. At this moment, Terumime didn't respond to the complaints of the Ninja 7. But looking at the place where Namikaze Minato and others disappeared, his eyes narrowed slightly. She was thinking. Why does Namikaze Minato consume a large amount of chakra to transfer the runaway Three Tails with Flying Thunder God to another place to seal it? According to Terumime's understanding of the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Even here, sealing Three Tails should be possible. So, there is only one purpose for Namikaze Minato to do such a wasteful chakra behavior. Doesn't he want us to snatch the sealed fourth Mizu cage with him? And just between Terumime's thinking, Chiba sat on a piece of land and floated over from the distant sky. The look in my eyes just now was so fierce. Ching said that one of the four of you has a perception ability far surpassing him. That person is you. Terumime looked at Chiba calmly. When Chiba heard this, he smiled. That's it, the guy who took us Konoha Byakugan, is that what he said of me? He still knows a little bit of himself. Terumime, do you know, why did Naruto move three tails? At this moment, Terumime's eyes became extremely sharp. The bargaining chip Namikaze Minato said is our fourth Mizu cage. Chiba nodded. Yes, for a village, there are two most important things, Yang and Jinchuriki. Shadow represents the leadership of the village, and Jinchuriki represents the military status of the village. In this world, is there any more powerful bargaining chip than grabbing a village's shadow and Jinchuriki at the same time? Terumime didn't like to see Chiba's mocking face and spoke coldly. You come here, are you talking about these? Chiba shrugged. Don't be so cold. Also, the three remaining 7 ninja swords next to you, also save it. No matter how angry you are, you can't change the fact that you can't attack me now. By the way, don't you want my knife very much? Chiba swayed his slashing sword, and the heads of the remaining 7 ninja swords were big. If you are here to say this, just go back. At this moment, Chiba suddenly retracted his playful smile, but instead showed a serious face. Well, I did have some information to share with you when I came here. Intelligence. Terumime was stunned for a moment. Don't give Chiba a deep look. Although Chiba looked as though he was only 6 or 7 years old, she knew that this kid was absolutely holding a stomach of bad water. She would not believe anything he said. Then, you know, why can I let you fourth Mizu cage run away? Do you know why you fourth Mizu cage can completely manipulate the tail beast in such a short period of time? What do you want to say? Sure enough, no one can escape the law of true fragrance. Terumime looked at Chiba. She really wanted to know how Chiba made fourth Mizu cage run away. Do you know, I just used a contract seal on your fourth Mizu cage. Seal of the contract. Hearing this, Terumime's face changed. That is the seal that cuts the connection between the caster and the summoning beast. Why does the contract seal make fourth Mizu cage run away? In an instant, Terumime knew the reason. You mean, the 3 tails in our fourth Mizu cage has been manipulated long ago and became someone else's summoning beast. My mind is turning very fast. Chiba smiled and nodded. Do you think I will believe it? Who can use tail beast as summoning beast? Believe it or not is not with me, but with you. As for who it is, don't you know how to check it yourself? Hearing this, Terumime's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you want to use our haze to deal with the people who manipulate 3 tails? Hearing this, Chiba nodded openly, without any intention to conceal it. Yes, that's what I meant. So, you guys, can't check it. Can't you check? If you don't know the reason for fourth Mizukage's runaway, it's okay. Now that you know it, you must check it. That is their fourth Mizu cage. The 3 tails in fourth Mizukage's body is actually someone else's summoning beast, which is pretty good. Terumime could clearly see that Chiba wanted to use their haze to deal with the person behind him. However, they can't refuse, this is a conspiracy. Having said all this, Chiba turned around and left. Simply put it all here, you hag shadow, let's do it for yourself. Chiba knows. After this war, Black Zetsu will inevitably investigate all the people on this battlefield. With Black Zetsu's abilities, he might be able to figure out everyone's ancestors. Instead of letting Black Zetsu take the initiative to investigate and find himself, it's better to give Wu Ying them a hint and ask them to investigate 3 tails. At that time, Black Zetsu naturally knows whom to investigate. Who would have thought that seeing Black Zetsu would be a blind man of Uchiha? Chapter 158. For Black Zetsu, now Chiba can stay as far away as possible without provoking him. Although Black Zetsu didn't get any substantial power from Itsutsuki Kagaya, it was really insidious. The incredible Uchiha Madara can be pitted to death by him looking back, even if Chiba himself has the advantage of being a prophet as a translator, he does not want to line up with him. As for Chiba's sudden use of observation haki to scare off the frightened Black Zetsu. Obviously, Black Zetsu came for 3 tails, which was running violently, and at this moment, Namikaze Minato was about to make a move to seal Three Tails. During the seal of Namikaze Minato, no one knew what Black Zetsu would do. Although Chiba didn't want to cause trouble, he was never afraid of trouble. After Chiba revealed some fragmentary information to Terumime, he turned around and left. Chiba knows. In the next few years, the haze will exist in the homes of Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu. In the old nest, someone investigated the control of Three Tails, and it was a kind of restraint on Black Zetsu after all. After Chiba leaves, Terumime is thoughtful. The Three Tails in 4th Mizukage's body has been manipulated long ago, and it's still someone's summoning beast. If you put it before, Terumime would not believe this kind of nonsense. After all, in the entire ninja world, who has the ability to completely manipulate the tail beast? Or even take the tail beast into a contract to use it as the summoning beast 12. You know, there is only one perfect Jinchuriki in the ninja world at this moment, and that is Cloud Shinobi's 8 Tails Killer Bee. How many years have passed since each village was assigned to the tail beast from first Hokage? And in these years, how many people can completely manipulate the tail beast? Let alone completely manipulate the tail beast. As a Jinchuriki, it's good not to be swallowed up by the tail beast and cause a distorted personality. However, if everything Chiba said is true, then it can explain why 4th Mizukage can manipulate Three Tails in such a short period of time. And, it can also explain why Chiba was able to let Three Tails run away so easily. Terumime thinks that what Chiba said is true. So the question is, who is behind Three Tails? Using the tail beast as a summoning beast, within Terumime's cognition, only one person in the whole ninja world has done it. Uchiha Madara. The only one who was able to face up with first Hokage Senju Hashirama during the Sengoku period. Even in the shadow of the fog, even after so many years, Terumime still heard of the battle between first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. It is conceivable how exaggerated the battle between these two people is. Rumor has it that the battle was furious, and even the terrain of the entire continent was distorted by the battle between the two. In the end, Senju Hashirama narrowly beat Uchiha Madara. And the place where the two fought has become Konoha's most famous Valley of the End. However, even though Senju Hashirama killed Uchiha Madara in that battle, he himself died soon after. No one knows the reason for Senju Hashirama's death. However, all ninja world knows that Senju Hashirama was fatally wounded while fighting Uchiha Madara. After Konoha's two gods, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, both died, the first ninja war broke out. Before that, the ninja world had not even started a war, and there would be no small friction. Because, all ninja world knows, Senju Hashirama loves peace. If you dare to start a war, you have to ask his opinion. And more importantly, all ninja world knows that Uchiha Madara is not easy to mess with. If you dare to start a war, he can suppress everything alone. Ninja world has never been peaceful. The so-called peace is nothing more than an insurmountable mountain with two mountains on their heads. And when these two mountains collapsed, the war showed humanity to the fullest. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. So, is it Uchiha Madara who manipulates Three Tails? Terumime shook her head. Uchiha Madara has long been dead for many years. And what does Uchiha Madara rely on to treat Nine Tails as a summoning beast? Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan. Is it Uchiha Fugaku? Terumime's eyes narrowed slightly. When 4th Mizukage attacked the Konoha front line, he was beaten by Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Fugaku relied on Mangekyo Sharingan's power. Immediately, Terumime denied this possibility. If it were Uchiha Fugaku, he could have made 4th Mizukage run away. Why wait until now? Who the hell is? Terumime has no clue. As Chiba said, she needs to investigate this issue. Looking at Chiba's appearance, Terumime knew that the kid must know who it was. However, he would not say. As Terumime guessed, Chiba wanted to use the haze to deal with that person. So, does Konoha and that person also have hatred? Whether there is an enmity between them Terumime doesn't know, but the enmity between Hagage and that person is definitely ended. This matter must be investigated, and it is a death investigation to the end. And at this time, in the distant place, there was a huge roar suddenly. At this moment, everyone's eyes were attracted, and then a huge mushroom cloud rose up in the distance. Everyone watched this scene blankly. Then, after a few seconds, huge wind pressure swept across. Even the wind pressure caused by the aftermath of the explosion caused many ninjas to be blown away. Seeing this scene, Terumime was fortunate that she didn't let her ninja bear to seal 3 tails. Otherwise, just that kind of explosion would be enough to kill all the ninjas at present. After this shocking explosion, everything calmed down. Seeing this, Terumime took a deep breath. She knew that the battle between Namikaze Minato and the runaway 3 tails was over. Although she knows that for Namikaze Minato, who is good at sealing, it is not difficult to seal the tail beast that runs away. But how long has this passed? The sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan is really a good thing. With this kind of thing, the number of ninjas in each village who died because of tail beasts did not know how much to reduce. And just after the explosion disappeared. With a snap, a trait kunao suddenly fell from the sky and landed in front of Terumime. Then, with one hand, he suddenly held this trait kunao. According to the terms of the transaction, I have successfully sealed the 3 tails that you ran away with Haze. In order for Hagage to fulfill the promise of unconditional surrender, your 4th Mizukage will temporarily become Konoha's prisoner. At this moment, Namikaze Minato is standing calmly in front of Terumime, and on his shoulders is 4th Mizukage who has lost consciousness. 3 tails has been completely sealed. Upon hearing this, Terumime took a deep breath. He knew that Namikaze Minato would do it. At this time, Haze has completely lost its initiative. After all, Namikaze Minato carried it on his shoulders, but Mizukage and Jinchuriki. Terumime nodded calmly. Okay. We Haze will keep our promise. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato also nodded. So much the better. With 4th Mizukage in his own hands, Namikaze Minato is not afraid that Haze will turn his face and refuse to recognize people. After all, no one village can afford to lose the Shadow and Jinchuriki at the same time. In this case, the signing of the peace treaty will be held on our Konoha front line in 3 days. We will go. Terumime looked at Namikaze Minato and spoke calmly. However, Konoha Hokage, I hope you know that it is our Mistcage's Mizukage that you control. Although he is a prisoner, there are certain things that cannot be done to him. If on the day of the signing of the peace treaty, we found out what happened to our 4th Mizukage. Even if both lose and lose, our Haze will pull you Konoha into the water. This is a threat and a warning. After all, 4th Mizukage was not a captive that Namikaze Minato took the initiative to capture. But in order to allow Namikaze Minato to believe in his own conditions, Terumime took the initiative to hand over the bargaining chip. The bargaining chips must be returned intact. And if the chips are passive, that is the endless scene. In response, Namikaze Minato just nodded calmly. Of course, I still have such credibility. As Konoha's 4th Hokage, I can assure you. At that time, 4th Mizukage will be returned to you intact. Chapter 159. The return of Namikaze Minato was faster than expected. Seeing this scene, Kakashi, Itachi, and Shisui were relieved after all. At this moment, a fire was burning in his chest. A passionate flame. Because my own Naruto has captured the shadowless 4th Mizukage and 3 tails Jinchuriki. And this represents the end of the battle between Konoha and the House of Haze. At this moment, Namikaze Minato was carrying 4th Mizukage, who was completely unconscious, and quickly came to Chiba and others. Looking at the 4 of them, Namikaze Minato showed a sunny smile, and it was completely 2 auras from the face of Terumime just now. Sorry for keeping you waiting so long. Now, the war is finally over. You not only witnessed, but also made history. There is no doubt that you are the pride of Konoha. Uchiha has so many outstanding talents, why should the 3rd generation adults be so suppressed? Master 3rd generation, you are really wrong. And I, as 4th Hokage, want to change all of this. Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief. This battle cost him no small amount. Sage mode has long been exhausted, and a strong sense of exhaustion has already hit. However, he still showed a sunny smile, looked at the wine glasses in the hands of the 4, and said, "Why, have you drunk the celebration wine in advance?" Hearing that, Kakashi and Shisui were a little embarrassed. Instead, Chiba dangled the glass in his hand and smiled. "Master Minato, I'm leaving you. After we go back, we must have a hangover." Namikaze Minato nodded heavily. "Well, definitely. Okay, almost ready to go." After speaking, Namikaze Minato reached out to the 4 of them. After the 4 took over, Namikaze Minato instantly launched Flying Thunder God, and everyone guy spins. Watching the disappearance of Namikaze Minato, Terumime did not stop, and the 7 ninja swords behind her did not take action. They know that it doesn't make sense anymore. The watermelon puffer ghost looked at Terumime and said coldly, "Terumime, I don't want to go into the right or wrong of this matter anymore. In any case, it has become an established fact that our 4th Mizukage has fallen into Konoha's hands. You will pay for it." Hearing this, Terumime looked at the remaining 7 ninja swords with a mocking smile. "Pay the price. I think the only price I pay is to save you on the battlefield. I don't want to go into the details of who was on the battlefield just now begging me to save him like a dog. Indeed, because of me, 4th Mizukage became Konoha's prisoner. But, for this, I let at least half of the Haze ninjas survive. Also including you. So, put away your disgusting faces. On this battlefield, the only people who are not qualified to blame me are you. After all, other Haze ninjas are paying their lives to fight against the Raging Tail Beast, and you are just being blown up by Konoha's Naruto. It is an insult to the title of the 7 ninja swords." After that, Terumime calmly glanced at the 7 ninja swords, that look seemed to be looking at trash, and then left quietly. In this regard, the 7 ninjas just clenched their fists, but couldn't refute it. They couldn't find a reason to refute. They cannot deny that if it weren't for Terumime, they would really have died in the hands of Namikaze Minato. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. In any case, Terumime saved their lives. We don't want to owe you favors. Anyway, Terumime, thank you. Hearing that, Terumime, who was leaving, stopped for a while. She did not turn around, but spoke calmly. Is your life worth a word? If you want to return favors, you don't just rely on talking. That's the price of life. After speaking, Terumime left without looking back. Eugenin's 7 people all looked unhappy. Sure enough, I am very upset with that woman. It's decided, after paying the favor of that woman, I will kill him quietly. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost said viciously. Hearing this, the loquat Shizo beside him smiled. Go kill. When the time comes, I will kill you, and it will be regarded as repaying her favor. Life, sure enough, we still have to pay with human life. Shizang, you are looking for death. Same Hada in the hands of the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost began to agitate. Loquat Shizo also sneered, and immediately took up the beheaded sword. Why, do you want to fight? I'm not happy with you for a long time. At this moment, under the leadership of Namikaze Minato, Chiba and his team moved towards the Konoha front line at the fastest speed. Coming across the sea, I quickly saw the border zone. The defense is not as strong as imagined. The patrolling ninja discovered the existence of Namikaze Minato and others early in the morning, and quickly made an attack gesture. Who is it? Don't panic, it's your own. Namikaze Minato led everyone close, and after seeing it clearly, the patrol ninja was taken aback. Shui, Lord Minato, no, Lord 4th generation, why are you here? When did his own Naruto come to the front line of Haze? Namikaze Minato waved his hand. Now is not the time to explain this, how about Lujurin? Lord Luyu led the frontline brothers to attack the Fog Shadow frontline early in the morning. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato was taken aback, a little dazed. Didn't you say that Konoha's frontline was tense? How do you think Luju seems to be very fierce? Bring the frontline ninjas to attack the Haze frontline. Hearing this, Chiba spoke immediately. I think Commander Luju should be cooperating with our sneak attack. He knows what our mission is, and at the same time, the attack on the front line of Haze should have been passed on to the front line of Konoha long ago. With the decisiveness of Commander Luju, he shouldn't waste our advantage created by the sneak attack on Haze. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato nodded. Indeed so. In this case, let's go back to the front line first. The Fog Shadow now poses no threat to Luju and his troops. We'll just wait for his guy on the front line to spin. Also, don't say anything about me coming to the front line. I want to surprise him. Namikaze Minato has a smile on his face. Unexpectedly, Namikaze Minato also has this kind of childlike side. Chiba knew that this originally unfavorable battle for Konoha and him could end with Haze's unconditional surrender, which really made him very excited. It was not until the next day that the Konoha frontline force led by Luju crossed the sea and spun from the various battalions Guy and Haze. Before entering the camp, Namikaze Minato in the main camp heard Naralukuna's laughter. Ha 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 ha. It's been a long time since we fought such a fun battle. Sure enough, when Haze has only 2 camps that have not been attacked, Haze will use most of its combat power to ambush Konoha's sneak attack troops. I just don't know what happened to our sneak attack team. This kind of camp is clearly ambush, I don't think they really want to attack. At this moment, Naraluyu's mood is very good. He led most of Konoha's combat power out of the front. Wherever they went, they almost attacked Chiba and his camp, sweeping them all over. Not only had it defeated the ninjas in the Haze camp, but also swept away all the supplies in their camp, just like a devil entering the village, without leaving even a single thing in the Haze. And at the moment when Uchiha Drama opened the door and entered the main camp, he was dumbfounded. At this moment, Namikaze Minato is standing in front of him quietly. And behind Namikaze Minato, Chiba, Itake, Kakashi, and Shisui looked at Luka with a smile and calmly. What's going on? Even though Naradir has a super high IQ for a long time, at this moment, it is not enough. Why did Namikaze Minato appear on the front line of Konoha? Why did I not receive one Nyonyo Zhao message? Moreover, you are Hokage, the only superior 4th Hokage, Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi are staring at you. Actually dare to come to the front line of Haze at this time. Konoha, is there no one? And more importantly, are the 4 people behind Namikaze Minato? Luyu recognized Kakashi at a glance and made a judgment instantly. These 4 people are the sneak attack troops who have made the Haze front line bewildered these days. Then, here comes the problem. When did the 4 of them ran back to the Konoha front line? At this moment, Luju appeared momentarily stunned. However, he reacted in a moment and spoke quickly. Master 4th generation, how did you come to Konoha front line, and when was it? Hearing that, Namikaze Minato just looked at Luju and smiled quietly. Looking at Commander Luju so happy, it looks like he won the battle. However, I have something to make you happier. The war between Konoha and Hagage is over. After speaking, Namikaze Minato moved a step to the right. At this moment, what Naraluyu saw was the 4th Mizukage of Haze. At this moment, Naralu was stunned for a long time. Chapter 160. When Narashikage saw 4th Mizukage behind Namikaze Minato, he was really stunned. At this moment, even his brain was blank for a moment. Then, he suddenly reacted. Namikaze Minato said to him. The war is over. Is the war over? Yes, when he saw 4th Mizukage in his camp, Luyu knew that the war was really over. This is an indescribable feeling. After the Uchiha clan was recalled from the village, no one knew how much pressure Naraluyu, as the frontline commander, had endured, and no one knew how he survived until now. On the front lines, people die every day. The tremendous pressure caused his hair to turn white. However, Naraluyu knew that he could not fall down. Once he fell, it was the entire Konoha front line that collapsed. After the front line, there was the village. In the village, there were his family and lover, as well as his companions. And so, even if it is strong support, he also wants to carry it over. Because he knew that the war would end sooner or later. However, when the war really ended, and it ended with Konoha's victory, Luyu was a little uncomfortable instead. Because this ending came too unexpected. Let him feel a sense of emptiness in his heart. Seeing Naradir was stunned for a long time. Namikaze Minato spoke subconsciously. Commander Luju, what happened to you? No, nothing. When Namikaze Minato asked about it, Luyu didn't react. At the corner of his eyes, tears were already uncomfortable, but there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. So, we Konoha, have already won. As if aware of Luka's state, Namikaze Minato walked calmly in front of Luka with a smile on his face, and then gave him a hug. Yes, the war is over, we Konoha, victorious. All sacrifices are meaningful. Now it's all right. You can take a break. Who could have imagined that a big man who is still commanding the entire Konoha front line, no matter what happens, can calmly deal with the countermeasures and minimize the loss of this kind of man, at this moment, is on the shoulder of Namikaze Minato, sobbing quietly. Perceiving Naraluyu's behavior, Namikaze Minato's face was calm, he just hugged him quietly without looking back. Chiba and others also consciously averted their sights. Just let the man's tears flow silently. Both Chiba and Itaka can understand Luyu's mood. The battlefield of Cloud Shinobi was also terrible. The Hyuga clan was almost beaten by Cloud Shinobi all the way. However, the Hyuga clan has Byakugan, and the Cloud Shinobi frontline, Raikage, and Jinchuriki did not play. However, the Hei's frontier is different. Not only the Uchiha clan, which was the core force, was withdrawn. On the side of Hei's, 4th Mizukage, who is Three Tails Jinchuriki, has been on the front line. This kind of fear is unimaginable without being on the scene. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. After all, the other party has the power to destroy you at any time, and you don't know when this devastating blow will come. However, what they can do is to silently guard Konoha's front line and accept the fact that they will die at any time. This kind of pressure is not normal. And this unbelievable high pressure was all released at the moment of learning that the war had ended. Namikaze Minato just hugged Narakaji quietly. If his hug can make Nara dear feel better for a long time, he will not let go. Sorry, Commander Luju. As Naruto, I haven't been able to allocate the necessary support to your front line. This is my incompetence. Namikaze Minato really doesn't know how to face Naraluku at this moment. Konoha's ninjas threw blood on the front line, but within the village, almost all combat power was paralyzed because of the struggle for power. Could it be that the struggle for power is more important than the life of a companion? Luyu's tears pierced Namikaze Minato's heart deeply. If Konoha has always been one heart and united, will this kind of thing happen? Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato took a deep breath. At this moment, his eyes became fierce and terrifying. That kind of look is called enlightenment. At this moment, Namikaze Minato was no longer confused, nor hesitating anymore. Sure enough, Lord Third Generation, you are wrong. You go back to take care of your care. Excessive pressure needs to be released. That night, the entire Konoha front line was immersed in joy and laughter. When the fear of death is overcome, only a hangover can relieve the inner pressure. For the first time in his life, Nara dear has drunk so much wine for a long time. At night, Namikaze Minato talked a lot with him. How Chiba and others boldly attacked the assembled Hei's front line, how they used Flying Thunder God to summon him and love him, and how to catch Hei's 4th Hokage, all talked to Narakaiju. And at that time, Naraluyu knew. It was the 4 children who made the entire Fog Shadow front line collapse and led victory to victory. Their average age, not even more than 15 years old, in the eyes of Naraluyu, that is a child. You guys are Konoha's true heroes. Resist without fear of power. You guys really brave. Konoha can truly unite with you. Narashikuta thinks so from the bottom of his heart. Because, he knows the real reason why Konoha's front line is not supported. That's Sarutobi Hiruzen's refusal to delegate power. At this time, Namikaze Minato stood up, and the 2 boys of Uchiha stood up. They can fight their lives for this village and for their own people. And how can I be silent? So, no matter what, I will choose to support you. Support the Uchiha clan, and at the same time, support you, Lord 4th Hokage. This is the biggest recognition for the newly appointed Namikaze Minato. At this moment, the support for the Uchiha clan in the village is increasing. The phenomenon of isolating the Uchiha clan once created by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others is gradually dying. And in this warm celebration, the Konoha front line ushered in the peace talks of Hagage. There are only 3 people in the Fog Shadow. Terumime, Green, and an old man. Although Namikaze Minato had never seen him before, he knew. This should be Hei's marshal. Rumors have the same power as Mizukage. And Terumime can also participate in the negotiation as the senior management of Hei's, which Namikaze Minato did not expect. If Namikaze Minato did the same thing as Terumime in Konoha, he might be imprisoned in Umbu immediately. Sometimes Namikaze Minato really envied the relatively peaceful interior of other villages. The negotiations with Hei's went horribly smoothly. Just as Terumime promised, Hei's surrendered unconditionally. The leader of Konoha's negotiations is Narashika. He analyzed Hei's resource conditions at the moment in 2 days. On this basis, he wrote the bottom line for compensation. The bottom line that won't let the Hei's overturn. However, Naraluyu knows that although this is the bottom line of Hei's will inevitably bargain, and he is ready. However, what he didn't expect was that Wu Ying directly agreed to Konoha's condition. Those compensation materials are more than Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi combined. If Hayes wants to take it out, it will definitely hurt your muscles and bones. Therefore, Hayes must have additional conditions. Our condition is only one. I want to ask you Konoha's Uchiha Chiba a question privately, and this question, he must answer it. If this condition can be achieved, we Hagage will sign a peace treaty in accordance with your Konoha's terms. Chapter 161. At this moment, Namikaze Minato and Naraluyi were stunned. What is the answer to the question that can make Hayes pay such a huge price and want to know? At this moment, Namikaze Minato and Nara Shikaiju both looked at Chiba. They want an answer from Chiba. After all, Hayes dared to pay such a price, then this problem must be amazing. If Chiba disagrees, they will certainly not accept Hayes's conditions. At this moment, Chiba was also taken aback. He naturally knew what the question Terumime wanted to ask. It's just that I didn't expect the other party to be so ruthless and offer such conditions to buy it. Then, Chiba nodded calmly. Can. Immediately, Chiba looked at Namikaze Minato and Narashika. For us, it's not too important information, but, for Hagyang, this is definitely a secret among secrets. Master Minato, Commander-in-Chief Liu, I'll come as soon as I go. Soon, Chiba followed Terumime out alone. At this moment, Terumime calmly looked at the invisible blind man in front of him and said, Go ahead, you know what I want to ask. I think it's better for you to ask. Chiba smiled. What are you asking? What shall I answer? Of course, you can't say that kind of vague words like I want to know all. You have to have a clear tendency to ask questions. Also, there is only one question. Now, you ask. Upon hearing this, Terumime frowned. This kid is more difficult than imagined. Don't the resources given by the fog shadow, can't we get back a complete truth? Chiba shook his head. No. Because you can't even imagine how outrageous the truth is. At the same time, you will never know what you are facing. I think, after knowing the truth, you might not have the courage to face it. So you can only ask a question with a clear tendency. Knowing too much is not good for anyone. Knowing too much, Hayes will probably startle the snake, and Chiba might also get caught up in the flames by then. Therefore, Chiba cannot make everything public. Some secrets can only be controlled in their own hands. Now, you can start asking questions. Upon hearing this, Terumime took a deep breath, looked at Chiba, and asked calmly. I want to know, who is the real man behind the Three Tails incident? Are you sure, what you want to know is, the real man behind the scenes? True 2 words, Chiba is particularly aggravated. Because, if it is the real man behind the scenes, Uchiha Madara is definitely not counted. Compared to Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara is outrageous for Terumime and others. After all, the name of the person, the shadow of the tree. Black Zetsu does not have the reputation of Uchiha Madara. Terumime nodded. Yes, the real. Behind the scenes. Chiba nodded. He has no looks, just a dark shadow. He has the ability to escape from my perception in an instant. No one knows how long he has lived. However, his existence is equivalent to the history of ninjas. That dark figure is called Black Zetsu. Upon hearing this, Terumime was silent. He looked at Chiba with a dazed expression. This is the man behind the scenes? And so? What did you say? Chiba knew that Terumime didn't. However, this is not important. The important thing is. This is the real man behind the scenes, the real traitor. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. With you, it may be difficult to detect him. But, he will definitely go to Hayes again. Definitely. And so. Hayes, be careful 4th Mizukage. This is the answer to the question you want. Still satisfied? 5th Mizukage alternate, Terumime. At this moment, Terumime was a little confused. He didn't expect it to be Chiba's answer this time. He seemed to have said a lot, but he didn't seem to say anything. Is it equivalent to the history of a ninja? What kind of monster is this? Is that guy a human? Do you think I will believe you? It's not that I think, but, you can only trust me. You think you have a second way, can you go? As a defeated country, don't ask too much, understand? That is the power that the winner has. After speaking, Chiba didn't care about Terumime's reaction and turned around and left. Back in the venue, Chiba sat down in his seat. Namikaze Minato and Naraluyi looked at Chiba. Chiba just nodded calmly. Nailed it. After a while, Terumime also returned. However, at this moment, there is still no confusion on her face. It seems that she really knows the answer she wants. In this case, now, let's officially start signing a peace treaty. The Marshal of Hayes signed his signature in the peace treaty, and placed the seal of Mizukage on behalf of Hayes. On Konoha's side, Namikaze Minato quietly pushed the peace treaty to Uchiha Itachi. Namikaze Minato wants to end this battle in the name of the Uchiha clan. However, Itachi just shook his head calmly. Sorry, Master Minato, I don't think I am qualified to sign this. I think it is not me who can represent the Uchiha clan. I am just the son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. In terms of credit, Chiba now is far more suitable than me. This action, if it weren't for him, we would never have succeeded. The last time Cloud Shinobi's peace treaty was signed by Uchiha Itachi. However, it was Chiba who really led the victory. Itachi doesn't want to take the credit that should have belonged to Chiba. Namikaze Minato and Narashikaja watched all this calmly. They don't care who will sign. What Namikaze Minato wants is the Uchiha clan emblem under the peace treaty. Itachi's push also made Chiba stunned. Itachi, don't make a mistake. It is you who bear the fate of the Uchiha clan. The person who carries the common people of the Uchiha clan is also you. Have you forgotten your enlightenment when you started Sharingan? Find flowers. Itachi shook his head. I will not forget. But, Chiba-san, this is too unfair to you. You can also represent the Uchiha clan. This was originally your glory. Chiba was a little bit dumbfounded. This peace treaty was made for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sign it yourself. Can Sarutobi Hiruzen buy it? What good can I have besides nausea then? Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato smiled. He could see that Chiba and Itachi are in a good relationship. Chiba planned everything, and Itachi also wanted to give his brother the honor he deserved. At this time, Namikaze Minato spoke. You two little guys. How about signing together? Itachi was stunned for a moment. Can you still sign at the same time? Namikaze Minato smiled. Is there anything wrong? Hayes, but unconditionally surrender. You ask, will Hayes disagree? 000. Hearing this, Itachi looked at the foggy side. Although their faces are not pretty, but they don't have much objection. The supplies of the bleeding were lost. This signature signing does not make any sense to Hayes. At this moment, Itachi nodded immediately. Okay, Chiba-san, let's sign together. Chiba shrugged. They both signed their names on the peace treaty at the same time. Uchiha Chiba. Uchiha Itachi. Two teenagers who could represent the entire Uchiha clan finally printed the Uchiha clan emblem under the peace treaty. This moment marked the complete end of the war between Konoha and Hagage. At the same time, it also marked the end of the Third Ninja World War. When leaving, Namikaze Minato suddenly took out two documents from his arms. He handed the documents to Narashika-isa, and said, Luju. Help me make a copy of this peace treaty with Wu Ying, and then send them to the daimyo of Fire Nation overnight together with these two documents. Hearing this, Naraluyu seemed to know something. Her face changed slightly. Master Fourth Hokage, this is the first step for us Konoha to truly unite. I want to take this step well. I don't want to be delayed, and I don't want to be hindered. So, before returning to the village, I hope I can deliver it to the daimyo. At this moment, Naraluyu instantly understood the meaning of Namikaze Minato, and nodded immediately. I know, Lord Fourth Hokage. I must be delivered. Of the two documents that Namikaze Minato took out, one was a peace treaty signed between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi. And the other one is an application form. Fourth Hokage Naruto Assistant Application. Naruto Assistant, Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Applicant, Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Naralu knew it for a long time. The power struggle between Fourth Hokage and Third Hokage officially started at this moment. Chapter 162. Starting very early, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that something was wrong. As his subordinate and a member of Umbu, Uchiha Shisui must report to him the progress of the mission every day. As of now, Uchiha Shisui has not appeared in front of him for a long time. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows. Uchiha after all, it is impossible to trust them. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very fortunate that he has delegated the task of monitoring the Uchiha clan to Uchiha Shisui. Because that was a test of Uchiha Shisui by Sarutobi Hiruzen. And this kind of temptation, after all, made Uchiha Shisui reveal his true face. It's a pity, Uchiha Shisui. I thought you could transcend the concept of family and stand in the village itself. Unfortunately, you disappointed me after all. Uchiha Kagami's will, as expected, cannot be inherited. On the second day after Chiba and others accepted Namikaze Minato's mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the abnormality. Because Uchiha Shisui did not report to him the information of the Uchiha clan on the same day. In addition, in those few days, Jiraiya talked to him about life every 3 days. How can the keen Sarutobi Hiruzen not doubt? In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen got the news through his umbu. Hey, take Kakashi, Uchiha Chiba, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shisui formed a ninja squad which was secretly dispatched to the front line of the Fog Shadow by Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato even asked Jiraiya to drag herself. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that Namikaze Minato would have some amazing tricks, but as a result, that's it. These 4 people are undoubtedly the absolute geniuses of Konoha's new generation. However, no matter how talented they are, their age is also there. The strength of Kakashi and Shisui, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows very well that even if he goes to Haze, he cannot be a decisive force. As for Uchiha Chiba and Uchiha Itachi, they are even more ridiculous. The last time they could win Cloud Shinobi in the name of the Uchiha clan, Uzumaki Kushina single-handedly took up the pressure on the front line of Cloud Shinobi. Even the two have a glorious record of jointly repelling the Cloud Shinobi 8 Tails Killer Bee. However, that was also Killer Bee who was sealed by Uzumaki Kushina. This kind of squad is placed on the front line of Haze, and it is estimated that it will not even make a bubble. Will Sarutobi Hiruzen care? No, he won't. What he cares about is not to allow Namikaze Minato to send to the front the powerful forces that stand on the united front with the Uchiha clan. For example, Uchiha Fugaku himself, or Uzumaki Kushina, who makes trouble in 2 days. Of course, the same is true of Orochimaru, who is completely out of control. As for Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not have to worry. Now, he can't even call that Orochimaru, let alone Namikaze Minato, who has just taken up the position of 4th Hokage. Orochimaru doesn't remember Namikaze Minato's position as 4th Hokage. As for the Haze frontier, in the current view of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is no longer so important. During his reign, Konoha won the home of Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi. At this moment, even if Konoha lost to Hagage, that was the period during 4th generation's reign. More importantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't think Konoha will really lose. Prior to this, Konoha used his own power to contend with the 3 ninja villages. Now, he has won 2 battles. As long as Hagage had a bit of brain, he would not smash with Konoha on the front line. Konoha's front line lacks combat power, which can only show that there are some problems inside Konoha. However, this does not mean that Konoha does not have the strength to destroy your Haze. Konoha's powerful bosses were all staying in the village. As long as Hagage does not die and makes some cerebral palsy actions that use the power of the tail beast to wipe out Konoha frontline ninjas, he can tolerate all Hage's actions. Even if some of the benefits are transferred out, it doesn't matter. Because, according to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the internal threat is far greater than the external one. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. When both Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi were repelled, it was the business to suppress Uchiha's limelight. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly walked out of the darkness. The man did not have a right hand, his arm was hung with a bandage, and his right eye was also covered by the bandage. Hiruzen, something happened. Seeing this person, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly. Danzo, I should have said, you can't appear to the outside world publicly. Because of the alternation of the 3/4 Hokage, the storm of Danzo's betrayal gradually passed. And Sarutobi Hiruzen imprisoned Danzo, just as it is. Now that the limelight passed, Danzo was naturally released by him. More importantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen needs to use Danzo's roots. Now, the whole village is very supportive of the Uchiha clan. His umbu is very short of manpower to monitor any movements of Uchiha. Danzo's roots are his first choice. Danzo also knows the pros and cons. In order to restore his freedom, he had to compromise with Sarutobi Hiruzen and borrowed part of his roots' combat power. My roots, got news from the Haze frontier. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said eagerly. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Fog Shadow Frontline, what news? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly had an unknown premonition in his heart. Danzo spoke quickly. Mist Cage unconditionally surrendered to Konoha. We Konoha have won an unprecedented victory. This war has brought us more benefits for Konoha than defeating Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi combined. And more importantly, this time, it is Uchiha who signed the Fog Shadow Peace Treaty. What? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up from his seat in shock. His face is full of incredible. The unprecedented victory did not bring joy to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Instead, it is a deep concern. I am deeply worried about my own future and Konoha's future. The battle with Haze, is it over again in the name of the Uchiha clan? Is it Minato? Minato disappeared from the village a few days ago. I think it should be the use of Flying Thunder God to go to the foggy battlefield. But, it's only a few days since. Even if Minato wants to end the war in such a short period of time, and the result of the unconditional surrender of Haze, it is too outrageous. War is never a trifle. As for what it means to surrender unconditionally, it is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to be unclear. Even in Konoha's heyday, it was impossible for other villages to surrender unconditionally. The only possibility is the war started during the reign of the Konoha twin gods. However, when Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were alive, let alone war, there would be no friction at all. Other villages are not fools, how could they dare to jump out of this crushed game? Danzo, Haze frontline, what the hell happened? It is rumored that the blind man in Uchiha didn't know what he did and caused the Three-Tails beast in Haze's fourth Mizukage to run away. On the condition of unconditional surrender, Haze allowed Namikaze Minato to seal fourth Mizukage. This is all the news Danzo got. He didn't know the specific details. However, at this time, the process is no longer important. However, the ending is definitely not good for them. How can it be? How can it be? Sarutobi Hiruzen walked back and forth anxiously, with doubts written on his face. Uchiha Chiba, how did fourth Mizukage's Three-Tails run away? Yup. How did he do it? If it weren't for fourth Mizukage's rampage, could the war on the Haze frontier be over? Impossible. Even if Namikaze Minato stepped forward, it was unlikely, at least, impossible in a short time. But, does Namikaze Minato dare to leave the village for too long? He will not, nor dare. At this moment, Danzo looked gloomy. Hiruzen, don't you understand? The Three-Tails in fourth Mizukage must have been controlled. And Uchiha Chiba, there is a way to release this control. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted. He only knew one way to control the tail beast. Manjikyoshari Nan. It's Uchiha Fugaku. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was dumbfounded. Previously, he refused Namikaze Minato's dispatch of the Uchiha clan to the front line on the grounds that Uchiha and Wu Ying joined forces. Now it seems that the dirty water splashed by myself may be true. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was terribly gloomy. He knew what he had to do. Otherwise, the rise of Uchiha will be unstoppable. Danzo, you can withdraw. During this time, whether it's you or your roots, keep a low profile. If you are found in the village, you know what the consequences are. At that time, even I won't be able to save you. Chapter 163. On the second day, news of Konoha's complete victory spread throughout the village in an instant. Moreover, the war ended with the unprecedented unconditional surrender of Haze. The whole village is in a state of excitement. This is not only due to the news of Konoha's complete victory, but more importantly, the surrender of Haze represents the end of all wars. And Konoha defeated Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Haze with 1 enemy and 3 in the Third Ninja War. It is said that Konoha has been going downhill since the First Ninja World War. However, the 1-on-3 brilliant record will be remembered forever by the entire ninja world. The strongest Shinobu village is still Konoha. There were only 5 people who led the war with Haze to victory, except for Konoha Shinobi who had always been on the front line. 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. And an Umbu team he sent out. Uchiha Chiba, Uchiha Yatake, Uchiha Shisui, and Heitake Kakashi. More importantly, this time, the war of Haze still ended in the name of Uchiha. At this moment, the whole village was boiling. The voice of 4th Hokage and Uchiha resounded throughout the village. The whole village is proud of 4th Hokage and Uchiha. At this moment, it seemed that everyone was thinking of it. Isn't it Uchiha, who once competed with the Senju clan during the Sengoku period? Although in the Ninja World War, the Senju clan fell into decline. However, Konoha still has a powerful Uchiha clan. Uchiha's reputation reached its peak in existence. Even more than when he teamed up with Senju to create Konoha. And Namikaze Minato is even more terrifying. Perhaps there are instances where the Uchiha guard offended people to hate Uchiha. And Namikaze Minato is completely sought after by the whole people. The shadow of a village. Not long after taking office, he personally went to the front line and guided the war to victory with his powerful strength. What a grandeur this is! What courage is this? Many people even compare 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato. During the Third Ninja War, no matter how difficult the front line was, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no plans to go to the front line at all. It was in stark contrast with Namikaze Minato at this moment. Although most people are afraid to say it, there is a unified idea in their hearts. That is the only correct thing Sarutobi Hiruzen did during his reign is probably to abdicate and let Sien give it to Namikaze Minato. At this moment, Chiba and others were still following Konoha's frontline troops on their way back to the village. Along the way, there were laughter and laughter. Even the seriously injured have a smile on their faces. This kind of happiness cannot be hidden. After all, they Konoha won a battle, an unprecedented victory. In this piece of laughter, Uchiha Shisui's expression is not very good. Although the war was won, but after all, he went out privately against 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders. Once when he joined Umbu, Uchiha Shisui swears in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Everything, for the village, everything, for Hokage. However, at this moment, he defied Hokage for the sake of the village. Although he didn't think he had done it wrong. However, after all, he didn't know what mood to face Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui's face was indescribably confused. So, what are you worrying about? Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. At this moment, Chiba suddenly came to Shisui's side. Chiba could see that the closer to the village, the lower Shisui's heart became. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mission. Uchiha Shisui shook his head. He didn't deny Chiba's words, but simply didn't know what he was upset about. I find that you are more and more like the Itaka before, and you often think about it. Chiba-san, I can hear you all. At this time, Itaka didn't know where it came from. Chiba actually said bad things about him behind his back, and still to Shisui brother. I just told you that you were there. All, Itaka, tell Shisui, what the hell is there to worry about? Upon hearing this, Shisui suddenly looked at Itaka. Listening to Chiba, Itaka knows what he is worrying about. At this moment, Itaka looked at Shisui and suddenly smiled. Brother Shisui, I was the same as you, and I also yearned for Hokage. I want to know Hokage and understand the existence. For this reason, I once had the idea of joining Umbu. But, Chiba-kun finally pulled me back when I fell into the abyss. You know, Shisui, I couldn't say this before, but, now, I can say it boldly, 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is not a qualified Hokage at all. Hearing this, Uchiha Shisui was stunned and looked at Itaka blankly. Master Minato set an example for me, and he let me know what is the real Naruto. Really willing to give everything for the village. For the comrades in the same village, you can even come to the front in person. I can feel that Master Minato is really guarding the village, and he really wants to protect every companion in the village. I don't know the past of 3rd Hokage, but, at least, as far as I can see, everything 3rd Hokage did was splitting the village and pushing his companions on the front line of haze to death at the same time. To be honest, Commander Luju's tears shocked me. What kind of fear is it to make such a wise person cry like that? That can't be the fear of the enemy. I think that should be a responsibility. It can only be a responsibility. Because he is responsible for the lives of all the ninjas on the Konoha front line. He is afraid that many people will die on the Konoha front line because of his commander. That's why he was afraid. Then he cried when he learned that the war was over and the ninjas on the front line had survived. Obviously the war was won, but he cried. And it was never the pressure from the front lines of haze that crushed him. It's because the village clearly has the power to contain 4th Mizukage, but it is restricted to the village by 3rd Hokage, unable to support the front line. Brother Shisui, do you think, such a Hokage, are you really willing to pay for it? At this moment, Uchiha Shisui was stunned. He stared at Uchiha Itachi blankly, not knowing what to say for a while. Is this really the ferret in his own cognition? In Uchiha Shisui's memory, Uchiha Itachi has always been a taciturn person who is not disturbed about everything. He never thought that Uchiha Itachi would say so much to him in an instant, while still being so profound. And so, does such a Hokage really make me willing to pay for him? This is exactly what Uchiha Shisui was confused about. Then, Chiba patted Shisui on the shoulder. So, do you understand? Do I get it? Uchiha Shisui was taken aback for a moment. I seem to get it. However, it seems that I don't understand anything. However, at this moment, he thought about one thing clearly. The reason why Konoha frontline was so desperate was because Sarutobi Hiruzen was so desperate for them. This is completely contrary to Shisui's original oath for the village. When the village and Hokage are in conflict, which side should I stick to? At this moment, Shisui looked at Chiba and Itachi, and he really understood. And so, Shisui nodded. I see, thank you, Chiba, Itachi. I won't be lost anymore. When I go back this time, I will have a break with Lord Third Generation. Upon hearing this, Chiba smiled, and then spoke. Go and make a break. Don't you want to protect the clan and the village? Join us, I will teach you. Never pin the so-called guardian on other people. Only the fist is big enough to protect everything. Hearing this, Shisui looked at Chiba and Itachi, smiled suddenly, and then nodded heavily. It is good. However, before that, you should feel it first, and guard the success of your success. The village can already be seen in front of the troops. At this moment, Itachi seemed to know that Chiba was going to speak, and screamed at Shisui in advance. Brother Shisui, victory in the war will make people want to stop. Chiba? Good guys. This guy, Itachi, actually learned to answer. Chapter 164. It is the third time that Chiba and Itachi have been so welcomed in their memories. The first time was when he returned from the Cloud Shinobi battlefield, and the second time was when the Uchiha clan was withdrawn from the front line of Haze by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and this time, it was the third time. Although this kind of feeling from the entire village of the Stars Penjaya will make people want to stop. However, for Chiba and Itachi, there is no longer the initial excitement. However, Uchiha Shisui, who experienced this feeling for the first time, felt that the adrenaline in his whole body was soaring. Uchiha Shisui, he is floating. Just as Chiba and Itachi had said to him. Victory in the war will make people want to stop. This kind of treatment is impossible to get in Umbu of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen never personally goes to the battlefield. He just waited for victory quietly in the village. After the frontline victory, he promoted others' highlights, and then hinted that everything was under his command. The young people who accept the will of fire are naturally willing to shed blood for such Hokage. Then, after commemorating the dead ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to be his own Naruto. Superficial skills are better than anyone else, but never actually acted once. As for Namikaze Minato, just as soon as he took office, he went directly to the front line of Haze. The difference here is not all stark. After a while, the welcome from the whole village was straightforward. Everyone finally entered the village. I thought that after that, I could wait to be greeted by my family. However, in front of the Hokage building, Chiba and others waited for a few untimely figures. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto consultants, Mito Kato Homura, Yudatan Koharu. Although I don't know why these three people appeared here. However, even Namikaze Minato knows it. The three of them appear, it's no good. When the whole village was immersed in an atmosphere of celebration, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was horribly cold. Seeing the three of them, Namikaze Minato walked over calmly. If you changed it to Sarutobi Hiruzen like this before, Namikaze Minato would definitely be overwhelmed by Sarutobi Hiruzen in aura. However, not anymore. Namikaze Minato's heart has long been awakened. Now, he is Konoha's Hokage. And he wants to change the village, so all those who split the village will be enemies. Almost at the first sight of Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that Namikaze Minato was no longer the Hokage he regarded as a puppet a few months ago. In that look, there was no more confusion. Minato, it looks like a Naruto more and more. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know whether he should be pleased or sorry. After all, he hopes the village is good. It's just that there are some things that he can't let go of. However, sometimes, you are wrong after all. Minato. Come on, grab Uchiha Chiba, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shisui. It was almost the moment when this sentence was finished. A few shadows appeared nearby. That is Umbu lying in ambush here. The moment they appeared, they rushed directly towards the Chiba trio. At this moment, Itachi and Shisui's hands also turned scarlet in an instant. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Kakashi next to him also pulled up his forehead protector for the first time, revealing his Sharingan. Although Kakashi didn't know what happened. However, for the companions who have been on the battlefield together, he will stand by them no matter what. In the face of Umbu's attack, Chiba didn't move, he just stood there quietly. Then, Namikaze Minato appeared in front of Chiba and others. He seems to want to stop Umbu from taking a shot, but he has no plans to take a shot. He just glanced at the several Umbu, those icy eyes, instantly connected the courage of these ninjas to Haki, and then spoke calmly. You better stop now. After all, you are also Konoha's ninjas. I don't want the ninjas in my village to also experience the terrible golden glitter. This overwhelming momentum directly stopped the actions of the several Umbu ninjas. The aura emanating from Namikaze Minato's body at this moment is not a joke. That was really killed from the battlefield. That's the golden glitter that made the enemy village feel terrified. That was the battlefield Shinigami that made the 7 ninja people so scared that they didn't even dare to move their hands. Don't look at Namikaze Minato usually smiles like a little son. When he really showed his killing intent, few ordinary ninjas could handle it. After seeing Umbu stop, Namikaze Minato calmly looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said coldly. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, can you tell me, what do you mean? In the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato no longer has the honorary title he used to give him third generation lord. At this moment, he was really angry. Burning in anger. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen used to be aimed at the Uchiha clan, it is still aimed at side-by-side attacks. However, it is different now, he is going to catch Chiba and others directly. You know, Chiba and others just returned from the battlefield. No one knows what the 4 of them have experienced on the front line of the Haze battlefield. However, it must be a shocking crisis. And all of this is fighting for the village. This is Konoha's hero. The hero who fought for the village was arrested by the previous generation of Hokage as soon as he returned to the village. What is this? I have never seen Sarutobi Hiruzen in the battlefield to kill the enemy. And the hero who captured Konoha, he was not merciful. When Namikaze Minato called himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Minato, Jiraiya didn't teach you, do you respect your ancestors? I ask again, Sarutobi Hiruzen, what do you mean? Namikaze Minato doesn't give Sarutobi Hiruzen any face. This is the first time he publicly disobeyed Sarutobi Hiruzen. No matter how gentle the character is, at this moment, it will be dominated by anger. As the Konoha hero fighting for the village, he deserves the treatment he deserves. Face injustice. Namikaze Minato, as the 4th Hokage, must stand up. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. At this moment, he seemed to have met Namikaze Minato again. In the past, Namikaze Minato, who was respectful and obedient to him, would actually show this expression. So that's it, Minato, do you want to know the reason? Then I will tell you the reason. I told you before that the reason why I didn't send the Uchiha clan to the front line was because I suspected that the Uchiha clan used Mangekyo Sharingan to control 3 Tails and Hei's Yin-Yang together. After all, 4th Mizukage's perfect manipulation of 3 Tails is really weird. And now, the 3 Tails runaway inside 4th Mizukage is caused by Uchiha Chiba. Have you really, never doubted it? And hearing this, Namikaze Minato's face was unusually calm. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you think, doubting the ninja in your village, and the veteran who built the village, is it really something to be proud of? Do you really think this is what Hokage should do? In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen just shook his head calmly. This is related to the safety of a village. Even if there is a slight possibility, I will not let it go. Having said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly walked up to Chiba calmly and spoke. Uchiha Chiba, I want to ask you, how on earth did you make the 3 Tails inside 4th Mizukage run away? At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Chiba. Just as Namikaze Minato wanted to speak, Chiba stepped out immediately. In the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Chiba did not flinch. Do you want to know? Yes, if you can't give a reasonable reason, I will be arrested along with the patriarch of your Uchiha clan. Because, I suspect that he used Mangekyo Sharingan to help 4th Mizukage control the tail beast. And in this way, you can explain why you can let 3 tails run away. At this moment, Namikaze Minato thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen was crazy. He did not expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen would target the Uchiha clan to this point. What is so terrible about the Uchiha clan? How does Sarutobi Hiruzen suppress it? In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen was right. It is indeed Sharingan Zero who controls 3 tails. It's just that it's not Uchiha Fugaku's, but Uchiha Madara's. It is precisely because Sarutobi Hiruzen understands the power of Sharingan that he dares to stand up. However, Chiba just smiled. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you know? For this secret, Hayes paid the price of unconditional surrender to let me speak. Do you think, what qualifications do you have to know about this? Chapter 165. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you know? For this secret, Hayes paid the price of unconditional surrender to let me speak. Do you think, what qualifications do you have to know about this? Chiba confronts Sarutobi Hiruzen without panic. And, how do you think I need to explain to you so much? Uchiha Chiba, pay attention to your words. At this time, Yuta and Koharu next to Chiba coldly looked at Chiba and yelled. Don't think that you have made a little credit on the front line and you are here to get carried away. If you don't say why you can let 3 tails run away, it means that you Uchiha clan is a ghost. Brush. For a moment. It's really only a moment. None of the people present reacted. Even Namikaze Minato was amazed by Chiba's ultimate sword drawing skills. A momentary drawing of the sword drew a cruel arc in the air. Then. At this moment, Yuta and Koharu's face brushed, turning pale. Her face was instantly distorted because of the pain, and her right hand was helplessly rolling on the ground in pain. Hands, hands, my hands. Dash. That kind of heart-piercing shout, even Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. Even torturing prisoners has never been so tragic. Even if Chiba chopped off Yuta and Koharu's hand, I'm afraid it was nothing more. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw with his own eyes that Yuta and Koharu's hands were extremely clean, without any wounds. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became extremely sharp. Uchiha Chiba, what did you do to her? What did you do? What do you think? I did not do anything. Chiba spoke calmly. On the contrary, is she a bit too fussy? I think she might want to touch me, this kind of thing, I can't care about it. Yuta and Koharu was chopped down, not her body. It's the soul. Zanpakuto, that is the knife that kills the soul. Although he also took into account the power of slashing the flesh, the real power of the slashing knife was always the soul. It was too simple for Chiba to chop off the opponent's soul without hurting his body. I saw you swinging a knife. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Chiba coldly. So did I cut her down? Not at all. There were no wounds on Yuta and Koharu's body. If it weren't for her to behave too painfully at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen might think that Yuta and Koharu is pretending too. Subconsciously, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked down at Chiba's knife. Is it the problem with this knife? Before that, Danzo said he wanted Chiba's knife. There must be something special about the knife that Danzo can get at risk. He regretted not asking Danzo for details. Really, in that case, I will not pursue this matter. However, you haven't answered my question yet. Let's talk about how you let 3 tails run away. I will prove whether the Uchiha clan is innocent based on your answer. Hearing this, Chiba suddenly sneered. Did you make a mistake? Okay. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. When does the innocence of the Uchiha clan need me to prove it? Since when did the Uchiha clan control 3 tails become a reality? Do you have any evidence? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. I have no evidence, but the only one who can manipulate and control the tail beast is Sharingan. It's ridiculous, do you think, this can be used as evidence? If only Sharingan controls the tail bee, isn't Cloud Shinobi's killer bee a member of my Uchiha clan? Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Chiba a cold look. That's Jinchuriki, can it be the same as I said? In other words, you don't have any evidence. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that he had to talk to Chiba. No matter what he said, Chiba could come back. Since you don't say anything, there is no way. Then only get you back and ask them out slowly. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a scroll and spoke calmly. This is a decision jointly negotiated by the power of my driving Naruto assistant and the Naruto consultant. For the safety of the village, we will arrest Uchiha Chiba, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Fugaku. Use Umbu to consider the foggy Three Tails Jinchuriki runaway incident. This is the highest order that the village leaders can give. The former Sarutobi Hiruzen also used this to overwhelm Namikaze Minato, making it difficult for him to move as Hokage in the village. However, at this time, Namikaze Minato suddenly stood up. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen wrinkled. Minato, what's wrong? Is it possible, as Konoha's Hokage, do you want to violate Konoha's highest order? However, Namikaze Minato just shook his head calmly. No, it's not. I just want to say, since yesterday, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you don't have the power to act as an assistant to Shimura Danzo in Naruto. With that, Namikaze Minato also took out a scroll. It was also a document, and the seal on the document came from the name of the country of fire. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned deeply. What is this? This is the appointment clerk of the new Hokage assistant appointed by the name of the country of fire. And the new Naruto assistant is. It's me. At this time, beside, suddenly thought of a deep voice. The head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku walked out peacefully. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and spoke calmly. The fourth Hokage assistant is me. Uchiha Fugaku. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. He looked at Namikaze Minato and then at Uchiha Fugaku, with a look of disbelief. For the first time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was shaken. Impossible. Nothing is impossible. Namikaze Minato walked over and said. At the end of our war with Hagage, I sent the Naruto assistant application together with 2 peace treaties signed in the name of Uchiha to Daimyo of Fire Nation. The victory of the 2 wars proves, do you think that the Fire Country Daimyo will not use the Uchiha clan? Now, you are not qualified to drive the power of Naruto assistant. So, this arrest does not take effect. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely stunned. Then, for an instant, a vocabulary appeared in his mind. Seize power. Namikaze Minato is seizing power. Sarutobi Hiruzen never thought that the sunny boy who smiled like the sun all day would actually seize power from him with such harsh means. At this moment, Chiba smiled, and then calmly walked in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He took the scroll in his hand. Then, in front of his face, directly tore it to pieces. Sorry, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you who don't have the power to assist with Naruto, are just a retired senior. All retired, why do you want to participate in the power struggle? Isn't it good for an Engzan to provide for the elderly? Sarutobi Hiruzen, being a man, you can't forget your roots. With that said, Chiba walked slowly to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a guide cane. At this moment, even the slicing knife in his hand failed to unscrew. Sarutobi Hiruzen can perceive this tremor from the soul. Too frightening. Chiba's knife really had a problem. At this time, Chiba spoke quietly with a voice that only Sarutobi Hiruzen could hear. If you retire obediently, I don't think there will be such a situation where you can't end. However, if you stand up, then Liangzi will end up. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you know why Danzo wants to get my knife even if he is willing to leave a handle for himself? Because it is longing for the soul. Foul soul. Listen, it is groaning. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen shuddered. His soul seemed to really hear the sword groaning. This is not a joke. And so, this knife, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I will keep it for you. Your soul can't go anywhere. Chapter 166. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt like a clown. He devoted his whole life to the village, but the final result was that the people rebelled against their relatives. Tsunade left him, Orochimaru treated him like a stranger, and Jiraiya only had feelings for him on the surface. More importantly, Namikaze Minato personally supported 4th Hokage. However, at this moment, the power in his hands was also taken by Namikaze Minato himself. Beware of Uchiha yourself, is this wrong? No, Sarutobi Hiruzen never thought he was wrong. No one knows, after the death of 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen was under pressure to secure the position of 3rd Hokage. At that time, there were many people who doubted Sarutobi Hiruzen's ability. Some people in the village even proposed to let Sarutobi Hiruzen step down directly, and let someone from the Senju clan take his place in Hokage. And for such a voice, it is surprisingly high in the village. After all, both Hokage and second Hokage belong to the Senju clan. Moreover, Konoha, led by the Senju clan, is extremely powerful. The entire village is served by the Senju clan's abilities. However, what is your Sarutobi Hiruzen? Before that, how many people knew the name of Sarutobi Hiruzen? What ability does Sarutobi Hiruzen have to sit in that position? However, in the face of this almost universal opposition, Sarutobi Hiruzen still insisted on breaking into the position of Hokage, because it was second Hokage Senju Tobirama's last wish to make Sarutobi Hiruzen the third Hokage. If Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't take the initiative to give up Hokage's position, no one can really force him. At that time, second Hokage Senju Tobirama had such great majesty in the village. The first thing that Sarutobi Hiruzen took to the third Hokage was to start a war against Cloud Shinobi, who killed second Hokage with a nationwide effort. In the end, the war ended with Konoha's great victory. Because of this incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen barely managed to secure the position of third Hokage and was recognized by the village. However, when Konoha was in the midst of victory celebrations, no one noticed that the Senju clan suffered heavy losses in this war. The most dangerous missions were basically all piled up by the Senju clan. At that time, Konoha itself was stronger than Cloud Shinobi. Defeating Cloud Shinobi is a matter of course. However, only the Senju family suffered heavy losses. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen understood a truth when he was in the upper position of Hokage. High power can't dominate. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is the representative of the Konoha civilian ninja, then the Senju clan is the representative of the Konoha family. Prior to this, the positions of Hokage were all from the Senju clan, the head of the big family. And if it weren't for second Hokage to die on the road, the next Hokage, without accident, will still be born from the Senju clan. Whether it's third generation or fourth generation, nothing will change. Therefore, in order to firmly control the power of Naruto, the Senju clan had almost died in name at the time of the Second Ninja World War. But, did no one find out about this? No. Someone has discovered that Konoha's big family, including the Senju family, are aware of it. But what can be done? You are the Senju clan, and you are Konoha's pride. In the age of war, if you don't stand up to protect Konoha, who will protect it? In the end, the Senju clan fell. However, their reputation is forever imprinted in Konoha's history. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted the big family's monopoly on the position of Hokage. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen never stops here. No one knows who will be the next Senju. Therefore, in order to prevent this kind of thing, after all, it is necessary to beat frequently. And the one who was beaten was Uchiha. Although second Hokage took some concealed measures against the Uchiha clan when he was in power. However, it is clear that Sarutobi Hiruzen has done even harder. The reason is simple. The Senju family has fallen, and Konoha's largest family is Uchiha. You know, during the Sengoku period, Uchiha was as famous as Senju. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Even Uchiha is Konoha's founder of the village. If Uchiha seizes the opportunity to take the position of Hokage, the continuation of power will be passed on to the big family again. Power is the safest thing to control in your own hands. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he just wants to hold this kind of thing in his own hands. Therefore, when the centralization reaches a certain level, he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, appeared as the title of the strongest Naruto in Konoha's history. Countless honors have made him a yearning object for the new generation of ninjas, and the will of fire has become Sarutobi Hiruzen's brainwashing method. I don't know when he took on a false face. But everything about Sarutobi Hiruzen. Today, it's all shattered. Who would have thought that the power he had built up in Konoha for decades would be ruined today? Many people stood behind Namikaze Minato. But what is behind him? Sarutobi Hiruzen. There are only a few Umbus, Mito Kato Homura who was shocked, and Yuditen Koharu who is still clutching his arms in pain. When did he actually end up like this? At this moment, the corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth showed a wry smile. So that's it, is this your attitude towards Konoha's ancestors? Facing the ancestors who have made great contributions to Konoha, Minato, is this what you did? Hearing that, Minato just wanted to say something. Chiba in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed suddenly as if he had heard some joke. A predecessor who has made great contributions. I think I might have heard it wrong. This ancestor, who are you referring to? You, or Yuditen Koharu or Mito Kato Homura? The degree of such an outrage is higher than the textbook. Sarutobi Hiruzen is the strongest Naruto in history. Did you achieve anything during your reign? Don't tell me about victory in the war, it has nothing to do with you. Any ordinary ninja who has been on the front lines and shed blood is greater than you. On the contrary, during Sarutobi Hiruzen's reign, in terms of the results alone, it was completely letting Konoha go downhill. The suicide of Heitake Sakumo, the departure of Konoha Sunin, and the death of the Minato couple in the original book. If it weren't for first-generation second Hokage, Konoha's heritage is strong enough. Find flowers. Konoha no longer knows how many defeats he has eaten. Chiba's words directly left Sarutobi Hiruzen speechless. Facing this Chinese language that has almost smashed face, Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulders shuddered slightly. Because even Chiba said such things. At the scene, still no one stood up to speak for him, even one sentence. Oh Naruto, did it just fail like that? Then. At this time, one of his hands suddenly patted Chiba's shoulder. Boy Chiba, it's impossible to say that. To Konoha's ancestors, you really should have a respectful attitude. This is from Jiraiya. He did not leave the village. At this moment, he held Chiba's shoulder and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly. Old man, it's almost done. Actually, when you entrust the position of Naruto to Minato, you should retire with peace of mind. Why do you have to make things so ugly? Now, it's not going to end this way. 0-0. However, since it has happened, then, you can go back and continue to provide for the elderly with peace of mind. Konoha, it should be handed over to a new generation of ninjas long ago. Where the leaves fly, the fire is endless. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves germinate. This is the truth you told me back then. Even now, I still remember it in my heart. So, don't make it difficult for me. Jiraiya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly. And Sarutobi Hiruzen can naturally hear Jiraiya's implication. I am here to give you a chance to step down. Take this opportunity to retire with peace of mind. Otherwise, things will not end well. At this time, it is indeed necessary for a good old person to appear to be a peacemaker. Because, between 4th generation and 3rd generation, it has reached the point where it cannot be reconciled. Since Namikaze Minato has made a move to seize power, it is impossible to give in and compromise to 3rd generation at this time. And if 3rd generation continues to stalemate for the sake of face. In any case, Namikaze Minato must set an example. At that time, no matter what the result is, it will have a bad influence on the reputation of Namikaze Minato, the Naruto. After all, it is an undeniable fact that Namikaze Minato was supported by 3rd generation. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Spit out slowly. Then, the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly changed, showing a smile. In that case, congratulations, Minato. You really have grown up, and become more and more like Hokage. This smile. It is Sarutobi Hiruzen who stands at the last stubbornness of the power outlet. No one knows whether this smile is really strong or sincere. And today, it will be the biggest defeat among Sarutobi Hiruzen politicians. At this moment, he has lost everything. Power, status, friendship. And, the only face left. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is more cruel than death. Chapter 167. Sarutobi Hiruzen is gone after all. With humiliation, he left peacefully. The control of power is a subject that Sarutobi Hiruzen has been studying all his life, but just now, Sarutobi Hiruzen lost everything. Namikaze Minato looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's slightly rickety back at the moment. Suddenly feel a little sad. In any case, Sarutobi Hiruzen has devoted his life to Konoha's peace. In the end, he stepped down in this way. However, Namikaze Minato does not regret it. He was not at all confused. No matter how much Sarutobi Hiruzen paid for the village. At least, at the moment, his behavior is splitting the village, and at the same time, he puts the frontline ninja fighting Haze in danger, which is also true. Everything is over. Ah. It's over. At this time, beside Namikaze Minato, I don't know when, Kushina has already appeared. She knew that if she appeared early in the morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen might be even more ugly. However, there is no need for that. This power struggle is the necessary growth for her husband Namikaze Minato as 4th Hokage. It is also an important realization for him to truly become Hokage. At this time, as a wife, it is enough to support silently behind her back. Sometimes it's not a good thing to be overwhelming. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku also sighed deeply. The resignation of Sarutobi Hiruzen is like a reversal of an era. After all, Uchiha Fugaku has personally experienced every suppression of Uchiha from Sarutobi Hiruzen. From the beating, the warning, to the completely irreconcilable contradiction at the end of the suppression. Just as Chiba said to Uchiha Fugaku at the beginning. The contradiction between Uchiha and Konoha's top management is irreconcilable. To resolve such contradictions, one party must fall. And at this moment, it is Konoha Sr. Boy Chiba, sometimes, your language is really sharp. Suddenly, Jiraiya touched Chiba's head. Okay, the matter is finally resolved. In this case, I can embark on the journey again. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato's face suddenly changed and couldn't help but speak. Ms. Jiraiya, are you still leaving the village? Namikaze Minato knew that Jiraiya would leave the village largely because of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, 3rd generation has completely stepped down. Jiraiya should have no reason to leave either. However, Jiraiya just shook his head. Well, when you get used to traveling, it becomes a habit. Moreover, for my creation, I have to embark on the road of collecting materials. Speaking of materials, both Namikaze Minato and Chiba know what it is. To speak of voyeurism so fresh and refined, there is only Jiraiya. Suddenly, Jiraiya reached Minato's ear and spoke quietly. It's mainly that the places in the village where I can get materials have been visited by me during this period of time. Everyone is watching me. I am ashamed to speak, I should keep a low profile and not be discovered. I knew it wasn't so arrogant. This. Hearing that, Namikaze Minato really doesn't know what expression to use to deal with Jiraiya. Jiraiya didn't care about this either, just patted him on the shoulder. Well, it's almost there. If you encounter any trouble, just send me a message through the toad. I can come anytime. Also, be careful Orochimaru. During this time, I went to see him. Something is wrong. After speaking, Jiraiya patted Namikaze Minato heavily. This shot seems to be the inheritance of the times. Jiraiya's eyes were filled with relief. His own apprentice, after all, did what he once wanted to do but couldn't do. Will Namikaze Minato be the prophetic son of Toad Sage? Jiraiya didn't know and couldn't be sure. But, at this moment, Jiraiya recognized Namikaze Minato as the child of prophecy. For this apprentice, he can always trust him. And so, Jiraiya walked calmly and paused beside Chiba. Uchiha Chiba, do you remember what I said to you? Chiba nodded. Although Jiraiya and Chiba said a lot that day. However, Chiba knows what Jiraiya said, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Now, Konoha and Uchiha's problem has been solved. So, don't disappoint Minato's kindness. Understand. As he said, for a moment, really only a moment, Jiraiya's eyes became extremely sharp and terrifying. The truth about the Three Tails runaway incident. That's not important anymore. Minato trusts you very much, and I trust Minato very much, I believe his vision can't be wrong. So, come on. Konoha, now is the world of your younger generation. After speaking, Jiraiya left with a big laugh. Master Jiraiya, it's still so free and easy. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the back of Jiraiya's departure with a smile on his face. Then, he turned his head to look at Namikaze Minato, and said, Master 4th Hokage, it's up to you next. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato took a deep breath and glanced over everyone around him. Then he smiled. It was a smile from the bottom of my heart. The war is over. Whether in the village or outside the village. The real peace has come. Konoha defeated Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Haze with 1 enemy and 3. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented victory. However, for Namikaze Minato, the real victory is undoubtedly the solution of Konoha's huge hidden dangers in the village since the establishment of the village. The contradiction between Konoha and Uchiha. This kind of contradiction, in the original work, even if the Uchiha clan is annihilated, it has not been resolved. Because, except for Uchiha Itachi who is in the abyss, The Uchiha clan still has a Uchiha Sasuke who is full of vengeance. In the end, until Sasuke killed Danzo, the contradiction between them was considered to be over. At that time, both the Konoha and Uchiha clan were gone. However, it is different now. Because Uchiha has also become one of Konoha's high-level staff. At the same time, today's Konoha 4th Hokage supports Uchiha more than anyone, and trusts Uchiha more than anyone. Namikaze Minato wants Uchiha's problem to be solved forever in his own generation. Regardless of the future, at least to say. Now he did it. So everyone, it's time to celebrate. The next 3 days will be the carnival of all of us Konoha. Even at night, Konoha was brightly lit. The whole village is celebrating the victory of the war. But in this piece of laughter. In the darkness of Konoha, the leader of the Roots sneaked into Orochimaru's laboratory from the darkness. Danzo doesn't know how long he hasn't seen Orochimaru. Orochimaru seems to be carrying out cruel experiments forever. The corpse in the laboratory, not a single person, is a whole person. Orochimaru. Hearing this, Orochimaru suddenly stopped the experiment in his hand, looked at Danzo, and grinned. Isn't this Danzo-sama, really? It's been a long time. Rumors, you stepped down because of betrayal. I wonder if you have anything to do with me today. Is there a breakthrough in the research on first-generation cells I asked you to do? Danzo at the moment is very anxious. Because even his old partner Sarutobi Hiruzen was forced to step down today. He, a shameless person, naturally has to prepare for himself. At this moment, power is unreliable. Therefore, he can trust only strength. And in terms of strength, Danzo's strength has declined because of his age, and the war with Cloud Shinobi made him lose an arm. For him, this is completely worse. Now he can't even connect the seal. However, Orochimaru's answer made Danzo feel very perfunctory. First-generation cells? You might be disappointed. Now, there is still only one child who can withstand first-generation cells. That child is the only one who has survived first-generation cells. In addition, it successfully inherited the wood style of first generation. I have stayed at the root of Danzo before, codenamed Sky Burial. However, after being discovered by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was forcibly pulled to his umbu by Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, Danzo looked at the corpses all over the floor and the perfunctory Orochimaru, angrily. Orochimaru, are you really doing research on first-generation cells? Of course, look, the corpses all over the floor, these are all failures. Danzo gave Orochimaru a cold look. Orochimaru, do you think I am always confused? I don't know exactly what research you are doing, but this is definitely not researching first-generation cells. Of course not. Orochimaru grinned. The research he conducted was much greater than the progressive cell. That's eternal life. Danzo, are you teaching me to do things? Have you forgotten? You are no longer Konoha's Hokage assistant. You are the suspect who betrayed Konoha. What's the matter? Just tell it straight. It's because you have provided me with so many experimental subjects. I can help you as much as possible. After all, I am not a cold-blooded person. Hearing this, Danzo felt a chill. Under this circumstance, can you find someone colder than you? To be honest, Danzo doesn't think Orochimaru is reliable now. If it were not desperate, he would not find Orochimaru at this time. And so, he slowly took off the bandage on his right hand, exposing the right arm that was chopped off by Cloud Shinobi, and said calmly, "Use first-generation cells to help me make an arm." Hearing this, Orochimaru froze for a moment, surprised by Danzo's decision. When did Danzo become so radical? Danzo, are you sure you can withstand the power of first generation? Hearing this, Danzo glanced at Orochimaru coldly. Orochimaru, do you think you alone have studied the cells of first generation? Stop talking nonsense, let's get started. Then, replace these eyes for me. At this time, Danzo took out a container. Inside the container are a pair of eyes. Seeing this, Orochimaru's pupils shrank suddenly. Sherry-non. Danzo, where did you get Sherry-non? The control of Sherry-non by the Uchiha clan is quite strict. Then, in an instant, Orochimaru reacted. These eyes are enough from Uchiha who dedicated his life to the village. Danzo, I think you are really cold-blooded. Danzo once had a companion of Uchiha. Its name is Uchiha Kagami. Chapter 168. The entire Konoha shinobi village was shining brightly. However, the family land of the Sarutobi clan. The darkness is terribly dark. All members of the Sarutobi clan did not turn on the lights that night. Because they know that the current Sarutobi Hiruzen, the patriarch of their Sarutobi clan, Ken Konoha, the third Hokage, does not want others to see him in despair. He did not retreat to the second line like a Naruto should be. On the contrary, he was kicked from Konoha's high-level position like a dog. Sarutobi Hiruzen is reflecting on what he did wrong. Is it against the Uchiha clan? No, that's correct. Is it to support Namikaze Minato in the upper ranks? No, that's also true. Is it your own stubbornness? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. He lit his pipe, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled it. Even in the darkness, you can see a wisp of white smoke rising slowly. Is it because I am too obsessed with power? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know. However, if you directly delegate power to Namikaze Minato after you retreat to the second line, will things not happen after that? Can I live a retirement life with 12 glory plus oneself? Will the relationship with Namikaze Minato and the relationship with Jiraiya not come to this point? With the pipe in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked harder. The epic lungs made him cough violently. Looking at the brightly lit village outside the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt lonely for the first time. That kind of self clearly dedicated his life to the village, but in the end, the celebration of the village, but he did not have his turn to participate. This is sad. Obviously, this is proof of his failure as Hokage. Then, at this moment, a figure appeared in the darkness. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't look back, but he knew who it was. Do you know, Uchiha Shisui, when I learned that you were going to the front line of the fog with Uchiha Chiba and Uchiha Itachi, I was so disappointed. Your thoughts, after all, have not reached the height of Uchiha Kagami. In the darkness, Uchiha Shisui's face was slowly revealed. You made a choice between the village and the clan. Uchiha Shisui, you betrayed me. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes became extremely sharp. To be honest, although Sarutobi Hiruzen is wary of Uchiha Shisui, he still has high hopes for him. Unfortunately, Uchiha Shisui failed to walk as he imagined after all. In the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen's scolding, Uchiha Shisui's face did not change. If my ancestor Uchiha Kagami's thought height is only this level, I don't want it. Master Third Hokage, do you know that, before this, I respected you very much. I joined Umbu and pledged my allegiance to the village and Hokage to the death. But you two, let me down. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't seem to hear Uchiha Shisui's words, and just spoke calmly. So, do you remember your vow to join Umbu? You betrayed me. Ah, of course remember, pledge allegiance to the village and allegiance to Hokage. The village is in front of Hokage. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Yes, I went against your wishes, I gave up the task you gave me. I betrayed you. But I am loyal to the village. The word betrayal is never easy to say. However, nowadays, no matter what happens, Uchiha Shisui is calm. Because he knew that the Hokage in front of him was no longer worthy of his allegiance. Did you know, Lord Third Hokage? Do you know what I saw on the front line? I saw the piles of corpses of frontline companions with my own eyes. I saw with my own eyes the frontline companion was killed by the enemy. I have seen with my own eyes that the frontline companions who cannot get the support of the village live in fear every day. They are afraid that they will not even see the sun tomorrow. But, even so, they stick to their posts every day. Because behind their front line is the village, and in the village, there are family members they want to protect. These are all I saw with my own eyes. And you, what did you see and what did you do? As Hokage, inaction is already a sin. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen not only failed to act, but also prevented Namikaze Minato from sending support to the Haze front. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen, his control of power is superior to the ninjas who are desperately fighting on the front lines to protect the village. Hearing that, Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a long time, and no one knew what he was thinking. Then, all I did was for the village. For the stability of the village. So, as you see, our Uchiha clan is the destabilizing factor in the turbulent village. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. This is not my decision, but a conclusion drawn from history. Hearing this, Uchiha Shisui was disappointed. Politicians are very good at finding reasons. Who knows how to say beautiful things? However, for this reason, only Sarutobi Hiruzen is the only one. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui just shook his head calmly, and then, behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, put a scroll. After getting up, Uchiha Shisui glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen for the last time, and then spoke calmly. Master Third Hokage. Just now, my only respect for you has disappeared. Sorry, I let you down. After speaking, Uchiha Shisui disappeared directly into the darkness. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not look back. Did not check the scroll left by Uchiha Shisui. He knows what it is. It is nothing more than an application to leave Third Hokage Umbu. The loneliness in his heart made him addicted to smoking again. Only by lighting his pipe can Sarutobi Hiruzen find some peace in his heart at this moment. Then, behind him, another person's voice sounded. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you shouldn't let him go. That is Konoha's Hokage consultant, Mito Kato Homura. Koharu's hands are gone. Although there is no wound, but there is no sensation, you can't even lift it. I don't know what Uchiha Chiba did, but Koharu's hands must have been caused by him. There are no wounds on the hands. However, the hand was lost. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that during the day, Uchiha Chiba swung a knife at Yuditen Koharu. However, he didn't know if it was cut. The drawing of the knife at that moment was too fast and too unexpected. I'm afraid that few people can really see the cut clearly. However, now Sarutobi Hiruzen knows. That knife, I am afraid it was cut firmly in Yuditen Koharu's hand. Is it a soul that was hacked? Sarutobi Hiruzen will use the ghoul to seal it up. The so-called ghoul seal is a near unsolvable seal in the Uzumaki clan. By signing a contract with Shinigami, at the expense of his own soul, the ultimate sealing technique that seals himself and the opponent's soul into Shinigami's belly. And Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that Shinigami also has a knife, and that knife can slash the soul. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Kushina, have you solved the secret of Shinigami in the ghoul seal? Uchiha Chiba is holding Shinigami's knife. At this moment, seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen muttering to himself, Mito Kato Homura was a little anxious. Hiruzen, are you not going to do something? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Mito Kato Homura a glance. Do what? Get ready for retirement. You better pray that the Uchiha clan guys are open-minded and don't retaliate. Otherwise, you don't even have the qualifications to provide for the elderly. And now is not a good time. Sarutobi Hiruzen is looking into the distance again, and the village is brightly lit. At this moment, only loneliness is always with you. Chapter 169. Konoha at this moment is bathed in singing and dancing. Hokage's office has always been a serious place. At least, when Sarutobi Hiruzen is still in place, it will feel like that. However, at this time, Hokage's office was filled with wine. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and 4th Hokage's assistant Uchiha Fugaku had a heart-to-heart drinking for the first time. The two wives Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto were also chatting and laughing. At this moment, except for the four of them, Uchiha Chiba, Uchiha Itachi, and Heitake Kakashi are all here. All the people present are the top leaders of Konoha at this moment. Naruto assistant, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and 4th Hokage Sambu. Speaking of which, this is the first time for the two of us to sit together and drink in this way. Namikaze Minato has a smile on his face. Solving Konoha's historical problems, Namikaze Minato's mood is reaching the extreme. Yes, although you and I have seen each other a long time ago, it is a pity that there is almost no way to communicate in this way. The reason is simple. The two of them met because of their wives. Their wives are best friends, and the two naturally have contact. Only one is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and the other is the 4th Hokage candidate arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Such an identity, after all, prevented the two of them from contacting each other. At least, when Sarutobi Hiruzen was 3rd Hokage, it was not accessible. But it's different now. One person became Hokage, and the other person became Hokage's assistant. Namikaze Minato slowly raised the glass, smiled and spoke to Uchiha Fugaku. For Konoha. For the village. For the future. Cheers. This is a Hokage with infinite dreams and reveries for the future. In Namikaze Minato's opinion, together with the Uchiha clan, Konoha will inevitably push Konoha to another peak. At least, The village will not be divided again because of the Uchiha clan. And at this time, boom boom boom. The door of the Hokage office was knocked suddenly. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato smiled. Come in. After opening the door, Uchiha Shisui walked in calmly. Seeing him, Chiba, Itachi, and Kakashi all laughed. The four of them were born and died together. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui will appear here, indicating that he has made a decision. Brother Shisui, you are finally here. Itachi got up quickly and waved at him. After Shisui came over, Chiba nodded towards him. Did you break with Sarutobi Hiruzen? Uchiha Shisui nodded. He didn't embarrass you. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dare to measure. At this juncture, unless Sarutobi Hiruzen is crazy, he dare to make trouble. At this moment, Namikaze Minato also beckoned to Uchiha Shisui. Come here, Shisui, come here. Don't be so cautious, just treat this as your own home. Namikaze Minato quickly gave Uchiha Shisui a place. There is no shelf for Hokage at all. This makes Uchiha Shisui, who has always been in compliance with Sarutobi Hiruzen, very uncomfortable. After Uchiha Shisui sat down, Namikaze Minato smiled at him. Shisui, if you appear here, it means you have made a decision. Would you like to join my umbu? Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Namikaze Minato did not let Uchiha Shisui speak, but threw an olive branch by himself. Because, in Namikaze Minato's view, his proactive invitation is a recognition of Uchiha Shisui's excellence. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui looked at Namikaze Minato and nodded immediately. I do. I also hope Master 4th Hokage can let me join your umbu. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato beckoned. Oh, I said, don't be so cautious. It's not a formal occasion now. Since you are willing to join our umbu family, you will be one of us from today. Here I am, I will not force you to make an oath of allegiance to Hokage. I hope you have a standard for judging right and wrong in your heart. Sometimes, I am not necessarily correct. So, I still have my umbu, there is only one code of action. As he said, Namikaze Minato raised his glass. At this moment, the young man had an indescribable aura. Everything, to protect the village. Everything, to protect the family in the village. Everything is for our future. That is Namikaze Minato's vision of a bright future as Hokage. Then, he set his eyes on Uchiha Chiba. So, I decided. Uchiha Chiba, you can take charge of umbu for me, can you? This moment. Chiba was stunned, everyone was stunned. Including Uchiha Fugaku. But soon, he reacted and spoke subconsciously. Master 4th generation, I think Chiba him. Before Uchiha Fugaku could speak, Namikaze Minato waved his hand. Uchiha Chiba, I want your answer. What I am after is your strength and your overall outlook. The so-called age and experience are not a problem at all. Although Kushina is usually stupid. At this time, a huge tic-tac-toe suddenly appeared on Kushina's head. That kind of feeling made Namikaze Minato's back a little cold. However, in order to preserve the face of her own man, Kushina has a gentle smile on her face. And Namikaze Minato continued to speak. But, her vision has never been wrong. Since she started to fall in love with you. And she also accepted you as an apprentice, it has already explained the problem. And I need you too. Taking charge of umbu means that Uchiha Chiba will become the minister of Hokage umbu. And this also means entering the center of Konoha's high-rise in a real sense. Because the minister of Hokage umbu has power second only to Hokage. And, it will only take orders from Hokage. Becoming minister umbu means that Chiba's power in Konoha is above one person and below 10,000 people. At this moment, Chiba did not immediately answer Namikaze Minato. To be honest, even Chiba was surprised by Namikaze Minato's decision. Because even Namikaze Minato can ignore Chiba's age. However, umbu will develop. He doesn't care. It doesn't mean that other members of umbu won't care. Although Chiba can speak with strength. However, Namikaze Minato still has extraordinary courage to make such a decision. You know what, Chiba? I have seen umbu from 3rd generation. His umbu is very cold. Each other, and sometimes they don't even know each other's identities, code names, and become the only proof of their identities. Although the code name is to hide, but replacing all the ninja with the code name, I think it is not good after all. Therefore, even each other has performed tasks together as companions. There will not be too many intersections between UMBU members and UMBU members. But, Chiba, I see the difference in your body. Kakashi is from the standard UMBU, but after you perform the mission together, I can see that you become true companions. Willing to give his back to the opponent's companion. This is basically invisible in UMBU. I saw a lot of things in you. Confidence, family, friendship, companionship. In you, there are so many things worth learning. I want you to bring this quality to UMBU. What I want to change is definitely not the village on the surface. I want to make a radical change in the village from the inside out. And UMBU is the first one. Namikaze Minato looked at Chiba seriously. It can be seen that he didn't mean to be joking at all. The invitation of Minister UMBU to Chiba was also the decision of Namikaze Minato after careful consideration. Because he just wants to make the village better. After a long silence, Chiba finally spoke. The good Master Minato. Now, I just want to know one thing. After becoming Minister UMBU, do I have the right to hack Naruto of the previous generation? Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato was stunned. Uchiha Fujitora was also stunned. Everyone present was stunned. They even thought they had heard it wrong. Chiba, who are you going to kill? The previous generation of Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen? It seems that everyone's shock was sensed. Chiba just looked up calmly and spoke again in a very serious tone. Master Minato. I don't mean to be joking. I want to know how much I can do at this critical moment. Is it? At this moment, Namikaze Minato was also extremely calm, and then calmly spoke. If you find him betraying the village, and the evidence is solid, you have the right to hack anyone Konoha. Including me 3. Then, Chiba smiled. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato also smiled. He knew that Chiba had promised him. And at this moment, Minister UMBU, the youngest in Konoha's history, was also born. Chapter 170. When the next spring comes, Chiba will be 7 years old. Although it hasn't arrived yet, it's quite a bit different. At the age of 7, he became Konoha UMBU's minister. What is this concept? Uchiha Fujitora cannot be ignorant. Although Namikaze Minato's UMBU now has only 4 people. However, in the coming years, UMBU will inevitably expand. There is no doubt that this is a big bet. Namikaze Minato values Chiba more than Uchiha Fujitora knows. After all, the position of Minister UMBU is not something anyone can do. The last Minister UMBU of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was Heitake Sakumo. After Heitake Sakumo committed suicide, that position remained vacant until now. There are too many people staring at this powerful position. However, no one will take over the position of Heitake Sakumo. Is it because they don't want to? It's because they don't have that qualification. You know, Heitake Sakumo is called Konoha White Fang. The Second Ninja World War Konoha can win a huge victory, and his existence is indispensable. In terms of strength, even Konoha's Sunin must be in awe of 3 points. How many people are qualified to do such a position left by a near-legendary existence? Only a handful. And it is such a position. Namikaze Minato gave it to a 7-year-old boy. Even Uchiha Fujitora had to admire Namikaze Minato's courage. At this time, because of Chiba's promise, Namikaze Minato was in a good mood and quickly raised his glass. Come, everyone, come to drink. Namikaze Minato just wanted to put the wine in his mouth. Chiba suddenly found a wine gourd. Then he slapped it on the low table. Master Minato, your wine is boring, come and try mine. This wine is quite strong. Hear the words. Everyone present, including Uchiha Fujitora was present, their faces changed. Good guys. This kid used the spirits he brewed to teach everyone a lesson, but now it's Hokage's turn. Hearing that, Namikaze Minato was also taken aback. Chiba's wine. For a while, Namikaze Minato became interested. However, before Namikaze Minato could speak, Uchiha Fujitora next to him quickly smiled and spoke. Exactly. This is the wine made by the little guy Chiba. A batch of incense. At this time, Uchiha Itachi looked at his father strangely. Father. You are not right. That's not what you said when you drank Chiba's wine. In an instant, Itachi reacted. Good guys. Own father, even Hokage is pitted? Yes, Mrs. Minato. Although the Chiba people are not good at dripping, but the wine made is really nothing to say. When we were on the front line of Fog Shadow, we had a drink per person, which was pretty cool. Even Kakashi was suffocating bad water. Itake's eyes looked straight. Kakashi, that's your teacher. But filial piety died of him. Thinking of this, Itachi felt that it wasn't appropriate, so he quickly pulled the corner of Kakashi's clothes and said in a low voice. Kakashi, it's not so good. I think if Master Minato doesn't know the truth, if you take a bite, you might be able to squirt a great fireball. Itachi has the most say, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. He just drank a big sip of Chiba's wine. The throat has been hot for a long time and it hasn't been relieved. However, Kakashi shook his head. Actually, Teacher Minato is not good at drinking. FK, then you still cheated your teacher? Itachi was stunned by Kakashi. As if seeing Itachi's doubts, Kakashi explained immediately. However, it is precisely because Mrs. Minato is not good at drinking, I should drink a little Chiba. Since Minato-sensei became Hokage, I haven't had a good night's sleep. Master Third Generation left too many questions. In addition to the crisis on the front line, Mr. Minato is often so worried that I can't sleep. Even during the time when the four of us were sent to the front line by the teacher. You know, Chiba used Flying Thunder God to recruit Mr. Minato when Mr. Minato was in Sage mode. Although I know this technique, it is the first time I have seen a teacher use it. Because the teacher told me before that this technique requires time to prepare, and there is also a time limit, so it is very inconvenient to use in actual combat. But, even so, when Teacher Minato came, he was still in Sage mode. This means that during the time when the four of us went to Hagsha to do missions, Teacher Minato was preparing for Sage mode all the time. Because he doesn't know when we will call him. So, he can only prepare every moment. I don't know how Ms. Minato came here, but, that's really tired, very tired. The current Teacher Minato needs a break. And Chiba's wine can do this. Chiba's wine, although spicy, extremely strong. However, it only takes a sip to sleep until dawn. The state of being completely asleep is really cool. Don't you think so? At this moment, Itachi was stunned. Indeed, Chiba's wine can easily make people sleep until dawn. Moreover, it is not like other wines, only a hangover can sleep. One bite, it really only takes one bite. More importantly, Itachi never noticed. It turns out that Namikaze Minato, as Hokage, has worked hard to this point. According to Kakashi, Namikaze Minato may have not had a good night's sleep for a long time. At this moment, Itachi glanced at Chiba. Chiba-san, have you considered this step too? Mindful of this, he also joined the arrangement army. Master Minato. Chiba's wine is really good. As long as you have drunk it, you can say yes. Upon hearing this, Chiba froze for a moment. Itachi, just say a few words if you can't speak. This is too deliberate. However, Itachi had no such awareness at all, and even subconsciously pulled Shisui next to him. Brother Shisui. Uchiha Shisui looked dumbfounded. What do you call me? Namikaze Minato thought it was strange to everyone, but he didn't care. Instead, he set his sights on Chiba's wine gourd. This wine is so good as you describe it. In this case, I will try it anyway. With that said, Chiba poured a small glass for Namikaze Minato. Everyone looked at Namikaze Minato with expectant eyes. Namikaze Minato found it strange to be looked at with so many weird eyes. Kushina also noticed something was wrong, and she directly picked up Chiba's wine gourd. This wine is so good. After speaking, he gulped and drank directly, accompanied by the up and down movement of the neck muscles. Everyone please watch Kushina blow at least half of the gourd. After drinking, Kushina showed an admiring look. Good guy, this wine is really not ordinary. It's just a bit punchy. Then, at the scene, weirdly quieted down. Everyone including Uchiha Fugaku stared directly at Kushina. Chiba's hands were somewhat nowhere to be placed. Good guy, just blow it right? You know, the alcohol in this world is terribly low. Therefore, no matter who it is the first time to drink such a high number of liquors, they have to rush to the street. But, what the hell is you Kushina? He blew half of the gourd directly, his face didn't change. The evaluation given is a bit offensive? You put aside the coke. Subconsciously, Chiba shook his wine gourd. Own pretended to be the wrong wine. For the first time, Chiba realized the powerful physical abilities of the Uzumaki clan. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato felt relieved a lot. He was so stared by everyone just now, he thought there was something wrong with this wine. Now, even Kushina drank it and said it was fragrant, naturally it was fine. Will my wife cheat myself? Then. A glass of wine, a mouthful. At that moment, Namikaze Minato almost ejected the great fireball. He danced his throat, feeling as if a fire was burning. Then, staring at Kushina incredibly, that look seemed to be asking. Kushina, what's the matter with you? Water, water. Namikaze Minato was frantically looking for water, exactly the same as when Itaka drank this wine for the first time. Chiba let out a breath slowly. Okay. The wine is okay, Kushina is the one who has the problem. Chapter 171. For the first time in his life, Namikaze Minato was defeated by a glass of wine. Since the rise of Minato, the title of genius has been with him. Excellent has become a habit. And Minato's excellence is definitely not only in talent. His mobility, self-discipline, strategy, everything is almost perfect. In the words of Jiraiya in the original book. When compared to Fourth Hokage, anyone pales in comparison. He is the most ninja quality man ever, exquisite in ninjutsu, clear thinking, popular and good looking, as handsome as me. Drinking will make things wrong. Namikaze Minato has always thought so. Therefore, Namikaze Minato is rarely drunk even with low alcohol like this world. Not to mention the spirit of Chiba. Because of this, a cup is just a cup. Namikaze Minato felt like his throat was about to burn. Seeing her man react so much, Kushina looked dazed. Isn't it just a glass of wine? As for such a big reaction. Hearing this, everyone glanced at Kushina. Do not. Kushina, you are special. Namikaze Minato drank a whole pot of wine, panting for a long time before relieving. At this moment, he gave a wry smile and looked at Chiba everyone. Really? He felt that something was wrong just now, these guys had no good intentions in the past. Then he looked at his wife Kushina. Then he sighed. Forget it. Presumably, she really thinks the wine is nothing. Chiba, your wine, really strong. Upon hearing this, Chiba smiled and shook the remaining half of the gourd wine. Will you still drink? Namikaze Minato shook his head quickly. Do not. He was afraid that he was young, so he explained here. Chiba nodded. Can't drink, forget it. 1 cup is enough for you to sleep till dawn. Master Minato. Next time, if there is too much pressure, you can come to me. I'll keep this wine for you, so I can drink it with you at any time. I am not the same as you, I am very free. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato blinked and looked at Chiba. Chiba, you. At this moment, Chiba smiled. Don't make yourself too tired. How long have you not had a good night's sleep? Don't you want to make the future of the village better? I've dragged myself down, but I can't do anything. Upon hearing this, both Kakashi and Itaka smiled at Namikaze Minato. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato's eyes showed unprecedented relief. And in this case, Shisui is stunned. And Uchiha Fugaku. Very embarrassing. Because, he really wanted to trick Namikaze Minato just now. Who knows, the kid Chiba actually said the reason for such a righteous spirit. Didn't you embarrass your patriarch? At this time, Namikaze Minato looked at Chiba and others with a smile on his face. Thank you all. In my political career, to have your company, will be my luck in Namikaze Minato's life. After all, Namikaze Minato feels that this is the attitude that a high-level villager should have. Talking and laughing, just like family. Instead of like before. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are suspicious and wary of each other. Yudatan Koharu and Mito Kato Homura are typical wall grasses, either falling towards Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo. In short, the Konoha high level before this was very tired just looking at it. Tired, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Since Master Minato drank it. Then I have to express what I say. With that, Chiba poured himself a glass of wine. Then, he drank it all in one drink, and then he spoke calmly. Master Minato. About Shimura Danzo, have you ever thought about how to deal with it? Danzo. Namikaze Minato froze for a moment. Unexpectedly, Chiba would mention him suddenly. I have thought about him. It's just that he has been staying in Umbu of 3rd generation. Danzo, it's been a long time since he showed up. It's so long that even the village has forgotten what happened to him before. Yes, that involves betrayal from the top. Time can dilute a lot of things after all. Especially when Konoha has won successive battles recently. If Lord Third Generation insists on keeping Danzo, I will respect the decision of Lord Third Generation. Lord Third Generation is after all a guide on my political road. I'm sorry for seizing power from him. Since he chooses to take care of the elderly and the Hui people, I will still respect him as before. More importantly, Konoha has just gone through a big battle. If you insist on moving Danzo now, I'm afraid his roots will cause riots again. And so, I can close one eye to Danzo. But, I will let Master Third Generation disband his roots. Only this, Namikaze Minato is absolute. Now, he is already a shadow. We must also think about the problem from the perspective of shadows. Regarding Namikaze Minato's decision, Chiba cannot say that he was wrong. After all, he lacked a fierce energy. If Chiba stood in Namikaze Minato's position, he would not hesitate to swing a butcher knife at Danzo. Even his roots will cause Konoha to suffer. However, such a loss, in exchange for the village once and for all, Chiba does not think it is a loss. It's just that I'm sorry that part of the loss suffered because of the roots. The roots of Danzo will not disband. And there is only one solution to this trouble. Knock them all to death. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato smiled. Fine flowers. Yes, Chiba, I gave you such power. If the other party is not satisfied with the retirement life, just hack them all to death. Hearing this, Chiba smiled. Namikaze Minato also laughed. The two coincided. The night is very deep and very quiet. Halfway through drinking, Namikaze Minato was already asleep. The effect of Chiba wine was faster than he thought. After Namikaze Minato went to sleep, everyone was very witty and left. Because, they all know, this is Namikaze Minato's only peace during this time. At this moment, even in the middle of the night, Konoha was bathed in feasting and feasting. The victory of the war put Konoha in a state of excitement. And behind this bustling scene, Chiba felt a dark touch. Following this perception, Chiba came to Konoha's cemetery. Here, those who are buried are all heroes who died on the front lines. 00. And there is an area in it, belonging to the Uchiha clan. Chiba walked peacefully, leaning on a cane. Then, a black shadow instantly enveloped Chiba. Chiba didn't look back, he knew who it was. Faced with the desire to spread his teeth and dance his claws, Chiba did not move. He knew that the other party would not, nor dare. Long time no see. Mr. Orochimaru appeared in the dark. It is the genius who masters the core technology. Langjun Orochimaru. Please close your eyes at dark and be careful, Orochimaru. On his shoulder, he carried a sackcloth. That, I don't know which hapless lamb it is. Orochimaru, who hadn't been active for a long time, finally appeared again. When the whole village is bathed in laughter and laughter. In the past, Chiba was unable to manage. However, it is different now. Mr. Orochimaru. Can you please put down the little sheep on your shoulders? In this period of celebration for the whole village, why bother to be loved by others? Also, I really want to know, why do you appear here? Here, but the cemetery. Here, only corpses. Don't tell me. You are here to steal the corpse. If that's the case, you really disappoint me. However, Orochimaru did not reply. He just stared at the dark cemetery. Then he spoke up. Chiba-san, do you know? The real cold-blooded ones are not snakes, but humans. Hearing that, Chiba was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, I would hear such words from Orochimaru's mouth. Mr. Orochimaru, where are you irritated? Let me guess. Yes. Danzo. Chapter 172. It's dark at night. At this moment, Orochimaru's face was terribly pale. Cold blood does not seem to describe Orochimaru's ruthlessness, but at this moment, he simply can't see any blood. It's scary and weird. Especially after hearing Chiba's words, Orochimaru's face was surprised for a moment. Then, Orochimaru smiled. It is said that it is not his friend who knows a person best. It's his enemy. Chiba, you are really getting more and more popular. Chiba stood calmly in front of Orochimaru, smiling. That so-called enemy, who are you referring to? Danzo or you, Mr. Orochimaru? Of course it is Danzo, but my confidant. At this moment, Orochimaru smiled, smiling happily. Orochimaru has never had such a rich expression. Just as Chiba said. Chiba may be the only person in the world who understands Orochimaru. Orochimaru, regard him as a confidant. And he will study his confidant one day. So, as soon as I made a breakthrough in research, I found you. Your research. Is it immortal or Sharingan? Chiba found out. Orochimaru is getting more and more abnormal. This also means that Orochimaru is becoming more and more dangerous. Follow the timeline. Soon after, it was the Nine Tails chaos. And Orochimaru almost defected after the Nine Tails rebellion. Of course, it's immortality. Upon hearing this, Chiba suddenly smiled. Mr. Orochimaru, I am your confidant. Danzo can stimulate you, it should only be Sharingan. And your coming here is the best proof. In the original work, Danzo, however, got his entire arm on Sharingan. Although those Sharingan only existed after the Uchiha clan was annihilated. However, no one can guarantee that before this, Danzo did not have Sharingan. After all, in some ways, Danzo is more perverted than Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru was also confused. Is it Sharingan that stimulates me? Maybe. After all, when Danzo took out his treasured Sharingan, Orochimaru was indeed stimulated. Perhaps Orochimaru will come here in the hidden meaning, really trying to steal the Uchiha clan's body in the cemetery. Because, only on the corpses of the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru can get Sharingan without knowing it. However, Orochimaru hesitated after all. He is indeed longing for Sharingan. However, it has not yet fallen to this point. Even if his Orochimaru wanted to get Sharingan, he would only fetch it from the Uchiha clan dignifiedly. And not like a tomb thief to go to the dead ninja's body. And so, Orochimaru wanted to understand. When he came here, he still wanted to share his research with Chiba. After all, the first thing to succeed in Orochimaru's research is to get Chiba. Chiba-san, do you know? In my eternal life research, I overlooked an important thing. I did a lot of experiments. But, they all failed. I think, I overlooked this important thing. That is the will to survive. Just before, I understood a truth. Eternal life is definitely not only the transformation of physical functions, but also the transformation of will, and the sublimation of the soul. Orochimaru never believed in voluntarism. The power of Hashirama cells is the conclusion he drew from experiments. Countless people died, and the ultimate achievement was only one wood-style experiment. If you want to be the one who overcomes wood-style, that is the man of heaven. And Orochimaru never thought that the so-called chosen person would be Danzo. With Danzo's own conditions, it is impossible to overcome Hashirama cells from a physiological point of view. Will Danzo be eligible to inherit the power of Senju Hashirama? Ridiculous, read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. However, because of this, only after Orochimaru helped Danzo transplant the arm of Hashirama cells did he know how incredible the erosion of Hashirama cells is. It turns out that something like voluntarism really exists. At that moment, Orochimaru knew what he really lacked in his eternal life research. That is the will to survive. Living corpse reincarnation. That is the forbidden technique of immortality studied by Orochimaru. It is the ninjutsu that can transfer one's own spirit or soul to someone else's body, thereby obtaining eternal life. The so-called spirit or soul is originally something mysterious and mysterious. Voluntarism, maybe it will be the most important part of it. The immortality of the spirit and the immortality of the soul are eternal life. Seeing Orochimaru so excited, Chiba couldn't bear to pour cold water on him. But, at this moment, he had to stand up and said with a smile, "In that case, Mr. Orochimaru, I think you may have found the wrong person. If your soul finds the target, it's me. I might ruin your dream of eternal life. Because my Zanpakuto never believed in the immortality of souls." The moment after speaking, Chiba slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto. At this moment, the smile on Orochimaru's face, at this moment, solidified. He seemed to feel something. That one came from the throbbing of his soul. Seeing this, Chiba smiled. It's interesting. Even if it is not the body, can you detect the crisis from the soul? Mr. Orochimaru, do you recall the fear of being dominated by this knife? Then, facing Orochimaru like this, Chiba carried Zanpakuto and walked in slowly. At this moment, Orochimaru was stunned. Completely stunned. There can be nothing wrong. This is the feeling of the trembling of the soul. This feeling is exactly the same as when he and Chiba had a graduation test showdown. Orochimaru didn't care. However, after understanding that the essence of living corpse reincarnation lies in the spirit, lies in the soul, Orochimaru was really shocked at this moment. If you can't remember, just feel it yourself. The moment after saying this sentence, Chiba waved his knife in an instant, with an incredible killing intent, and slashed towards Orochimaru in an instant. Orochimaru was cut in half by Chiba. However, no blood emerged. No soul was cut. Orochimaru's body turned into densely packed snakes at this moment, and fled towards the surroundings. Only the little sheep in the sacks is left. Chiba knows. That knife was enough for Orochimaru to drink a pot. This knife also expresses an attitude to Orochimaru. The self at this moment is no longer what it used to be. The Uchiha boy whom he regarded as the experimental question at the beginning has the ability to destroy him. Maybe not enough to destroy Orochimaru itself. However, it is enough to destroy his dream of immortality. Open the sack. It was a child I knew. I don't know which hapless child is. However, after all, he was favored by luck. Chiba sent it to the guard. Not surprisingly, he could go home soon. Finally, Chiba returned home. Standing at the door is a beautiful girl with hands on hips. Brother Chiba, where did you wander again? I saw that the geniuses from the patriarch's house have all gone back. Seeing this scene, Chiba smiled. Here is his gentle harbor and the meaning he guards. I just went to rescue a little sheep. Lost little sheep. It was almost eaten by a snake. Humph. Koizumi didn't believe it. Where is the little sheep in the village? Besides, what snake's appetite can eat the little sheep? Yup. What snake has such a big appetite? That's a big snake. The big outrageous kind. There is still a ball on the head. Mariko and Maru, Koizumi did not understand Chiba's cold joke after all. In this era, peace is a rare and valuable thing. The end of the ninja war brought peace to the entire ninja world. Chiba, naturally also enjoys a long-lost peaceful life. Soon after, Konoha ushered in the first early spring after the war. Sakura flower of the Uchiha clan. It bloomed again. This year, Chiba and Itachi are both 7 years old. And at this time when Hakuten Sakura is flying, Uchiha Itachi rushed to find Chiba. Chiba thought Itachi wouldn't say anything about inviting blind people to admire flowers. Then, Chiba-san, Sakura flowers are blooming again. Would you like to come to enjoy the flowers? The history is surprisingly similar. Uchiha Itachi is still nervous. Whether it was last year or today, Chiba didn't know what Itachi was nervous about. But this year, Chiba knows. Itachi's eyes were confused, but there was boundless expectation. Chiba-san, I'm going to be a brother. That's it. Is that young man full of vengeance about to be born? I will have a younger brother soon. Maybe it's my sister. No, it's the younger brother, it must be the younger brother. Only 7 years old. The younger brother control attribute has already taken shape. Perhaps this is Uchiha. Born brother control. Then, Chiba smiled. Congratulations, Itachi. Chapter 173. The Uchiha family has the most beautiful Sakura flower in Konoha. The annual Uchiha clan code will also be held today. On that day when the Sakura flower blooms most beautifully, we cherish the memory of the loved ones who have passed away, and at the same time give high hopes to the children who were born. Today and every year is the busiest day of the Uchiha clan. In previous years, even if the most beautiful Sakura flowers of the Uchiha clan bloomed, only the friends who really made friends with the Uchiha clan came to visit. However, this year is different. Sakura flowers under the sun of the Uchiha clan are crowded with people. The bodies wearing beautiful kimonos shuttle between Sakura flowers and trees. This is a landscape that the Uchiha clan has never seen before. In the past, even if many Konoha girls yearned for the Sakura flowers of the Uchiha clan, many of them were persuaded by the inherent coldness and pride of the Uchiha clan. And this year, all such wishes have been realized. Because the Uchiha clan won the battle for Konoha. The Uchiha clan brought peace to Konoha. The patriarch of the Uchiha clan and the current Hokage have formed Konoha's high-level leaders and are active on the front line of politics. Coming from the people, but also going to the people. Therefore, 10 days before the sakura flower bloomed, Uchiha Fugaku, who served as Hokage's assistant, gave a message. The Uchiha clan will welcome all Konoha people to admire Konoha's most beautiful sakura flowers. Because of this, Koizumi, who jumped out of the door while pulling Chiba's arm, showed such an expression. She couldn't imagine how. Last year, how could the comfort under the sakura tree of the Uchiha clan become the crowds of people now? Her hand holding Chiba's arm trembled. Brother Chiba, we come to the wrong place. Last night, Itaki rushed to Chiba's house happily, and invited Chiba with a crappy reason to enjoy the flowers. In fact, he just wanted to share with Chiba the joy of being a brother. The place is right. Because the patriarch feasted Konoha. After all, who doesn't know that the sakura flowers of the Uchiha clan are the most beautiful? It's just. I think the patriarch didn't expect so many people to come today. It's really a bit exaggerated. And, more importantly, Chiba's sights swept past. At this moment, all the people crowded under the sakura tree were beautiful girls. Spend the most beautiful day in Sakura. Konoha's beautiful girl dressed herself carefully, put on her most satisfied kimono, and gathered under the sakura flower tree. It is actually right to think about it. Among Konoha, is there another girl who does not yearn for the beautiful sakura flower? Today, this yearning has been realized. Then, one of the young girls under Sakura's flower tree saw Chiba. In an instant, her eyes shone. That is the little hero of the Uchiha clan. That's Uchiha Chiba. The sound of exclamation instantly attracted the eyes of all the girls under the sakura flower tree. Then, they, one by one, are like treasures. Really? It's a little hero from Uchiha's family. So cute. Listening to this unabashed compliment, Koizumi next to him smiled happier than Chiba. Are you so happy? They are complimenting me? Chiba smiled. It's because they are complimenting Chiba brother, I am happy. Koizumi smiled, his eyes crooked like crescents, very cute. She vaguely remembered that Chiba was once the object of tea talks in the village after dinner. Walking on the path of interpretation, it is even unavoidable for others to point and point. Who would have thought that Chiba at this moment would become the target of these beautiful girls? However, Koizumi soon felt that something was wrong. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. At first, a young girl walked towards Chiba. Soon, the second place came. Third place, fourth place. It seems that there is a general leader. Snap, soon. The girl who was originally surrounded by the sakura flower tree began to rush towards Chiba. Uchiha Chiba, help me sign. There are joyful smiles on their faces. However, this smile became scary because of the comparison with each other. Women's comparability is very strong. This is especially true for girls who dress themselves beautifully for the sake of viewing flowers. More or less, these girls are dressed beautifully under the sakura flower tree and they all have other meanings. You know, the Uchiha clan is Konoha's largest clan. Isn't it good to be able to attract a Uchiha's little brother? However, after seeing Chiba now, the purpose of all this has changed. That's my old ladies. Koizumi pulled Chiba's clothes corner with a trembling hand. Chiba brother. Quick, go away. Don't be afraid, they can't catch up with me. After speaking, Chiba put away his guide cane directly, and then he hugged Koizumi and rushed to his feet in an instant. Under the speed and passion, Koizumi's heart beats like never before. Under Chiba's rush, Koizumi really understood what it means to fly in the front and the soul to chase in the back. Then, at the next corner, is the home of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. And at the door, Uchiha Itaka waited here early. He is waiting for Chiba here. Seeing Chiba, Itaka smiled, just about to speak, but the next moment, he was stunned. Not to mention that Chiba hugged Koizumi and ran over in a hurry. What's the matter with the black and heavy behind? Then, Chiba hugged Koizumi, bypassed Itaka directly, and said with a smile. Itaka, sorry. The trouble behind, please. Itaka froze for a moment, but still didn't understand what Chiba meant. Soon, the kimono girls hurriedly chasing from behind were surprised when they saw Uchiha Itaka. Uchiha Itaka, right. The little Uchiha hero with Uchiha Chiba. He is so cute too. It seems to squeeze his face. This looks like a little boy. I really regret that I was born a few years earlier. Humph, you were born early to commemorate Chiba and Itaka, and it's not your turn. Then, Itaka was swallowed under the impact of a group of beautiful girls. Itaka looked at Chiba who disappeared, and his face suddenly changed. Chiba-san, you are messing up again. After saying this, Itaka ran away quickly. Seeing that the group of girls were attracted by Itaka, Chiba then slipped back quietly holding Koizumi, and joined the patriarch Uchiha. At this moment, Shisui and Kakashi are already waiting here. Seeing Chiba brought, the two of them were stunned. Chiba, where's Itaka? Didn't he pick you up at the door? Itaka, that guy, has good luck. Chiba smiled. This smile is intriguing, and only Koizumi knows what happened. After all, this is the home of the Uchiha patriarch. The sakura flowers in the backyard are the most beautiful in the Uchiha clan. At this moment, under the sakura flower tree, Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina are sitting on the spread picnic cloth. While talking and laughing, Kushina also touched Uchiha Mikoto's belly, seeming to feel the throbbing of life, or to ask how it feels. Because, Chiba knows. Soon, Kushina will also be pregnant with a child. Sasuke and Naruto, as the reincarnations of the 6 brothers of the Mandarin Duck, had a mouthful of Naruto and Sasuke's image, which had long been entrenched in Chiba's heart. Only because of the appearance of the butterfly Chiba. Sasuke will have his family, and Naruto will not lose his parents. After a while, Itaka hurried over, looking a little embarrassed. After returning, he just gave Chiba a faint look. I don't know how many things are showing off. When talking about being a brother, Itaka discarded all the unhappiness. Then he touched his mother's belly and said to Chiba, Chiba-san, I am going to be a brother. Seeing this, Chiba just sighed. The natural brother control is out of help. Looking at such Itaka, Uchiha Mikoto smiled. Itaka, do you want a younger brother or younger sister? It's a younger brother, he must be a younger brother. Itaka was extremely sure. Seeing this, Mikoto just gave Itaka a doting smile. There is a kind of inexplicable sadness in the memory of the dead companion after all. Kakashi held the bouquet and came to the grave of his former companion. Uchiha Obito, Haranolin. After he was silent for a while, after all, he didn't say anything. After leaving the bouquet, he left with Chiba and others. Konoha's most beautiful sakura flower. Only this day. The floating sakura flowers herald the most beautiful withering. At sunset, on the tomb of hero Konoha, an untimely figure appeared. Wearing a single spiral mask, he stared blankly at the 2 tombs in front of him and the bouquet of flowers in front of the tombs. Then, with a snap, that bunch of flowers was crushed. At this moment, the eyes under the single spiral are full of despair and anger. And he didn't notice it at all. At this moment, behind him, Uchiha Chiba is standing quietly. Chapter 174. What kind of experience is it to see your own tomb with your own eyes? Chiba didn't know, but it was absolutely uncomfortable. Even his own grave landed on the tomb of hero Konoha. But, is this important? No, it doesn't matter to him anymore. The moment Kakashi's Chidori penetrated her body, his heart was already dead. What bullshit hero, what bullshit village, he doesn't care at all. The abyss that was stared at finally dragged him into the water. Uchiha Obito smashed the flowers Kakashi presented him. He doesn't need the apology of those who do not believe in words. How he trusted Kakashi in the past. Even if half of his body was destroyed, what he thought for the first time was to go back and become his strength. Because the other party has his Sharingan. And Uchiha Madara said, Sharingan, you need to be in pairs to get the most out of it. So, at that time, he was willing to be Kakashi's right eye. Kakashi got Uchiha Obito's Sharingan and completed his Chidori. However, Uchiha Obito never thought of it. The surgery performed by him and Kakashi would penetrate Haranolin's heart. If there is a sound of sadness, it must be the cry of Chidori. Looking at the back of the Uchiha hero who was once promoted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Chiba sighed calmly. Why is this? Until now. Obito found Chiba standing behind him. Slightly surprised, he immediately turned to look at Chiba, his eyes narrowed slightly. White Zetsu, why didn't you tell me when this guy appeared? Obito's inner doubts also plagued White Zetsu, who is now Obito's arm. Obito, I didn't notice him approaching just now. Be careful, this guy's perception ability must be extraordinary. You can avoid my perception and get closer without knowing it. In the entire ninja realm, few people can do this. At this moment, Obito hid his eyes under the single spiral mask, and then calmly buckled the black hat on his back. He didn't know who Chiba was. However, Chiba's characteristics are too distinctive. The blind of the Uchiha clan. Blindfolded in black cloth, with a sword stick in both hands. Is this the Uchiha Chiba? For a moment, Obito reacted. This person is the one Black Zetsu said that the three tails in 4th Mizu cage ran away. Obito is no stranger to the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Because, his teacher Namikaze Minato was a master of the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Looking at Chiba, Obito did not speak. After a moment of silence, Chiba was the first to break the situation. He faced Uchiha Obito and spoke calmly. Sorry. That is the flowers my brother presented for his companions. Could you please move your feet? You stepped on that bunch of flowers. Subconsciously, Uchiha Obito removed his feet. However, his attention was attracted by Chiba's words. Brothers? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito laughed at himself. Once upon a time, he was also Kakashi's brother, but what happened? His friendship killed his love. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Really, have you ever thought about it? Maybe he doesn't want to accept your brother's flower. That's important. Chiba smiled suddenly. The one he worshipped was his late brother, not you. His brother is dead. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito's pupils shrank suddenly. If he didn't wear the mask himself, he even suspected that his identity had been exposed. Yup. Uchiha Obito, already dead. Now Uchiha Madara. That famous Uchiha Madara. Mindful of this, Uchiha Obito spoke calmly. I know you. Uchiha Chiba. Blind of the Uchiha clan. Do you know who I am? That's important. Chiba spoke calmly. Wearing this weird outfit, appeared in Hiro Konoha's cemetery. No matter who you are, I have reason to treat you as an enemy. Can you please leave here? I don't want this piece of heroic Pure Land to be stained with filthy blood. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito's eyes narrowed slightly. 3 Tomo Sharinon hidden under the single spiral mask, at this moment, has slowly turned into the shape of Mangekyo. The slowly clenched fist indicated that Obito didn't want to ignore Chiba's provocation. He, Uchiha Obito, is no longer the Uchiha Obito of the past. Desperate, let him make a change. The advanced Mangekyo and the Hashirama cells given to him by Uchiha Madara give Obito the most insoluble ability in the whole ninja world. Hollow. Not to mention that through the personal training of Uchiha Madara, he even learned the yin and yang escape. Therefore, even when facing his once invincible teacher Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Obito does not think he will lose. However, perceiving Uchiha Obito's behavior at this moment, Chiba smiled. I think I might have made a mistake. Do you want to fight me in this land? Who do you think you are, Uchiha Madara? Hearing this, Obito's pupils shrank suddenly. The clenched fist was instantly released. What does Chiba mean? Is it a coincidence or do you know something? When Uchiha Obito relaxed, Chiba slowly drew out his knife. I don't want to know who you are. Even if he knew it, Chiba would not say it publicly. Being targeted by Black Zetsu would not be a good thing after all. But, I don't want to see you appear again in this land. I'll say it for the last time, but would you ask you to leave? For an instant, an incredible sense of pressure was released from Chiba's body at this moment. In an instant, an invisible pressure bombarded Obito and White Zetsu at the same time. At this moment, Obito and White Zetsu felt something in their bodies tremble. They don't know what this feeling is. However, almost instantly, they reacted. This tremor comes from that illusory thing. Soul. How does it feel? At this moment, Chiba was holding the knife and standing calmly in front of Obito. Do you want to fight? Obito hesitated for a moment. He wanted to do it just now because he felt that he could solve this Uchiha blind man in an instant. However, at this moment, he gave up this idea. This invisible Uchiha is definitely not as simple as he thought. So that's it, it seems that the Uchiha clan has also produced a good guy. Obito didn't do anything after all. He was not sure of killing Chiba instantly. And Chiba, and his teacher Namikaze Minato are inextricably linked. Fighting casually may lead to Konoha's siege. The gain is not worth the loss. We will meet again. At this moment, Obito's single spiral mask began to spin, of Zhao. With this rotation, the surrounding space began to be distorted. Chiba knew that this was Manjikyo Sharinan of Uchiha Obito. In response, Chiba just smiled. I said, I don't want to see you in this land again. If you are not afraid of death, come and try. Next time, I won't be like today, standing quietly behind you. Guess, can you react when I slash at your back? At this moment, Obito was stunned. Yup. This guy just came behind him unconsciously, and even White Zetsu couldn't find it. Then, Obito smiled. No one can stand behind me. Nobody. 7. Uchiha Obito disappeared before Chiba's eyes. For what Uchiha Obito left behind, Chiba just smiled. A clumsy imitation. Ridiculous. You know, that sentence is the mantra of Uchiha Madara. Chapter 175. Although peace is commendable, it will not last long after all. In this world, where there is light, there must be shadows. Behind peace, there must be war hidden. The cause and effect here cannot be cut off. This is reality. In the original work, Konoha's true decline was after the Nine Tails turmoil caused by Uchiha Obito. The Nine Tails chaos killed the two strongest Konoha people at the time. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina. That was Konoha's final trump card. After the two died in the Nine Tails chaos, Konoha ushered in the weakest period in history. How weak was Konoha at that time? Obviously it was the victorious nation of the Third Ninja War, but in the face of Cloud Shinobi's incident on the Konoha Hyuga clan, Konoha abandoned the Hyuga clan in exchange for that shameful peace. It was not only Konoha's weakness, but also the weakness of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was re-ruling at that time. Only promises to the outside world, and strikes hard at home. Sarutobi Hiruzen's impression has long been ingrained. Perhaps Cloud Shinobi was able to launch such a political suppression against Konoha just because he knew that Konoha was back in power by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, if Sarutobi Hiruzen was not in power at the time, but 5th Hokage was chosen, it might be another scene. Anyone who is a little bit bloody will come up with Cloud Shinobi's bullying. Indeed, Konoha at the time of 007 was weakened due to the Nine Tails chaos, unable to survive the war. However, Konoha can't go through the war again, can he? Cloud Shinobi? In any case, Cloud Shinobi was a defeated country in the 3 wars. The losses suffered by the defeated country cannot be smaller than that of the victorious country. Even the final compensation is enough for Cloud Shinobi to drink a pot. The best proof is that Sarutobi Hiruzen gave way to the political suppression of Cloud Shinobi. As a result, Cloud Shinobi went back and did nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen sacrificed the Hyuga clan in exchange for peace. This is just like Cloud Shinobi showing weakness and telling Cloud Shinobi that Konoha can't fight at this moment. If the Cloud Shinobi at that time was really strong enough, would Konoha who faced this moment die? You know, the Third Ninja War was provoked by Cloud Shinobi. The disappearance of 3rd Kazekage made Cloud Shinobi think that Sand Shinobi has become weak. Since you have become weak, I will hit you. Very simple reason. Cloud Shinobi believes in, but fist. As long as I think I can beat you, I will FK you. However, in the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen's compromise, in the end Cloud Shinobi didn't let go. Even if they finally found out that Byakugan, who was in exchange for launching a political suppression of Konoha, they couldn't use it because of Caged Bird, and they still didn't put a fart. This shows what? This shows that Cloud Shinobi did not dare to fight at that time. Chiba really didn't know how to endure this kind of aggrievedness, Sarutobi Hiruzen in the original book. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a bit tougher, and even if he was fighting, he still had to keep the Hyuga clan. Even if he didn't really fight, he just showed this attitude. The Hyuga clan can't fight with Cloud Shinobi? However, if you are tough to the outside world, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not be the Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Nine Tails chaos was caused by Uchiha Obito. Now that he knew this, Chiba couldn't let him happen. After all, Chiba owes a lot of favors to Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. More importantly, they are also Chiba's master and master, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Chiba is not a Byakugan wolf like Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito, and Black Zetsu who is likely to follow, are all troublesome. However, Black Zetsu should be dealing with Haze now, so don't worry about him. However, in the face of Obito, even Chiba will not take it lightly. His hollow is very unsolvable. Even if he possesses the only method of killing souls in the whole ninja world, hollow still has no solution. After all, as long as it cannot be cut, Even if Zanpakuto is heaven-defying, it is useless. As long as Obito is strong enough, he is naturally invincible. And to meet these crises, Chiba must improve strength. More than a few months have passed since the special mission breaking the cocoon was triggered last time. Chiba went further and further along the way of swinging the knife. Today, the accumulation of several months will give Chiba a brand new transformation. His second template Aizen Sosuke will complete the advanced stage tonight. The degree of completion is 5%. This means that Chiba can get a template ability of Aizen Sosuke. At the same time, this also means that Aizen Sosuke's abilities have officially entered formality. Chiba, at this moment, will transform into the real Shinigami. The swing of the knife under the moon did not seem boring. However, it is clear that the daily mission this time is a lot more impatient than before. Sometimes, the excitement in the heart cannot be restrained. The moment when Chiba's last knife was swung, Aizen Sosuke's template progress has been automatically increased by 0.01%. At this moment, the progress exceeded 5%. Congratulations to host, the Aizen Sosuke template has completed the first 5% progress, and the host will get a panel ability from Aizen Sosuke. Host gains Aizen Sosuke's panel ability, Kyoka Suijutsu. God level template system. Host, Uchiha Chiba. The first template, Fujitora Smiles. Completion, 21.06%. Each time you increase the completion degree by 5%, you will get a template ability. The first template ability, 1 Observation Haki Perfect Level 2, Gravity Fruit No Weakness Version 3. Armament Haki Proficient Level. Second template, Aizen Sosuke. Completion, 5%. The second template ability, 1, Kyoka Suijutsu. Each time you increase the completion degree by 5%, you will get a template ability. When the progress of the second template reaches 10%, the third template can be unlocked. Daily task, 10,000 slashes, reward percent for the progress of the first template and 0.01% for the progress of the second template completed. Special task, trigger randomly. At this moment, Chiba received the baptism from Shinigami's power. Zanpakuto is a soul weapon based on Shinigami's own soul. Shinigami gains power by knowing the name of Zanpakuto that he has given him, and by having a spiritual dialogue with him. However, Chiba's situation is slightly different from Shinigami. He does not need to communicate with Zanpakuto. The so-called communication with Zanpakuto is not just to learn the name of Zanpakuto. In fact, the process of communicating with Zanpakuto is the process of forming and creating your own Zanpakuto. The original form of Zanpakuto is the same, and its name is Sealed State. Shinigami communicates with the Sealed State and forms different Zanpakuto through different souls, and finally gets different names. If Chiba communicates with his Zanpakuto, it is impossible to get Kyoka Suijutsu. Because the power of Kyoka Suijutsu comes from Aizen Sosuke. And the system gains the power of Kyoka Suijutsu directly through the character template. At this moment, Chiba could clearly feel that his soul was connected with Zanpakuto right now. Although before that, Chiba has been in contact with Zanpakuto by being a special character. However, the feeling at this moment is completely different from that at that time. Because Chiba felt that his Zanpakuto also had a soul. Then, at this moment, Chiba's soul has undergone a transition in the level of life. A shocking riot arose to the sky, no weaker than the chakra held by Chiba at the moment. This moment, Chiba metamorphosed. At this moment, he is Shinigami. The real Shinigami. Chapter 176. Chiba has his own Zanpakuto. His Zanpakuto, whose name is Kyoka Suijutsu. The ability is complete hypnosis. Support the 5 senses of the hand, namely vision, touch, smell, hearing, and taste. Although this ability did not originate from Chiba's soul, at this moment, this ability was entangled with Chiba's soul. This is an almost unsolvable ability. In the original Shinigami, Aizen Sosuke uses this ability to play Godai 13 including Soul Society's strongest Shinigami Yamamoto in the Millennium. However, Chiba also knows that the power of Aizen Sosuke is not Kyoka Suijutsu. Kyoka Suijutsu after all, it is just ability, not a representative of strength. Aizen Sosuke can become the Shinigami ceiling because Aizen's own strength is strong enough in itself. After all, Aizen is the limit, Shinigami, cut the fist. All of Shinigami's 4 basic abilities have reached the limit that Shinigami can reach. Aizen also knows that Shinigami has a limit, so he wants to use Hogyaku to break this limit, and wants to make a dimensional leap. Therefore, Kyoka Suijutsu is not invincible. This upgrade of Aizen template really makes Chiba stronger, not Kyoka Suijutsu, but Aizen's solid 5% template progress. Aizen Sosuke's 5% template progress makes Chiba truly transformed into a Shinigami. More importantly, Kyoka Suijutsu has shortcomings in this ninja world, and the shortcomings are obvious. After all, in this world of ninjas, ninjas fight more than just relying on 5 senses and chakras perception. In Shinigami's native world, it is possible to use Ryutsu to crack hypnosis by touching Kyoka Suijutsu, not to mention the chakra power system that is very different from Zanpakuto. Of course, whether chakra perception is a shortcoming of Kyoka Suijutsu still needs a question mark. Chiba at this moment is not sure. However, this Chiba chose a path for his actions afterwards. You can use Kyoka Suijutsu, but you must never rely on Kyoka Suijutsu. The higher the level of combat, the smaller the role of Kyoka Suijutsu in theory. But, at least, in this period, Kyoka Suijutsu can exist as Chiba's trump card. At this time, Chiba pulled out his Zanpakuto. At this moment, Chiba, who is the real Shinigami, can clearly perceive the power lodged in his Zanpakuto. Then, through Ryutsu, Chiba called his real name. Split it, Kyoka Suijutsu. For a moment, the slicing knife in Chiba's hand was affected by Chiba's Ryutsu. However, Shikai did not succeed as Chiba expected. Sure enough, it is impossible to use Kyoka Suijutsu as soon as you come up. Chiba knew a long time ago that the panel capability provided by the system is just a capability. To use this ability, you need to practice. For example, Fujitora Smile's Gravity Fruit and Armament Haki are both like this. Kyoka Suijutsu is no exception. Although Chiba relied on the system to get Kyoka Suijutsu's abilities, he has never really communicated with his slasher. To smash the knife, you need to communicate. Ability, only the system provides a basis for itself to become stronger. And this foundation needs Chiba to develop on its own. Thinking of this, Chiba sat cross-legged, placing his Zanpakuto on his knees. Then, release his Ryutsu into Zanpakuto. This one. It is called Swordsman in Shinigami. With Ryutsu, you can make your soul communicate with your Zanpakuto, so that the connection between yourself and Zanpakuto can be improved quickly. Just a moment after entering Swordsman, Chiba realized that the connection between himself and Zanpakuto had become closer. However, the next moment, Zanpakuto's trembling directly forced Chiba out of the state of Swordsman. At this moment, Chiba was stunned. Good guy. Zanpakuto, does he have his own temper? Chiba smiled angrily. Yes. Zanpakuto has never been a simple weapon. He, but Shinigami's companion, fought side by side, and became a stronger companion together. Zanpakuto also has a soul. At this moment, Chiba and Zanpakuto almost met for the first time. How can it be possible to complete the contact in an instant and let yourself be in control? This is not realistic. Real communication takes time. Thinking of this, Chiba smiled. Then, gently raised his hand and touched his own Zanpakuto that only belongs to him. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. It's okay, Kyoka Suijutsu. Do not be afraid. I will communicate with you slowly. One day, your soul will be fully opened for me. At that time, your name will resound throughout the ninja world. Chiba took a heavy breath, then let it out slowly, then put his Zanpakuto into the scabbard. Zanpakuto's communication was in a hurry. There is still time before the chaos of 9 tails. Chiba, don't worry anymore. At this moment, he looked at his system panel and was lost in thought. Fujitora's smile is over 20%. This is the fourth 5% completion. However, he did not get other panel capabilities. That is to say, Observation Haki, Armament Haki, and Gravity Fruit are all the panel capabilities of Fujitora's smile. The remaining degree of completion is to unlock the true strength from Fujitora's smile. Chiba smiled. The final focus on explanation is still the most basic hard power. That is the foundation of the foundation. The time of peace passed by 1 minute and 1 second. Uchiha Mikoto's belly grew bigger. And Itaka's younger brother control attributes are becoming more and more exaggerated. Whenever meeting Chiba, he will always chat with Chiba about his brother. In this regard, Chiba would like to say something. Itachi, do you know that your unborn brother is a forced king who lacks social beatings? And this kind of words, Chiba couldn't say it after all. In this situation, Chiba and Itachi received a mission from Namikaze Minato. This is the first assignment since Chiba became Minister of Umbu. Because the Third Ninja War has just ended, and Konoha is an absolute victor. At this point in time, there is no protection or assassination mission, so Umbu has always been very idle. And this time Namikaze Minato gave the mission, and Chiba certainly knew the content of the mission. Protect Uzumaki Kushina. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is pregnant, which is an absolute event for a village. It must be concealed. After all, Kushina's belly, like Uchiha Mikoto, is getting bigger day by day. It is precisely because I can't hide it that I need protection. And this kind of protection is not only to protect from outside damage, but also to protect from Kushina's own internal impact. The reason is simple. Jinchuriki is pregnant and distributes chakra, which was originally used to suppress the tail beast, to the child in his stomach. Find flowers. No matter how strong Kushina's chakra, who is a Uzumaki clan, suppresses the tail beast, it is inevitable that the seal will weaken as the child grows up. Not to mention, Kushina's body is sealed with the strongest and most evil Nine Tails. You know, before Naruto tamed Nine Tails was called a collection of evil. Everyone knows what happens after the seal weakens. And Chiba and Itachi are the best candidates to protect Kushina. Because they inherited the mantle of Kushina's sealing technique. It can not only prevent Kushina from being hurt by the outside world, but also resist the impact from Nine Tails. Chiba and Itachi naturally agreed to Namikaze Minato's mission. Pregnancy in October is a painful and happy process for any mother, accompanied by the arrival of the labor period. The Nine Tails in Kushina's body attack the seal every day. At first, Chiba and Itachi also needed to use seal technique to suppress Nine Tails. However, with the passage of time, Chiba's suppression of Nine Tails is getting easier. And this suppression, in Itachi's eyes, seemed to be a shock to the soul. Because 0-0. Every time Chiba puts his hand on the seal of Nine Tails, the momentum released from Chiba's body at that instant hits the soul of Itachi. Even Kushina finds it incredible. The strongest time of this feeling is when Chiba flexes his legs and places his knife between his knees. Every day, Chiba meditates in this posture for a period of time. Since Chiba accepted this protection mission, this kind of meditation is the same as Chiba's sword swing, which can't be beaten by thunder every day. And every time Chiba meditation is over, the attacker standing next to Chiba can clearly feel that Chiba becomes stronger. That kind of becoming stronger is not an increase in strength. It's the sublimation of the soul. Because sometimes, Itachi was just standing next to Chiba, and the feeling of unreliability released from Chiba made Itachi very shaken. That feeling is like facing Chiba's weird knife in the past. This is terrible. In Itachi, Chiba is becoming less and less human. Itachi's strength improvement speed is just as open because of 3 Tomo Shari-nan. However, Itachi still found that he seemed to be far away from Chiba in some way. Nowadays, it is still Chiba's meditation. However, Chiba's meditation has not yet begun. Chiba suddenly raised his head, his face facing one of the directions. Seeing this, Itachi was stunned for a moment. Chiba-kun, what's wrong? Itachi, Mrs. Kushina, let you take care of it for the time being. I have something to deal with. Chiba's observation Haki felt a breath. A familiar breath. A breath that has not appeared in Konoha Shinobi for a year. Shimura Danzo. At this moment, the Shimura Danzo was moving in the direction of the Sarutobi clan. Danzo went to find Sarutobi Hiruzen. Well, nothing good. Danzo was charged with betrayal at the moment. It's hard to see. He himself should also be awakened and be prepared to live in the dark forever for the second half of his life. However, now, he has appeared. At the risk of seeing the light and dying, why not appear too? Why? Chiba is now Konoha's Umbu minister. Have his power of life and death. Chapter 177. Although the roots buried in the soil have adapted to the darkness, Shimura Danzo has not been bathed in sunlight since he was sentenced to the abyss last time. He is an unseen person in Konoha. The charge of betrayal on his back has not been determined, and because of this, he can stay in Konoha in this way. However, Shimura Danzo has never been willing to do so. Roots are also longing for sunshine. And the way to let the roots break out of the soil to bathe in the sun is to remove the stone that is pressing on his head. And so, this time, he came to the Sarutobi clan and came to the place where his old partner took care of the elderly. Come out of the Sarutobi clan. Here, it became as closed as the former Uchiha clan. Unlike the Uchiha clan, the Sarutobi clan is not a big clan. At this moment, looking from a distance, it is extremely deserted. Seeing this scene, Danzo smiled. Hiruzen, this is not the time for you to take care of your retirement. Konoha, how can it fall into the hands of the Uchiha clan casually? Danzo calmly came to the door of the Sarutobi clan, however, he has not yet entered. Two ninjas dressed in umbu blocked his way. Sorry, Lord Danzo. Master third generation has an order. You can't be near here. Please leave here. Don't make it hard for us. Seeing the two umbus stopping him, Danzo smiled. Sarutobi Hiruzen, why bother? You and I have been working together for decades. Any of your thoughts are in my expectation. Since I will appear here, it means I have a plan to come back. Do you really want to hear it? Also, send two umbus to scare me. Do you really think I don't know what you are thinking? After speaking, Danzo directly ignored the blocking of the two umbu ninjas. Peacefully stepped into the gate of the Sarutobi clan. And these two umbu ninjas, as Danzo expected, did not use force to stop Danzo. Even if Danzo risked being dealt with, he would come to the Sarutobi clan to find Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen not to know what this means. As third Hokage, all power of Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken away by Namikaze Minato and Uchiha, and in front of the entire village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the former Hokage, was swept away. This kind of hatred is absolutely unforgettable. However, in the past year, Sarutobi Hiruzen has started to care for the elderly just like Namikaze Minato warned him. However, in fact, is it really the case? In Danzo's view, it is precisely because he is Sarutobi Hiruzen that there is the current situation. Forbearance is Sarutobi Hiruzen's greatest shortcoming, and at the same time, his greatest strength. After seeing Danzo enter the Sarutobi clan, the two umbu looked at each other, and finally retreated and disappeared. They did get the order of Sarutobi Hiruzen. And the content of the order does not really want Danzo to be intercepted here. The so-called blocking is nothing more than an appearance. That's it. Even if he is forced to take care of the elderly, Sarutobi Hiruzen still cannot forget his style of being a politician. After all, that is his life. Danzo came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. It is a peaceful courtyard. In the small courtyard, a few unpretentious vegetables are planted. In the ground, there are traces of being turned over. It was a small courtyard that couldn't be more ordinary. In the center of the courtyard, there is a rocking chair. On the rocking chair lay a simple old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen lost his third Hokage's highlights within this year and changed into loose and comfortable clothing. This is like a leisurely old age life. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. All of this is very different from Sarutobi Hiruzen a year ago. As if he had noticed something, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly took out his pipe, and after lighting it, he began to vomit. I don't know how long it took, he said calmly. You shouldn't have come here. Behind Sarutobi Hiruzen lying on the rocking chair, a figure appeared. Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen, do you really treat this kind of life as a pension? Hearing that, Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment, took a hard smoke, and then slowly exhaled it. The village has changed. Konoha, it's no longer the Konoha of the past. You are no longer the former Naruto assistant. And I, also retreated from the position of the highlight. Sometimes, I think this kind of retirement life is also good. Sarutobi Hiruzen was cheerful and shook his pipe slightly. The burnt tobacco drifted down. Disgusting style. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you still upset me so much. Danzo said coldly. When you were Hokage, I was willing to let you be a gunman. But, what do you think is the situation now? You no longer have the capital to hide behind and make tactics. So, who on earth are you showing your hypocritical face now? Me? Ridiculous. Hearing this, the smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly disappeared. Just as Danzo said. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face is very fake, you will never know, while he is holding an expression, he has another thought in his heart. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. It's just that, at this moment, the expression on his face is terribly cold. Do you know? Danzo. Koharu's hand was scrapped. It was scrapped by Chiba with the knife you wanted. It wasn't until a long time later that I really understood the reason why you exposed that fatal flaw. I really don't understand. Now, what face do you have to scold me? At the beginning, you were the first to show the flaws. It's you, my unbreakable power has been torn apart. That is my only flaw. It's you who ruined everything about us. At the same time, it is also you, giving the Uchiha a chance to stand up. And you, FG, want to get that knife. So far, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still full of resentment towards Shimura Danzo. However, this resentment has always been hidden under his mask. At this moment, because of Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen said his truth for the first time. This is the first time he has confided in front of outsiders since he boarded the position of Hokage. So, I am here now. However, I am not here to make up for my fault to you, I just want to get back what belongs to me. The roots buried in the soil will also long for sunshine. I just want to walk in Konoha's streets with integrity. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent again. He lit his pipe again. The expression on his face became calm again. It seems that the mask was taken on again. And Danzo, just silently watching Sarutobi Hiruzen at this moment. Danzo has seen this scene countless times. That expression, that action. Every time Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to do something shameful, he would do it in front of Danzo. And Danzo, this time, also shouldered the responsibility of Konoha's roots. The Uchiha clan's roots in Konoha are not as deep as expected. Naruto assistant is not Naruto. In such a short period of time, nothing can really be changed. So, as long as Hokage is down, the former Hokage can stand on the political stage again. I heard that Uzumaki Kushina is pregnant. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe, and then slowly spit it out. He understood what Danzo meant. Uzumaki Kushina is Jinchuriki, and Jinchuriki is pregnant, which means the seal is weakened. When the seal was weakest, it was when Jinchuriki gave birth. Danzo extended his darkness to the Namikaze Minato couple. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was once again confused. What should I do? With his eyes closed, he can still recall that even if something like that had happened this year, Namikaze Minato would often visit him. Sarutobi Hiruzen can tell that Namikaze Minato really respects him. Otherwise, Kushina will not give birth to his wife, Sarutobi Lake Biwa. He is really a Hokage. A Hokage supported by his own hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is, Danzo snorted coldly. Instantly pulled Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts for a while. Now, there is no time for you to hesitate. Do you really think you are a good person? Stop pretending. Yup. I am not a good person. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly closed his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen will finally make a decision. If you put on the hypocritical mask, you can't take it off. Chapter 178. Danzo finally left. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know what Danzo would do, but, with Danzo's method, Konoha was afraid that another bloody storm would be set off. Is this what I really want to see? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought so inwardly. He is very tangled and complicated. Compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo is much more decisive. Since it is going to be ruthless, it must be ruthless to the end. After all, he made a decision. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the floating clouds, and there was an unspeakable weight in his heart. Then, at this moment, an unbelievable pressure was instantly pressed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen lying on the rocking chair. With a thud. This huge pressure directly crushed the rocking chair, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's body also slammed into the ground. The incredible gravity instantly changed Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. He hurriedly raised his heavy arms, made seals with both hands, and extracted chakra on his feet. Then, with a sudden leap, under the blessing of chakra, both feet released incredible power in an instant. Under the power of the ground being crushed, Sarutobi Hiruzen broke away from the overwhelming gravity in an instant. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dare to take it lightly. Because, he knows where this ability comes from. At this moment, I don't know when. Behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, there is already a figure standing calmly here. He stood here quietly, leaning on a cane for the blind in both hands. This is the first time that Uchiha's boy has seen Uchiha again since the day Sarutobi Hiruzen was seized of power a year ago. It's just a year. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen almost thought he was wrong. This one. Is it really Uchiha Chiba? Let alone the growth of the body. The 8-year-old Uchiha Chiba is taller than before. More importantly, the overwhelming aura emanating from Chiba at this moment. Just standing here, Sarutobi Hiruzen has a feeling that his soul is trembling. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen even felt that Chiba standing in front of him did not look like a human being. There is a huge difference from the former him. In just 1 year, what happened to Chiba? And just when Sarutobi Hiruzen broke free of Chiba's gravity, 2 black shadows rushed out of Chiba's back in an instant, and the ninja sword they withdrew slashed towards Chiba's neck. That is Umbu by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Facing the attack from behind, Chiba didn't have any intention to avoid it. Then, just when the 2 Umbu's attacks were about to fall, boom! That is overwhelming gravity. This force of gravity instantly blasted the bodies of the 2 Umbus, directly smashing their bodies towards the ground. That huge force made his bones creak. They wanted to stand up, but the huge gravity made it impossible for them to even jain. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. He knew that Chiba had some ability to manipulate gravity. However, more than a year ago, this kind of gravity suppression could only have an instant effect on some jonin. What now? His Umbu was suppressed so that he could not lift a finger. This speed of progress. Too frightening. Faster than the previous Namikaze Minato. How strong is Chiba now? Just between the shock of Sarutobi Hiruzen, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Then, Chiba faced Sarutobi Hiruzen and spoke calmly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I haven't seen you in a year. Has your Umbu have been pulled like this? It's fine if I didn't find my infiltration. When did ordinary Umbu members dare to face Minister Umbu? Do you know what the charges are for sneak attacking Konoha's top executives from behind? With that, Chiba slowly drew his knife. Then, in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, gently waved it down. Puff. With the splash of blood, the throats of these 2 Umbus were directly cut open by Chiba. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, from beginning to end, did not say a word. Yup. What can he say? The current Chiba is Minister Umbu of Namikaze Minato. Power is overwhelming, in Konoha, second only to Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Although Minister Umbu will not participate in the village's political decision-making, he still holds the power of life and death. And the 2 Umbu just now, although they were protecting themselves, but at this moment Minister Umbu faced each other with swords. Chiba flicked the knife in his hand, leaving a cruel blood flower on the ground. Then, Chiba calmly raised his head and faced Sarutobi Hiruzen. Any opinion? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not speak. Just looking at Chiba calmly, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then, raised his right hand and waved it. In an instant, all Umbu members in ambush all evacuated. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and spoke calmly. The 2 of them are facing each other with blades to Minister Umbu, really damn it. I just don't know what the famous Minister Umbu did when he came to my old man to retire. Upon hearing this, Chiba smiled. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Do you think that I, who cannot be seen by the eyes, rely on what on earth to stand in this position? It's perception. My perception is beyond the limit of your imagination. You should know, closing one eye to Danzo is my biggest concession to you. So, why do you have to provoke me? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you want to say? Do you feel comfortable if I have to tear up your mask? My perception can cover the entire Konoha Shinobi village. As soon as Danzo appeared, I knew it. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Really, then you should go to Danzo, not me. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I really don't know, are you acting stupid or really stupid? Chiba has a smile on his face. In addition, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to be wary of the spirit that was released from him if there was enough to shake the soul. He can no longer underestimate this Uchiha blind man. Do you know that as Minister Umbu I have the power to kill you on the spot? I once said, I will keep this cut for you. Is retirement really boring for you? This is no longer a threat. Sarutobi Hiruzen even feels that Chiba has the possibility of cutting over at any time. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also a little confused. Does he dare to chop over? Is it just because he perceives that Danzo has been here? Funny, why do you kill me? Danzo has been here, what does it mean? And, what evidence do you have that Danzo has been here? Evidence? Ridiculous. Chiba looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly. Evidence, does that kind of thing need it? Do you think you are fighting politically now? I said yes, then there will be. Now, I am Minister Umbu, and my words are authority. I said he was here, then he was here. These words are incomparable haki. It seems to be full of loopholes, but it is impeccable. Yeah, evidence, that kind of thing, is it necessary? Now, it's not a political game, but it doesn't need that kind of bells and whistles. As long as it is something that Chiba has confirmed, he says yes, it must be. Then, at this moment Chiba calmly walked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Pass him by. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you better pray, nothing will happen. However, looking at it now, it seems a bit unrealistic. I will always keep this cut for you, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. You will know soon, whether you can resist this knife at all. After speaking, Chiba quietly left, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen with a cold face. A familiar scene. Isn't this the various suppression policies that I have implemented against the Uchiha clan in the past? Is this, Uchiha Chiba's revenge? No, just now, Chiba really wanted to cut it over. Killing intent. You can't hide it. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The sky at this moment seems to be shrouded in haze. Now, it's troublesome. Chapter 179. Chiba did want to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen just now. If the other party really cares for the elderly, at least, that kind of thought will not come so soon. It's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen can't be idle after all. Chiba doesn't know what Danzo is going to do to find Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, that would definitely not be a good thing. Can Chiba kill Sarutobi Hiruzen? Can. Chiba doesn't think that Fujitora with more than 20% template and 5% Aizen can't kill an elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, if Chiba really did it just now, I'm afraid that kind of movement will attract Konoha's eyes. At that time, no matter what legitimate reason Chiba has, it will have a bad effect. The current Minister Umbu of Hokage killed the previous Hokage in front of the entire village. This impact is not so big. This will make it difficult for Namikaze Minato, who is Naruto. It will also put him in an embarrassing situation as Minister Umbu, who has only recently taken office. And there may be some invisible gaps between him and Namikaze Minato. And so, if Sarutobi Hiruzen messes up, then it should be killed. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen is going to die silently, and there is a good reason, at least, this reason can make Namikaze Minato nod. After all, Konoha's Hokage is Namikaze Minato. And now Konoha is the result of the joint efforts of Namikaze Minato and their Uchiha clan. Chiba does not want to cause unnecessary cracks in this result because of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is the most basic respect for Namikaze Minato, who is 4th Hokage. And the reason? Naturally on Danzo. Hehe, Danzo, I want to know, what are you going to do? And no matter what Danzo does, he, who was charged with betrayal, shouldn't appear on the bright side. Danzo didn't know what happened after he left the Sarutobi clan. However, after he got what he wanted from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he left in a hurry. After bypassing the village, he quietly came to the edge of the village. Here, the enchantment from the village is just a distance from afar. The surroundings, let alone people, can't even see a fly. At this moment, after Danzo came here, he was waiting here quietly. After a while, the space in front of Danzo suddenly began to twist, turning into a spiral shape. What emerged from the spiral shape was a man wearing a black robe and a but spiral mask. That is Uchiha Obito. After Obito appeared, he immediately looked at Danzo. Danzo, what do I want? It's here. With that said, Danzo threw a scroll to Obito. Obito didn't even look at it. He twisted the space and threw it into his Kamui space. I have given you what you want. In return, I want to stand on Konoha's high-level stage again. Upon hearing this, Obito sneered. The return Danzo wants is very likely. Uchiha Obito is no longer the simple Uchiha boy he used to be. After contacting Uchiha Madara, he knew that Konoha was far less bright than what he had seen before. The darkness hidden behind the light is terribly cold. And Danzo is one of the sources of Konoha's darkness. It has nothing to do with me, I will only do what I should do. If you are smart enough, you can naturally climb back to that position again. If you can't, it can only show that you are insufficient. Hearing this, Danzo nodded, not irritated, and spoke calmly. But the premise is that you will do what you promised to do. At this moment, Obito's eyes narrowed slightly. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Who do you think I am? I am Uchiha Madara. Danzo sneered inwardly at this. Uchiha Madara? It's just a ridiculous imitator. He knows what Uchiha Madara is like. After all, he had personally experienced that era. Uchiha Madara is terrible, he knows it all. No matter how weak Uchiha Madara is, it is impossible to hide himself under that mask. That's a rat-like behavior that the real strong would never do. Uchiha Madara, never do anything fancy with you. If he really can't understand you, he will directly crush you with absolutely powerful strength. As for the person with the spiral mask in front of you, that's ridiculous. Danzo just wanted to take advantage of him. Not to mention, that Uchiha Madara had already died in the hands of first Hokage Senju Hashirama. By then, you will see what I did Uchiha Madara. After speaking, Obito's single spiral mask suddenly twisted. That is a spiral space distortion. Obito, I want to leave. And it was this moment, really only this moment. At the moment when Obito was about to leave, behind him, a lore fell. At this moment, Danzo was shocked when he saw this scene. That is Uchiha Chiba? Why is he here? And at the moment Chiba sent a slash from Uchiha Obito's back. Even if this slash was not facing Danzo, it still shocked Danzo. The tremor from the soul made Danzo instantly lock his gaze on Chiba's hand. That knife is a knife that can kill the soul. If cut by Chiba, this person will die. At this moment, Uchiha Obito also shuddered. He would never have thought that at the moment when he was about to leave, there would be this kind of lore shot down. You know, in the process of his transmission to himself, his body can't be hollow. He can't escape this blow. Obito, be careful. At this moment, White Zetsu's voice came from Obito. At this moment, White Zetsu, which was originally attached to Obito's body, bloomed in an instant, and then Obito avoided the fatal blow. Then, there was a puff. The blood instantly outlined a cruel blood flower in the air. One arm fell heavily to the ground. Broken arm. Obito's right arm was cut off by Chiba on the spot. It's just that, unlike an ordinary arm, it has a creepy paleness. At this moment, Chiba shook his Zanpakuto lightly, and a blood flower bloomed instantly on the ground. Then he faced Uchiha Obito and spoke calmly. I told you before. I don't want to see you appear again in this land. Moreover, this time, I won't stand behind you quietly like last time. So, your strength does not seem to be as powerful as your tongue. After all, you didn't dodge this blow. If it weren't for White Zetsu, Uchiha Obito would not be as simple as a broken arm. Obito clutched his broken arm and jumped instantly, pulling away from Chiba. At that moment, he was really shocked by Chiba. Therefore, the anger at this moment made him make a decision. He is going to kill Uchiha Chiba. However, it was the moment Uchiha Obito had this idea. White Zetsu's scream came from him. Obito, go. The White Zetsu inside him is a complete tease. No matter what the situation is, he is always making strange things. However, only this time is different. He heard fear in White Zetsu's voice. What is he afraid of? Obito frowned. Although he had a broken arm, it didn't affect him in any way. Through White Zetsu, this arm can be easily regenerated. Although Uchiha Chiba said that he was good at swordsmanship, in Obito's view, if he really wanted to kill Chiba, it would not be difficult. Manjikyo's ability gives Obito such confidence. However, at this moment White Zetsu's voice came again. Obito, go. Whether it is the blind man or his knife, there is a problem. Has a problem? Often. What's the problem? Obito's brow furrowed deeper. He raised his head and looked at Chiba. At this moment, his soul trembled. At this moment, he seemed to feel Ashura God and Buddha standing behind Chiba. And that trembling of the soul comes from this. This guy. Are they really human? Obito somewhat understands what White Zetsu said, there is a problem. That's it, I remember you, Uchiha Chiba. Look forward to seeing you next time. At this moment, Uchiha Obito's body began to hollow out. Obito, pick up my arm. As Obito was about to leave, White Zetsu immediately shouted in Obito's mind, and was extremely anxious. Obito frowned 10. Although he didn't think it was necessary, he picked up the arm that was severed by Chiba. The next moment, with hollow, Obito disappeared directly in front of Chiba. And Chiba didn't do it anymore. Obito wants to leave, Chiba can't keep it. More importantly, Chiba's goal in this trip is not Uchiha Obito. It's Danzo. Chapter 180. Obito had never seen White Zetsu so scared. In Obito's impression, White Zetsu is a super funny guy who keeps with him all day. What does it feel like to have a bowel movement? And Obito knew for the first time that White Zetsu had fear. What are you afraid of? White Zetsu. At this moment, the spiral mask opens. White Zetsu peeled off Obito's body, then fell heavily to the ground. Obito frowned even more at this scene. White Zetsu is not pretending to be like this. That Uchiha blind man is indeed a bit outrageous, but he shouldn't be gaffied to such a degree. However, White Zetsu just shook his head. No, Obito, it's not what you think. The broken arm just now has a completely different feeling from the past. I really feel that I have lost my arm. In the past, a broken arm can be reborn. But, this time I know that if my arm is not picked up, it will really be gone. For this feeling, White Zetsu did not know the reason. He was just terrified, really terrified. At this moment, he immediately connected the broken arm that Obito had brought back to himself. The wound and the touch of the wound are instantly combined under the powerful self-healing ability of Hashirama cells. The arm that was cut off by Chiba was picked up easily. However, at this moment, the panic on White Zetsu's face did not diminish in the slightest. Obito, I can't feel my arm anymore. What? For a moment, Obito thought he had heard it wrong. Didn't you already connect your hands? White Zetsu nodded. It was connected, but I didn't feel it at all. Obviously I can feel the existence of my arm, but I can't manipulate it at all. That kind of feeling, it's as if the body has been connected, but something inside has been cut off. Something inside. Obito frowned. He felt that White Zetsu became more and more ridiculous as he spoke. If the change is normal, he can regard it as White Zetsu's teasing. However, White Zetsu's panic was not pretended at this moment. At this time, in the darkness, a rickety body suddenly came out. The inner thing is called the soul. That is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara is too old. Since Uchiha Madara taught Obito both yin and yang, he rarely wakes up. Sometimes, Obito even thought Uchiha Madara was old. Unexpectedly, he appeared again at this moment and spoke. Moreover, the things spoken are abnormally illusory. Soul. Uchiha Madara nodded calmly. Yes. Man, there is a soul. The source of chakra is physical energy and mental energy. Physical energy comes from countless cells in the body, while mental energy comes from the soul. White Zetsu, you have been cut off, it is the soul, only the healing of the body, naturally there is no effect. At this moment, Uchiha Obito was stunned. Is there such a profound thing as a soul in this world? As if seeing Obito's shock, Uchiha Madara spoke again. Obito, watch it. Part of the soul usage, I have taught you. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Yin escape, to a certain extent, is the use of soul power. And Yang done is the activation of physical power. With that, Uchiha Madara suddenly began to seal. That seal, Obito knows, is the seal of shadow. After Jian was completed, Uchiha Madara slowly placed the palm of his right hand on White Zetsu's arm. In an instant, a dark material began to spread on White Zetsu's arm. At this moment, White Zetsu's face changed slightly. Because it can clearly feel that the originally severed arm is slowly healing. The speed is very slow, and it takes time to heal completely. But, to say the least, he is already healing. Obito, look good, learn hard. The power of yin and yang escape is stronger than you think. I have no time. There are many things left, you need to realize it yourself. Uchiha Madara looked at Obito calmly. Uchiha Obito is an extremely critical part of his plan. At the same time, he is also his agent. Therefore, he will spare no effort to teach Obito. Looking at this scene, Obito was thoughtful. At this moment, Uchiha Madara seemed to open a door for him. Then Uchiha Madara looked up and spoke calmly. Is the one who cut off the soul the one who sealed 3 tails last time? White Zetsu nodded. Yes, it's him, Uchiha Chiba. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara smiled. Sure enough. Cut off the soul, even me, I haven't seen it many times. And among them, the one that impressed me the most was the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. The ghouls were sealed. The contract Shinigami of the Uzumaki clan can sever the soul. And that Uchiha Chiba, under Uzumaki Kushina. Perhaps, this is another way to seal the ghoul. After speaking, Uchiha Madara slowly turned around, dragged his trembling body, and sat in front of the Gedo statue again. Obito, don't let me down. I have taught you everything. Sharingan, who closed, fell into the darkness again. Chiba didn't care about Obito's departure. Obito with Kamui wants to run, Chiba can't really stop it. The first sneak attack failed to kill Obito instantly and it failed. But Chiba's goal here is not Obito. It's Danzo. The contact between Danzo and Obito also made Chiba truly understand what Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are colluding with. The source of the Nine Tails chaos was originally here. The pregnancy of Uzumaki Kushina, who is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, is considered confidential. And the date of her delivery is even more confidential. There are only a handful of people that the whole village knows. Obito can know the date of Kushina's delivery in the original book. In Chiba's view, it is most likely that Black Zetsu got the news. After all, this old yin can sneak almost anywhere without being spotted. And now it seems. At least in this world where Chiba interfered, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina should have been sold by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Konoha Tiantuan is worthy of being Konoha Tiantuan. It is indeed a good hand to pit one's own people. To be fair, Namikaze Minato is good enough for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he took away the power of Hokage from Sarutobi Hiruzen, but that originally belonged to Namikaze Water 4th Hokage. And Namikaze Mizuma still maintained the respect that Sarutobi Hiruzen should have after seizing power, and even took time out of the busy Naruto career to visit Sarutobi Hiruzen by the Sarutobi clan. The pregnancy and childbirth of Kushina were also given to his wife by Namikaze Minato out of trust in Sarutobi Hiruzen. But now it seems Sarutobi Hiruzen completely failed Namikaze Minato's trust. Also, I want to kill the Namikaze Minato couple. The reason is simple, Sarutobi Hiruzen still can't let go of the power and status of Hokage. He is a politician after all. A politician who doesn't need feelings. At this moment, Chiba stood calmly in front of Danzo, Zanpakuto in his hand, showing unparalleled coldness. And Danzo, finally healed from the initial shock. Uchiha Chiba. At this moment, Chiba faced Danzo and spoke calmly. Danzo, speaking of it, apart from this matter, there are also personal grievances between you and me. If you hide in the dark forever, this day shouldn't come so soon. In the beginning, you borrowed a knife to kill someone, wanting to get the knife in my hand. Now you still want to either. Chiba's irritating ability has always been very strong. At least, the current Danzo was half dead by Chiba angrily. Wanting to get Chiba's knife has always been regarded by Danzo as the biggest failure in his life. And this failure caused them to lose everything in Konoha's senior management. Now, mentioned by Chiba, the instigator, the blue veins on Danzo's forehead are already violent. Perceiving the change in Danzo's emotions at the moment, Chiba smiled. Really interesting. At first it was you who wanted to kill me, but now why are you angry? The murderer should have been prepared to lose everything long ago. So, are you ready now? Zanpakuto in Chiba's hand gave a light wave. At this moment, Danzo was facing a Shinigami, the real Shinigami. Be prepared to live forever. Chapter 181. Chiba has never underestimated Shimura Danzo. Although he is the same as Sarutobi Hiruzen, his strength is affected by his age. However, he was the apprentice of second Hokage Senju Tobirama after all. In the original book, Danzo's battle is really described, and that is the battle between him and Sasuke. And because of that battle, Danzo made a famous scene dash. For example, he uses Susanoo from Sasuke. Or the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique Izanagi was played into body replacement technique. That is a total of 10 Sharingan, which is equivalent to 10 times of invincibility. You know, Izanagi is the ultimate perfect pupil technique. Within a certain period of time, all the damage caused to the operator, including death, is turned into a dream, and all the damage caused to the enemy is turned into a reality heaven-defying pupil technique. Danzo had a total of 10 times of such invincibility, but he was still destroyed. Moreover, finally died of his own seal. What's even more funny is that Danzo sealed a bridge 10 times Izanagi, such an invincible move, but for any shadow in the ninja world at that time, Sasuke would have to die. However, in that case, Danzo was counter-killed. This can only prove one thing: Danzo really is a dish. As a traditional ninja without blood, Danzo didn't go far, and coupled with his age, he didn't have any advantage in strength. However, Danzo is very smart and really ruthless. He knows to make up for his shortcomings as a traditional ninja with a strong lineage. This is the case with Hashirama cells and Sharingan. In the original work, Danzo's Sharingan came from after the Uchiha clan was annihilated. At this stage, Sharingan shouldn't be in Danzo's hands. After all, under the jurisdiction of Uchiha Fugaku, Sharingan's jurisdiction has always been strict. At least the recorded Sharingan is outside, only Sharingan belonging to Uchiha Obito from Kakashi. However, the last time Chiba and Orochimaru met, Orochimaru was obviously wrong. At that time Orochimaru actually came to the cemetery and wanted to steal Sharingan. At that time, Chiba knew it. Danzo is likely to have Sharingan, and Orochimaru has been asked to help him transplant it to him. As for Orochimaru, I guess she wanted Sharingan very much at that time. The best evidence is that the arm that was cut off by Cloud Shinobi on Danzo has grown back. Chiba knew that it was the Hashirama cells that Orochimaru helped Danzo transplant. How many Sharingan are there on that arm? Chiba didn't know. However, there will certainly not be more. Even the missing Sharingan that Uchiha Fugaku could not investigate, there will only be one pair. That is to say, Chiba must at least be prepared that Danzo can use Izanagi twice. At this time, Danzo also looked at Chiba calmly. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Even he had to be impressed by Chiba's ability to perceive. Is it possible that the entire Konoha village is under his perception? How long did he appear from the darkness? It's not even half a day. In this case, Chiba not only found himself, but also killed him and repelled the clown who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Although for that clown, Danzo has always dealt with him with a mentality of exploitation. However, the opponent's space ninjutsu is very good. Even if the opponent is not the real Uchiha Madara, he is still an outrageous opponent. However, Chiba had already knocked it back and cut off one of the opponent's arms. How strong is Chiba now? Danzo didn't know. However, the growth rate of geniuses cannot be measured by common sense. Not to mention, Chiba is an anomaly among geniuses. You know, more than a year ago, Chiba was able to seal the opponent's second tail Jinchuriki under Cloud Shinobi's sneak attack. The current Chiba, roughly estimated to be at least 10 times as large as before, is even more exaggerated. And more importantly, Chiba holds the knife Danzo has always cared about. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. A knife that can kill the soul. Will I have a chance to win? Danzo is not sure. However, Danzo knew that he could never fight Chiba. It's one thing whether you can beat it or not. Now, his identity is a betrayer, even though he hasn't settled down. But now, once Konoha's Minister Umbu is involved, Danzo's betrayal will not even have a chance to quibble. More importantly, will Chiba have other support? Danzo is not sure. So, he knows. This battle must not be fought. Even if it is to fight, it must be a quick decision. And he can only escape. Escape Konoha. Konoha could not hold him now. Only by escaping from Konoha can there be a future. And his future lies only after the successful action of the clown who claims to be Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Danzo looked at Chiba in front of him, shuddering inexplicably. That trembling feeling from the soul gave Danzo incredible pressure. He has 2 Sharingan, so Izanagi can be used twice. And Chiba has an overwhelming ability to perceive. In Danzo's view, even if he used Izanagi to escape, he would probably be discovered by Chiba before he left Konoha village. But Chiba can fly. When Chiba comes after him, Danzo cannot escape. Now, it's not the time for the heartache trump card. Thinking of this, Danzo suddenly raised his right hand and began to seal. A wave of chakra instantly rushed to his right eye, which was entangled in bandages. Translate the seal. At this moment, Danzo sealed Izanagi's power into his right eye. And the time he set would be the safest, one day that can definitely allow him to escape Konoha. This will be his strongest backstop to save his life. Then, at this moment, all his remaining methods, Danzo will use to kill Uchiha Chiba. Uchiha Chiba. Suddenly, Danzo looked at Chiba and gave a cold snort. Fine flowers. This time, I will kill you. I will use your death to make up for all the mistakes I committed. In response, Chiba just sneered. Zanpakuto in his hand, with a light wave, spoke calmly. Don't be ashamed. You don't really think you can kill me now. You don't know how strong I am now compared to more than a year ago. Do you really think that Minister Umbu, I, sat on it through relationships? What are you relying on for uttering such rumors? Isnaki. The moment Danzo heard this, Danzo's pupils shrank suddenly. At this moment, Chiba revealed Danzo's biggest hole card. Impossible. Chiba, how could I know about Izanagi? You know, don't talk about Izanagi. He transplanted Sharingan's matter, which is top secret. The only one who knew about this was himself, and only Orochimaru who helped him transplant himself. 00. Seeing Danzo's appearance, Chiba sneered. So, after the trump card is revealed, what is left of you? Danzo. At the moment Danzo was shocked. Chiba started. The perfect observation haki opens at this moment. Then, Chiba saw it. Under the infinite details of his perfect vision, Chiba saw Danzo's Sharingan hidden under the bandage. There is one on his right eye and one on his right arm. Chiba didn't make any tentative attacks with Danzo at all, it was a killer move at first. Don't give Danzo a chance at all. And Danzo also reacted in an instant, he quickly knotted his hands and took a deep breath. Wind-style vacuum Big Jade. That is the dense wind blade. The wind attribute chakra's cutting ability has been fully demonstrated. However, in the face of this dangerous wind blade, Chiba just slashed out calmly. This sword is called Great Swordsman. Carrying the earth-shattering gravity plus the slashing blows soaring into the sky. All the wind blades that Danzo spit out were destroyed by Chiba's slash at this moment. Seeing this scene, Danzo was stunned. What a joke. That's wind-style ninjutsu. The wind attribute that even iron can be cut off, the nature of chakra has changed. Was he actually defeated by Chiba with a slash? However, before he was surprised, he suddenly discovered that Chiba's cut was not over yet. This is a sword made by the Great Swordsman to match gravity. Danzo, you shouldn't be naive to think that a B-level wind-style ninjutsu can be stopped. Then, the slash that rose to the sky slashed Danzo's body in an instant. Cruel blood splashed to the ground instantly. At this moment, Danzo was stunned. What is the one who slashed oneself? That is definitely not chakra. Yes. Sword pressure? Chapter 182. Danzo had never seen such an outrageous swordsmanship. In Danzo's opinion, what accomplishments can swordsmanship have? This world, but the world of ninjas, ninjutsu is the main theme of this world. Swordsmanship can only add color to physical skills. However, at this moment, he found himself wrong, ridiculously wrong. Chiba, just with swordsmanship, suppressed his wind-style ninjutsu. Moreover, the knife that was slashed out. Is it sword pressure? It's too ridiculous. At this moment, a cruel blood flower bloomed on Danzo's chest. There is no fluctuation of chakra. There can be no mistake, myself, was cut by Chiba's sword. Terrible, terrible. What is the level of Chiba's swordsmanship? With the knife just now, even Heitake Shimo, who once used a Heitake sword technique to dominate the ninja world, couldn't cut it out. To say the least, Heitake does not rely on the change of chakra's nature, and absolutely cannot cut it out. At this moment, like a revolving lantern, Danzo remembered Uchiha Obito's evaluation of Chiba in his mind. No one understands swordsmanship better than him. If anyone can have the opportunity to aspire to the pinnacle with swordsmanship in the future, then this person must be Uchiha Chiba. At this moment, Uchiha Chiba is at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. He is the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Because there are no exceptions, it can be called a vertex. Then, Uchiha Chiba, here comes. Danzo's face changed drastically, resisting the sharp pain from his chest, he made a seal with one hand and snorted coldly. Wind-style vacuum blade. Danzo spit out a wind blade in an instant. The wind blade gathered on the kunao of his right hand, forming a knife. A knife that carries changes in the nature of the wind attribute chakra. Perceiving this scene, Chiba smiled. Danzo, you can do it. Sure enough, your battles are all famous scenes. Could it be possible, do you want to fight with me? There is no karma before Gususa. Existing Chiba. Danzo, always so brave. Then, at this moment, Chiba slowly put his Zanpakuto into the scabbard and made a knife-drawing action. In an instant, Chiba's palm, including the knife, turned into pitch black in an instant. That is a black knife. The black sword representing the great swordsman. At the same time, Chiba's body was full of thunder. That is the property of thunder, chakra property changes. This chakra has greatly improved Chiba's physical ability. Then, at this moment, Danzo felt the hairs on his body stand upside down. He knows. I was stared at. This kind of trembling from the deepest part of the soul cannot lie. Immediately afterwards, Chiba disappeared in front of him in an instant. The speed is incredible. So fast. The wind blade Kyowu in his hand has not yet been lifted. Chiba's slash has been finished. Do not know when. Chiba has appeared behind Danzo, and made the action of closing the knife. One sword style Jihijan. Danzo, why hide it? I know you have Sharingan. Rather than using it on Izanagi, it's better to show it directly. At least, with Sharingan's dynamic vision, you won't even be able to see my knife clearly. And even if Sharingan is used, it's just to see clearly. Fighting Chiba head-on swordsmanship, Danzo has no chance of winning, nothing at all. At this moment, Chiba didn't even turn his head. Danzo, behind Chiba, fell heavily to the ground. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. The wind blade Kunao in Danzo's hand, along with his body, was cut off at the waist. At this moment, this pain from the body and soul made Danzo's entire face distorted. He finally understood. In the past, after his subordinates were cut by Chiba, what kind of pain did they experience? Then, all disadvantages turned into dreams. Including the tearing of body and soul. Except for the consumed chakra, Danzo, who had recovered everything, immediately killed Chiba. That is an absolute blind spot. In the next second, Danzo can kill Chiba. However, the answer to him was still Chiba's knife. This is a cut for no reason. Chiba seemed to foresee all Danzo's movements, and at that moment, he directly interrupted Danzo's attack from the blind spot. Then, Zanpakuto sank into Danzo's body. Danzo, you have no chance. Do you know that even your Izanagi is in my perception? I can even see the future. What are you going to fight with me? Yes, Chiba can even see the future. Even if Danzo used Izanagi to launch an attack that was absolutely unavoidable, Chiba could still predict it. Danzo regards Izanagi as his biggest trump card. But I never knew that Chiba's observation haki had absolute restraint on him. It is impossible to use Izanagi to counter-kill. Can only be used to escape. At this moment, Danzo understood. And so, he unlocked the seal in his body. Even if you die, I will take you away. At this moment, densely black warlocks appeared on Danzo's body. That was Danzo's last killer move. It is also his strongest sealing technique. In the original work, even Obito is the top seal technique that will change color when he sees it. The sealing technique that sealed a bridge. Lee the seal of the four elephants. In the next moment, a large number of dark warlocks burst out from Danzo's body and surrounded Chiba. And Chiba just faced all this calmly. Danzo, let me say it, I can even see the future. Then, when Danzo's knife was slashed, a shock of gravity erupted in an instant. Boom. This gravity directly crushed Danzo. Together with Danzo's seal, it was also crushed. The next moment, with a hint of thunder on Chiba, Chiba disappeared instantly. And at the moment Chiba disappeared, the pitch black technique shrank instantly, sealing Danzo, together with everything around him, to dust. Only for a moment. Chiba's observation haki can no longer perceive the existence of Danzo. Danzo, along with himself, was sealed. However, Chiba did not leave. Chiba knows, Danzo, there are two Sharingan. And Izanagi, he only activated it once. Danzo, the power to turn all the disadvantages into reality once more. So, Chiba is waiting. Waiting for Danzo to appear. His observation haki, at this moment, spread to the largest extent. At this moment, the entire Konoha shinobi village is under Chiba's perception. As long as Danzo's breath appears, Chiba will hunt down to death. However, since being sealed, Danzo has never appeared again. Chiba is here, waiting for a day. In the end, Chiba was a little suspicious. In the end, didn't Danzo activate Izanagi? Chiba shook his head. No, with Danzo being cautious, it is impossible to die without leaving his trump card. Therefore, the last Izanagi must have been activated. However, Izanagi has existed for a certain period of time. When the time comes, Danzo will inevitably appear. This has nothing to do with Danzo's will. However, it has been a day. Izanagi could not have had such a long time. At this moment, Chiba's eyes narrowed slightly. Izanagi, is the activation delayed? At this moment, Chiba thought of a possibility. Translate the seal. Seal a specific pupil technique into your Sharingan, and then meet a certain condition or a seal technique that will automatically unblock after a certain period of time. Danzo, did I write Izanagi in Sharingan? Do not rule out this possibility. Moreover, this possibility is very large. More importantly, this situation is not without precedent. Once Uchiha Madara was defeated and killed